Chapter 1. A female immortal emperor appears in the Dantian. In the Tianhua Kingdom, Yangfeng City, the Gu family. The dazzling crimson aura emanating from Gu Qingqing gradually subsided, releasing an overwhelming presence. She abruptly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "The sixth-tier Xuanhua Linghua truly is extraordinary. I've directly broken through from the seventh level of the Earth Spirit Realm to the second level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The martial arts realms of the Qingyan continent are classified into body refinement, Qi condensation, Earth Spirit, Heaven Spirit, Spirit Sea, Spirit Pill, Human Sovereign, Transcendent, and Celestial realms, each further divided into 9 levels. Having leaped across 2 major realms, Gu Qingqing could hardly contain her excitement. Congratulations, Qingqing! You are now undoubtedly the foremost young talent in our Yangfeng city." A fleeting glimmer of joy appeared in Xiaoyao's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by bitterness as he retrieved their marriage certificate from his bosom and tore it to shreds. "Qingqing, this is our marriage certificate. Our engagement ends here." Gu Qingqing seemed incredulous. "Xiaoyao, how could you? Didn't you fight the 5th-tier spirit beast, the fiery leopard, to obtain the Xuanhua Linghua for me, which led to your Dantian shattering?" Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if all his sacrifices had been worthwhile. Yet he steeled himself to say, "Qingqing, I am now a cultivator who cannot train. Our futures belong to different worlds. Marrying me would only burden you." Gu Qingqing replied, "Xiaoyao, you've misunderstood me. What I mean is, since your Dantian is shattered, why not give me your supreme bone? After all, it's a waste for such a treasure to remain with someone as useless as you." "What did you say?" "Extracting the supreme bone will kill me." Xiaoyao looked at Gu Qingqing in shock. Gu Qingqing scoffed. "Didn't you once say you would gladly die for me when contending with the fiery leopard for the Xuanhua Linghua? Now that you've become a useless person, wouldn't giving me your supreme bone be dying with honor? Why are you hesitating? Have you been lying all along about loving me and being willing to sacrifice everything for me? Perhaps it's for the best. I had always felt indebted to you. Since you have been deceiving my feelings, then you deserve to die." Xiaoyao could hardly believe it. "After all these years, I have given my utmost to help you grow, and this is how you repay me?" In an instant, a cold glint flashed as a dagger plunged into his chest. With the downward thrust of the dagger came an overwhelming wave of pain. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, refusing to scream, clinging to his last shred of dignity. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from his chest. Gu Qingqing gazed greedily at the myriad of golden runes swirling within the flesh, emanating an unfathomable aura. She reached for the supreme bone, coldly remarking, "A useless person must have the awareness of their own uselessness. To be utilized by me, a waste, is your honor." With a crisp snap, Gu Qingqing's bloodied hands forcibly extracted the supreme bone. The agony of being vivisected surged through Xiaoyao, and he could no longer suppress a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground. Then footsteps approached. "Is it done?" In his dazed state, Xiaoyao recognized the voice of Gu Qingqing's father, Gu Han, the head of the Gu family. Thanks to father's reminder, or else I would have only considered expelling this useless person from the Gu family after annulling our engagement, nearly wasting this supreme bone, Gu Qingqing said joyfully. "Good, hurry and fuse it." In that moment, Xiaoyao realized that the Gu family had long been plotting this. The pain from his injuries, coupled with the immense psychological blow, caused his vision to darken, and he fell into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Gu Han waved his hand slightly, and 2 servants immediately dragged Xiaoyao away, racing out of the city to discard him at the outskirts of a mass grave. No sooner had they left than a fierce wind rose, and torrential rain lashed down, accompanied by thunder that resounded through the heavens, relentlessly striking the earth. Suddenly, with a thunderclap, a phantom figure appeared as if the very void had been torn asunder. Boom, boom. At this moment, the thunder seemed to have found its target, bombarding the ethereal figure with wild fury. Amidst the endless thunder, the phantom flickered like a lone boat upon turbulent waters, appearing as if it could shatter at any moment. Abruptly, the figure vanished, and the surrounding thunder began to descend upon Xiaoyao. A piercing pain surged through him, and Xiaoyao opened his eyes. "I am not dead." Just as Xiaoyao was in shock, a delicate voice echoed in his mind. "Kid, quickly channel your energy to absorb this thunderous power, or we will both perish here." Immediately, A wave of information flooded into Xiaoyao's mind. The 10,000 forms devouring heaven's sword. The sword path is the path of heaven, capable of devouring all forms in the world into the sword and transcending into the void, shattering the stars. As the cultivation technique began to operate within Xiaoyao's body, the thunderbolts directed at him transformed into strands of purple-blue spiritual energy, flowing through his meridians into his Dantian. As Xiaoyao marveled at the unexpected restoration of his Dantian, he discovered a girl in white attire within it. Beneath the girl lay a seed that appeared to have just broken through the soil, resembling a sword yet not quite. My Dantian was shattered, wasn't it? Who are you? How did you end up in my Dantian? The bewildering situation left Xiaoyao in awe. The phantom spoke. I am the Linglong immortal emperor, betrayed by my disciple and imprisoned in eternal confinement. After spending thousands of years, I finally escaped a wisp of my essence to reach this realm. However, crossing realms triggered the world's laws of the Qinyan continent, and unable to withstand it, I had to hide in your Dantian. To my surprise, this brat, shattered your Dantian, causing me to expend my strength to help you reconstruct it. Now that I have exhausted my power, I must enter a slumber. Other matters will be explained when I awaken. Furthermore, do not shatter your Dantian again, otherwise the world's laws will sense my presence within you, and once more summon heavenly punishment, leading to our demise. As a bewildered Xiaoyao wished to inquire further, the girl had already fallen asleep, and he could clearly hear her gentle snoring. Both having faced betrayal, did they share a common connection? Though the girl's words were vague, they reminded Xiaoyao of his own plight, and a deep-seated hatred ignited within his eyes. Gu Qingqing, the Gu family. If heaven does not abandon me, then your demise is nigh. The relentless thunderous strikes brought immense pain, yet compared to the anguish in Xiaoyao's heart, these were bearable. Before long, Xiaoyao discovered that the seed of the sword path within his Dantian had sprouted a cluster of thunderous purple leaves. The 10,000 forms devouring heaven sword emphasizes devouring all forms in the world to transform them into swords for one's own sword path. Now, the thunderous power he had absorbed not only served as spiritual energy to elevate his realm, but also nourished the power of the sword path seed. As this cluster of thunderous purple leaves formed, he could summon the thunder sword, and in the future, by devouring different powers, he could unveil various sword path mysteries. When all forms in the heavens transform into the sword path, he would reach the pinnacle of the 10,000 forms devouring heaven's sword, transcending the void with a single thought, shattering the cosmos with a single strike. Chapter 2. A death not worthy of you. Suddenly, two coffins soared through the air, crashing through the gates of the Gu family and landing in the front courtyard. What audacity to wreak havoc upon my Gu family! The Gu family's guards roared in outrage upon witnessing this scene. Xiaoyao approached with an icy demeanor, declaring, I seek only the lives of Gu Han and Gu Qingqing. Those who obstruct me shall perish. In a single night, Xiaoyao not only reconstructed his Dantian, but also advanced his realm to the first level of the Spirit Sea, although Gu Han existed at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea. After comprehending the myriad forms devouring the heaven sword technique, he realized that realm merely represented the power one possessed. The true determinant of victory lay in how one wielded that power to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. As the guards recognized the newcomer, they erupted in laughter. The leader of the guards, Gu Bin, scoffed disdainfully, Do you still consider yourself that once great genius? No, you are now nothing but a waste, with a shattered Dantian and your supreme bone extracted. With a cold shout, Gu Bin lunged towards Xiaoyao's chest. Xiaoyao merely smiled dismissively. However, the others mistook this for a lack of ability to evade, eagerly praising Gu Bin. Brother Bin, give him a taste of suffering. Teach him that a waste should have the awareness of a waste. Good, Gu Bin replied, growing more arrogant. Yet, just as his words fell, a flash of frigid light darted by, and he felt a chill in his chest. Gu Bin gazed down at the spirit sword piercing through him, seemingly wanting to say more. But as Xiaoyao swiftly withdrew his sword, he collapsed to the ground. The laughter of the guards turned to stunned silence. Their faces filled with terror as they stared at Xiaoyao in such close proximity. They had failed to see how Xiaoyao had drawn his sword. Do you possess the awareness of a waste? Xiaoyao coldly scoffed as he advanced in their fear. The guards were momentarily paralyzed. unsure whether to retreat or to stop him. Just then, Gu Han, having heard the commotion, rushed over with a group of Gu family members. His eyes widened slightly upon seeing Gu Bin's corpse, quickly replaced by a glint of greed. "You truly are a treasure to my Gu family. Since you have come, hand over the opportunities you have obtained, and I may grant you a more merciful death." Xiaoyao, who had suffered a shattered Dantian and the extraction of his supreme bone, had not only survived the night, but had also made significant progress, breaking through to the first level of the Spirit Sea. Moreover, Gu Bin was also at the first level of the Spirit Sea, and Xiaoyao had managed to slay him in such a short time. Such opportunities were undoubtedly extraordinary. With a gaze full of murderous intent, Xiaoyao coldly replied, "But I have no intention of granting you a merciful death." Gu Han seemed to have anticipated Xiaoyao's reaction. Sneering as he replied, "Very well, since that is the case, I shall give you your final lesson in life. No matter how great your talent or how abundant your opportunities, if you do not learn to restrain yourself, you are destined to become nothing but a joke." With their fates already intertwined in a deadly struggle, Gu Han ceased to waste words. With a cold grunt, he swung his sword, unleashing an endless torrent of sword light that transformed into a tightly woven net of cold brilliance. Cascading towards Xiaoyao in the blink of an eye, countless sharp energies erupted, producing a piercing shriek. Who would have thought that the family head had actually perfected the family's secret technique? The low-grade profound tier, Cloud Illusion 1000 Kill Slash. The family head truly overestimated this waste, launching such a powerful attack from the outset. The martial skills of the Qingyun continent are categorized into 4 tiers: Celestial, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Although the Gu family members were astonished, all their gazes were fixated on every movement of Gu Han, for this was the highest level sword technique within Yunfeng City and the foundation of the Gu families standing there. In an instant, the endless sword light enveloped Xiaoyao completely, and a triumphant glint flashed in Gu Han's eyes. The offensive had been established. It was certain that even if Xiaoyao were at the first level of the Spirit Sea, he would undoubtedly perish, regardless of whether he were at the 5th level. This was the terrifying nature of the low-grade profound tier sword technique. Yet at that moment, the sword seed within Xiaoyao's Dantian, having absorbed the power of thunder, quivered slightly. A layer of purple radiance illuminated Xiaoyao's entire Dantian, and simultaneously, the spirit sword in his hand transformed into a hue of purple and green. Xiaoyao's body began to spin rapidly, ascending into the AI art. As he swung his spirit sword, beams of purple light shot forth. It was like sword energy, akin to a thunderclap. At this moment, the onlookers were taken aback. The release of sword energy had no direct correlation to one's realm. It required a certain height of comprehension of the sword path to achieve. Not to mention Xiaoyao was merely at the first level of the Spirit Sea. Even a more advanced alchemical realm cultivator capable of comprehending sword energy could be considered a genius of the sword path. Then, countless sword energies collided with Gu Han's sword light. One side represented a high-level comprehension of the sword path, while the other was supported by formidable spiritual power. In this clash, neither side gained an advantage, and amidst the sharp sounds, they exploded apart. "You never failed to surprise me." Gu Han was not afraid, but rather delighted. The stronger Xiaoyao became, the greater the benefits he could extract from him after uncovering his secrets. With a soft exclamation, the 2 spirit swords collided heavily. With a sharp ringing, Gu Han's entire body suddenly froze. Although he had summoned all his spiritual power upon sensing Xiaoyao's terrifying sword energy, in that instant, he still felt a surge of thunderous power piercing through his defenses and striking within him, causing his entire body to go numb. Gu Han hastily began to counteract, but just as his figure hesitated, Xiaoyao's spirit sword had already transformed into a wisp of purple light, piercing into his abdomen. As Xiaoyao delivered a kick, Gu Han was sent flying into a coffin that Xiaoyao had prepared. In that instant, the entire scene fell into silence. No one had anticipated that the strongest family head of the Gu family could not withstand even a single strike from Xiaoyao. As they recalled the suffocating sensation brought about by Xiaoyao's sword, they began to find this outcome eerily plausible. You shattered my Dantian?" Lying in the coffin, Gu Han grimaced in pain, glaring at Xiaoyao with fury. "This is merely the beginning." Xiaoyao sneered disdainfully as he stepped forward. In a flash of cold light, he sliced open Gu Han's chest. "Though you lack a supreme bone, I shall still let you savor the agony of being vivisected." With that, Yi Xiaoyao swung his sword toward Gu Han's torn chest. However, he used the back of the sword rather than the blade and did not channel spiritual power. The bones were pounded by such a blunt instrument, unable to shatter immediately, yet each blow brought forth pain that felt like the greatest torture in the world. Ji Han let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I told you, I will not allow you to die a quick death. Yi Xiaoyao showed no mercy, for he intended to repay the Gu family in kind for what they had done to him. Are you all fools? What are you dawdling for? Kill him. Finally, Gu Han, enduring excruciating pain, shouted at the surrounding family members. Chapter 3. Gu Han's counterattack. Bang. Bang. Only then did the Gu family members snap out of their shock, instinctively drawing their own spirit swords. Who dares? Yi Xiaoyao coldly snorted, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. In that instant, the Gu family members did not dare to act, not even possessing the courage to meet Yi Xiaoyao's gaze. Lowering their heads in submission, you. Watching his family members behave like cowards, Gu Han was filled with rage. Yet Yi Xiaoyao merely smiled disdainfully. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. As the family head, you only regard profit and care not for feelings. Now you are but a waste. Why should they risk their lives to save you? As he spoke, Yi Xiaoyao's hand did not pause. Although he did not utilize spiritual power, Gu Han's ribs were still cracking one by one. Amidst the endless suffering, Gu Han had long lost the strength to argue. He could only look around at his family members with pleading eyes. Yet instead of helping him, the family members began to reproach Gu Han. Indeed, young Master Yi has done so much for our Gu family. How have you and your daughter treated him in return? You think young Master Yi simply received some opportunity? It is Heaven's way of punishing you for your actions that brought young Master Yi here for revenge. Young Master Yi, this ungrateful beast deserves to suffer a fate worse than death, to experience the tortures of the world. Moreover, a daring family member rushed over and forcibly fed Gu Han a medicinal pill. Young Master Yi, I have a solidifying yuan pill here. It can ensure 3 days of life, allowing you to fully enjoy yourself. You traitors. Gu Han glared at the family members. Ji Han, have you forgotten how you and your daughter treated young Master Yi? We are merely applying your methods to you. Can you endure what you have done to young Master Yi? At this moment, the Gu family members no longer cared about Gu Han's feelings. They feared Yi Xiaoyao's wrath, terrified of being exterminated by him. It must be said, although they knew they were merely trying to curry favor, their words indeed brought Yi Xiaoyao a sense of satisfaction. Very well, I shall leave him in your hands. I am going to find Gu Qingqing, Yi Xiaoyao declared. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd shifted. Unwilling? Yi Xiaoyao's gaze darkened. The crowd hastily replied, no, for a heartless person like Gu Han, no matter how he is tortured, it is not excessive. However, Gu Qingqing has already fused with young Master Yi's supreme bone and has gone to the imperial city to participate in the Li Hua sect's assessment. Originally puzzled as to why Gu Qingqing was absent amidst such commotion, Yi Xiaoyao then realized. The Li Hua sect was a powerful sect that ruled the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Such a force was not only filled with experts, but also had exceedingly strict requirements for disciples. It was for the sake of helping Gu Qingqing smoothly pass the assessment that Yi Xiaoyao had taken the risk of harvesting the Xianhua Lingyi, ultimately resulting in his shattered Dantian. With only 7 days left until the Li Hua sect's recruitment of disciples in the imperial city, Yi Xiaoyao felt a sense of urgency. Young Master Yi, if you leave now, you will make it in time. Otherwise, if Gu Qingqing, that wretched girl, passes the assessment, seeking revenge will become troublesome. As for Gu Han, we promise you, young Master Yi, that the daily torment will never cease, and we will not allow him to die until you return. Seeing this, the Gu family members hastily assured Yi Xiaoyao. After all, getting him to leave was their top priority. If to express their determination, some family members began to attack Gu Han. Though they did not strike vital points, Gu Han's cries of agony were no less than when Yi Xiaoyao had attacked earlier. Good. If he dies when I return, the Gu family shall be exterminated. Yi Xiaoyao coldly snorted and turned to leave. He believed that with the character of the Gu family members, Gu Han's coming days would be quite colorful. Of course, more importantly, as they had said, if Gu Qingqing truly joined the Li Hua sect, seeking revenge would not be an easy task. Mounting his steed at the entrance, Yi Xiaoyao galloped out of the city. As he rode, he felt a slight tremor in his Dantian. Upon introspection, he discovered that the girl within his Dantian had opened her eyes. Predecessor. Xiaoyao hurriedly greeted. His ability to survive and exact vengeance was entirely due to the girl's endowment. However, at this moment, her figure still appeared ethereal, as if she could vanish at any moment. Though you have initially grasped the myriad forms devouring the heaven sword technique, to truly comprehend the myriad forms sword path, you must integrate the powers of the 5 elements and cultivate the sword leaves of yin and yang. When I crossed realms, I sensed a surge of fire power 1,000 miles to the east. Though not overly strong, it is sufficient for you to condense the fire spirit's red leaf. Hurry there. Xiaoyao was taken aback. 1,000 miles to the east? That was precisely the location of the Li Hua sect. Predecessor, are you referring to the unquenchable sacred fire of the Li Hua sect? Is this even a question? Even though I am currently slaying my way through the Gu family, among those participating in this Li Hua sect assessment, I may not even rank among the top. Do you think there exists a sect with such power? The girl hesitated slightly before replying. Then I will now transmit to you the 9 Dragons fire control technique, sufficient for you to smoothly enter this sect. You only need to approach this fire power, and once I regain some strength, I can assist you in subduing it. Xiaoyao immediately felt an esoteric technique manifest in his mind. Predecessor, why do you help me so? After experiencing the betrayal by Gu Qingqing, Xiaoyao was no longer as naive as before. The girl responded, the eternal band is the domain of the immortals. Only when you achieve mastery in the myriad form sword path may you aid my true form in escaping. Therefore, you must work hard. Of course, I will also assist you in attaining strength beyond your imagination. After saying this, the girl fell back into slumber. Does this mean I am to become a martial emperor, breaking through the void and ascending to the realm of immortals? This is a dream many warriors of the Qingyun continent dare not even hope for. Overcome with excitement, Xiaoyao realized that pursuing Gu Qingqing and heading towards the Li Hua sect were indeed on the same path, at the same time. Considering he had the opportunity to step into the realm of immortals, Xiaoyao rode swiftly while also studying the 9 Dragons fire control technique. The 9 Dragons fire control technique was not merely a technique for attacking opponents. It encompassed all matters related to fire, including how to control fire, refine pills, and forge weapons. As it pertained to alchemy and weapon forging, it naturally involved the structure of the human body, formations, and various classifications. During his comprehension, Xiaoyao's horizons expanded, realizing how limited his previous perspective had been. As he delved deeper into his understanding, he felt the sword seed in his Dantian tremble slightly. Upon introspection, he discovered that a dark red tender leaf had sprouted from the sword seed. Could it actually merge? Xiaoyao was somewhat astonished. He had not expected that the myriad forms devouring the heaven sword technique, which was said to devour and merge with all forms in the world, would generate firepower due to his comprehension of the 9 Dragons fire control technique. Though this tender leaf was dark red and had yet to store much power, Xiaoyao was well aware that as long as he could find sufficient fire spirit power, it would not be long before he could unleash the fire spirit sword. Having already experienced the power of the thunder sword, he was filled with anticipation for this fire spirit sword. As 6 days passed, Xiaoyao's understanding of the 9 Dragons fire control technique deepened significantly. The fire spirit's red leaf on the sword seed developed several bright red veins as he continued his training. Simultaneously, Xiaoyao could now see a dark spot on the horizon, knowing it to be the imperial city. Grandfather. As he pressed forward, a frantic voice called out. At that moment, a girl hurriedly placed an elderly man by the roadside, standing in the middle to block Xiaoyao's path. Chapter 4. I can only marry you, young sir. Could you use your horse to carry my grandfather back to the imperial city? The girl, her eyes already red and swollen from crying, inquired. What is happening here? Why Xiaoyao found himself halted, a sense of wariness creeping in. The two were not only elegantly dressed, but the girl, although somewhat injured, was also at the 9th level of the alchemical realm. As for the old man, despite his serious injuries, his aura was overwhelming, his cultivation unfathomable, making it impossible to discern his true abilities. Whoever had harmed them was certainly not an ordinary foe. After experiencing the betrayal by Gu Qingqing, Xiaoyao felt even more convinced that being a good person did not guarantee a good outcome. It's all my fault. The girl spoke with a choked voice. My grandfather accompanied me on a journey to hone my skills, but yesterday I sensed a breakthrough opportunity. Although my grandfather said my foundation was insufficient, I forced a breakthrough. Who would have thought I would fail and become possessed, putting my life at risk? My grandfather exhausted all his strength to guide my energy. Though he saved my life, he was gravely injured and fell into a coma due to the backlash from my energy. Now I have no spiritual power and cannot carry my grandfather back to the imperial city for treatment. As the girl spoke, her self-reproach deepened, and tears flowed like a fountain. Let me take a look, Xiaoyao declared, grabbing the girl's pulse. What are you doing? The girl clearly realized that Xiaoyao was a stranger. However, at that moment, Xiaoyao had already confirmed that the girl's condition was indeed as she described, and he grabbed the old man's wrist. Instantly, Xiaoyao's brows furrowed. Originally, the young girl's internal energy was in disarray. As the old man assisted her in redirecting it, he refrained from using his cultivation to suppress her for fear of causing her harm. Consequently, that turbulent energy continued to assault his meridians, leaving him gravely injured and hanging by a thread. I beg you, take me and my grandfather back to the imperial city, the girl implored once more. Xiaoyao shook his head, stating, your grandfather's current condition cannot withstand the rigors of a long journey. But, the girl was momentarily at a loss for words. She was well aware of her grandfather's plight. Yet this was the only method she could conceive to save him. Now, however, even that last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Perhaps I could give it a try, though I cannot guarantee I will be able to save your grandfather. Do you agree? Xiaoyao then proposed. You? The girl gazed at Xiaoyao with skepticism. After all, he appeared to be in his early 20s, not someone who seemed capable of such abilities. So, what is your decision? Xiaoyao refrained from elaborating. Having been an orphan since childhood, he was indeed moved by the old man's willingness to sacrifice for familial bonds. Simultaneously, he was eager to test the healing techniques outlined in the 9 Flames Fire Control Techniques alchemical section. After all, it was an immortal technique, designed for celestial beings, and Xiaoyao was uncertain whether it would apply to those of the Qingyun continent. The girl furrowed her brow for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, given my grandfather's condition, it cannot possibly worsen. I implore you, noble sir, to lend your assistance. The girl felt that her situation was so desperate that it hardly qualified as a gamble. It was merely her last resort. Very well. Xiaoyao moved in front of the old man. With his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, the fiery spirit, red leaf, within his Dantian quivered slightly, and he immediately condensed a blazing red needle of energy between his fingers using the fire spirit's power. This? The girl next to him was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had seen alchemists use needles to heal, but had never witnessed someone like Xiaoyao condensing energy into a needle. Moreover, she practiced the mid-grade fire system technique, Lianju. Yet, she realized that although Xiaoyao was merely at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, his spiritual energy was already far purer than her own, even rivaling her grandfather's. While she was still in shock, Xiaoyao had already pierced the needle into the old man's Baihui acupoint at the top of his head. Immediately, the energy needle was absorbed into the old man's body. Xiaoyao swiftly continued to condense energy into needles, repeating the process over 30 times, leaving him panting heavily from exhaustion. The girl stared in disbelief at Xiaoyao. Having been exposed to extraordinary sights since childhood, she had never even heard of such a method of needle application. At that moment, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. However, he merely glanced at Xiaoyao in shock before promptly entering a meditative state. My grandfather, the girl inquired anxiously. She could see that her grandfather's condition seemed to improve, yet she still yearned for Xiaoyao's affirmative response. Do not worry, he is no longer in danger. He only needs a moment to adjust his breath to regain his ability to move. Xiaoyao reassured her. Just then, a wave of scorching energy suddenly emanated from the old man. While Xiaoyao was astonished by the old man's cultivation, he quickly mobilized his energy to counter it. A startled cry came from the girl, while Xiaoyao turned to find that the girl, having lost all her spiritual energy, was utterly defenseless against the heat. Not only did she appear to be in great pain, but her clothing was also charred by the searing heat. Without a second thought, Xiaoyao instinctively expanded his spiritual energy to shield her. The girl's clothing, already rendered fragile by the heat, was further assaulted by the force of his spiritual energy, causing it to tear away. Countless snowy white figures filled Xiaoyao's vision, rendering him momentarily frozen in place, staring blankly at the endless whiteness before him. Realizing what had happened, the girl quickly crouched down, her hands covering her chest. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she dared not raise her eyes to meet Xiaoyao's gaze. You turn around oh. Xiaoyao also became aware of his earlier lapse in decorum. Though he turned around with some embarrassment, his mind could not help but replay the earlier scene. Even though he had once been betrothed to Gu Qingqing, he had never experienced such a shocking moment. At that moment, the girl had already retrieved clothing from her storage pouch and put it on Tongwai grandfather. He thought it was evident that she was concerned about the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from her grandfather. Xiaoyao explained, "Your grandfather possesses deep reserves. He is likely experiencing a breakthrough while adjusting his energy. He is currently attempting to overcome a bottleneck." The girl looked up and noticed her grandfather had indeed regained control of his emanating energy. His breathing steady and his complexion normal, appearing no longer in danger. Relieved, she turned to Xiaoyao and said, "Noble sir, you have saved my grandfather. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth. Lin Yuyin is at a loss for how to repay you and can only offer herself in gratitude." What did you say?" Xiaoyao exclaimed, astonished as he looked at her. Though Lin Yuyin's cheeks were slightly flushed, she gritted her teeth and declared, "You saved my grandfather and have seen me. Out of obligation and reason, I can only marry you." Chapter 5. Dare to draw your sword, you shall surely die, Miss Lin. My rescue of your grandfather was merely coincidental, and my actions were ultimately to save you. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths. Let us part ways here, Xiaoyao said hurriedly as he mounted his horse and sped away. Certain memories, though beautiful, were overshadowed by the pain Gu Qingqing had inflicted, leading Xiaoyao to no longer trust women. Watching Xiaoyao's retreating figure, Lin Yuyin couldn't help but doubt her own beauty. At that moment, a voice came from behind. "Grandfather, you." Seeing her grandfather standing tall, radiant, and exuding an aura as deep as the sea, Lin Yuyin was profoundly shocked. "Yuyin, where is that esteemed individual from earlier?" The old man inquired hastily. "Esteemed individual? You mean the noble sir from before?" Lin Yuyin replied, glancing at the already distant Xiaoyao. While she sensed Xiaoyao's extraordinary nature, she did not think he warranted her grandfather's term of esteemed individual. Lin Feiyang nodded slightly, saying, "His use of spiritual energy to form needles to heal my meridians is secondary. What is terrifying is that within his spiritual energy lies an enigmatic essence of the heavenly principles, which has directly aided me in breaking through my constraints and reaching the celestial realm." "Grandfather, you broke through to the celestial realm? Just because of him? But he is only at the first level of the spirit sea realm." Lin Yuyin was well aware that her grandfather had been stuck at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm for nearly 10 years. Yet, only a few of Xiaoyao's needles had accomplished this. Lin Feiyang nodded slightly, saying, "Do you not find this even more alarming?" Lin Yuyin's expression shifted slightly. Lin Feiyang decisively stated, "Very well. I shall help you restore your spiritual energy, and we must hurry back to the imperial city. Regardless, I must express my gratitude in person." Meanwhile, after a swift journey, Xiaoyao had already arrived at the imperial city of the Tianhua kingdom. With the assessment of the Lihua sect about to commence the next day, his earlier rescue, though seemingly effortless, had consumed considerable energy. Xiaoyao quickly found a tavern to stay in and began to recuperate. After a night's rest, having restored his spiritual energy, Xiaoyao made his way to the Tianhua Square for the Lihua sect assessment. Observing the youths along the way, Xiaoyao sighed. In the path of cultivation, resources are indeed of utmost importance. Once, though he possessed the supreme bone and was hailed as the first genius of Yunfeng City, most resources had been allocated to Gu Qingqing, leaving him with only the 7th level of the heavenly spirit realm. Yet, the youths before him were mostly at the 1st level of the spirit sea realm or higher, with some having already reached the 3rd level. This made Xiaoyao realize that, had it not been for the assistance he received from the girl in his Dantian, even if his Dantian had not shattered, he might not have been able to pass the Lihua sect's assessment. With such reflections, Xiaoyao arrived at Tianhua Square. The square was now teeming with people, gathering young talents from various nations and locales. At this moment, they were all brimming with enthusiasm, awaiting the moment that would change their fates. Xiaoyao scanned the crowd from a distance but did not spot Gu Qingqing, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Could it be that she would not participate in the Lihua sect's assessment? Just then, a commotion erupted at the opposite end of the square, with many people gathering and parting to create a pathway. There came Gu Qingqing, head held high, accompanied by a young man clad in a 5-clawed python robe, followed by over 10 others, all resplendently dressed, clearly of noble status. "Greetings, Miss Gu. Greetings, Third Prince." The young men present greeted her enthusiastically, while Xiaoyao was secretly taken aback. He had not expected that Gu Qingqing, who had integrated with his supreme bone, had already broken through to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and no one understood better than Xiaoyao the combat prowess that came with the supreme bone. Gu Qingqing now undoubtedly surpassed her father, Gu Han. At that moment, whispers reached Xiaoyao's ears. What status does this Miss Gu hold, that these individuals first pay their respects to her, then to the third prince, who shows no displeasure? This Gu Qingqing is extraordinary. Upon entering the imperial city, she revealed her supreme bone, attracting the attention of many elders from the Li Hua sect. It is said that those elders are vying to take her as their direct disciple, each unwilling to yield to the other, making it quite the spectacle. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome of the assessment, her status as a direct disciple is practically assured. Although the third prince held a distinguished status among the nobility, he was still merely immortal, and thus could only curry favor with her. Alas, even if we pass the assessment, we can only become outer disciples, while she can directly become a direct disciple. How tragic it is to be born in the same era as such a prodigy. While there was lamentation, the gazes directed at Gu Qingqing were filled with envy. Gu Qingqing seemed to relish this feeling of being the center of attention, her gaze sweeping over the crowd with haughty pride. When her eyes landed on Xiaoyao, her brow furrowed instantly. A slight smirk appeared on her lips as she walked toward Xiaoyao. Instantly, the entire area fell into astonished silence. To everyone present, it was expected that Gu Qingqing and the third prince would proceed to the frontmost positions near the ceremonial platform. However, they were now moving sideways. Even so, the surrounding crowd quickly parted to create a passage. As a result, Xiaoyao, who remained stationary at the center, stood out conspicuously. Gu Qingqing approached Xiaoyao, her expression darkening as she coldly snorted. You truly are a persistent ghost, though you think that just because you've deceived my father with sweet words, I would marry you. What do you, a mere waste, have to offer me? Upon her words, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? He is actually pursuing Gu Qingqing. You, with your first level of the Spirit Sea realm, dare to pursue Miss Gu. You might as well look in a mirror. If you lack the means, I'll help you wake up. Amidst the derisive jeers, the third prince stepped forward, confronting Xiaoyao. Listen, I will give you 10 breaths to disappear, and you are henceforth forbidden from appearing within 10 zhang of Miss Gu. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Xiaoyao secretly admired Gu Qingqing's cunning. With just one sentence, she had made him the target of scorn. Even if he were to reveal publicly that Gu Qingqing had extracted his supreme bone, no one would believe him. Yet Xiaoyao merely scoffed, for his current desire was to kill Gu Qingqing, and he cared not for right or wrong. He coldly retorted, It has been 7 days since that day. Do you think I haven't visited the Gu family? After arriving at the Gu family, I can still appear here. Do you know why? Gu Qingqing's expression shifted slightly. She understood better than anyone the enmity between the Gu family and Xiaoyao, and she vaguely guessed at what Xiaoyao was implying. However, considering her father's cultivation at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, she quickly realized that Xiaoyao must be trying to intimidate her. He could not possibly possess that level of strength. She then sneered, I have already stated, even if my father agrees, I will not. At worst, I will die to repay my kinship. Even if it bears the label of unfiliality, I will never marry you. As expected, Gu Qingqing's words enraged the third prince, who was about to pursue her. You have 3 breaths left, banged as he spoke. The third prince had already unsheathed his spirit sword, his 5th level Spirit Sea realm aura exploding forth, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with intense heat. Is this the legendary fire spirit root? Before he even struck, the overwhelming heat was palpable. It seemed only the third prince was worthy of Gu Qingqing. The third prince of Tianhua Kingdom, born with the fire spirit root, had long been a known secret, but now everyone truly grasped the terror it entailed. Yet, Xiaoyao showed no hint of fear, instead coldly retorting, Dare to draw your sword, and you shall surely die. Chapter 6. A minor surprise at these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Not to mention that the third prince was a formidable 5th level Spirit Sea realm cultivator. The mere status of a prince was enough to intimidate everyone present into not daring to meet his gaze. The third prince seemed amused by Xiaoyao's attitude and turned to Gu Qingqing, saying, This fool certainly does not deserve you. Today, I shall resolve this annoyance for you. However, but how will I explain this to my father, Gu Qingqing? though secretly pleased. Feigned difficulty, I will handle the explanation, the third prince said, casting a cold glare at Xiaoyao. You are the first person in my life to dare speak to me in such a manner. As a reward, I will make you understand what it means to be burned by flames. With a disdainful snort, the air around them became even more searing, as if it would ignite at any moment. Boomed. That moment, with the sound of drums echoing, immense auras enveloped the entire square. Everyone turned to see a group of powerful figures from the Lihua sect slowly emerging. The third prince, upon seeing this, quickly retracted his own aura, turning toward the ceremonial platform and bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed elders. The elders of the Lihua sect, however, were scanning the crowd, quickly locking onto Gu Qingqing, and after nodding slightly at her, the elder Qingyang in the center spoke. We welcome everyone to participate in our Lihua sect assessment. After a customary opening speech, Elder Qingyang waved his hand, and a point of light flew from his storage bracelet, rapidly enlarging in the wind. A screen appeared in the center of the square. A wave of scorching energy spread out. Everyone could see a fiery red world behind the screen, where the ground seemed to be engulfed in flames, and the air was tinged red. There were also numerous volcanoes, with flames visibly leaping within. Elder Qingyang announced, "This is our sect's heavenly mechanism fire diagram, which will serve as the examination venue for you all. Scattered throughout are numerous fire bodhi. Once you find them, you may refine them on your own, enhancing your strength and extending your time within." However, a reminder was given. For those below the spirit pill realm, do not refine more than 10 within a single day, or you will suffer from the fire's backlash, and no one will be able to save you. All fire bodhi you collect, whether refined or not, will count as 1 point. The top 100 with the highest scores will earn the qualification to join the Lihua sect. Furthermore, there are fire spirit beasts within. Hunting one that is comparable to the Spirit Sea Realm's 3rd-tier fire spirit beast will grant you 30 points, while hunting one comparable to the Spirit Pill Realm's 4th-tier fire spirit beast will allow you to pass the assessment directly. This is a test interwoven with strength and fortune. Additionally, when you enter the heavenly mechanism fire diagram, you will receive a token. Should you encounter danger, you may shatter the token to be teleported out. Awaiting the final score ranking, anyone who overestimates their abilities shall bear the consequences of their actions. After Elder Qingyang announced the rules, the youths began contemplating how to maximize their scores in the upcoming competition. However, Xiaoyao was meticulously examining the heavenly mechanism fire diagram. Although he was not yet well-versed in the array system of the Qingyun continent, Xiaoyao could not discern the rank of the heavenly mechanism fire diagram. Yet, drawing on the knowledge from the array section of the 9 Dragons fire control technique, from the moment the heavenly mechanism fire diagram appeared, Xiaoyao could see through its essence as a spiritual tool. Not only could he perceive the intricate patterns inscribed within, but he could also see through the crimson haze, clearly observing everything inside. This moment, Elder Qingyang turned to Gu Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, Zhu Heng, your extraordinary talents exempt you both from the assessment." Such a result did not surprise the onlookers. They merely cast envious glances at the two, unable to utter a word of dissent. However, Gu Qingqing clasped her fists and replied, "Thank you, Elder Qingyang, for your kind consideration, but my father has always taught me that the path of cultivation is a battle against both man and heaven. Therefore, I do not wish to miss this opportunity for tempering." Upon hearing this, the elders above erupted in applause. While geniuses are rare, those who dare to confront life and death, who strive and refuse to rest on their laurels, are even scarcer. Little did they know that Gu Qingqing's intentions were solely to seize this opportunity to eliminate Xiaoyao within the Tianji Lihua diagram. After all, the methods by which she obtained the supreme bone were far from honorable. Though her series of maneuvers upon entering the imperial city had rendered Xiaoyao's truth utterly unbelievable, Gu Qingqing still felt that Xiaoyao's demise was the only assurance for her plans. The third prince, Zhu Heng, was unaware of Gu Qingqing's true motives but could discern the murderous intent in her eyes. He then clasped his fists and declared, "I too wish to enter and undergo tempering." "Very well, approved." The group of elders above expressed their immense satisfaction. The discovery of these two geniuses was already a remarkable surprise, and the fact that they were so willing to strive made them envision the grandeur of the Lihua sect in 1 or 2 decades. Meanwhile, the third prince instructed the young nobles behind him, "Spread the word. Whoever kills Xiaoyao will be generously rewarded." Understood. The young nobles dispersed quietly into the crowd, their eyes immediately drawn to Xiaoyao. After all, Even if they failed to pass the Li Hua sect's assessment, securing the favor of the third prince was enough to alter the course of their lives. Elder Qingyang then addressed the entire assembly. Do you see? Even talents like Gu Qingqing and Zhu Hong are willing to fight. Do you still have any reason not to strive? Strive. Strive. The youths in the crowd appeared ignited by enthusiasm, each of them shouting fervently. Very well, let your new lives commence, Elder Qingyang proclaimed, sweeping his large sleeve. At that moment, a swirling gate appeared before the Tianji Li Hua diagram, and the youths surged forward. Understanding instinctively as they approached the swirling gate, their figures began to shrink, ultimately transforming into mere black dots, vanishing into the portal. Jiu Qingqing turned to Xiaoyao and asked, What about you? Do you dare to enter? If you hesitate, I can abstain as well. Clearly, she feared that if she entered the Tianji Li Hua diagram and Xiaoyao did not follow, she would lose her chance to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyao harbored similar thoughts. Observing Gu Qingqing's determination, he smiled and replied, If I do not go, wouldn't I disappoint you? With that, Xiaoyao's figure flickered and he too plunged into the Tianji Li Hua diagram. What happened next? At that moment, Elder Qingyang's figure flashed, arriving at the forefront of the Tianji Li Hua diagram. The remaining individuals who had yet to enter noticed that while others were randomly teleported into the Tianji Li Hua diagram, they found themselves on the outskirts. However, Xiaoyao, upon entering, inexplicably appeared atop a volcano. Elder Qingyang, what is the meaning of this? Gu Qingqing asked hastily. Elder Qingyang sighed gently. This lad's fortune is truly abysmal. To ensure your safety, we have placed restrictions on the formations of the Tianji Li Hua diagram. All entrants will be randomly transported to different flat grounds. The heat atop the mountain is far more intense. At this point, Elder Qingyang merely shook his head, leaving his subsequent words unspoken, yet everyone seemed to grasp the implication. With that, Elder Qingyang activated the formation once more, casting beams of formation light onto the swirling gate. Rest assured, there will be no further mishaps at this juncture. The other youths continued to enter. Although Gu Qingqing and the third prince recognized that Xiaoyao was doomed, they had already declared their intentions and thus vanished into the portal. Xiaoyao's arrival at the volcano was not an accident. Rather, he had discerned the intricacies of the Tianji Li Hua diagram. Thus, as he entered the swirling gate, he intentionally triggered the restrictions, resulting in his arrival here. If others were teleported randomly, Xiaoyao's arrival was akin to a pinpoint teleportation. However, upon entry, the surrounding heat waves were unexpectedly intense, surpassing his anticipations. Xiaoyao quickly activated his cultivation technique, channeling the scorching heat into crimson spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians and settled in his Dantian. Outside, as all the youths entered the Tianji Li Hua diagram, the diagram shimmered with brilliance, projecting several names. Ao Tiancheng, 1 point. Luo Bingwu, 2 points. Niao Yuan, 3 points. As more youths entered, some fortunate ones had already located Fire Bodhi, and the projected rankings were in constant flux. Zhu Hong, 6 points, 7 points, 10 points. Jiu Qingqing, 9 points, 13 points, 18 points. However, it wasn't long before Gu Qingqing and Zhu Hong pulled far ahead of the others with an undeniable advantage. The elders of the Li Hua sect were not surprised. After all, the others were primarily relying on luck, while the two were relying on their unique physiques. At this moment, Xiaoyao, having adapted to the volcano's heat, began to take action. He understood that the so-called Fire Bodhi was formed from the absorption of the Li Hua's power by the Tianji Li Hua diagram, which then evolved through its own formations. He had chosen to be transported here because he sensed that the distribution of Fire Bodhi was most concentrated in this area. In a flurry of motion, he quickly obtained a Fire Bodhi, and as he activated his technique, the Fire Bodhi transformed into pure fire spiritual energy that surged into his body. Xiaoyao secretly rejoiced. The energy from just one Fire Bodhi was several times that which he had absorbed from the surrounding air. Subsequently, Xiaoyao continued to flicker through the area, gathering Fire Bodhi with increasing speed. At that moment, the fire-red leaves on the sword seed within his Dantian began to glow more intensely as the sword seed trembled slightly. Xiaoyao felt a wave of scorching spiritual energy fill his body, dramatically enhancing his aura. He had successfully broken through. Feeling the power of the second level of the Spirit Sea realm, Xiaoyao's heart swelled with joy, and he quickened his pace in collecting Fire Bodhi. This, in turn, caused his ranking within the projection of the Tianji Li Hua diagram to rise visibly in a matter of moments. Xiaoyao's score reached 187, surpassing Gu Qingqing by over 100 points. This undoubtedly caught the attention of the Li Hua sect's elders. Is that the fellow who was transported to the volcano? Elder Qingyang was also taken aback. The volcano's heat was such that even those at the spirit pill realm could not linger for long, so he had assumed that Xiaoyao would either shatter his token to exit or perish from overexertion. No, this lad seems to possess an uncanny ability to sense the location of fire Bodhi. Look, his route is almost devoid of superfluous steps. One elder observed, echoing the shock of the others. The fire Bodhi, once formed, would randomly drop in various locations, making it unlikely for even them to achieve such precision in collection. It appears he has already absorbed over 200 fire Bodhi. Could he possibly possess a fire spiritual root? Upon uttering this, the other elders also noticed that as soon as Xiaoyao acquired the fire Bodhi, he would immediately absorb its power. Only he, Gu Qingqing, and Zhu Hong were capable of such feats. As the crowd looked on in astonishment, Xiaoyao, having absorbed the power of the fire Bodhi, experienced yet another breakthrough. Now reaching the third level of the Spirit Sea realm. In that moment, he began to understand why the girl in his Dantian had urged him to join the Li Hua sect. The speed of cultivation through external means was incomparable to the rigid methodology he had previously adhered to. However, as Xiaoyao completed his collection of fire Bodhi from this volcano, he had already reached the flat ground at the base. Drawing upon his understanding of the Tianji Li Hua diagram, he had discerned the true source of power within this space. Initially, he had underestimated his strength and deemed himself unable to withstand the core's fiery intensity, thus opting for this area first. Now, having broken through to the third level of the Spirit Sea realm, he felt ready to explore the core, and with the enhancement he had gained here, Xiaoyao's heart brimmed with anticipation. Suddenly, three figures obstructed his path. Isn't that Xiaoyao? One among them displayed a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Who are you? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, as he did not recognize the individuals before him. I am Lu Ming, your escort to the afterlife. Lu Ming smirked, while the other two flanked him, forming a triangular formation to encircle Xiaoyao. Escort me to the afterlife? Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened slightly. Killing you will earn me the favor of Miss Gu and the third prince. Is that reason not sufficient? Lu Ming retorted with a cold smile. Indeed, it was sufficient. Xiaoyao instantly grasped the situation, and his own murderous intent intensified. Elder Qingyang, at this moment, outside, Elder Tianfeng expressed his concerns. Why Xiaoyao had merely just broken through to the third level of the Spirit Sea realm, while the three opponents before him were all at the fourth level, a clear disparity in power. Elder Qingyang had already prepared the formation technique, ready to extract Xiaoyao at a moment's notice. However, upon hearing Lu Ming's final words, the murderous intent in his eyes extinguished the formation. Since he had chosen to participate in the assessment, the final outcome would now depend solely on Xiaoyao's strength and fate. One of the elders was taken aback. According to the customs of the Li Hua sect, gifted disciples were entitled to special treatment. Given Xiaoyao's demonstrated abilities, he clearly fit that category. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Gu Qingqing had approached Elder Qingyang the previous night, expressing her desire to have him as her disciple. Now that they were aware of the enmity between Gu Qingqing and Xiaoyao, Elder Qingyang naturally wished for Xiaoyao to survive. After all, compared to the Supreme Bone, Xiaoyao's talent paled significantly. At that moment, Lu Ming within the Tianji Li Hua diagram barked, "Attack! Do not give him the chance to shatter his token." The other two understood that they needed to eliminate Xiaoyao to curry favor with Gu Qingqing and the third prince. Should Xiaoyao escape, all their efforts would be in vain. With a simultaneous shout, amidst the piercing sounds of sword howls, three spiritual swords unleashed fierce sword light, tearing through the scorching air with unstoppable force, aimed directly at Xiaoyao. Is that all? Xiaoyao scoffed disdainfully. It must be said that each of the three possessed strength comparable to Gu Han. However, during this time, Xiaoyao had been comprehending the Nine Dragons' fire control technique, and as the fire-red leaves within the sword seed solidified, his understanding of the sword path also advanced. Moreover, he was no longer the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, but had reached the third level. Xiaoyao did not even need to draw upon the power of the fire-red leaves. With a mere wave of his hand, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and the three sword energies erupted, producing piercing shrieks as they cut through the air. Sword energy. Who would have thought that Xiaoyao had already comprehended sword energy? The three attackers, having initiated their assault, realized too late that they could not evade. Instantly, they redirected their swords to counter the incoming sword energy. Clang. Clang. The three struck the sword energy with their extraordinary strength. But the violent and fierce power within the sword energy sent their spiritual swords flying back toward their chests. A point two of them fell. Their chests pierced through. Liu Ming had already sensed the sword energy approaching and had prudently grasped his token. Just as the sword energy reached him, he activated the token, sending himself out of the Tianji Lihua diagram with a spatial fluctuation. Chapter 8. Truly fortunate. The elders looked on at the unfolding events within the Tianji Lihua diagram. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Given their status, they had encountered many talents, yet to witness someone at the third level of the Spirit Sea realm comprehending sword energy was exceedingly rare. No, to be precise. Xiaoyao had grasped sword energy even when he was at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm upon entering the Tianji Lihua diagram. Such talent is indeed a rarity. While this lad possesses commendable talent, his murderous intent is excessive, which is not a good sign. Elder Qingyang remarked coldly, his eyes filled with malice. The other elders frowned in response. Entering the path of cultivation inherently involves facing the threat of both killing and being killed. The Lihua sect's assessments had never prohibited mutual combat among these youths. In fact, such arrangements were designed to allow those with grievances to resolve their enmities during this opportunity. Thus, the elders suddenly grasped that Elder Qingyang's harsh judgment stemmed from his regard for Gu Qingqing. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging that excessive murderous intent, even with some talent, would likely lead to calamity. I suggest that even if he can pass the assessment, his qualification should be revoked. After all, on one side stands Gu Qingqing, brimming with potential and possessing the supreme bone, while on the other is merely Xiaoyao, whose talent is average. The choice is not difficult. Yet Xiaoyao remained oblivious to these discussions. After the kill, he lifted his spiritual sword, collecting the fire bodhi from the two fallen opponents. Although they had amassed a fair amount, given their cultivation levels, they could only refine a handful of them. The excess naturally fell into Xiaoyao's hands. Moreover, such acquisitions would also increase Xiaoyao's score. While he was indifferent to this, the absorption of Fire Bodhi's spiritual energy was undeniably beneficial. With that, his figure flickered, and he dashed towards the core of the area. Of course, he did not neglect the Fire Bodhi along the way. Especially when encountering those attempting to curry favor with Gu Qingqing and the third prince, Xiaoyao, they became mere carriers of Fire Bodhi. As Xiaoyao advanced, he noticed that many youths had gathered in the core region. Anyone daring to participate in the Lihua sect's assessment was a talent in their own right, each possessing some means. While they might not match Xiaoyao, many sensed the extraordinary aura of the core area. In truth, as they approached, they had also collected a generous amount of Fire Bodhi. The closer they got, the more frequently they encountered third-tier fire spirit beasts. Some formed alliances, sharing scores with one another, reveling in their bounty. However, as they drew nearer to the core, the ground's heat intensified, and even with their utmost efforts, they dared not venture too deeply. Observing Gu Qingqing and the third prince meditating on the mountainside, the others felt both envy and admiration. The heights they had reached seemed unattainable, yet the two showed no fear, instead choosing to cultivate in such an environment. Suddenly, the third prince's body turned a deep crimson, emanating an intensely scorching aura. Though Gu Qingqing's transformation was less dramatic, intricate and profound runes shimmered on her forehead. Have they not broken through again? One could hardly believe it. Just half a day prior, the two had already reached the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and now, in such a short span, they had ascended to the 7th level. Such a pace of cultivation was beyond what most could fathom. Wasn't it said that the supreme bone was superior? Why was the third prince's cultivation speed seemingly on par with Gu Qingqing's? Yet, some remained skeptical. However, others quickly explained, this is a zone rich in fire spiritual energy, naturally favoring the third prince's fire spiritual roots. Even so, he can only parallel Gu Qingqing. It was easy to imagine that should they step out of this fire spiritual energy-rich area, the third prince would be left far behind. As discussions ensued, Gu Qingqing and the third prince completed their breakthroughs almost simultaneously. They then turned their gazes towards the higher mountain peak. Has not perished. A voice of surprise echoed, prompting the crowd to turn and see Xiaoyao approaching from a distance. Gu Qingqing and the third prince, upon hearing the commotion, exchanged astonished glances but quickly rushed over. As they hurried, the third prince coldly remarked, Xiaoyao, should I commend your luck or bemoan your impending doom? Commend my luck, I suppose. That much should be clear to Gu Qingqing, right? Xiaoyao shrugged, casting a mocking glance at Gu Qingqing. The third prince, shrouded in mystery, nodded slightly, acknowledging the remarkable fortune of surviving. First, being transported to a volcano, and yet, with your meager cultivation, you somehow emerged unscathed, truly a twist of fate. I have disseminated the news of your impending demise, and yet, here you stand alive and well, which is even more astonishing. However, I assure you, this time, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Your end is nigh. As he spoke, the third prince swiftly unsheathed his spirit sword, pointing it menacingly at Xiaoyao. During his time with Gu Qingqing, their bond had deepened. In his mind, if he could eliminate Xiaoyao, it would surely win him the affections of the beautiful maiden. Xiaoyao sneered disdainfully, recalling their previous encounter in the square. Do you remember what I said? If you dare to draw your sword, you will surely die. Gu Qingqing interjected with a cold huff. What gives you the right to speak to the third prince in such a manner? If not for the concern of how to explain this to my father, I would have personally dispatched you. Upon hearing this, the third prince's eyes gleamed with an excitement akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Qingqing, do not let such a worthless fool tarnish your reputation. Just a moment, and I shall eliminate him. Then we can ascend the peak together. Be careful. With their objective in sight, Gu Qingqing still took the time to offer her thoughtful advice to the prince. He is not worth my caution. With a fierce shout, the third prince's body suddenly blazed crimson, an overwhelming heat radiating from him, distorting the air around them. You brat, die! Accompanied by his furious roar, the sword in his hand, already infused with fiery spiritual energy, gleamed brilliantly as it sliced through the air towards Xiaoyao. The onlooking youths gaped in astonishment at the sight. The power of the fire spirit root was truly terrifying. A mere swing seemed to ignite the very flames present in the atmosphere. Indeed, the sword's radiance was not merely a testament to the sword's might, but also bore the weight of searing heat. Although the third prince was only at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, in this heated environment, he could likely stand undefeated against even a first-level spirit pill cultivator. No wonder they could become direct disciples. As the whispers of astonishment reached his ears, Xiaoyao merely smiled disdainfully. There was some power behind the third prince's strike, but it was far from sufficient. The enhancement provided by the fire spirit root was negligible compared to the fire spirit red leaves that Xiaoyao had already formed. What remained was a contest of swordsmanship. Yet, the third prince's strike, in Xiaoyao's eyes, was riddled with flaws. Just as the third prince's sword was within 3 feet of him, Xiaoyao took action. With a tremor, the fire spirit red leaves of the sword path surged, and the spirit sword in Xiaoyao's hand erupted with a brilliant crimson light, instantly overshadowing the radiance of the third prince's sword. He unleashed a wave of sword energy, igniting the air as it roared like a raging inferno, surging toward the third prince. Him? Sword energy? How is this possible? The third prince thought, bewildered. The fire spirit energy contained within Xiaoyao's sword energy seemed even stronger than his own. Could it be that he also possessed a fire spirit root? No, that couldn't be. He bore no trace of its aura. Those who had initially believed that the third prince's strike would be a guaranteed success were now left dumbfounded. Simultaneously, shock flickered in the third prince's eyes. He could not fathom how Xiaoyao, only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm, could possess such terrifying strength. Yet, as the scorching wave approached, the third prince felt a searing pain that surpassed anything he had experienced during his training on the mountainside. Realizing the dire situation, the third prince did not seek glory but merely wished to avoid disgrace. He swept his spirit sword in a defensive arc, forming a fiery crimson barrier before him, transitioning from offense to defense. Faced with this sudden shift, he knew he must stabilize his footing before considering his next move. However, what appeared to be a robust defense to him was nothing more than a farce in Xiaoyao's eyes. With a resounding crash, the sword energy collided with the barrier. A violent force surged from the sword's blade, sending the third prince staggering backward uncontrollably. Before he could regain his footing, Xiaoyao's spirit sword struck true, piercing directly into his throat. I warned you, if you dare to draw your sword, you will surely die. The third prince clutched his throat with both hands, blood oozing through his fingers as shock filled his eyes. In their previous encounters, he had thought Xiaoyao merely arrogant. It was only now that he comprehended the merit behind Xiaoyao's confidence. Yet, he realized this too late, and with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness and regret, he slowly collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? The onlookers were engulfed in disbelief, Show them. The third prince's strike had unleashed the full power of his fire spirit root. Even if any one of them had attempted to withstand such an attack, they would have either died or been grievously injured. Yet, that fierce assault had been effortlessly neutralized by Xiaoyao's single strike. He hadn't even been granted the chance to utilize the token for escape. After all, the third prince was a 7th-level fire spirit root cultivator, while Xiaoyao was merely at the 3rd level. So, you have been hiding the truth from me all along. Your feelings have never been sincere, have they? Gu Qingqing's eyes brimmed with displeasure. After all, it had only been 7 days since she had excavated Xiaoyao's supreme bone. If not for Xiaoyao's continuous concealment of secrets, how could he have suddenly become so formidable? Looking at the woman for whom he had once been willing to sacrifice everything, Xiaoyao could only laugh bitterly at her audacity. So, you believe that extracting my supreme bone was your right? Gu Qingqing's expression shifted immediately, understanding that the elders of the Li Hua sect were undoubtedly watching her every move. She quickly retorted, Xiaoyao, enough. What do you mean by slandering me? If you cannot have it, do you wish to destroy it? If I had extracted your supreme bone, would you still be alive now? Would you still be able to cultivate? This was indeed a question lingering in Gu Qingqing's heart, but now it served as her weapon of counterattack. Even so, she dared not allow Xiaoyao to continue speaking. Should he utter something she could not justify, how could she maintain her standing within the Li Hua sect? Just as her words fell, Gu Qingqing let out a soft cry, her spirit dancing as she unleashed an endless torrent of sword radiance. Yet, even as she exerted herself to the utmost, the sword radiance shimmered with the profound characters of the supreme bone. Though her momentum was not overwhelming, it emanated an irresistible aura. Wai Xiaoyao, weary and bitter, understood the augmentation that the supreme bone provided in battle. However, he never anticipated that one day, his supreme bone would become a weapon wielded against him. Still, as he met her attack with his own, he coldly retorted, "Is it so simple to slander? It is said that the supreme bone can only be implanted once. If you were to die now, the supreme bone would vanish alongside you, thus providing proof of the veracity of my claims." Boom. Boom. As Xiaoyao spoke, the formidable sword energy collided with Gu Qingqing's radiant sword light. Yet, amid the thunderous sounds, as the characters within Gu Qingqing's sword light flickered, Xiaoyao's sword energy vanished as if it had been swallowed by the sea. Was this the terrifying power of the supreme bone? The surrounding youths were astounded. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the intensity of Xiaoyao's sword energy. Yet now, it stirred not even a ripple. Hearing the murmurs, Gu Qingqing felt a surge of triumph and secretly relished her own cleverness. Having sought out Elder Qingyang the previous night, Gu Qingqing had initially intended to find a strong ally within the Li Hua sect. To her surprise, Elder Qingyang had imparted to her a technique to harness the power of the supreme bone. This had propelled her strength to new heights. At that moment, Xiaoyao was equally taken aback. When the supreme bone had been his, it had never displayed such strength. However, the overwhelming sword radiance that surged toward him left no room for contemplation. As Xiaoyao parried with his sword, he swiftly retreated. Clang, clang, clang. With each resounding clash, Xiaoyao, leveraging his understanding of the sword path, managed to fend off the relentless wave of sword radiance. However, the arcane power unleashed by the flickering characters rattled him to his core. Let us see how long you can endure. Seizing the upper hand, Gu Qingqing had no intention of granting Xiaoyao any further opportunities. In her relentless pursuit, she unleashed the Gu family's ultimate technique, the Cloud Phantom 1000 Kills Slash, to its fullest extent in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyao found himself ensnared by an onslaught of profound characters from the supreme bone, reduced to merely defending without the means to counterattack. The signs of defeat were evident. It was only a matter of time before his spiritual energy was exhausted, leading to his demise. At that moment, a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding space caught Xiaoyao's attention, causing him to furrow his brow. With his understanding of the heavenly mechanism Li Hua diagram, he sensed that someone had locked down this area. Now, even if those within attempted to shatter their tokens, escape would be impossible. Do you truly think you can kill me so easily? Xiaoyao felt no fear, only delight. For this also meant that Gu Qingqing's chance to flee was severed. Elder Qingyang. You? Outside, a gathering of elders observed Elder Qingyang's actions. Elder Qingyang stated, "These two clearly harbor a long-standing grudge. If they were both brought into the sect, It would not bode well for us given their talents. It would be better to seize this opportunity and allow them to determine their own fates. We can nurture the victor. Everyone was not foolish. They recognized that Elder Qingyang's intervention was intended for Yi Xiaoyao's demise. Even though some elders were moved by Yi Xiaoyao's potential, none wished to offend Elder Qingyang, choosing instead to silently watch the unfolding battle. However, Gu Qingqing was oblivious to these developments. Occupying the upper hand, she worried that Yi Xiaoyao might escape, tarnishing her reputation. This anxiety propelled her attacks to become even more relentless. Yet for Yi Xiaoyao, although he still struggled against the oppressive power of the Supreme Bones characters, the intense pressure only deepened his comprehension of the sword path. This sensation was far more profound than his previous solitary insights. Soon, his sword tips ceased to emit sword radiance, yet each move he executed bore an inherent, natural elegance. Could it be that he is on the brink of attaining the unity of man and sword? Outside, many elders gasped in astonishment. The unity of man and sword represents a higher level of comprehension of the sword path, surpassing mere sword energy. If one could comprehend sword energy at the spirit pill realm, they would be heralded as a genius. Yet achieving the unity of man and sword at the emperor realm was the mark of a sword prodigy. Among the gathered elders, there were those who practiced swordsmanship. Even if they had attained extraordinary realms, not all could grasp the unity of man and sword. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao, at the third level of the spirit sea realm, who had only just begun to understand sword energy, now seemed to be on the verge of achieving the unity of man and sword. How could they not be astonished, however? Yi Xiaoyao remained unaware of his own transformation. After all, within the overarching principles of the 10,000 forms devouring heaven sword technique, both sword energy and the unity of man and sword were merely foundational aspects of the sword path. Thus, in Yi Xiaoyao's understanding, there was nothing particularly special about it. It merely felt as if the pressure had lessened as his insights deepened, allowing him to occasionally counterattack Gu Qingqing. Though these counterattacks lacked significant force, they disrupted Gu Qingqing's rhythm, alleviating some of Yi Xiaoyao's burdens. As time passed, amidst the mounting pressure, Yi Xiaoyao's understanding continued to deepen, leading to more frequent counterattacks that posed an increasing threat to Gu Qingqing. An hour passed, and what had once been a one-sided suppression had now transformed into a back-and-forth exchange. Although still constrained by the Supreme Bones characters, Yi Xiaoyao no longer appeared as clearly defeated as before. Gu Qingqing understood that Yi Xiaoyao was grasping the sword path amid battle. Yet, despite having extracted Yi Xiaoyao's Supreme Bone, she had not yet officially joined the Lihua sect. The only technique she could rely on, the Gu family's Cloud Phantom 1000 Kills Slash, had already been employed 3 times. She sensed that if this continued, with Yi Xiaoyao's deepening sword mastery, he might very well turn the tide. However, despite her growing anxiety, Gu Qingqing found herself unable to devise an effective strategy. Yet, being decisive, she once again leveraged the power of the Supreme Bones characters to force Yi Xiaoyao back before producing her token. While eliminating Yi Xiaoyao to silence him would be magnificent, if she could not achieve that, there was no need to continue risking herself. Cracked as she shattered the token, she did not find herself immediately transported as she had anticipated. What is happening? Gu Qingqing's expression shifted in alarm. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao's face also changed, for he sensed the subtle fluctuations in the space around them. He understood that the elders of the Lihua sect were lifting the earlier lockdown of this area. Having trapped him in a deadlock, Gu Qingqing was now on the verge of escape, and as the barrier was about to be lifted, Yi Xiaoyao realized that if she managed to escape, avenging himself would become exceedingly difficult. In an instant, the thunderous purple light of the sword seed within Yi Xiaoyao's Dantian shone forth, transforming the once crimson spirit sword into a brilliant azure purple hue. Although it had absorbed the power of the fire Bodhi, it still paled in comparison to the might of the heavenly punishment's thunder. Yi Xiaoyao recognized that he had but one opportunity left, and thus would hold nothing back. As he soared into the air, he thundered, "Are you done playing? Do you think you can simply pack up and leave? Not so easily." This was a rebuke directed at Gu Qingqing, as well as a roar aimed at the elders of the Lihua sect outside. With that, he swung his sword horizontally. Though no sword energy surged forth, for a brief moment, it felt as though the entire world was illuminated solely by the purple light imbued with the power of thunder. This is the terrifying aspect of the unity of man and sword. Despite Yi Xiaoyao having merely grazed the threshold of this realization, the momentum he commanded was still overwhelmingly imposing. You seek your own demise. Gu Qingqing discerned Yi Xiaoyao's murderous intent. Moreover, She faintly sensed a subtle force of spatial distortion surrounding her. While she was uncertain why her token had not transported her immediately, she could feel that she would soon be sent away. With a furious shout, brilliant golden light erupted from her, countless characters intertwining within the radiance to form an impenetrable defense. Boom! Xiaoyao's sword struck. Amidst the resounding clash, a powerful recoil surged through him, leaving his arm numb. Yet, Xiaoyao did not relent. Instead, he capitalized on the recoil to spin and deliver another strike. Boom! Boomed. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds as Xiaoyao's sword collided with the golden light, creating a stunning tapestry of sparks. Puff, puff. Continuously enduring the backlash, Xiaoyao coughed up blood. Yet each of his strikes fell upon the same spot of the golden light, while the power of the Supreme Bone's characters was formidable. The residual shockwaves from Xiaoyao's blows only grew stronger with each impact. Gu Qingqing, similarly, found herself spitting blood as the golden light surrounding her flickered precariously. Is this necessary? With our talents, if we continue to cultivate, we will both become paragons among men. Must we engage in mutual destruction? Gu Qingqing felt a twinge of fear. You dare speak to me of talent? Have you forgotten where your supreme bone came from? Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with unbridled killing intent. This time, as Xiaoyao swung his sword again, a thunderous sound erupted as he finally cleaved a gap in the golden light. Although his spirit sword could not pierce through, the thunderous energy coursing through the blade surged forth like a torrent of electrifying serpents, striking Gu Qingqing. Xiaoyao, halt! At that moment, a furious voice rang from above, Elder Qingyang's commanding shout. Simultaneously, a fiery palm descended from the heavens, crashing down towards Xiaoyao's head. Master, save me! Gu Qingqing recognized the voice's owner. Upon hearing Gu Qingqing's plea, Elder Li Hua felt a surge of joy and reassured her. Do not worry, my dear disciple. I am here, and no one can harm you. Elder Li Hua's domineering palm, infused with the power of the heavenly mechanism Li Hua diagram, caused Xiaoyao to feel a sudden wave of suffocation. At that moment, Gu Qingqing sensed the spatial force distorting her body as she realized that she was on the verge of being transported. With a triumphant tone, she declared, Xiaoyao, I can kill you once. I can certainly do it a second time. Just you wait. But in that instant, Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with fierce determination as he shouted. No, you will not have a second chance. With that fierce declaration, Xiaoyao drew forth his token. However, as he shattered it, a brilliant golden light erupted from his palm. Just as Gu Qingqing felt herself merging into the spatial transport, her body suddenly froze. What is happening? Gu Qingqing was taken aback as she was struck by the thunderous purple energy. With a shriek, the golden light enveloping her receded, and countless characters converged before her, attempting to shield her from the onslaught of the thunderous energy. However, this also allowed Xiaoyao's spiritual sword to no longer face obstacles. A beam of purple light surged forth, and this strike encapsulated all of Xiaoyao's strength, interwoven with his profound anger, while simultaneously embodying the essence of his youth. With a thrust, the spiritual sword pierced through Gu Qingqing's chest, and Xiaoyao executed a fierce slash, reminiscent of when Gu Qingqing had once opened his own chest, tearing a gash into Gu Qingqing's heart. Amidst the radiant golden light, Xiaoyao flicked the tip of his sword, forcefully severing Gu Qingqing's supreme bone. Boom! At that moment, Elder Qingyang's powerful palm came crashing down from above Xiaoyao's head. With a muffled groan, Xiaoyao spat blood and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, amidst the violent fluctuations of space, both Xiaoyao and Gu Qingqing vanished from the celestial mechanism's fire diagram. Chapter 11. The chief examiner appears though he had been transported out of the celestial mechanism's fire diagram. Xiaoyao still felt a tremendous force impacting his entire being, as if his meridians were being pierced by needles, causing excruciating pain. Even with all his might, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Qingqing, on the other side, Elder Qingyang hurriedly supported Gu Qingqing. Observing the fading golden light from her wounded chest, he swiftly began to channel his energy, repositioning her bones to help her reform her supreme bone. Quickly, channel your energy to reforge the supreme bone, other elders urged. Despite Xiaoyao's apparent dominance over Gu Qingqing, in everyone's eyes, this was merely due to Gu Qingqing not having fully matured yet. Otherwise, with the potential of her supreme bone, she would be far beyond Xiaoyao's reach. Gu Qingqing was acutely aware of her current predicament and dared not utter another word, hastily channeling her energy to reforge her supreme bone. Seeing that Gu Qingqing was temporarily out of danger, Elder Qingyang turned his gaze towards Xiaoyao, fuming, "Brat, kneel," with a thunderous command. An aura unique to the transcendent realm bore down upon Xiaoyao like a mountain. The brief moment of recuperation had allowed Xiaoyao's internal energy to stabilize somewhat, yet under such immense pressure, his body trembled slightly. The sword seed within him swayed incessantly, as the thunderous purple leaf and the fiery red leaf in his Dantian radiated layer upon layer of brilliance. However, this only barely enabled Xiaoyao to maintain his stance, as his feet continued to sink into the hard floor. At that moment, Xiaoyao was certain that the one who had sealed off the spatial transmission of that area was indeed this person. In a fit of rage, he retorted, "Why should I kneel?" Elder Qingyang's eyes flashed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyao, merely at the third level of the spiritual sea realm, could withstand his imposing aura without bowing. As he continued to exert pressure, Elder Qingyang snorted coldly. "I declared before the assessment that he is my direct disciple of the fire sect. Do not forget, even if you pass the assessment, you will only be an outer disciple. To act against your superior is punishable by death according to sect rules." As he spoke, Elder Qingyang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The mounting pressure caused Xiaoyao's body to bend slightly. Yet he persisted, "It is precisely because she is a direct disciple that I give my all for her. Moreover, you previously announced that anyone who feels endangered may crush their token to escape. Since she has not been transmitted out, I naturally believe that she possesses combat capability." Although Xiaoyao harbored resentment towards Elder Qingyang's underhanded tactics, he now found himself using them as a basis for counterattack. Elder Qingyang, however, snapped furiously, "You deliberately activated the formation within your token, causing the delay in transmission. Dio, you think such trivial actions could escape my notice?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembled elders shifted slightly. With their keen eyes, they had indeed observed that Gu Qingqing could have safely transmitted out earlier. Yet after Xiaoyao shattered his token, it had delayed the spatial transmission. Everything had occurred so suddenly that everyone's attention had been focused on Gu Qingqing's supreme bone, leaving little room for deeper contemplation. However, now it seemed that Xiaoyao possessed many unimaginable methods. "Why?" Xiaoyao replied. "At that moment, I merely sensed danger and sought to crush my token to escape. As for your claims about causing a delay in transmission, I possess no such means." Naturally, Xiaoyao would not admit to such actions. Yet, Elder Qingyang clearly would not let the matter rest, asserting, "Regardless, you have acted against your superior and harmed a direct disciple of our sect. For this, you deserve to die. So, ultimately, it is because I injured your disciple that you wish to take revenge on me, is it?" Xiaoyao retorted in fury. Elder Qingyang coldly replied, "I am upholding the rules of the fire sect." Xiaoyao scoffed, "Is she truly worth your fervent efforts? Have you considered that perhaps her supreme bone was indeed extracted from me? Once severed, she can no longer be reforged. In truth, she would simply be rendered a true waste, and your current actions will only make you a laughingstock." Elder Qingyang hurriedly turned to look at Gu Qingqing. At this moment, the wound in her chest had healed, and its intricacies were momentarily indiscernible. However, the meditating Gu Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes, filled with murderous intent as she gazed at Xiaoyao. "Why, Xiaoyao, do you believe that mere words can sway the truth? I never imagined that my rejection of your affections would lead you to so defame me. Master, please uphold justice for your disciple." In her recent cultivation, Gu Qingqing had also sensed the waning power of her supreme bone. Though she exerted all her efforts to salvage it, it was futile. Gu Qingqing was keenly aware that her fleeting moment of brilliance was irretrievably lost. She even understood that Elder Qingyang, now privy to the truth, might very well be inclined to take her life. Yet none of this mattered anymore. Gu Qingqing solely wished to witness Xiaoyao, the one who had ruined everything for her, die before her eyes. Elder Qingyang nodded slightly, declaring, "Rest assured, you are my disciple. I will certainly avenge you." With a furious roar, his aura surged once more, bang. Unable to endure the pressure, Xiaoyao's right leg buckled, causing him to kneel on one knee. Instantly, the floor around his knee cracked with numerous fissures. Nevertheless, Xiaoyao still shouted defiantly, "You better kill me today. Otherwise, I will certainly kill you. Do you think you still have a chance to live?" Elder Qingyang felt profoundly provoked. Simultaneously, he was astonished by Xiaoyao's talent and tenacity. He knew that such a person, once turned into an enemy, must never be allowed to live. As he spoke, Elder Qingyang unleashed a palm strike, a crimson imprint materializing out of thin air, hurtling towards Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, you are destined to die before me. At this sight, Gu Qingqing cried out triumphantly. Since Xiaoyao had destroyed her supreme bone, she wished to witness him perish. Others among the elders shook their heads in lamentation for such a talent as Xiaoyao. Yet, just as the palm imprint was about to strike Xiaoyao, a surge of crimson suddenly erupted, shattering it instantly. Simultaneously, two figures, one old and one young, appeared beside Xiaoyao. We pay our respects to Elder Huayun. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Elder Qingyang and the others hurriedly bowed. In the fire sect, there were distinctions between ordinary elders and core elders. Elder Qingyang and his companions were merely ordinary elders. They had been presiding over the assessment because the chief examiner, Elder Huayun, had been away. The purpose of the fire sect's assessment is to select talents for the sect, not to eradicate them. Elder Huayun huffed coldly. Chapter 12. A mutual cultivation opportunity. Elder Qingyang quickly explained. Elder Huayun, you may not be aware. This Gu Qingqing possesses a supreme bone and is set to become a Dao companion with the third prince of the heavenly fire nation. I have already announced them as direct disciples of our fire sect. However, this Xiaoyao, in his unrequited pursuit of Gu Qingqing, out of jealousy, not only killed the third prince but also severed Gu Qingqing's supreme bone. According to our sect's rules, one who destroys our foundational roots deserves death. At this moment, the young girl turned to Xiaoyao. So you are Xiaoyao. Your initial refusal to marry me was because of her? Before Xiaoyao could respond, she glanced at Gu Qingqing. Isn't it just a supreme bone? What is so remarkable about it? I am a natural Dao body. What was happening? The elders of the fire sect were taken aback. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yuyan, the granddaughter of Elder Huayun, whom Xiaoyao had saved before. Not only did Lin Yuyan surpass Gu Qingqing in beauty, but her natural Dao body was equally as formidable as a supreme bone. More importantly, it seemed Lin Yuyan was unaware of Xiaoyao's name. She merely wished to marry him. Strangely, Elder Huayun showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he inquired of Xiaoyao, are you all right? No major issues? Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Then what transpired earlier? Elder Huayun did not mention Xiaoyao's life-saving grace, merely inquiring calmly, as he had just arrived and was still unfamiliar with the circumstances. However, before Xiaoyao could elaborate further, Gu Qingqing coughed up a mouthful of blood. Initially, she had been merely holding on, hoping to see Xiaoyao die first, but now that the power of her supreme bone had completely vanished, her severe injuries erupted, leaving her utterly enervated. Elder Huayun, you see this? This is the damage he has inflicted upon our fire sect's talent. Elder Qingyang hurriedly approached, channeling spiritual energy into Gu Qingqing while bellowing in anger. Yet, as he spoke, his expression shifted dramatically. Why? Xiaoyao sneered. I already told you. If it turns out her supreme bone was extracted from me, it will be you who ends up embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Elder Huayun promptly approached to check Gu Qingqing's pulse. In truth, if Gu Qingqing truly possessed a supreme bone, given Elder Huayun's status, he would have to ensure Xiaoyao's safe departure today. However, upon checking, Elder Huayun immediately withdrew his hand, glaring at Elder Qingyang. Is this what you call a supreme bone genius? Such character. Since the power of Gu Qingqing's supreme bone had dissipated, it confirmed Xiaoyao's words. Elder Qingyang, recognizing the situation, could only stubbornly cling to his stance. Even if her supreme bone was extracted from Xiaoyao, it was still within her possession. If it were not for Xiaoyao's destruction, she would still be a talent of our fire sect. Thus, all blame still fell upon Xiaoyao. Elder Qingyang, your reasoning is flawed. At this moment, Elder Tianfeng interjected. It was Gu Qingqing and the third prince who voluntarily entered the celestial mechanism's fire diagram for training. Yet upon encountering Xiaoyao, they immediately sought to kill him. It is clear that Gu Qingqing intended to eliminate him. With this assertion, the other elders immediately echoed in agreement. Indeed, they brought this upon themselves. Clearly, Gu Qingqing and the third prince were outmatched. One with a supreme bone and one with a fire spirit root, and yet they could not overpower him in a 2-on-1. If they can be considered talents of our fire sect, then what is Xiaoyao? Moreover, Gu Qingqing's predicament stemmed from Elder Qingyang's earlier actions, which had sealed off the spatial transmission in their area. Otherwise, had Gu Qingqing managed to escape, she would not have ended up like this. If we are to assign blame, Your fault is even greater. Had Elder Huiyun not been backing Yi Xiaoyao, or if Gu Qingqing's supreme bone were still intact, even if it proved she extracted it from Yi Xiaoyao, the elders would merely observe from the sidelines, not intervening. However, with the values of Gu Qingqing and Yi Xiaoyao having undergone a complete reversal, it was now clear which side they should favor. Elder Qingyang, what more can you say? Hearing this, Elder Huiyun began to form a rough outline of the situation in his mind. Elder Qingyang's face turned ashen. Had Gu Qingqing still possessed her supreme bone, he could have justified his actions, but now, Elder Huiyun decisively stated, "You are an elder. Your issues will be dealt with by the sect leader in the punishment hall." But she? Elder Huiyun's gaze shifted towards Gu Qingqing. Reporting to Elder Huiyun, Gu Qingqing is a venomous woman. At this moment, a young man shouted from a distance. "Who are you?" Elder Huiyun turned to the young man. Returning to Elder Huiyun, "My name is Han Jun and I, along with young Master Yi and Gu Qingqing, hail from Yunfeng City." This Gu Qingqing. Han Jun promptly recounted the actions of the Gu family. The fire sect's recruitment of disciples had not been limited to Yi Xiaoyao and Gu Qingqing from Yunfeng City. However, previously, Gu Qingqing's imposing demeanor had deterred Han Jun from speaking out. Now that Yi Xiaoyao clearly had the upper hand, he was eager not to miss this opportunity to ally with a powerful figure. What? Such a malicious woman exists in this world? Lin Yuyan's expression shifted in anger. She immediately stepped forward, producing a pill and placing it in Gu Qingqing's mouth, then striking her abdomen with a palm. "How dare you treat my Xiaoyao like this? I will let you experience the feeling of having your Dantian shattered. Rest assured, I have given you the Tianluo pill, which will keep you alive for 3 years, but I believe that in these 3 years, you will wish you were dead with that." Lin Yuyan walked up to Yi Xiaoyao and said, "Brother Xiaoyao, am I handling this to your satisfaction?" Originally, Lin Yuyan had already set her sights on the man who had seen her naked. And now, upon discovering Yi Xiaoyao's terrifying talent, she was even more determined to marry him. Why Yi Xiaoyao's brows furrowed. It must be said that Lin Yuyan's approach was indeed more satisfying than simply killing Gu Qingqing. However, considering Gu Qingqing's past betrayal, Yi Xiaoyao was still hesitant to trust any woman. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "Thank you, Miss Lin, for your assistance, but my heart is set on the path of martial arts. I do not wish to engage in matters of romance." At this declaration, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment, especially the elders of the fire sect, who regarded Yi Xiaoyao in disbelief. This was Lin Yuyan. Not only was her grandfather a core elder of the fire sect, but her natural Dao body had also attracted countless talents vying for her affection. Yet now, Yi Xiaoyao had actually rejected her? To their surprise, Lin Yuyan responded, "Isn't that just perfect? I am a natural Dao body. Our mutual cultivation can also enhance your strength." Chapter 13. The Indestructible Sacred Fire Yuyan. Although Elder Huiyun held a favorable view of Yi Xiaoyao and even hoped he could become his grandson-in-law, he could not endure Lin Yuyan's brazen words in public. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Lin Yuyan quickly stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Elder Huiyun then declared, "Now that the situation is clear, I will take Yi Xiaoyao back to the sect for recuperation. The subsequent assessment is for you to handle." Yes, the elders were not surprised by this outcome. From Elder Huiyun's demeanor, it was evident that Yi Xiaoyao was destined to become his direct disciple. So there was no need for him to remain here any longer. With a wave of Elder Huiyun's hand, a flying spiritual artifact emerged from his storage bracelet. At that moment, Lin Yuyan addressed the crowd. "Relay to the Heavenly Fire Royal family that within 3 years, I want this woman to remain alive. However, the royal family is only to ensure she does not die. They must not provide her with any assistance." In an instant, while many felt that Gu Qingqing had brought this upon herself, glances directed at her now carried a hint of pity. Lin Yuyan was the granddaughter of Elder Huiyun. The Heavenly Fire Royal family would not dare defy her wishes. This meant that over the next 3 years, Gu Qingqing would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death, deprived even of the chance to take her own life. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyao and the 2 others had already boarded the flying spiritual artifact and departed into the skies. Gu Qingqing, unwilling to accept her fate, gazed at the rapidly receding flying artifact, shaking her head repeatedly. Why does he have such good fortune? At this moment, Elder Huiyun within the flying artifact finally stood up, respectfully clasping his fists towards Yi Xiaoyao. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your life-saving grace earlier." Yi Xiaoyao hastily returned the courtesy, saying, "Elder Huiyun, your words are too heavy. You saved my life just now. In truth, we owe each other nothing. However, Elder Huayun shook his head and replied, "No, had young Master Yi not intervened, I would undoubtedly be dead. Yet, in that moment, even if I had not acted, you would have surely emerged unscathed. Why would Elder Huayun say such a thing?" Yi Xiaoyao's heart tightened slightly. Indeed, prior to Elder Huayun's arrival, he had sensed the girl in his Dantian stirring slightly. It was only after Elder Huayun had blocked that strike that she returned to her slumber. Elder Huayun continued, "Young Master Yi was subjected to the extraction of the supreme bone. And not only did you survive, but you also acquired such formidable strength in such a short span of time. It must be due to some extraordinary fortune. Moreover, from the profound principles inherent in your acupuncture treatment, it is evident that you possess further means of preserving your life. Thus, my intervention was merely a flourish upon an already splendid canvas, and it cannot repay your kindness. However, young Master, you should be aware of the saying, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind, which is why I refrained from mentioning your life-saving grace earlier. After all, upon entering the Lihua sect, you may encounter numerous overt and covert rivalries. It is always prudent to keep some cards close to your chest." Realizing that the other party was unaware of the secret regarding the girl in his Dantian, Yi Xiaoyao felt a wave of relief. Seeing Elder Huayun so considerate of him, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Huayun. However, if what you say is true, it seems that the internal dynamics of the Lihua sect are not as harmonious as one might hope." Elder Huayun smiled faintly. "Wherever there are people, there will be disputes. Moreover, for the Lihua sect to grow strong, it must allow its disciples to mature through competition. Although the sect rules state that as long as there is no death, the sect will not intervene, you should understand that these rules have their loopholes and can be exploited. Therefore, the more hidden cards you possess, the better. Your teachings are invaluable." Yi Xiaoyao thanked him once again. Although he comprehended the implications of Elder Huayun's words with his intelligence, he recognized that had it not been for Elder Huayun's insights, he might have needed to pay a price to grasp these truths. Elder Huayun continued, "Since you are my savior, I cannot take you as my disciple. Upon entering the Lihua sect, you may stay at my Huayun Peak. Of course, if you wish to apprentice under another elder, I can also vouch for you. Even if you desire to join the sect leader's tutelage, I can seek favor on your behalf." Yi Xiaoyao immediately declared, "Regardless of how courteous Elder Huayun is, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your earlier assistance, and thus I shall remain at Huayun Peak." For others, joining the Lihua sect would mean seeking a powerful mentor for guidance. But Yi Xiaoyao had already mastered two great techniques. He had no need for another mentor. Securing a stable foothold and gradually approaching the unquenchable sacred fire was the true path. Elder Huayun smiled with satisfaction. His earlier words had indeed carried a hint of personal interest. After all, if Yi Xiaoyao were to become his disciple, he would surpass Lin Yuyan in stature. Now that Yi Xiaoyao had expressed such intentions, it was evident to Elder Huayun that Yi Xiaoyao might share similar sentiments. With a meaningful glance at Lin Yuyan, Elder Huayun nodded. "That is excellent, indeed." Subsequently, after various idle conversations, Yi Xiaoyao gained a preliminary understanding of the Lihua sect, and their flying spirit tool arrived at Huayun Peak. As soon as he stepped out, he felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him. Though this heat was not as intense as that at the summit of the volcano depicted in the celestial fire map, it was certainly more potent than that at ground level. Additionally, the spiritual energy in the air was far more concentrated. However, Yi Xiaoyao was soon captivated by a crimson fire pillar that seemed to pierce the heavens. "What is that?" he inquired. This fire pillar exuded a peculiar sensation, as if it were both near and far, an elusive presence he could not reach despite his efforts. "This is our Lihua sect's unquenchable sacred fire. Those with destiny may approach it directly. Those without it will find that no matter how they chase, they can never catch up." Elder Huayun spoke, a trace of envy gleaming in his eyes. Beside him, Lin Yuyan interjected, "Don't believe my grandfather's tall tales. I have lived in the Lihua sect for 20 years and have witnessed countless people pursue the unquenchable sacred fire, yet I have never seen anyone truly catch up." Yi Xiaoyao nodded slightly, though he did not doubt Elder Huayun. After all, the power that had caught the attention of the girl in his Dantian was undoubtedly extraordinary. Elder Huayun continued, "In fact, throughout the history of our Lihua sect, only 5 individuals have ever approached the unquenchable sacred fire. The most recent was the current sect leader. Once you reach the transcendent realm, you may attempt it as well." "Only at the transcendent realm?" Yi Xiaoyao had initially thought that anyone could draw near. If that were the case, with the girl's assistance from his Dantian, he should be able to get close. Elder Huayun smiled slightly. While approaching the unquenchable sacred fire depends on one's fortune, it also requires a certain foundation. If one has not reached the transcendent realm, even with the right opportunity, they would not be able to endure the heat of the unquenchable sacred fire. Very well, you should take some time to recuperate. Now that you have entered the Lihua sect, there will be many opportunities ahead. Xiaoyao wholeheartedly agreed with Elder Huayun's words. In truth, he had indeed sustained considerable injuries from Elder Qingyang's relentless assaults. I will lead you to rest, Lin Yuyin promptly offered, taking the initiative to guide him. Take care to recuperate yourself as well, for your injuries have only just healed. As soon as Lin Yuyin brought him to a small courtyard, Xiaoyao quickly said, "Oh, all right, I will come find you once I have recovered," Lin Yuyin acknowledged, understanding her own condition. Having just fallen into a state of madness, she still needed time to recuperate despite her grandfather's aid. Xiaoyao let out a sigh of relief as he entered the room and immediately sat down in meditation. However, he found himself in a dilemma. Though the Wanxiang Shitian sword technique also had a method of cultivation, its primary focus was on offensive prowess, clearly unsuitable for healing his injuries. The Nine Dragons controlling fire technique centered on fire manipulation. While it contained alchemical knowledge, it required medicinal materials to aid in healing. Moreover, although Xiaoyao was adept in alchemy, his understanding of medicinal materials in the Qingyun continent was exceedingly limited. Just then, he felt a slight tremor in his Dantian, and a technique called the longevity rejuvenation technique surged into his mind. Without needing to ask, he knew this was undoubtedly the work of the girl in his Dantian. This was a wood-based technique. Although its offensive power was not as strong as the previous two, it could generate a formidable life force. It was perfect for healing and saving others. As the technique circulated, a pleasant, tingling sensation spread through his damaged meridians, and the turbulent energy within him quickly settled. Simultaneously, he discovered that during the process of repairing his meridians, they had become even more expansive than before. This indicated that, even at the same level, he could unleash a stronger power than previously. Immersed in this joyous state, Xiaoyao wholeheartedly focused on his cultivation while also comprehending the profundities of the longevity rejuvenation technique. After a night passed, Xiaoyao felt a slight tremor in his Dantian. A surge of life force coursed through him, and he realized that he had broken through to the fourth level of the Spirit Sea realm. At the same time, he noticed that the seed of the sword path had sprouted a new green leaf of vitality. However, this leaf appeared to be on the verge of withering, dull, and lackluster. Xiaoyao was not surprised. Fire overcomes wood, and in this environment filled with fire spiritual energy, it was already remarkable that he could condense life force within the seed of the sword path through his understanding of the longevity rejuvenation technique. Once he found sufficient wood spiritual energy to nourish it in the future, it would undoubtedly flourish like the thunder and fire energies. Stepping out of the room, Xiaoyao, filled with curiosity, headed toward the unquenchable sacred fire pillar that seemed both distant and near, piercing through the heavens. Could it be that I have this opportunity directly? As he continued forward, Xiaoyao noticed that he was drawing closer to the unquenchable sacred fire with each step, invigorated by the realization. He was so absorbed in this pursuit that he did not even notice when he exited the bounds of Huayun Peak, particularly as he felt the distance closing in without experiencing the unbearable heat mentioned by Elder Huayun. He was filled with delight. It must be the extraordinary nature of the Nine Dragons controlling fire technique that allows me to endure this. Xiaoyao chased after the fire for 5 days and nights, feeling that each day he was able to cover half the remaining distance. Yet, despite this, he still could not truly approach the unquenchable sacred fire pillar. Deep down, he began to sense that something was amiss. However, the unquenchable sacred fire pillar seemed to possess a mysterious allure, making him unwilling to stop. Even now, drenched in cold sweat and pale-faced, he persisted. A voice in his heart urged him to continue, assuring him that if he pressed on, he would surely succeed. After pursuing for another 2 days, he finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted and panting, secretly circulating his technique. Initially, he remained convinced that once he regained his strength, he would be able to catch up. However, as his breath steadied and he regained some energy, the obsessive desire to pursue the unquenchable sacred fire pillar faded away. When he lifted his gaze to the fire pillar again, it seemed to have returned to its original distance. A wave of panic washed over Xiaoyao, and he broke out in a cold sweat. It was clear that his previous ability to catch up had been nothing but an illusion, and Xiaoyao was astonished that such a force could exist in the world. After all, the unquenchable sacred fire pillar was merely an inanimate object. What if a powerful being were to manipulate his mind in such a manner? How would he even know how he had met his end? You've reached the Dan Peak. Why are you dawdling around here? At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Are you calling me? Xiaoyao looked up to see a girl in her early 20s before him, perplexed and surprised that he had unknowingly reached the Dan Peak. On the way here, Elder Huayan had briefly explained the situation within the Lihua sect. Huayan Peak and Dan Peak were separated by thousands of miles, and he had traversed this distance without realizing it. Could there be others here? What's wrong with the disciples' hall? Don't they teach the servant disciples to greet properly? The girl pouted, seemingly displeased. Servant disciples? It suddenly dawned on Xiaoyao that the youths from the Tianhua kingdom who had passed the assessments could only enter the Lihua sect as outer disciples at the external peaks. Those who performed exceptionally could advance to become formal disciples through further examinations and enter the inner peaks. Those who failed the assessments were mostly expelled from the Lihua sect, though some who still believed they had a chance could choose to become servant disciples. After all, the cultivation environment of the Lihua sect was incomparable to the outside world. Even as a servant disciple, if one diligently cultivated and met certain standards, they could become a formal disciple. However, the sect would not provide any resources for servant disciples. They could only obtain resources by undertaking tasks assigned by formal disciples. This arrangement also significantly reduced the trivial matters burdening formal disciples, allowing them to focus on their own cultivation. In the Lihua sect, both formal and personally instructed disciples wore designated attire. Given that he was still in his previous casual clothing and only at the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm, it was no wonder he was assumed to be a servant disciple upon appearing in the inner peak. I just arrived at the servants' hall and do not yet know my senior sister, so please forgive me. Xiaoyao was too lazy to elaborate further on his situation. He was also somewhat curious about the girl before him. After all, to become a formal disciple, one typically needed to reach at least the Spirit Pill realm. Yet this girl was merely at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm, even slightly lower than him. Why do you call me Qianqian senior sister? The girl said. You are the sect's #1 alchemy genius. Senior sister Cheng Qianqian? Xiaoyao exclaimed, surprised as he scrutinized her. Though Cheng Qianqian was only at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm, her alchemical prowess had already reached the level of a 5th-stage alchemist, comparable to the human emperor realm. However, it seemed that Cheng Qianqian only had talent in alchemy and was a novice in martial arts. She had little combat prowess and had relied on pills to elevate her realm. Enough with the chit-chat. Let's talk as we go. Hurry and take me to Huayan Peak, Cheng Qianqian said, waving her hand to summon a flying spirit tool from her storage bracelet. Tio Huayan Peak? Xiaoyao was taken aback. Cheng Qianqian immediately responded, You lucky brat. This mission of yours is a blessing. Following me to Huayan Peak, you might get to see a good show. Chapter 15. You're out of luck. Controlling Cheng Qianqian's flying spirit tool posed no challenge for Xiaoyao. Though her flying spirit tool was inferior to Elder Huayan's, its speed was still remarkable. Nevertheless, Cheng Qianqian continuously urged Xiaoyao to accelerate. Senior sister Cheng, what kind of show are we going to see? Xiaoyao inquired, filled with curiosity. After all, he was now considered one of Huayan Peak's people. You don't know about this, do you? Cheng Qianqian's gossiping spirit was instantly piqued, and she began to recount the tale. Most of what she shared was already familiar to Xiaoyao, as these events were his own experiences. What Xiaoyao did not realize was that in the days that had passed, the assessments in the Tianhua kingdom had concluded, and the disciples who passed the assessments had been brought back to the outer peaks. Elder Qingyang had been punished to meditate at the burning sky cliff for 10 years due to his excessive selfishness during the assessments, which had resulted in significant losses for the sect. However, his disciple, Dang Zhangqing, had protested against this punishment, vowing to seek revenge on Xiaoyao. Of course, it was not merely this that prompted Cheng Qianqian to hasten her journey. More importantly, the matter of Lin Yuyan's pursuit being publicly rejected by Xiaoyao had spread throughout the Lihua sect. Especially upon learning that Xiaoyao had ultimately been brought to Huayan Peak, many began to speculate that Xiaoyao was merely retreating to advance, and that he was indeed inclined to be with Lin Yuyan. This development sent shockwaves through the talented youths of the Lihua sect. Many of them were vying for Lin Yuyan's affection, yet she had never even cast a glance their way. Now that Xiaoyao had emerged prominently, he naturally became the target of their collective ire. Reports indicated that numerous individuals had already set their sights on Huayan Peak, intent on exposing Xiaoyao's facade of hypocrisy. In conclusion, Cheng Qianqian remarked, besides watching the spectacle, I've also brought plenty of pills. In case that Xiaoyao truly gets injured, it will be good to have something to treat him. After all, Yuyin is my closest friend, and I must assist her in this situation. Xiaoyao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had no time to concern himself with the friendship between Cheng Qianqian and Lin Yuyan. He was more worried about having unintentionally become the public enemy of the younger generation in the Lihua sect. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly appeared ahead. Although Xiaoyao had been able to control the flying spirit tool using the insights gained from the 9 dragons controlling fire technique, his understanding of formations in the Qingyun continent was still limited. It was not until the moment the light burst forth that he realized someone had set up an interception formation ahead. Despite hastily activating the formation technique to slow the flying spirit tool, they still collided head-on. With a resounding crash, the formation controlling the flying spirit tool shattered, and the flying spirit tool plummeted rapidly. As the powerful impact hit, Xiaoyao involuntarily staggered back a few steps before barely regaining his balance. Cheng Qianqian, however, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though she quickly consumed a pill to regain some color in her face, her aura still diminished significantly. Xiaoyao acted decisively, wrapping his arm around Cheng Qianqian's slender waist, and they soared into the air. Just as they left the ground, the flying spirit tool crashed down, shattering into pieces with a loud bang. Cheng Qianqian trembled in fear. She realized that had it not been for Xiaoyao's timely rescue, she might have been gravely injured. Then, she noticed that she was being held in Xiaoyao's embrace, and her heart became a whirlpool of complex emotions. She was aware that Xiaoyao was saving her, yet being embraced by such a strange man for the first time, and unable to struggle. Cheng Qianqian found herself at a loss. "You brat, sever the hand that dared to embrace Qianqian." Just as the two of them touched the ground, a cold voice echoed, and a figure stood before them. "Sun Jiqing, what do you want?" Cheng Qianqian's gaze hardened upon seeing the newcomer. "Is it not clear what I desire?" Sun Jiqing shrugged his shoulders. "For the past 2 years, I've gone out of my way to please you, yet you remain indifferent. Since genuine affection has failed to sway you, I shall resort to another method." As he spoke, Sun Jiqing produced a pill. "With your wretched body, the impact from earlier must have harmed your lungs. Without this revitalizing pill, do you truly believe you could survive?" Sun Jiqing's insinuation was unmistakable. Cheng Qianqian, fully aware of her predicament, trembled with rage. "Sun Jiqing, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" "Consequences? What consequences could there possibly be?" Sun Jiqing laughed heartily. As he spoke, a recording orb slowly ascended. "With this orb capturing the entire incident, should you dare report this matter to the sect, I will make everything that follows public. Even in death, I fear you would have no face to continue living in this world." As he spoke, Sun Jiqing cast a glance at Xiaoyao, adding, "As for you, you can only blame your misfortune. The life or death of a mere servant disciple is of little concern to the sect. This matter has nothing to do with him. You need not involve the innocent," Cheng Qianqian retorted. Xiaoyao turned to look at Cheng Qianqian, who matter-of-factly stated, "You are innocent. There is no need for you to sacrifice your life for this." "Cheng Shaji, I had already prepared to flee," Xiaoyao replied helplessly. "But now that you have said this, how could I possibly run away?" What Xiaoyao said was not an exaggeration. Upon understanding the situation, his first instinct was indeed to escape. After all, Sun Jiqing was a formidable presence at the second level of the spirit pill realm, and as a disciple of the Lihua sect, his martial skills were undoubtedly beyond the likes of Gu Qingqing. Sun Jiqing, however, sneered dismissively. "Do you think, since I openly revealed everything before you, I would allow you to continue existing in this world?" With a sharp shout, Sun Jiqing's figure flashed as he charged towards Xiaoyao, enveloped in a layer of blazing spiritual fire that radiated from both him and his spiritual sword. The sword's might was fierce, and the heat was suffocating, imparting an irresistible feeling. Although he did not employ any martial techniques, the sheer force and rapid speed were sufficient to compel Cheng Qianqian to instinctively close her eyes amidst her screams. An endless wave of intensity accompanied by scalding heat surged forth, causing Xiaoyao's eyes to narrow. The thunderous purple leaves and fiery red leaves of his sword's seed flickered with unprecedented brilliance. Xiaoyao understood clearly that his adversary perceived him as a mere servant disciple, thus attacking recklessly. He now had only one chance to strike. Once the opponent sensed pressure and grew cautious, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to bridge the gap in their realms. Although the power of thunder coursed through his body, Xiaoyao exerted immense effort to control it, ensuring that he exuded no unusual aura. In fact, Sun Jiqing had misinterpreted Xiaoyao's stillness as being paralyzed by his imposing presence. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Kid, it's unfortunate for you. I'll make sure to burn some paper money for you." At that moment, Sun Jiqing's sword tip was less than 3 feet away from Xiaoyao. With a fierce glare, Xiaoyao coldly retorted, "You can keep your paper money for yourself." With that, Xiaoyao suddenly swung his sword, executing the second move of the 10,000 forms devouring heaven sword technique. Heavenly Fury Thunder. In an instant, the spiritual sword in Xiaoyao's hand was engulfed in azure purple lightning and fiery red flames. Merging the thunderous roar with the breath of the fire, the two colors intertwined as they struck directly at Sun Jiqing. Sword and man as one. How is that possible? You, a mere servant disciple. Sun Jiqing, a direct disciple of the Lihua sect, was taken aback as he discerned the intricacies of Xiaoyao's attack the moment he struck. Though sensing something amiss, Sun Jiqing had already summoned all his spiritual power. However, the distance between them was too close, and Xiaoyao's strike came too unexpectedly. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoyao severed the spiritual sword from Sun Jiqing's grasp, his own sword plunging into Sun Jiqing's chest. As Sun Jiqing instinctively recoiled, Xiaoyao's sword shattered, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Clearly, the simultaneous invocation of thunder and fire had overwhelmed his sword. To become a direct disciple at the second level of the spirit pill realm was a testament to Sun Jiqing's immense potential. Yet, he could never have anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere servant disciple, and in a single strike, no less. Alas, with his heart meridian severed, he could utter not a single coherent word before collapsing lifelessly. At that moment, Cheng Qianqian gazed at Xiaoyao in shock, clearly recognizing that this was no ordinary servant disciple's strength. He was careless. He didn't dodge, Xiaoyao explained. But before Cheng Qianqian could inquire further, she spat out another mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Wait! Xiaoyao hurriedly pried open Sun Jiqing's palm. Unfortunately, the revitalizing pill had been rendered completely ineffective after absorbing the fire and thunder energy he had injected into Sun Jiqing. Now emitting a foul stench, "Do you have any other healing pills on you?" Xiaoyao asked, turning to Cheng Qianqian. She shook her head. The Lihua sect, everyone has catered to me. I never imagined someone like Sun Jiqing would be so deranged. Naturally, I have no healing pills on me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao quickly grasped Cheng Qianqian's pulse, furrowing his brow. Her injuries were indeed severe. Not only could she not move, but even reaching Dan Peak for help would likely be too late. Although he had comprehended the longevity revitalizing technique, he could not activate it without the infusion of Wood's spiritual power, rendering him unable to heal Cheng Qianqian. At that moment, Cheng Qianqian produced a pill bottle. "This is corpse powder. You must deal with his body first. Otherwise, as a mere servant disciple, should this matter come to light, you will undoubtedly face death, regardless of right or wrong." As Xiaoyao took the pill bottle, he inquired, "And what about your situation?" Cheng Qianqian, a genius in alchemy, despite her current state, managed a serene smile. "If it weren't for you today, I would likely have been humiliated to death by him. Dying now means I would at least avoid dishonor, and I can witness him receiving his due punishment. That is not a loss at all. By the way, after I die, sprinkle some corpse powder on me. Otherwise, you might find it difficult to explain later." At that moment, she had already scattered the corpse powder over Sun Jiqing's corpse. Not only did his body swiftly dissolve into a puddle of yellow liquid, but even the revitalizing pill he had held vanished alongside it. However, during this process, Xiaoyao seemed to glimpse the decomposition of the medicinal properties within the revitalizing pill. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck his eyes. "Do you have any materials for refining the revitalizing pill?" Cheng Qianqian smiled wryly and shook her head. "You just checked. In my current state, I can't even move, let alone refine pills. Perhaps I can give it a try?" Xiaoyao suggested. "You?" Cheng Qianqian shook her head helplessly. "If alchemy were that simple, the sect would not value me so highly." Although she saw through Cheng Qianqian's skepticism, the thought of her urging him to use corpse powder to preserve himself inspired Xiaoyao. Recognizing her kindness, he resolved to make an effort for her. "Given your current situation, it seems you have no other choice." While he felt that dying peacefully was not a loss, a natural fear of death still lingered within him. Seeing the enthusiastic Xiaoyao, Cheng Qianqian was reluctant to dampen his spirits. "All right, since you are interested in alchemy, then give it a try. Even if it fails, I will teach you some alchemical principles as a form of gratitude." As she spoke, Cheng Qianqian waved her hand, summoning a fifth-tier alchemical cauldron into the scene. She then retrieved some herbs. "You may begin." Xiaoyao nodded slightly, holding the herbs in his hands, closing his eyes to gently inhale each one. Regarding the revitalizing pill, he had only just sensed the decomposition of its medicinal properties. Relying on the alchemical principles learned from the Nine Dragons fire control technique, he formed a rough conception of the refining process. As for these fifth-tier herbs, Xiaoyao had never encountered them before, so he needed to familiarize himself with them and mentally simulate the refining process. Cheng Qianqian observed with a furrowed brow, clearly perplexed by Xiaoyao's actions. At that moment, Xiaoyao flicked his fingers, igniting the alchemical fire within the cauldron. The intense heat caused Cheng Qianqian's gaze to sharpen. Is this truly a servant disciple? Setting aside Xiaoyao's proficiency in alchemy, the purity of his alchemical fire alone was something she could not match. Next, she witnessed Xiaoyao toss all the herbs into the cauldron at once. That's not how you refine." Cheng Qianqian, who had held onto a shred of hope, watched her expectations dim. She had not anticipated that Xiaoyao was not merely unskilled in alchemy, he was utterly ignorant of it. Nevertheless, she still kindly reminded him, "Alchemy is about extracting the medicinal properties from the herbs, then combining them according to your needs. Different herbs possess varying properties, and there are interactions between them, both harmonious and antagonistic. The time taken for purification and refining also differs, so they need to be processed separately. Otherwise, you will only." Cheng Qianqian initially intended to explain the basics of alchemy to Xiaoyao. However, she soon noticed that Xiaoyao was employing an alchemical technique she had never seen before, where the fire within the cauldron naturally divided into numerous small sections. Each section was purifying different types of herbs with distinct heat levels. Cheng Qianqian, with her profound understanding of alchemy, immediately recognized that as long as Xiaoyao could maintain this level of heat consistently, all the herbs would reach their required state simultaneously. This undoubtedly saved a considerable amount of refining time. Is there truly such a method of fire control in alchemy? This was a technique Cheng Qianqian had never dared to imagine before. After all, refining so many herbs at once while maintaining the fire required not only immense mental strength but also extraordinary fire control skills. Yet, as she observed Xiaoyao's awkward yet strangely adept approach, Cheng Qianqian found herself captivated. Her remarkable achievements in alchemy were not only due to her innate talent, but also her fervent dedication. In that moment, she even forgot that her life was hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, the first-time alchemist Xiaoyao was fully immersed in the process. Although there were some minor flaws along the way, he quickly remedied them with exquisite techniques. Not only did he avoid failure, but he also began to develop a distinctly different understanding of alchemy. Simultaneously, Xiaoyao discovered that during the refining process, some of the wood's spiritual power contained within the herbs was quietly flowing into his Dantian. Although this influx was not as dramatic as when he had absorbed the fire Bodhi, it still made Xiaoyao feel as if he had found a pathway to condensing with spiritual power. Boom! After half an hour, a brilliant light erupted from the cauldron. Chapter 17. Don't set your sights on me. As Xiaoyao invoked the alchemical technique, a crystal-clear revitalizing pill appeared at his fingertips. After sensing the pill's medicinal properties and confirming its integrity, Xiaoyao presented it before Cheng Qianqian. "You should take this first." Cheng Qianqian gazed at the revitalizing pill in Xiaoyao's hand, her expression one of astonishment. Although she had witnessed the entire process, she still struggled to believe it is this truly your creation. She did not doubt Xiaoyao's capabilities. Rather, she was astonished. The same type of pill could be graded as exceptional, superior, average, or inferior. She was aware that, despite being hailed as the foremost alchemical talent among the younger generation of the Lihua sect, even she could only manage to produce an average-quality fifth-tier pill, occasionally achieving a superior one. However, the revitalizing pill in Xiaoyao's hand was flawless, clearly of exceptional quality. Yet, Xiaoyao was oblivious to the grading of pills in the Qingyun continent. He assumed the imperfections he had noticed while refining were merely due to the differences between the alchemical practices of the immortal realm and this realm. "I was a bit nervous earlier and didn't perform my best, but this pill should certainly preserve your life. When the opportunity arises, I will refine another for you. Oh no, once you recover, You can craft an even better revitalizing pill yourself. You. Cheng Qianqian looked at Xiaoyao, who was earnestly sincere, wanting to explode with anger yet unsure where to direct it. Overcome with emotion, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Xiaoyao promptly forced the revitalizing pill into her mouth. As the pill entered, a sweet current surged into her abdomen, and the medicinal properties quickly spread, restoring the color to her pallid face and gradually stabilizing her breath. Xiaoyao anxiously pressed on her pulse. Surprised. Your constitution is remarkable. You fully recovered just after taking the revitalizing pill. After all, from Xiaoyao's perspective, he believed his revitalizing pill still had many areas for improvement, and he harbored some concerns. However, it seemed that Cheng Qianqian, as an alchemist, had consumed numerous pills and herbs in the past, and now the medicinal properties were being fully activated, yielding such impressive results. Remarkable constitution? If it weren't for the need to save my life, I would never have dared to consume a revitalizing pill. Cheng Qianqian looked at Xiaoyao in shock. That was an exceptional pill, and while it was only 5th tier, its value was comparable to that of a 6th tier pill. Especially since she had witnessed the entire refining process, studying it would greatly benefit her understanding of alchemy. Xiaoyao, unaware of Cheng Qianqian's thoughts, quickly added, I am helping you simply because I am your hired servant disciple. So please do not harbor any improper thoughts about me. In Xiaoyao's mind, given the dire circumstances, it would be absurd to hesitate to consume it. Otherwise, what other explanation could there be for not using the pill? Cheng Qianqian could hardly fathom that Xiaoyao would have such a mindset. All right, I will not harbor any improper thoughts towards you. Let us continue to Fire Cloud Peak. With that, Cheng Qianqian retrieved a flying spirit artifact once more. Meanwhile, she mused inwardly that this fellow bore some resemblance to the Xiaoyao that Yu Yin liked, as he spoke about her not having improper thoughts towards him. Cheng Qianqian even found herself curious as to who would be more arrogant if he were to meet the Xiaoyao. Are we really going now? Are you not afraid of a repeat of what just happened? Although aware that Cheng Qianqian was now unharmed, Xiaoyao could not help but ask. Cheng Qianqian laughed. Do you think everyone is as reckless as Sun Jiqing? Even those disciples going to Fire Cloud Peak to cause trouble for Xiaoyao would merely drag him out for a beating to save face. Under Cheng Qianqian's urging, Xiaoyao had no choice but to pilot the flying spirit artifact again, as they continued toward Fire Cloud Peak. Despite feeling somewhat frustrated by Cheng Qianqian's insistence on not setting her sights on him, he could not help but recall the exquisite techniques he had employed during the alchemical process. Cheng Qianqian, still curious, asked, What is your name? I am Lian Ren. Xiaoyao answered casually. By this point, he had resolved to find an excuse to part ways with Cheng Qianqian the moment they arrived at Fire Cloud Peak. After all, matters of romance were something he wished to avoid entirely. Cheng Qianqian, not catching the underlying meaning in Xiaoyao's words, continued, Li Shidi, I believe with your alchemical skills, you should not merely be a servant disciple. Xiaoyao's eyes flickered as he promptly replied, Though I have the capability to pass the assessments, the girl I admire is still a servant disciple, so I choose to accompany her. Whenever she passes the assessment, I shall cease being a servant disciple. Evidently, Xiaoyao intended to dissuade Cheng Qianqian from harboring any further feelings for him. Yet, as Cheng Qianqian gazed at Xiaoyao's figure, masterfully controlling the flying spiritual artifact, her eyes shimmered with admiration. You are truly remarkable. Although the path of cultivation inherently led everyone to pursue the zenith of power, this only deepened the enchantment Cheng Qianqian felt towards Xiaoyao's profound affection, especially as a young maiden in her prime. Just as Cheng Qianqian was about to utter another word, Xiaoyao hastily interjected, Do not distract me. Otherwise, if we encounter another attack like before, it will spell trouble. Reminded of their recent predicament, Cheng Qianqian promptly fell silent. Soon, the two of them spotted a throng of people gathering at the foot of Huayun Peak. Simultaneously, several flying spiritual artifacts were arriving from all directions. Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, This Lin Yuyin possesses such allure within the Li Hua sect. Xiaoyao, you cowardly turtle, do you truly believe you are worthy of Lin Yuyin's favor? As they approached, Xiaoyao noticed a group of miscellaneous disciples at the foot of Huayun Peak, clamoring in various languages, their shouts quite unmelodious. Will Elder Huayun not intervene in this ruckus? Xiaoyao inquired of Cheng Qianqian. You haven't forgotten the sect rules, have you? Cheng Qianqian looked at him in astonishment but replied, Matters concerning disciples are to be handled by the disciples themselves. If one can fight, then fight. If not, concede and apologize, returning to cultivate. Elders are not to interfere. While they conversed, the flying artifact had already landed at the base of Huayun Peak. Cheng Qianqian promptly retrieved a storage bag and presented it to Xiaoyao. Though the agreed compensation was merely 20 spirit stones, since you saved my life, I shall offer you 1,000 spirit stones. Additionally, consider this as a favor owed to you. You may come to Dan Peak to collect whenever you wish. The mention of 1,000 spirit stones stirred Xiaoyao's heart. Spirit stones, composed of condensed spiritual energy, could be directly absorbed, with their energy adaptable to the practitioner's needs, transforming into any of the 5 elemental spiritual powers. This implied that he could convert them into its spiritual energy or fire spiritual energy at will. Such a bounty already covered the debt of gratitude. Xiaoyao accepted the spirit stones and prepared to make his exit. But the moment they stepped out of the flying artifact, a crowd immediately surrounded them. Chapter 18. Are you truly Xiaoyao? Upon seeing senior sister Cheng, a multitude of disciples promptly offered their respects. The hierarchy among disciples in the Li Hua sect was based on strength, rather than the order of entry. Although Cheng Qianqian was not adept in battle, she was a 5th-tier alchemist, comparable to those at the human sovereign level, thus naturally placing her above those present who were merely at the spirit pill realm. After acknowledging them with a slight nod, Cheng Qianqian waved her hand, causing a pill to spin on her fingertip, its fragrance wafting through the air, a breakthrough pill. The disciples gazed, wide-eyed, at the sight. The breakthrough pill could enable those at the spirit pill realm to advance a minor level upon consumption. While it was not guaranteed that a 9th-layer spirit pill practitioner would ascend to the human sovereign realm, it would certainly enhance their chances of breaking through by at least 50%. Cheng Qianqian nodded slightly, confirming, indeed, it is the breakthrough pill. You are all aware of my relationship with Yu Yan, yet that Xiaoyao dared to publicly reject her. I have come today to seek retribution for Yu Yan. Whoever defeats Xiaoyao first shall claim this breakthrough pill. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits were instantly invigorated. However, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out. In that case, senior sister Cheng, I shall claim that breakthrough pill. It was only then that everyone noticed that Dang Zhengqing had approached unnoticed. Brother Dang. They hurriedly offered their respects. Dang Zhengqing, a 5th-layer spirit pill practitioner, was significantly stronger than the 3rd and 4th-layer disciples present. He nodded slightly and added, My master, Elder Qingyang, was deceived by that scoundrel Xiaoyao when he was recruiting disciples. As a disciple, I shall challenge Xiaoyao to the life and death arena. Gasps filled the air as the disciples' expressions shifted. Although the Li Hua sect forbade fatal disputes among disciples, if a genuine grudge existed, they could indeed engage in the life and death arena. Once in the arena, it was a matter of fate. One would ascend while the other would descend. Naturally, if one party initiated the challenge and the other hesitated, they would be required to kneel and apologize. Cheng Qianqian's gaze sharpened immediately. Brother Dang must have misunderstood my intentions. I merely wished to teach that ungrateful Xiaoyao a lesson, but since Yu Yan has feelings for him, I do not wish for him to perish. Dang Zhengqing declared, as a disciple, I cannot ignore my master's grievances. Cheng Qianqian retorted coldly, as a friend. I cannot stand by while my friend is in peril. If you dare to propose a life and death battle, I wager your life against my 3 years of alchemical service. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Xiaoyao cast a bewildered glance at Cheng Qianqian. He had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle and naive Cheng Qianqian possessed such ferocity. A 3-year wager on a life was an alchemist's gambit. This meant that whoever dared to challenge Dang Zhengqing to a life and death duel would, upon victory, have Cheng Qianqian bound to concoct pills for them for 3 years. As a 5th-tier alchemist, her skills were an immense temptation for those at the spirit pill realm. Dang Zhengqing was evidently taken aback by Cheng Qianqian's boldness. However, recalling her standing within the sect, he did not dare to provoke her further. Seeing Xiaoyao standing beside Cheng Qianqian, he hastily berated, What are you staring at? Do you not know your place? Get out of my way, impudent. He is mine. Cheng Qianqian instantly positioned herself protectively in front of Xiaoyao. Had Xiaoyao merely been an ordinary miscellaneous disciple, Cheng Qianqian would have paid him no mind. After all, miscellaneous disciples held such a lowly status within the Li Hua sect. However, Xiaoyao was her lifesaver. Although he claimed that the debt of gratitude was settled, Cheng Qianqian did not share that sentiment. The onlookers, unaware of the underlying circumstances, regarded Xiaoyao with astonishment. Tio think that even a typical direct disciple would be unlikely to receive such defense from Cheng Qianqian. Yet Xiaoyao, evidently overwhelmed by the recent turmoil with Gu Qingqing, remained overly sensitive regarding matters of the heart. Although he recognized that Cheng Qianqian was intervening on his behalf, his instinct was to retreat a step and say, "Senior Sister Cheng, did I not mention that I have someone I care for? Was this miscellaneous disciple truly a fool?" The surrounding disciples gradually caught on, realizing that Cheng Qianqian's previous remarks were an attempt to humiliate Dang Zhengqing. This foolish fellow believed Cheng Qianqian had affections for him. Where did his confidence stem from? Even the miscellaneous disciples nearby, who had been protesting at the foot of the mountain, now regarded Xiaoyao with admiration. This young man possessed an audacity and resilience that set him apart among his peers. Unexpectedly, Cheng Qianqian shrugged her shoulders. "I know, you fancy a female miscellaneous disciple. So what?" Cheng Qianqian had never entertained such thoughts about Xiaoyao, rendering her perplexed as to why he would bring it up. However, to others, her words took on an entirely different connotation. The first talent in alchemy within the Li Hua sect was now competing with a female miscellaneous disciple for the affection of a male miscellaneous disciple, and it seemed she was at a disadvantage. Moreover, the other miscellaneous disciples stared at Xiaoyao in disbelief. They were all miscellaneous disciples. How had he managed to win Cheng Qianqian's favor? How could he dare to reject her so brazenly? Some even sighed, "Heavens, has the world gone mad?" First, Lin Yuyin was rejected by a disciple yet to enter the sect. Now Senior Sister Cheng has also been spurned by a miscellaneous disciple. Where did I go wrong? Instantly, many disciples began to reflect on their own insecurities. At this moment, a crimson figure rushed down from Huayun Peak, coldly declaring, "Who dares to challenge Xiaoyao to the life and death arena? I shall accompany him. It's Senior Sister Lin." Individuals in the vicinity recognized Lin Yuyin and quickly paid their respects. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lin Yuyin." Cheng Qianqian's face brightened at the sight, eagerly approaching. However, upon seeing Cheng Qianqian, Lin Yuyin's expression darkened. "You foolish girl, are you courting death? Hand over the breakthrough pill." Lin Yuyin had been recuperating from her previous injuries and had only just learned of the commotion below. Before arriving, disciples from Huayun Peak had already relayed the events to her. Cheng Qianqian retorted, "I shall not give it. Who dares to let this scoundrel refuse you? Were it not for my lack of martial prowess, I would personally teach him a lesson." As they spoke, the two had drawn closer. Lin Yuyin, initially intent on confronting Dang Zhengqing, now found herself standing next to Xiaoyao. "Why Xiaoyao? How did you end up here?" Lin Yuyin looked at him in confusion. She was well aware of Xiaoyao's previous injuries and could not fathom how he could have recovered so swiftly. "Yuyin, you must be mistaken. He is not Xiaoyao, but a miscellaneous disciple named Lian Ren." Cheng Qianqian also appeared somewhat bewildered. However, at that moment, she seemed to grasp the implications of the name Lian Ren. She then turned to Xiaoyao. You truly are Xiaoyao? He is Xiaoyao." The disciples present were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 19. Life and Death Challenge. Initially, one individual had rejected Lin Yuyin, and now another had rejected Cheng Qianqian, leaving everyone in disbelief. Now they discovered that these two rejections had come from the same person? How had he managed to accomplish such a feat? Amidst the confusion, Lin Yuyin stood before them, and Xiaoyao could no longer conceal the truth. Cheng Qianqian soon realized, "So, your initial rejection of Yuyin was due to that female miscellaneous disciple." In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Xiaoyao. Indeed, Xiaoyao did not deny it this time. After all, this had been a means to dissuade Lin Yuyin from pursuing him. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. To them, it had appeared that Cheng Qianqian was merely speaking on behalf of Lin Yuyin. Yet Xiaoyao's admission implied that he had simultaneously rejected both Lin Yuyin and Cheng Qianqian for the sake of a miscellaneous disciple. Curiosity about this enigmatic female miscellaneous disciple began to brew among the onlookers. What sort of person could inspire such a decision from Xiaoyao? However, Lin Yuyin's understanding of Xiaoyao surpassed that of the others. She was aware of his relationship with Gu Qingqing and, calculating the timeline, realized that Xiaoyao could not possibly have developed feelings for someone else so swiftly, let alone for a female miscellaneous disciple. Thus, she speculated that Xiaoyao's current statement was likely a tactic to alleviate the pressure he felt from the crowd gathered at Huayun Peak. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuyin cast a cold glare at Dang Zhengqing. "Senior Sister Lin, you." Sensing the chilling intensity in her gaze, Dang Zhengqing's confidence faltered. Despite his earlier bravado in challenging Xiaoyao to the life and death arena, he felt no courage in the face of Lin Yuyin, who possessed both an innate talent and had already reached the 9th layer of the spirit pill realm. "Apologize to Xiaoyao." Lin Yuyin's voice was frigid. What is happening? Not only was Dang Zhongqing taken aback, but the onlookers were equally bewildered. How could Lin Yuyan demand that Dang Zhongqing apologize to Yi Xiaoyao after being rejected by a female miscellaneous disciple? What kind of situation was this? Senior Sister Lin, why should I? Dang Zhongqing attempted to protest, but Lin Yuyan cut him off. You have 3 breaths to apologize, or I shall challenge you to a life-and-death duel. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd erupted into an uproar. While the sect permitted life-and-death challenges among disciples, such actions were generally approached with caution and restraint. Suddenly, someone pieced together the situation. It appeared that Lin Yuyan aimed to demonstrate that her status far exceeded that of a mere miscellaneous disciple, hoping to rekindle Yi Xiaoyao's affections. Heavens, could this possibly be the aloof Lin Yuyan who regarded all talents with disdain? For Yi Xiaoyao, she was willing to humble herself. Amidst the murmurs, Dang Zhongqing seemed to grasp Lin Yuyan's intentions. Yet, he lacked the courage to accept her challenge. Faced with so many witnesses, he could not simply apologize to Yi Xiaoyao. Realizing the predicament, Dang Zhongqing steeled himself, kneeling before Lin Yuyan. I, Dang Zhongqing, do not dare to accept Senior Sister's challenge. I now bow my head and apologize. Lin Yuyan was taken aback by this unexpected display. However, many onlookers began to admire Dang Zhongqing for his choice. Given the circumstances, apologizing to Lin Yuyan was undoubtedly preferable to directly confronting Yi Xiaoyao. After all, everyone knew that Dang Zhongqing's master had been punished at the Burning Sky Cliff due to Yi Xiaoyao's actions. To apologize to Yi Xiaoyao would be tantamount to betraying his master. At that moment, Dang Zhongqing stood and directed his gaze at Yi Xiaoyao. Now, I challenge you to a life-and-death duel. Of course, should you lack the courage to fight, you may also kneel and apologize as I just did. The crowd was taken by surprise at Dang Zhongqing's sudden declaration. Yet, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of respect for him. This way, he could regain the dignity he had lost by bowing before Lin Yuyan. Despite the uncertainty surrounding why Yi Xiaoyao had managed to capture the affections of both Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian, it was clear that he, a mere novice, was now facing a life-and-death challenge from a 5th-layer spirit pill practitioner. As anticipation filled the air, the onlookers were eager to witness Yi Xiaoyao's humiliation. However, under their watchful eyes, Yi Xiaoyao simply scoffed. A life-and-death challenge? I accept. Not only was this not a certain death for him, but even if it were, Yi Xiaoyao would never resort to kneeling and begging for mercy. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? It was now Dang Zhongqing who felt uncertain. Initially, he had aimed to regain his face and earn a reputation for avenging his master. But who could have anticipated that Yi Xiaoyao would display such defiance? Although he was confident in his ability to defeat Yi Xiaoyao in the arena, he was acutely aware that without the backing of his master, he would be left vulnerable to the retribution of Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian. Why Yi Xiaoyao merely chuckled disdainfully. Or perhaps you would prefer to kneel and apologize. I could let you off the hook. In that moment, Yi Xiaoyao realized that the attitudes of Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian towards him would undoubtedly lead to complications. To cultivate peacefully within the Lihua sect while seeking the indestructible sacred fire, he would need to establish a certain level of intimidation through this battle. Fool! Since you are so eager for death, we shall meet on the life and death arena 3 days hence. Dang Zhongqing, no longer contemplating the consequences, coldly snorted and departed. The crowd, initially intent on punishing Yi Xiaoyao, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, particularly upon witnessing the grim expressions on Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian's faces. They hurriedly dispersed. You cannot accept his life-and-death challenge, Lin Yuyan reproached, a hint of concern in her tone. Why? Yi Xiaoyao shrugged his shoulders. Given the circumstances, could I refuse? Yi Xiaoyao was not impulsive. His willingness to accept stemmed not only from the inability to decline but also from the fact that, according to the Lihua sect's rules, once a life-and-death challenge was agreed upon, both parties would be granted a 3-day preparation period. This would allow them to optimize their combat readiness while providing those lacking confidence time to prepare for their potential demise. With the 1,000 spirit stones gifted by Cheng Qianqian, he could achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, bolstering his confidence. Let us return for now, Cheng Qianqian suggested, understanding that had Yi Xiaoyao not accepted the challenge, he would have been left with no choice but to kneel and apologize, which was clearly unacceptable. With that, the 3 of them made their way back up Huayun Peak. Chapter 20. Fair competition. As the imminent battle of life and death approached, I must devote myself to cultivation and cannot accompany you any longer. Upon arriving at Fire Cloud Peak, Yi Xiaoyao uttered these words before swiftly retreating to his chamber. For Yi Xiaoyao, facing the two women posed a greater pressure than confronting Dang Zhongqing. Especially with the life-or-death contest looming just 3 days away, he indeed needed to refine his skills earnestly. Once inside his room, Yi Xiaoyao promptly retrieved spirit stones, and as he activated his cultivation technique, spiritual energy surged into his body. Although spirit stones could be converted into any type of elemental force, the impending battle compelled Yi Xiaoyao to channel all his energy into fire element power. After all, while wood element power primarily served for healing and nurturing, it would offer limited assistance in the forthcoming conflict. Despite the fact that the spiritual energy contained within a single spirit stone could not compare to that of a fire Bodhi seed, the sheer quantity of spirit stones made up for it. With a series of dull thuds, as each spirit stone was consumed and turned to ash in Yi Xiaoyao's hands, the spiritual energy within his Dantian steadily ascended. Concurrently, the red leaves of fire element on the sword seed deepened and solidified, nurturing Yi Xiaoyao's insights into the sword path and further enhancing his understanding of the unity of man and sword. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian fell into a contemplative silence before Lin Yuyan broke the stillness, saying, "Qianqian, let us make a pact. Regardless of whom Xiaoyao chooses in the future, it must not affect our bond. What do you think?" Cheng Qianqian hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "Yuyan, don't misunderstand. My relationship with him is not what you think." Lin Yuyan reassured her, "It's all right. A talent like him will undoubtedly attract many admirers. As long as it doesn't impact our friendship, that's all that matters." The more Cheng Qianqian tried to clarify, the more Lin Yuyan seemed unconvinced, leading Cheng Qianqian to concede, "Fine, I will concoct some healing elixirs for him. Perhaps they will be of some assistance." Although Cheng Qianqian had witnessed Yi Xiaoyao slay Sun Jiqing and did not believe him entirely powerless against Dang Zhongqing, she felt it prudent to prepare healing elixirs to provide him with a better chance. Lin Yuyan raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, internally reflecting that if she did not know Yi Xiaoyao so well, she ought to be more concerned about how he would face Dang Zhongqing rather than preparing healing elixirs. However, valuing their friendship, Lin Yuyan chose to remain silent about her thoughts. Simultaneously, as the previous disciples departed, the previously calm Li Hua sect suddenly became bustling with excitement. Yi Xiaoyao, for the sake of a female servant disciple, had simultaneously turned down the affections of both Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian, accepting a life-and-death challenge from Dang Zhongqing with his cultivation at the 4th level of the spiritual sea. Any one of these facts alone would be worthy of attention, yet they all converged upon a single individual. Not just the disciples, but even many elders prepared to witness the unfolding events on the life-and-death platform 3 days hence. Eager to discern the source of Yi Xiaoyao's confidence, of course, there were also some gossiping disciples who ventured into the servant disciple area. However, after inquiring among all the female servant disciples, none admitted to knowing Yi Xiaoyao. This led many disciples to angrily exclaim, "For your sake, Yi Xiaoyao even rejected Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian. Yet you lack the courage to acknowledge him. You are utterly unworthy of him." Although they had come out of curiosity, the outcome incited considerable indignation on Yi Xiaoyao's behalf. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiaoyao, fully engaged, finally absorbed the entirety of the spiritual energy from 1,000 spirit stones. His cultivation soared from the 4th to the 9th level of the spiritual sea, mere steps away from the spiritual Dan realm. This realization filled Yi Xiaoyao with awe. With sufficient resources, cultivation progressed swiftly. Yet, he remained unaware that for an ordinary practitioner at the spiritual sea level, absorbing dozens of spirit stones' energy in a single day was already commendable. Without ample spirit stones, rapid progress in cultivation remained elusive. Simultaneously, the fire element red leaves on the sword seed blazed crimson, enriching his comprehension of the sword path, culminating in a profound understanding of the essence of the unity of man and sword. When Yi Xiaoyao finally emerged from his room, both Cheng Qianqian and Lin Yuyan gazed at him in astonishment. Despite their prior awareness of Yi Xiaoyao's talent, they were still taken aback that he had managed to leap from the 4th to the 9th level of the spiritual sea in a mere 3 days. Particularly, Lin Yuyan, who possessed a congenital Dao body and specialized in martial arts, had taken nearly a year to accomplish such a feat. Yi Xiaoyao smiled at Lin Yuyan. "I owe my breakthrough to you." Lin Yuyan replied earnestly. After her grandfather treated his injuries, he had shared with her the profound insights Yi Xiaoyao had previously left within him, deepening her understanding of the Li Yin Ju. Having been on the verge of a breakthrough, the combination of these 3 days and Cheng Qianqian's elixir allowed her to seamlessly step into the 1st level of the human sovereign realm. Here are some healing elixirs I prepared for you. They might be of assistance, Cheng Qianqian said, presenting a vial. Thank you. Xiaoyao accepted graciously this time. Given that Dang Zhengqing was a formidable opponent at the 5th level of the spiritual Dan realm, it was wise to be prepared. After stowing the elixirs, Xiaoyao turned to the two women and inquired, could you lend me 3 5th-tier spirit swords? His original sword had shattered during his confrontation with Sun Jiqing, and with the battle looming, Xiaoyao certainly required a spirit sword, preferably of 5th tier or higher. Otherwise, if it broke again, it would be quite troublesome. I'm not skilled in combat and have no spirit sword. Cheng Qianqian shrugged, glancing at Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan looked at Cheng Qianqian with gratitude. She perceived that Cheng Qianqian had provided Xiaoyao with healing elixirs and was now granting him the opportunity to borrow a spirit sword. This was, indeed, a fair competition. Resolving this, Lin Yuyan promptly produced 3 spirit swords, while Xiaoyao placed 2 into the storage bag Cheng Qianqian had given him and grasped one. This sword is named Zhenxiao, a mid-tier 5th-tier sword that perfectly complements fire element power, Lin Yuyan explained. Naturally, she did not mention that this was her personal spirit sword. While Xiaoyao's spiritual energy surged slightly, causing the Zhenxiao sword to emit a melodious chime. Sensing the sword's power, Xiaoyao was pleased and stowed it away in his storage bag. All right, let us set forth. Are you certain you truly wish to ascend the life and death platform? Lin Yuyan asked earnestly. Although she understood that Xiaoyao must possess some means, the thought of the life and death platform, where distinctions between life and death would be made, still worried her. There's still a chance to withdraw? Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Lin Yuyan, however, remarked, if you lack confidence, I can ask my grandfather to find a reason to expel you from the Lihua sect. Let us not go that route. Xiaoyao immediately shook his head. Until he acquired the undying sacred fire, he could not leave the Lihua sect. His comprehension of the 10,000 ways devouring heaven sword technique was vital to rescuing the girl's true form. The undying sacred fire of the Lihua sect was key to mastering the 10,000 ways devouring heaven sword. He owed his current achievements to the girl's grace and could not betray her trust. Chapter 21. On the life and death platform, so many people. Upon seeing the crowd surrounding the life and death platform, Xiaoyao was somewhat taken aback. Cheng Qianqian remarked, life and death duels are rare, thus attracting a multitude of spectators. Lin Yuyan teased further, and you have simultaneously rejected both me and Qianqian, so it's only natural that even more people would come to see you. Xiaoyao has arrived, a voice called out, and instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. As the crowd turned to observe Xiaoyao walking flanked by Cheng Qianqian and Lin Yuyan, they were left in disbelief. Although many had heard the rumors, a considerable number of disciples still harbored doubts. Yet, witnessing this scene dispelled any skepticism. Greetings, Senior Sister Cheng, Senior Sister Lin. In the midst of their astonishment, several disciples bowed in respect. However, some disciples remained unmoved. Lin Yuyan quietly commented, the ones who previously sought out trouble at Fire Cloud Peak were merely ordinary disciples. The true geniuses of the Lihua sect are the ones standing here now. They simply deemed it beneath them to engage. Xiaoyao then noticed that those standing bore at least the 2nd level of the human sovereign realm, with several having already reached the 5th level. One youth at the 5th level approached directly. Congratulations, Junior Sister Lin, on your breakthrough to the human sovereign realm. Upon hearing this, many realized that Lin Yuyan had indeed broken through to the human sovereign realm, and they were slightly taken aback. A stroke of luck. I still fall far short compared to senior brother Hanfeng, Lin Yuyan replied. Hanfeng smiled. With Junior Sister Lin's congenital Dao body, surpassing me is merely a matter of time. Moreover, since you've broken through to the human sovereign realm, you are now qualified to participate in the upcoming exploration of the 4 sections. Shall we discuss it? As Hanfeng completely disregarded Xiaoyao, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone knew that among Lin Yuan's many suitors, Hanfeng was notably distinguished, and his intentions were unmistakably clear. Thank you, Senior Brother Han, for your kind words, but I prefer to wait until after this life and death duel concludes before deciding whether to participate, Lin Yuyan stated. Only then did Hanfeng cast a cold glance at Xiaoyao, smirking, you must have relied on the elixirs provided by Junior Sister Cheng to forcefully elevate your cultivation from the 4th to the 9th level in 3 days, right? Even if you triumph today, relying on elixirs for strength will undoubtedly limit your future achievements. How could you be worthy of Junior Sister Lin? Furthermore, in my opinion, with your current strength, you are destined to perish today. Why should Junior Sister Lin be entangled in such misfortune? With his chest held high, Han Feng seemed intent on asserting that he was more deserving of Lin Yuyan than Yi Xiaoyao. Little did he know, while Lin Yuyan had previously indulged him, his blatant insult toward Yi Xiaoyao darkened her expression. Beside them, Cheng Qianqian coldly interjected, "If you truly believe you surpass Yi Xiaoyao in every way, why not reflect on why Lin Yuyan has never shown interest in you? Could it be because you are simply unappealing?" Cheng Qianqian. Han Feng's expression soured at her words. Cheng Qianqian stepped forward. "What's wrong? If you're dissatisfied, try laying a hand on me." Though Han Feng seethed with anger, he dared not confront Cheng Qianqian, given her exceptional talent in alchemy and her esteemed position within the sect. He could only glare at Yi Xiaoyao. As a man, do you not feel ashamed to hide behind a woman? Yi Xiaoyao snorted. As a man, you wish to pursue a woman willing to protect me. Yet you fail to win her affection. Don't you find that shameful? You. Han Feng was taken aback by Yi Xiaoyao's audacity. As his expression darkened, an oppressive aura surged toward Yi Xiaoyao. However, Lin Yuyan stepped forward, shielding Yi Xiaoyao, and coldly retorted, "Senior brother Han, do not forget that no one is permitted to interfere with the duelance on the life and death platform. Do you wish to face punishment?" Reluctantly, Han Feng retracted his aura, threateningly stating, "Kid, I'm starting to hope you survive the life and death platform." Yi Xiaoyao merely smiled faintly, glancing toward Dang Jingqing in the distance. "Did you hear that, Senior brother Han? He wants me to kill you." Dang Jingqing scoffed dismissively, "A show-off. I hope your strength matches your bravado." With a derisive snort, Dang Jingqing leaped onto the life and death platform. "He has broken through to the 6th level of the spiritual Dan realm?" Many gasped as they sensed the powerful aura emanating from Dang Jingqing. Although Yi Xiaoyao had rapidly ascended 5 levels, he was still at the spiritual C level, and the combined powers could not compare to Dang Jingqing's advancement in the spiritual Dan realm. Moreover, it was widely believed that Yi Xiaoyao's rapid progress was due to elixirs. Not only would this greatly impact his future cultivation, but it also suggested an unstable foundation, rendering him inferior to a true 9th-level spiritual sea warrior. Feeling the astonished gazes of the crowd, Dang Jingqing looked down at Yi Xiaoyao. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. If you kneel and apologize now, I might spare your life." Yi Xiaoyao lightly tapped the ground, his figure ascending to the life and death platform. "Senior brother Han wants me to kill you. How could I concede?" Fine. Since you refuse my kind offer, do not blame me for being ruthless," Dang Jingqing bellowed. Raising his right arm, a spirit sword materialized in his hand, and as he infused it with spiritual energy, it transformed into a brilliant crimson-hued, the 6th-tier spirit sword. Mastered the Li Yin Ju to perfection? The crowd erupted in gasps. A 6th-tier spirit sword could not only unleash Dang Jingqing's full power, but also provide a significant augmentation. Furthermore, judging by his spiritual energy fluctuations, he had achieved mastery of the mid-tier Earth-level Li Yin Ju, making his strength formidable. An overwhelming heat radiated toward Yi Xiaoyao, prompting him to activate the 9 Dragons fire control technique. Nonetheless, he still felt a burning sensation coursing through his body. It dawned on him that Sun Jiqing had indeed underestimated him. This direct disciple of the Li Hua sect was no trivial opponent. Yi Xiaoyao could not afford to be careless. With a swift motion, he grasped the Zhenxiao sword in his hand. Zhenxiao? Isn't that the sword Elder Hua Yun gifted to Lin Yuyan on her 20th birthday? She even bestowed such a significant spirit sword to Yi Xiaoyao. Amidst the crowd's astonished exclamations, Han Feng's expression darkened further, and he coldly remarked, "It's a fine sword, but the wielder is merely a corpse. Such a pity." Many nodded in agreement, some even lamenting, "In this era, without sufficient strength, even if you possess the favor of the gods, you cannot grasp it. Die." Just then, Dang Jingqing's figure surged forward, propelled by his fierce shout. This was the life and death platform, and once he ascended, one of them would surely perish. Thus, he could not afford to entertain notions of allowing Yi Xiaoyao to strike first. Killing the opponent and ensuring his own survival was the only path forward. Chapter 22. Competing for disciples. Whoosh whoosh, as Dang Jingqing launched himself into action, the life and death platform erupted into a sea of flames. Streams of fire shot forth like chains toward Yi Xiaoyao, while Dang Jingqing wielded his spirit sword, unleashing a barrage of crimson sword light. Yet, these sword strikes lacked any semblance of ferocity, blending seamlessly with the raging inferno, rendering them nearly undetectable. Heavens, Dang Jingqing has mastered the Earth-level upper-tier hidden sword technique? A voice exclaimed in disbelief. The earth-level upper-tier sword techniques were the highest caliber accessible to direct disciples, and among them, the hidden sword technique was notorious for its difficulty. Who could have anticipated that the unassuming Dang Zhongqing had already achieved mastery? Yet, Xiaoyao merely curled his lips in disdain. Though this sword technique was indeed difficult to defend against, Xiaoyao's understanding of the Nine Dragons' fire control technique had long surpassed their comprehension. Due to the constraints of his cultivation level, Xiaoyao faced some pressure against the searing heat, but every movement within this sea of flames was entirely within his perception. With a swift motion, Xiaoyao swept the Zhenxiao sword, unleashing an enigmatic force from its tip. The flames that had been attacking him instantly shifted direction, morphing into thicker and more vigorous fire pillars that crushed Dang Zhongqing's sword light and surged toward him. How is this possible? That fire is indeed the spiritual flame condensed by senior brother Dang's spiritual energy. How can Xiaoyao control it? And he is several levels beneath senior brother Dang. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Not only the spectators, but even Dang Zhongqing's expression changed dramatically. Just a moment ago, he had felt his condensed spiritual flame sever all ties with him. Faced with the incoming fire pillars, he had no time to ponder and hastily retreated while frantically swinging his spirit sword to counter the flames. Yet, even as he made his move, Xiaoyao had already summoned the other two spirit swords to converge upon the tip of his Zhenxiao sword. However, among those two ethereal swords, one shimmered with a deep violet hue, crackling with the wrath of thunder, while the other glowed a vibrant azure, seemingly infused with boundless vitality. With a mere flick of Xiaoyao's wrist, the three swords, including the Zhenxiao sword, soared into the air simultaneously. Guided by the sword control technique in Xiaoyao's hand, they advanced from various angles toward Dang Zhongqing with lethal intent. This was precisely the third form of the Wanqiang Shitian sword technique, known as Sankai Shitian. This technique required the sword seed to sprout three distinct sword sprouts to be executed. Harnessing the three forces, he formed a sword array to confront the enemy. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Could it be a celestial grade sword technique? Although Dang Zhongqing relied on his profound cultivation to counteract the assaults, the three ethereal swords, under Xiaoyao's command, consistently found cunning angles to attack, leaving him exhausted in defense. Even though he clearly had the upper hand in terms of realm, faced with the onslaught of the three ethereal swords, he found himself unable to launch a single counterattack. Whoosh. Whoosh. After a few breaths, as blood sprayed forth, Dang Zhongqing's body was already marred with sword scars, a visage of terror etched on his face. The pain coursing through his body slowed his movements, resulting in even more sword marks appearing upon him. In this vicious cycle, just as the two had clashed for a full 10 breaths, a chilling light suddenly sliced through Dang Zhongqing's throat. Instantly, he was propelled into a roll by the immense impact of the ethereal sword, crashing to the ground, motionless at that moment. The spiritual flames that had suffused the entire life and death arena vanished. All gazes turned to Xiaoyao, plunging into an eerie silence. To everyone present, it seemed an undeniable truth that Xiaoyao would meet his demise today. The only suspense was how long he could endure. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon their first clash, the outcome would be a one-sided suppression, with Dang Zhongqing only managing to hold on for a mere 10 breaths. The geniuses of the Li Hua sect had witnessed extraordinary challenges before, but such a remarkable display of overcoming realms was indeed a first for them. In that moment, many began to comprehend why Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian were so enamored with Xiaoyao. It turned out, his talent was truly terrifying. Even Han Feng, who harbored animosity towards Xiaoyao, could not help but be struck by admiration as he gazed at him on the life and death arena. He realized that when he himself was merely at the 5th level of the spiritual Dan realm, facing the kind of techniques Xiaoyao had just displayed, the outcome would likely have been only slightly better than what Dang Zhongqing had achieved. Just as the crowd was stunned into silence, suddenly two figures appeared on the life and death arena. Greetings, Master Feng and Master Nye. Upon seeing the two, the crowd gasped in astonishment and simultaneously bowed in reverence. Not just them. Even some elders lurking in the shadows emerged to pay their respects. Nye Jiufeng, the master of the Dan Peak. Feng Wanfin, the master of the Array Peak. They presided over the distribution of elixirs and spiritual artifacts within the sect and were significant figures even among the core elders. Nye Jiufeng looked at Xiaoyao and remarked, "Your ability to control Dang Zhongqing's spiritual flames indicates your exceptional talent in fire manipulation. It would be a waste to pursue martial arts." Come to my Dan Peak and become my personal disciple. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiaoyao, filled with envy. To become a disciple of the master of the Dan Peak would grant one substantial standing within the Li Hua sect, as evidenced by Cheng Qianqian's example. Yet before Xiaoyao could respond, Feng Wanfan interjected, Master Feng, your assertion is inaccurate. Mastery in fire manipulation also allows one to refine artifacts at my array peak. Moreover, the technique Xiaoyao employed was a sword array, indicating not only proficiency in fire manipulation but also exceptional talent in array crafting, which would be more beneficial if he joined my array sect. A sword array. It was at this moment that the onlookers finally grasped why Xiaoyao's previous attack had appeared so intricate. It was indeed a formation of sword manipulation, which required profound comprehension of both swordsmanship and extraordinary knowledge of arrays. Amidst the astonishment, Nia Wanfan continued, with your talent, I lack the capability to take you on as my disciple. However, I can apprentice you on behalf of my master, and in time, I will impart some array knowledge to you, making you my junior brother. His talent is truly that extraordinary? Initially, everyone thought that the proposition from Ye Jufeng and Feng Wanfan to take Xiaoyao as their personal disciple was already enticing enough. Who could have imagined that Feng Wanfan would even offer to apprentice him on behalf of his master? Wouldn't that mean Xiaoyao could ascend to the status of an elder in one fell swoop? Moreover, he would hold a position nearly equivalent to that of a core elder, despite not carrying the title. Don't listen to him. Refining artifacts only benefits others. How much can you use yourself? It's entirely different at my Dan Peak. The elixirs refined can be consumed by oneself. Aren't you also cultivating martial arts? You could advance in both areas simultaneously? Nye Jufeng quickly continued with even more enticing terms. Chapter 23. Why are you fighting over a disciple? It was a rare opportunity to encounter a promising talent in artifact refinement, and Nye Wanfan could not afford to miss it. Rest assured, even if you join my array peak, Master Feng will still assist you in nurturing your body, as you will still be a disciple of the Li Hua sect. Should he dare to neglect his responsibilities, I will cut off their supply of cauldrons for pill refining. Hearing this, Nye Jufeng furrowed her brow. As if your array peak doesn't require our elixirs, go ahead and try. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. As they gazed at Xiaoyao, their expressions turned increasingly bewildered. Regardless of the affections from Cheng Qianqian and Lin Yuyan, or the current attitudes of the two peak masters, which of these was not something they aspired to attain? Yet now, they were all pleading with Xiaoyao to accept their offers, while he remained somewhat indifferent. This left the once proud geniuses feeling a sense of dejection. Han Feng, come here. At that moment, Feng Wanfan coldly called out to Han Feng, who was standing not far away. Although Han Feng felt a sense of foreboding, he steeled himself and climbed onto the life and death arena to greet the two masters. However, before he could finish his greeting, Feng Wanfan delivered a resounding slap across his face. Were you the one who offended my disciple? Han Feng clutched his stinging cheek, seething with resentment, but could only lower his head and reply, disciple was blind to the truth. Nye Jufeng scoffed, since when did Xiaoyao become your disciple? Just because you can back him up, can I? Saying this, Nye Jufeng soared forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Han Feng. You dare strike me? Do you think I want to retaliate? Feng Wanfan, not wanting to be outdone, followed suit. The two seemingly vied to demonstrate their protective instincts towards Xiaoyao. Although they refrained from using spiritual power to truly injure Han Feng, each blow landed with solid impact, as Han Feng cried out in pain. Confusion filled his mind. Why are you two attacking me while fighting over a disciple? The surrounding disciples trembled in fear. They had seen elders of the sect contend for talented disciples before, but this blatant disregard for status was a first for them. Was Xiaoyao's talent truly that astonishing? Of course, at this moment, everyone reached a consensus in their hearts. Never provoke Xiaoyao. After a thorough beating, although Han Feng was not gravely injured, the pain caused him to collapse onto the ground, groaning incessantly. Only then did the two peak masters cease their assault. Having calmed down slightly, they realized they had perhaps overstepped their bounds. Exchanging glances, they then spoke, Xiaoyao, you may speak for yourself. Which peak do you wish to join? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Having preliminarily verified the array techniques within the Nine Dragons' fire manipulation technique, he felt that neither the Dan Peak nor the array peak had much to teach him. Yet, looking at the two seemingly irritable peak masters before him, Xiaoyao found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he said, actually, I have always been quite interested in both the Dan and array paths, so I wish to cultivate both. Upon hearing this, both masters frowned, while Xiaoyao quickly added, if the two peak masters disapprove, then let it be as if I never spoke. No, you are still young and talented. You should experiment more. I believe that before long, you will discover which path you are more adept at, and it will not be too late to choose then. Exactly. Youth is the time for exploration. Should we wait until we are old to venture forth? The two peak masters hastily agreed. Although everyone understood that a person's energy is limited, striving for mastery in various disciplines may ultimately lead to mediocre achievements in all. Xiaoyao's latter statement made them realize that if they opposed him now, he might choose to join the other side. Thus, they consented, reasoning that as long as they patiently guided him, once Xiaoyao recognized his strengths, everything would fall into place. They exchanged glances and continued, in that case, once you understand your own talents, you may decide which peak to join. Thank you, esteemed peak masters. Xiaoyao did not expect the matter to be resolved so easily. However, this was also a result he was pleased to see. Very well, since a pact has been established, you may first go to the Dan Peak and recuperate from the effects of your recent breakthroughs, Feng Wanfen stated promptly. Wai Xiaoyao was somewhat taken aback. After all, Feng Wanfen had intended to keep him at the Array Peak, yet now he was actively suggesting that he go to the Dan Peak first. This was truly a consideration for his well-being. Thank you, Master Feng, for your concern. However, after the recent battle, I gleaned some insights and need to contemplate them for a while longer before heading to the Dan Peak. Xiaoyao still politely declined. After all, there resided not only the sword seed in his Dantian, but also the celestial maiden, and should Nie Jufeng examine his condition, it could lead to complications, and no worries, I will have Qianqian accompany you. Should anything arise, I can come over at any time. In Nie Jufeng's view, Xiaoyao was considering Feng Wanfen's feelings. Although they had been competing for Xiaoyao's talent, the matter was now settled, and she was not in a rush. Rather, she admired Xiaoyao's ability to prioritize the greater good. Master, I Dacheng Qianqian intended to inform Nie Jufeng that Xiaoyao's alchemical skills far surpassed her own, and she had nothing to offer him. However, Nie Jufeng mistook her embarrassment for reluctance after being rejected by Xiaoyao and immediately interrupted. This is a command from your master. Oh, disciple obeys. Since her master had spoken, Cheng Qianqian naturally did not dare to argue further. Then I shall take my leave for now. Xiaoyao promptly bowed. Go ahead. Once you have contemplated your insights, feel free to choose whether to visit the Array Peak or the Dan Peak. The two peak masters nodded slightly. Subsequently, Xiaoyao leapt down from the life and death arena, walking alongside Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Once the two peak masters departed, Han Feng finally stood up on the life and death arena. Feeling the unusual stares from those around him, he glared at Xiaoyao's retreating figure, his eyes filled with resentment. He Qinyu, as Xiaoyao and the others returned to Huayun Peak. They encountered a young girl ahead. Lin Yuyan greeted her with surprise. Cheng Qianqian also furrowed her brow slightly. He Qinyu. She was one of the three dazzling beauties of the Li Hua sect's younger generation. Lin Yuyan excelled in martial arts, Cheng Qianqian in alchemy, while the present He Qinyu was a fifth-tier array master. However, He Qinyu was naturally aloof and seldom engaged with others, thus lacking friends. At this moment, she simply stated, my master sent me to let you know that if junior brother Yi has any questions regarding array techniques, you may feel free to ask me. Do you have any refining materials on you? Xiaoyao inquired eagerly upon hearing this. The ethereal sword he had used earlier was borrowed from Lin Yuyan. He still lacked a suitable ethereal sword, which was an issue that needed resolution. You wish to refine artifacts? A flicker of disdain crossed He Qinyu's eyes. Chapter 24, Desecration of the Array Path. Xiaoyao replied, I want to give it a try. He had not overstated his intentions. While he had verified his alchemical skills, he had yet to explore artifact refinement. He Qinyu waved her hand, producing several jade slips along with various first and second-tier refining materials. These are the basics of array techniques and artifact refinement, along with some materials. Take them to experiment with, and if you have questions, you may ask me. Though she had heard her master mention that Xiaoyao's sword array was impressive, He Qinyu believed that it belonged to martial arts, not the array path. However, as a child raised as an orphan by her master, she could only comply with her master's arrangements. The first and second-tier refining materials held little significance for Xiaoyao. Yet he accepted the jade slips and scanned through the information with his spiritual energy. Instantly, He realized that compared to the array section of the Nine Dragons' fire manipulation technique, these materials were merely rudimentary. Although there were some discrepancies, they were likely due to the differences in the laws between the immortal domain and the Qingyun continent. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyao began to integrate the knowledge. "Thank you, Senior Sister He." Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He then turned to Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian, asking, "Do you have any refining materials above the 6th tier? If I succeed in refining them, I can share some of the finished products with you. How does that sound?" Although he sensed a hint of condescension from He Qianyu, Xiaoyao felt it inappropriate to ask her for higher-tier materials, especially since he was merely proposing to share the fruits of his labor with Lin Yuyan and Cheng Qianqian. "What do you mean by that?" Before either of the two could respond, He Qianyu let out a displeased scoff. "Even if you possess some talent in array techniques, the array path is vast and profound. It would be commendable if you could start refining at 1st tier. To jump straight to 6th tier spiritual artifacts? Do you think of yourself as a genius? Even geniuses would not dare to harbor such delusions." Yi Xiaoyao's gaze hardened. "If Master Feng sent you to reprimand me, you may leave now." He Qianyu immediately retorted, "If it weren't for my master's orders, do you think I would waste my time here?" With that, she waved her hand and handed Yi Xiaoyao a storage BGM. "My master said that if you are interested in artifact refinement, you may request all the materials you need. But I must warn you, materials for 6th tier spiritual artifacts are not trivial. If you fail, you will have to inform my master that you no longer wish to join the array peak." Yi Xiaoyao did not refuse. "So this is what Master Feng provided me, is it? In that case, once I succeed in refining, I'll keep half and have you deliver the other half to Master Feng." Yi Xiaoyao understood that typically, when an array master was commissioned to refine artifacts, not only would the materials need to be supplemented, but an additional fee far exceeding the value of the materials would also be required. Thus, he felt that the price he offered would not disadvantage Feng Wanfen, a boastful claim. "If you can refine a 6th tier spiritual artifact, I will be your servant for 3 years. But if you fail, you must inform my master that you do not wish to join the array peak, understood?" He Qianyu coldly retorted. He Qianyu was devoted to the array path and had been diligently cultivating for years. Now, suddenly being assigned such a task by her master left her feeling quite displeased. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao's audacity to casually glance at the array jade slip and immediately aspire to refine a 6th tier spiritual artifact felt like blatant desecration of the array path. He was simply unworthy of stepping into the realm of arrays. "Why," Yi Xiaoyao sneered, "you aren't even as pretty as them. What use would it be to have you as a servant?" He Qianyu was taken aback by Yi Xiaoyao's retort. However, she quickly regained her composure and firmly replied, "Do not tarnish the sanctity of the array path with your ignorance." Yi Xiaoyao chose to ignore her, scanning with his spiritual energy as he probed into the storage bag. Tianyu Lusha, Millennium Cold Iron, Breath of Spiritual Ice. Inside were materials ranging from 1st to 6th tiers, and Yi Xiaoyao quickly matched them with the various materials he had just recognized from the jade slip. With a wave of his hand, he selected a pile of 6th tier refining materials. "Are you out of your mind? Do you really need this much material for a single refinement?" He Qianyu exclaimed angrily. Yi Xiaoyao began to feel irritated. "If you prefer, you can take these back now and inform Master Feng that I have desecrated the array path and am unworthy to join the array peak." He Qianyu was suddenly at a loss for words. She was acutely aware that her master summoned her not only to express his regard for Yi Xiaoyao, but also because the master of Danfeng, Niefeng, had left Cheng Qianqian here. Although her master had not explicitly stated it, he had insinuated that winning Yi Xiaoyao's affection would be even more desirable. Despite her master's assertion that Yi Xiaoyao was deserving of her, she now regarded him as nothing more than an ignorant fool. Yet, considering her master's instructions, she dared not return without fulfilling her task. Still, feeling resentful, she took out a recording pearl. Her master had said she could use these materials, but she wanted to document the process to demonstrate that she had not skimped on the supplies. Surely that would be acceptable. Of course, it is your right. Yi Xiaoyao was well aware of He Qianyu's intentions, but he remained indifferent. "Senior Sister Cheng, may I borrow your alchemy furnace?" Yi Xiaoyao then turned to Cheng Qianqian. "The alchemy furnace?" Cheng Qianqian, though puzzled, promptly retrieved her furnace. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xiaoyao summoned spiritual fire within the furnace, then directly tossed various materials into it. "You intend to refine tools using the alchemy furnace?" Cheng Qianqian exclaimed. However, she quickly realized that some discord had arisen between Yi Xiaoyao and He Qianyu. making it impossible for her to lend him her refining furnace again. Is it truly feasible to refine tools in an alchemy furnace? Xiaoyao fumed. You fool. You are wasting materials. Are you unaware that different materials require varying amounts of heat and time to fuse? Although she sensed the purity of Xiaoyao's spiritual fire surpassing her own at that moment, witnessing the scene before her ignited her fury. Using the furnace for tool refinement was already excessive, yet he dared to refine these materials simultaneously. Xiaoyao, do you not realize that every belittling remark you make about Xiaoyao seems to imply that Master Feng is a fool? Lin Yuyin could no longer contain herself and interjected. Xiaoyao's expression shifted, but she stubbornly retorted, "What does that have to do with you? He is the man I intend to marry. How can it not concern me?" Lin Yuyin immediately replied. If previously she had considered marrying Xiaoyao merely as a matter of gratitude and having been seen by him, her recent encounters had left her utterly captivated by the brilliance he radiated. Hasn't he publicly rejected you? Yet you continue to pursue him. Xiaoyao was about to retort, but her attention was swiftly drawn back to the changes occurring within the alchemy furnace. Chapter 25. Exceptional spiritual tools. Although the alchemy furnace was primarily designed for concocting medicinal herbs, its capacity to withstand spiritual fire was limited. Yet, at this moment, Xiaoyao had activated the complex formations inscribed upon the furnace, significantly enhancing its ability to endure the spiritual fire's intensity. Furthermore, akin to his previous alchemical endeavors, he astonishingly divided the spiritual fire into distinct zones to refine materials of varying attributes. The challenge now lay in the fact that Xiaoyao manipulated the formations on the furnace to ensure that each zone endured a different level of spiritual fire. Xiaoyao watched in astonishment. Regardless of Xiaoyao's understanding of formations, this mastery of fire manipulation far exceeded her OW and I in that instant. She began to grasp why her master held Xiaoyao in such high esteem. Lin Yuyin, though not particularly skilled in formations, possessed a discerning eye. She coldly mocked, "How does it feel? Is your face stinging from the slap of reality?" Xiaoyao, however, stubbornly defended herself. "While I concede he possesses some talent, he has never truly studied formations. Aspiring to create a sixth-tier spiritual tool remains a pipe dream. If he cannot abandon this lofty ambition, no matter his innate talent, his future achievements will inevitably be limited." Yet Lin Yuyin, having spent more time with Xiaoyao, understood his approach and remarked dismissively, "Some individuals are deemed geniuses precisely because they accomplish what others deem impossible. You perceive him as overly ambitious, but perhaps it is you who are short-sighted." Xiaoyao scoffed. "The outcome will soon reveal itself, won't it?" In truth, Xiaoyao had already discerned that Xiaoyao's fire manipulation was indeed extraordinary, and throughout the refining process, his techniques showed no sign of flawed. At this moment, her prior confidence began to wane. However, Xiaoyao, wholly engrossed in his tool refinement, remained oblivious to her thoughts. In this moment, as he deepened his understanding of the art of refinement, he simultaneously enhanced his grasp of the Nine Dragons fire control technique. This newfound comprehension would further solidify the fire spirit sword leaves on his sword seed, granting him greater insights into swordsmanship. An array of realizations flooded his mind, and Xiaoyao became absorbed in self-improvement, almost forgetting that his sole intention was to craft a suitable spiritual tool. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his graceful and fluid execution. Just as all materials melted and were purified, the alchemy furnace, now glowing a fiery red, erupted with a resounding explosion. The immense force sent the molten materials flying in all directions. Witnessing this, Xiaoyao finally exhaled in relief. "I have long maintained that relying solely on talent is sheer folly." Yet Xiaoyao retorted, "Without the audacity of talent, one is even more foolish." With a cold shout, Xiaoyao's fire manipulation continued to shift. And though the furnace had exploded, the spiritual fire within remained under his control. In an instant, he conjured chains of fire, sweeping the molten materials back toward him. Xiaoyao had intended to counter, but she was now awestruck by Xiaoyao's prowess. As a fifth-tier formation master, she could naturally see that, despite Xiaoyao's inadequate cultivation, he had utilized the explosive force of the furnace to unite all the molten materials. By guiding them back and employing the spiritual fire for final purification and balancing the varying attributes of the liquids, he could proceed to the next step of solidification. This maneuver not only transcended her capabilities, but was also something she had never dared to contemplate. Chang Qianqian, though pained by her alchemy furnace's destruction, recognized that Xiaoyao must not be disturbed and quickly covered her mouth to suppress her gasp. Soon, with the evolution of Xiaoyao's spiritual fire, 8 sword prototypes and 2 alchemy furnace forms materialized from thin air. Once all forms were completed, Xiaoyao abruptly waved his hand, causing the spiritual fire to dissipate as the furnaces and sword prototypes spun rapidly in the air. Is he attempting to engrave formations in midair? Qinyu gasped. Just as her words fell, Xiaoyao's hands moved in a fluid motion, and scorching spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips onto the spinning spiritual tools. What is he doing? Dantian inquired, perplexed. Completely engrossed in Xiaoyao's intricate techniques, Qinyu seemed to forget her prior disdain for him. Instinctively, she expressed admiration. This must be the legendary mid-air formation engraving. I recall my master mentioning that once a spiritual tool has taken shape, the spiritual fire must be withdrawn during formation engraving. However, during this process, the temperature of the spiritual tool's prototype continually decreases, and no matter how perfect the engraving technique, it will ultimately bear some flaws. Yet, mid-air formation engraving allows the spiritual tool to maintain its temperature through friction with the air while rotating at high speed. The only drawback is that achieving a flawless engraving at such speeds requires not only a strong foundation in formations, but also extraordinary mental fortitude. Initially, Qinyu thought Xiaoyao's simultaneous refinement of so many materials was chaotic. But at this moment, she realized he was refining 10 spiritual tools at once. Moreover, the entire process was not only impeccable but also exceeded her expectations. Ding, ding. Suddenly, a series of clear ringing sounds echoed like dragon roars. Boom, boom. Following that, the 2 alchemy furnaces emitted deep, resonant sounds akin to thunder. Ultimately, the furnaces landed before Xiaoyao, while the other 8 spiritual swords circled around him, continuously swirling. 6th tier advanced, exceptional. Qinyu had no doubt about her judgment, yet disbelief filled her gaze. Spiritual tools of the same tier are further categorized into high, medium, and low levels, akin to the distinctions within the extraordinary realm, which also spans from 1st to 9th levels. Likewise, within each tier, finished products are classified as exceptional, superior, medium, or inferior. The value of a 6th tier advanced exceptional tool rivaled that of some 7th tier beginner tools. Moreover, Xiaoyao had achieved this all in one go. For the first time, Qinyu began to question her own aptitude in formations. Having witnessed Xiaoyao's entire refining process, she realized that from conception to execution and ultimately to the completion of the tools, she could hardly pinpoint a single flaw. In fact, every aspect offered her lessons to learn from. But I apologize. I was too rash earlier. Finally, Qinyu, awestruck by Xiaoyao's extraordinary mastery of formations, admitted her error. In that moment, she truly understood why her master was so eager for Xiaoyao to join the formation peak. Additionally, her gratitude toward Xiaoyao deepened. Had Xiaoyao accepted her wager earlier, she would have been bound to serve him for 3 years. It was laughable that she had once thought Xiaoyao lacked the courage, but now it was evident that his abilities rendered such doubts unfounded. Xiaoyao also noticed the gratitude in her eyes but replied, "The reason I did not accept your wager is that Master Feng has treated me fairly well. Moreover, in my eyes, you have yet to earn the right to make me your servant." As he spoke, Xiaoyao pushed the storage pouch containing the materials, along with 4 spiritual swords and an alchemy furnace, toward Qinyu. "Here are your materials. This half is the reward for providing me with the supplies." Chapter 26. Yunhua Relics. Xiaoyao then turned to Dantian. "I have destroyed your alchemy furnace, so here is a new one for you. For me?" Dantian's eyes sparkled with delight. This was an exceptional 6th tier advanced alchemy furnace. Possessing it would undoubtedly enhance the quality of the pills she could concoct. Simultaneously, Xiaoyao handed Lin Yuyan a 6th tier spiritual sword, saying, "This sword has been crafted according to the controlling formations of the Li Hua Juyu practice. It should maximize your potential." As he spoke, Xiaoyao also returned the 3 spiritual swords he had borrowed from Lin Yuyan. "Thank you." Lin Yuyan did not hesitate to accept. Leaving aside her already established feelings for Xiaoyao, she felt entirely justified in accepting his gifts. Simply put, after witnessing Xiaoyao's successful refinement, she felt a kind of resonance with the spiritual sword now in her hand. With Xiaoyao's explanation, warmth surged in her heart. She mused, "Xiaoyao is simply too modest. Clearly, he harbors feelings for me yet continues to act aloof. However, as she observed Cheng Qianqian toying with her new alchemy furnace. Lin Yuyin felt the competition was far from over and that she still had much to achieve. Meanwhile, He Qinyu stowed away the spiritual sword and alchemy furnace and, after some hesitation, approached Xiaoyao. Your performance has captivated me. Your talent indeed qualifies you to join the formation peak. Come back with me now. Xiaoyao looked at He Qinyu in astonishment. You misunderstand. I only refined these tools because I lacked a suitable spiritual sword. As for the formation peak, I am not interested for the time being. With that, Xiaoyao began to put away the 3 spiritual swords he had kept. However, He Qinyu swiftly blocked his path. With your talent, remaining anywhere other than the formation peak would be a waste. Confronted with He Qinyu's assertive demeanor, Xiaoyao felt a surge of annoyance. If Master Feng sent you to forcibly bring me to the formation peak, let him come himself. If he has made no such request, then do not disturb me. After speaking, Xiaoyao walked straight toward his room. He Qinyu intended to intercept him again, but Lin Yuyin stepped in front of her. Until Xiaoyao decides to join the formation peak, he remains a disciple of Huayun Peak. Therefore, I kindly ask you not to interfere with our Huayun Peak members. I now request that you leave. He Qinyu had not anticipated that Lin Yuyin would issue her an eviction notice. Must I repeat myself? Lin Yuyin coldly scoffed. Fine, I will leave. He Qinyu huffed, casting one last glance at Xiaoyao's retreating figure. Though you possess some aptitude in formations, if you do not genuinely study the subject, your future achievements will ultimately be limited. You will come to regret it. With that, He Qinyu turned and departed. Back in his room, Xiaoyao retrieved the 3 spiritual swords. Qingmu, Qihua, Leitang. These were the names Xiaoyao had chosen for the 3 swords, crafted according to the attributes of the 3 sword leaves on his sword seat. As spiritual energy surged, the 3 swords emanated distinct auras, and Xiaoyao finally felt satisfied as he stored them away. Although Lin Yuyin's previous swords could also be utilized in this fashion, they had not been able to unleash their full potential due to insufficient alignment with the formations. Now, it was truly perfection. Xiaoyao then sat down to meditate and cultivate. The process of refining had deepened his understanding of fire manipulation, which in turn nurtured the fire spirit sword leaves of his sword seed, leading to a more profound comprehension of swordsmanship. It was essential for him to thoroughly digest this knowledge. Xiaoyao understood that the power capable of containing the true form of the celestial emperor's maiden was beyond his imagination. Thus, the fleeting glory he experienced at the Li Hua sect paled in comparison to the future endeavor of rescuing her true form. She had granted him rebirth, and he was determined to reciprocate with all his might. At the same time, to obtain the indestructible sacred fire, he would likely require even greater strength. Completely immersed in his understanding of swordsmanship, Xiaoyao remained unaware that his room was now saturated with a series of sharp auras. Bang. As the various furnishings in the room came into contact with these auras, they were instantly severed. Simultaneously, Xiaoyao felt a tremor in his Dantian, as if all spiritual energy were being compressed by some force, rapidly coalescing together, forming a spiritual pill. Xiaoyao realized he was on the verge of breaking through to the spiritual pill realm and, not daring to be negligent, continued to accelerate the operation of his cultivation technique. Time passed, though he was unaware of how long it had been, until Xiaoyao finally condensed the spiritual pill, and the sword seed that had been suspended in his Dantian seemed to find its root, embedding itself atop the spiritual pill. This caused the entire spiritual pill to be infused with hues of blue, red, and purple. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyao gradually opened his eyes and, upon surveying the disarray in his room, was astonished. Is this the essence of sword intent? Sword intent is the profound swordsmanship that one can only grasp by achieving unity with the sword. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as he focused, and a sword mark appeared on the ground. Wherever the heart directs, there the sword follows. This is the essence of sword intent. 1,000 miles to the south lies a resource that can rapidly elevate your strength. Once obtained, you may begin your pursuit of the indestructible sacred fire. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiaoyao's mind, belonging to the celestial emperor's maiden. Yet just as Xiaoyao sought to respond, he sensed that she was fast asleep within his Dantian. Meanwhile, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Xiaoyao opened it to find Lin Yuyin standing outside, clad in a set of agile attire. You have broken through to the spiritual pill realm? She exclaimed in disbelief. Has it only been 2 days? Both she and Cheng Qianqian gasped simultaneously. While they knew Xiaoyao was extraordinary, The speed of his breakthrough was truly astonishing. Perhaps it was inspired by my battle with Dang Zhengqing. Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. Cheng Qianqian, however, expressed skepticism. He had no means to retaliate. What could you possibly have gleaned? Xiaoyao gave a sheepish smile but chose not to pursue that topic further. Lin Yuyin then stated, I have come to bid you farewell. Farewell? Xiaoyao responded, puzzled. The Yunhua relics are opening. I wish to try my luck. Oh, go ahead. I am sure you will find good fortune. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. He was about to head to the location indicated by the Celestial Emperor's maiden, and with Lin Yuyin leaving, it would alleviate some of his troubles. I certainly will. With the spiritual sword you gifted me, my strength has greatly increased, Lin Yuyin declared, brimming with confidence. After an engaging conversation, as a firework soared into the sky, illuminating the entire Lihua sect, Lin Yuyin reluctantly remarked, the sect is summoning us to depart. Upon my return, I shall bring you delightful treasures. With that, Lin Yuyin's figure flickered and she dashed away. Aren't you the least bit concerned for her safety? Cheng Qianqian inquired, left behind in contemplation. Concerned for her safety? What do you mean? Xiaoyao asked, bemused. You've just joined the Lihua sect and are unaware of the Yunhua ruins. Cheng Qianqian began to elucidate. It is said that the Yunhua ruins are the remnants left by the illustrious ninth-tier alchemist, Master Yunhua, upon his passing, opening once every decade. Within, one can find not only the inheritance of alchemical knowledge, but also a lifetime-esque collection. Alchemists, by nature, are immensely wealthy, and the treasures of a ninth-tier alchemist are beyond imagination. However, it seems Master Yunhua established these ruins to seek a successor, thus imposing restrictions. Anyone above the extraordinary realm would be attacked and instantly annihilated. Therefore, those at the Emperor realm naturally become the prime candidates. Yet, the location of the Yunhua ruins is enigmatic, positioned at the intersection of the Lihua sect, the Luli Sword sect, the Jiuxian sect, and the Blood Hidden Hall. This implies that all four sects can enter from their respective territories. The relationships among the four sects have never been harmonious. Now, with the potential treasures within the Yunhua ruins, encounters could lead to inevitable bloodshed. Thus, for the four sects, this journey is both a treasure hunt and a trial for their disciples. Although some casualties may arise, those who emerge alive will not only gain substantial material rewards but also invaluable experiences that cannot be obtained through training in their respective sects. Are you suggesting that the entrance to the Yunhua ruins is 1,000 miles to the south? Xiaoyao inquired, fixating on this piece of information. Isn't this precisely the location that the immortal Emperor's maiden desired? At that moment, Xiaoyao realized why the immortal Emperor's maiden had not sensed this location earlier. Perhaps the Yunhua ruins had not yet opened, and due to her power not being restored, she could not perceive it in advance. Indeed. Cheng Qianqian nodded slightly. Then I shall take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's figure flickered and he sped away. Such secret locations have time constraints, and he dared not squander any further time. Watching Xiaoyao's retreating figure, Cheng Qianqian smiled sweetly, remarking, You said you didn't tea like Yuyin. Yet now you seem anxious, with a soft sigh. Cheng Qianqian also headed toward the Pill Peak. Having just acquired a top-tier 6th-grade alchemical cauldron, along with insights gained from witnessing Xiaoyao's alchemy, she was eager to experiment herself. Let me remind you all once more. Entering the Yunhua ruins may present great opportunities, but you will also face immense risks. It is still not too late for you to withdraw. As Xiaoyao arrived at the entrance to the Yunhua ruins, he could already hear Elder Tian Ming's voice from afar. He also saw a swirling gate shimmering in the distance, steadily solidifying. Xiaoyao understood that once the swirling gate fully solidified, it would mark the true opening of the Yunhua ruins. Disciples, we are willing to fight to the death for the sect. The disciples of the Lihua sect responded in unison. Before arriving, they were already aware of what they might gain and what they would face. Yet after their response, they still clustered in groups of 3 or 5. Recognizing the dangers ahead, they formed teams to minimize risks while maximizing benefits. Elder Tianming nodded in satisfaction and continued. Since no one has withdrawn, let me remind you one last time. Entering the Yunhua ruins means you represent the Lihua sect. Regardless of any grudges you may have had prior to this moment, even if you must face each other on the life and death platform upon returning, you must remain united within. Understood. The crowd responded in unison once more. Immediately, they noticed Xiaoyao rushing toward them from a distance. Many disciples who had not witnessed the previous life and death platform battle looked on with curiosity, wondering why this first-tier alchemist was joining in. Yet, several recognized Xiaoyao, and astonishment filled their eyes, with many glancing toward Lin Yuyan. I have met the esteemed elders. As soon as Xiaoyao arrived, he quickly bowed to the gathered elders. You are the legendary Xiaoyao. Although Elder Tianming had not seen Xiaoyao before, he had heard mention of him from those nearby. A hint of appreciation gleamed in his eyes. Quite impressive, to risk entering the perilous Yunhua ruins for the sake of Yu Yin. You are indeed a man. Go forth. On the way, Xiaoyao had been aware that, given his cultivation level, entering the Yunhua ruins would pose certain challenges, and he had contemplated many excuses. However, he never expected those would be rendered unnecessary. Even after Elder Tianming spoke, the other disciples had already opened a path directly leading to Lin Yuyan. Although it was a misunderstanding, Xiaoyao felt no need to explain, and he swiftly dashed toward Lin Yuyan. Upon seeing Xiaoyao approaching, Lin Yuyan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her heart brimmed with joy. If Xiaoyao's earlier refusal had left her feeling somewhat disheartened, his current actions made her realize that he was indeed a man of contradictory words and feelings. Just as Lin Yuyan was about to speak, Han Feng had already stepped forward. Junior brother Yi, I apologize for my previous actions. Please do not hold it against me. Xiaoyao was taken aback by Han Feng's presence and even more surprised by his initiative to apologize. However, since Han Feng had adopted this attitude, and given that he had been thoroughly reprimanded by the two peak masters, Xiaoyao had long since let go of any grievances. In fact, had they not encountered each other again, Xiaoyao might have forgotten Han Feng's existence altogether. Senior brother Han, you flatter me. Lin Yuyan, who had been worried about any unforeseen circumstances, felt a wave of relief upon seeing this and quickly explained to Xiaoyao, "This is our team formed after entering." She gestured to the people beside her. Just then, the entrance to the ruins emitted a low hum and swung open completely. Prepare yourselves. Upon witnessing this, the elders immediately sprang into action, channeling streams of colorful spiritual power. With this influx of spiritual energy, the surrounding space stabilized. Hurry and enter. You have only 10 breaths of time. The elders bellowed. The gathered disciples understood that once the entrance opened, it was necessary for the elders to collaborate to ensure a safe passage. Without daring to linger, they swiftly grouped as previously agreed, holding hands and soaring forth. As 10 breaths passed, the multitude of disciples had vanished, and the elders were left gasping for breath. Where is Yi Xiaoyao? At that moment, the peak master of the array peak, Feng hurried over and, upon observing the empty scene, his expression changed drastically. Elder Tianming, you must admit, that lad Xiaoyao is quite impressive for daring to accompany Lin Yuyan into the perilous Yunhua ruins. Elder Tianming praised. Impressive? Nonsense, Feng retorted furiously. Feng Peak Master, what do you mean by this? Although the array Peak Master held a distinguished position, being rebuked in front of so many elders left Elder Tianming feeling irked. A genius, he is a genius in the array arts, and you allowed him to venture into such a dangerous place. Feng exclaimed, waving his hand to present the exquisite 6th-grade spirit sword crafted by Xiaoyao. This is many elders were momentarily taken aback. This was a 6th-grade spirit sword, perfectly suited for them, the 9th-tier extraordinary elders. This was crafted by Xiaoyao, and he forged it in a single session. Feng bellowed, he crafted so many at once. The elders were left speechless. The Lihua sect was not devoid of 6th-grade array masters. Indeed, Feng himself was a 7th-tier array master. However, array masters were few in number, while warriors were abundant. Their production of spirit instruments fell far short of the sect's demands. Even if Feng personally crafted 6th-grade spirit instruments, it was unlikely every piece would be of superior quality. Yet, Xiaoyao managed to create so many of such caliber in one go. Such potential, should he mature, was unfathomable. Observing their expressions, Feng became even more enraged. This is merely half of what he crafted in one session. Since I provided the materials, I am entitled to half. The elders were once again left dumbfounded. The other half, does it also consist of superior quality? If that were the case, even if Xiaoyao's array skills were inferior to Feng's, his value would be comparable. Not only are they all superior quality, but he also used an alchemical cauldron for crafting, not a furnace. Feng roared. For such a genius in the array arts, how could they let him venture into the Yunhua ruins? The elders could not remain calm. Crafting with an alchemical cauldron. Could this be a unique technique? The elders were perplexed, as they had never heard of such a method. Unique? Nonsense. That was Qin Yu's ignorance and disrespect towards Xiaoyao. He was too lazy to borrow a furnace from her, so he used an alchemical cauldron instead. Feng Wanfeng shouted angrily, casting a scornful glance toward Qin Yu, who stood behind him. I told you to keep an eye on him. You insisted on provoking him, and had I not sent you away, this wouldn't have happened. Feng Wanfeng reproached sternly. The elders were once again left in shock. Xiaoyao's crafting skills repeatedly redefined their understanding of the art. But now where is Xiaoyao? At that moment, Nie Zhifeng arrived alongside Cheng Qianqian. Elder Nie, what brings you here? The elders were astonished that Xiaoyao had stirred even Nie Zhifeng, and I am asking where Xiaoyao is. Nie Zhifeng seemed to sense something amiss, her expression shifting slightly. He has entered the Yunhua ruins. Elder Tianming spoke in a considerably lower tone this time. Entered? How could he be allowed to enter? He is merely at the first-tier alchemist realm. Nie Zhifeng's anger flared. Do you understand? Xiaoyao is capable of crafting 5th-grade superior quality spirit pills. How could you let him take such a risk? What? The crowd was flabbergasted. Why Xiaoyao's crafting skills had already placed him on par with Feng Wanfeng in the eyes of the elders. Now, Nie Zhifeng claimed he could even craft 5th-grade superior quality spirit pills. That was because Qian was injured and required a 5th-grade spirit pill for healing. When he acted, it was of superior quality. Nie Zhifeng asserted. So, do you believe that his true capability is merely that of a 5th-grade alchemist? The crowd's minds were left buzzing. They had spent their lives overcoming numerous rivals to attain their current status as elders. However, whether Xiaoyao was a 6th-grade alchemist or a 6th-grade array master, he could directly ascend to the position of an elder in the Lihua sect. Given Xiaoyao's talents, this was merely the beginning. They dared not even contemplate his ultimate potential. Yet, such a genius had ventured into the Yunhua ruins under their watch. They knew for certain that if anything were to befall Xiaoyao within, they would all be condemned as the sect's criminals. Quickly summon the sect master's decree. We must request the sect master's decree. At that moment, Feng Wanfeng finally reacted. Yes, hurry and summon the sect master's decree. Nie Zhifeng nodded in agreement. We shall go together. The elders of Tianming and others chimed in. The sect master's decree is a unique spiritual artifact of the Lihua sect, capable of transcending space to deliver messages to any designated individual. Now, as they were unable to enter the Yunhua ruins, the only way to convey the sect master's decree to Xiaoyao was through this means. To hold the decree is akin to meeting the sect master in person. With this decree in hand, Xiaoyao would be able to command all disciples of the Lihua sect, thus ensuring a measure of safety. Meanwhile, within the Yunhua ruins, Qin Yu was introducing the members of their team to Xiaoyao. The leader was named Han Chongshan, the only one at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm in their group. Alongside him were 2 youths at the 8th tier of the Emperor realm, Guo Tianmin and Yang Jingfeng, along with a 7th tier Emperor realm maiden, Zui Yuchu. The remaining members included Han Feng, Han Chongshan's cousin, and Lin Yuyin. Although Lin Yuyin had just broken through to the 1st tier of the Emperor realm, her innate constitution was such that her strength could not solely be judged by her realm. Additionally, she had joined this group at Han Feng's persistent invitation. Upon entering the Yunhua ruins, they were transported to a mountain peak. Since they had entered while holding hands, they did not scatter apart. As for the other disciples of the Lihua sect, they had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the surrounding mountains, Xiaoyao marveled at the Lihua sect's enthusiasm for this place. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than that of the Lihua sect. It appeared that the means of a 9th-tier alchemist were indeed extraordinary. Moreover, perhaps because this was a space carved out by an alchemist, the spiritual energy here was predominantly of the wood element, which rapidly replenished the life energy of the green leaves representing wood-based spiritual power in the sword path. Junior brother Yi, I have already apologized to you. Do you not have any response? At that moment, Han Feng scoffed. Oh, senior brother Han, let us not dwell on the past. Xiaoyao replied immediately. After all, there had been no significant grievances between them, and Han Feng had already been thoroughly beaten by the 2 peak masters. Xiaoyao had long since let it go. In fact, had they not encountered each other again, he might have forgotten Han Feng's existence altogether. Why, Xiaoyao? You are mistaken, Han Feng retorted coldly. Our earlier conflict was a shared responsibility. I have apologized, so should you not offer an apology in return? As your senior brother, you should be the one kneeling to apologize to me. Upon hearing this, Everyone's expression shifted. No one had anticipated that just after entering the Yunhua ruins, they would immediately experience internal strife. Wei Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly grasped the situation. So, this so-called apology was merely a strategy to ensure I would join his team, thereby enabling a safe passage together. Now that they were inside, he felt emboldened to seek revenge. Han Feng, do not go too far. Lin Yuyin exclaimed in anger upon witnessing this. What? Does junior sister Lin intend to disrupt our unity? Han Feng replied defiantly. Who is truly disrupting unity here? Do you think everyone is blind? Lin Yuyin scoffed. However, at that moment, the other disciples began to divert their gazes elsewhere. Han Feng's influence was undeniable. In this environment, offending Han Chongshan could mean life or death. Lin Yuyin was taken aback by her fellow disciples' behavior. Let us go. Xiaoyao declared decisively that in truth, he preferred to act independently. It was only because Lin Yuyin had pulled him and that he had not had the chance to voice his desire to separate. Now that the situation had escalated, he could not abandon Lin Yuyin here. At this moment, Guo Tianmin interjected, Xiaoyao, do not act impulsively. Although there are many opportunities within, there are also numerous spiritual beasts, and we may encounter members from the other three sects at any moment. If you two venture out alone, you are likely to meet certain death. I suggest you kneel and apologize to Han Feng. At the very least, we can all guarantee that this matter will remain confidential. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao merely raised an eyebrow, too disinterested to respond, and turned to leave. Lin Yuyin, seeing this, hurriedly followed. As a cold glint flashed, Han Feng drew his sword and blocked their path. Did I say you could leave? Han Feng, already displeased with Xiaoyao, felt flames of jealousy rise upon seeing Lin Yuyin follow him. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. Lin Yuyin, her gaze sharp, stepped in front of Xiaoyao, brandishing her spiritual sword. Han Feng, dare you? The sixth-tier supreme spirit sword? Even Han Chongshan, who had remained silent until now, could not conceal the glint of greed in his eyes. This sword was far superior to many ordinary elder's spirit swords, and if it were in his possession, he believed he would stand a fighting chance against even the extraordinary realm. However, her actions only served to incite Han Feng further. Lin Yuyin, this is a personal feud between him and me. Are you not afraid of causing discord among our sect? Now, who is truly undermining the unity of our sect? Lin Yuyin did not expect Han Feng to turn the tables on her. What do you all think? Han Feng immediately turned to the others. Although he was confident in his victory even if Lin Yuyin wielded the sixth-tier supreme spirit sword, the current circumstances made any injury potentially perilous, and thus he was unwilling to take risks. Consequently, the brows of several others furrowed. Han Feng's words undoubtedly pressured them to declare their stance, and their choice would significantly influence their fates moving forward. Finally, Guo Tianmin spoke, Junior Sister Lin, this matter does not concern you. Step aside, and we will not interfere. How does that sound? Xiaoyao also stepped forward, saying, since he claims this is between us, I shall resolve it with him alone. However, Lin Yuyin felt a twinge of concern. After all, Han Feng was a fifth-tier human emperor, far beyond the capabilities of the fifth-tier spirit pill cultivator, Dang Zhengqing. Yet, Lin Yuyin also understood that if Guo Tianmin and the others intervened, the situation would only worsen, leaving her in a dilemma. Trust me. Xiaoyao smiled faintly. However, when his gaze shifted to Han Feng, it turned sharp and resolute. With the killing intent now palpable, Xiaoyao would not hold back. With a swift motion, the red fire spirit sword was already in his grasp. Another sixth-tier supreme spirit sword. The onlookers could not help but feel envious. Han Feng scoffed coldly, when you rejected Lin Yuyin. I actually thought you had some backbone. But it seems you are merely a man who lives off others. Clearly, he believed such a high-tier spirit sword had been bestowed upon them by Elder Huayun, which was rightfully his but now lay in Xiaoyao's hands. In a fit of rage, Han Feng charged forward, shouting, Today, I shall show you who is truly worthy of your lifelong devotion. As he swung the spirit sword in his hand, a wave of searing heat radiated outward, engulfing Xiaoyao in a sea of flames. Simultaneously, countless golden lights flashed as fierce golden sword beams sliced through the air towards him. At the same time, Han Feng's spirit sword gleamed with golden light, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The immense pressure instantly ignited Xiaoyao's fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. Xiaoyao, be careful. He has achieved perfect harmony between man and sword. Lin Yuyin unexpectedly warned, taken aback by Yi Xiaoyao's ferocity. However, Guo Tianmin beside her shook his head and said, "It's too late." Han Feng had long focused on offensive combat with his golden spiritual roots and had comprehended the unity of man and sword over a year ago. Now reaching perfection, it was feared that within half a year, he would grasp the essence of sword intent. Although Yi Xiaoyao had some talent, charging in recklessly was akin to courting death. It won't happen. He absolutely won't. Lin Yuyin, well aware of this outcome, found herself caught between confidence in Yi Xiaoyao and an unwillingness to accept the grim reality, repeating her words in a whisper. Guo Tianmin, seemingly eager to curry favor with Han Feng, exclaimed loudly, "In my opinion, Han Feng has far more potential than this Yi Xiaoyao. Why must you?" But before he could finish, the two figures had already closed in on one another. The relentless golden sword beams shattered just before reaching Yi Xiaoyao, while red brilliance encircled Han Feng like a net closing in rapidly, sword intent. This was impossible. He was merely at the first tier of spirit pill cultivation and was not even a golden spiritual root. Guo Tianmin gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Han Feng felt an overwhelming killing intent and, alarmed, quickly swung his sword to meet it. Boom, boom, boom. Although sword intent surpassed the unity of man and sword by a level, Han Feng had a robust foundation in his formidable cultivation. He swung his spirit sword, creating an impenetrable defense around himself, continuously cleaving at the oncoming sword intent. Yet, at that moment, an intense heat surged towards him, accompanied by a dazzling red light. Yi Xiaoyao's spirit sword, the red fire. This strike not only possessed immense power but was also infused with boundless sword intent. Upon witnessing this, Han Feng hastily raised his sword to parry. When the two swords clashed, a thunderous sound echoed as both were sent reeling backward. However, as Han Feng stumbled back, a flurry of sword intent sliced toward him from the side. Sensing the imminent danger, Han Feng's mind raced, and his mid-tier defensive spirit attire erupted with golden light. Chapter 30. Each going their separate ways. Ding ding. The tangible sword beams relentlessly struck against the golden light of the defensive attire, producing crisp sounds. Yet, the golden light of the attire dimmed under such relentless assault. Even as Han Feng steadied himself, the initiative had slipped away, making it impossible for him to shatter all the sword intent as he had before. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao, having stabilized his stance, launched a direct strike from the air. The formations on the red fire spirit sword instantly glimmered with dazzling light, unleashing the might of a sixth-tier supreme spirit sword. "Stop!" Seeing the situation, Han Chongshan rushed forward with a fierce shout. Yi Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. While he could slay Han Feng, he would undoubtedly incur Han Chongshan's wrath. Yi Xiaoyao was unwilling to engage in a life-for-a-life scenario. In a swift motion, he released the red fire spirit sword, sending it hurtling toward Han Feng. Sensing the scent of death, Han Feng exhaled in relief and swiftly swung his sword to deflect the red fire spirit sword. Ding-as the two swords made contact, the red fire spirit sword was deflected back toward Yi Xiaoyao, while the formations on its blade instantly consumed the golden light of Han Feng's defensive attire. Whoosh, whoosh. The torrent of sword intent seized the opportunity to slice into Han Feng's body. Though the defensive attire retained some protective capability, it was far from sufficient, leaving Han Feng covered in sword wounds, several of which were deep enough to expose bone. He cried out in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig, "You seek death." The furious Han Chongshan was incensed. He had not anticipated that even after he had intervened, Yi Xiaoyao would still dare to strike. Though he had yet to draw his sword, his fists, infused with profound spiritual power, descended upon Yi Xiaoyao like a mountain crashing down. Yi Xiaoyao swung his sword desperately, pushing his sword intent to the extreme. Yet, under such overwhelming force, he was forced to retreat, his arms growing numb. "Stop!" At that moment, Lin Yuyin, having stealthily positioned herself 1,000 meters away, held a recording orb and coldly declared, "Han Chongshan, if you dare to continue, I will flee and immediately hand this recording orb to the sect leader." "You dare?" Han Chongshan retorted coldly. However, despite his bluster, he halted his advance, fully aware of the repercussions of infighting within the Yunhua ruins. "Xiaoyao, we must leave," Lin Yuyin urged. Yi Xiaoyao cast a serious glance at Han Chongshan. He knew that unless he summoned the other two spirit swords, Utilizing the 3 talents devouring heaven sword technique, he might stand a chance against Han Chongshan. Yet, recalling the task assigned to him by the immortal emperor's maiden, Xiaoyao ultimately chose to endure. They were all within the Lihua sect. Time was on their side. Should the immortal emperor's maiden desire something that others seized first, it would spell trouble. With this thought, Xiaoyao promptly turned to leave. Han Feng. The hesitant Han Chongshan hurried to Han Feng's side, starting to tend to his wounds. Brother Han, we cannot let him escape. He possesses such terrifying strength at merely the first tier of spirit pill cultivation. Should he grow? Guo Tianmin interjected urgently. Indeed, this individual must not be spared. Yang Zhengfeng nodded in agreement. Having already chosen to stand against Xiaoyao, they could not escape should Xiaoyao seek revenge in the future. Han Feng is gravely injured and requires immediate treatment. You all pursue them, Han Chongshan commanded. Yes? Guo Tianmin hesitated. Forget it. The situation is too complex here. It's best we don't separate. Yet, Guo Tianmin and Yang Zhengfeng quickly disagreed. Despite their higher realms compared to Han Feng, they lacked golden spiritual roots. Even if they could defeat Han Feng, it would be limited. Yi Xiaoyao had similarly triumphed over Han Feng, and they could not guarantee they could handle Yi Xiaoyao. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan had already vanished from their view. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi Xiaoyao could not suppress a mouthful of blood. You are injured? Lin Yuyan looked at Yi Xiaoyao with concern and pulled out a healing pill. No need. Yi Xiaoyao shook his head. It was merely his overwhelming strength that disrupted my aura. It has since stabilized. Lin Yuyan scrutinized him again and realized that Yi Xiaoyao's complexion and aura were relatively normal, easing her worries. But you are indeed impressive. Han Chongshan cultivates the low-grade heavenly technique, the Mad Python formula, which wields extraordinary power, and yet you managed to withstand it. Lin Yuyan expressed both astonishment and admiration. Yi Xiaoyao could only smile helplessly. Had you not forced him to halt, he would have continued attacking, and within 5 strikes, I would have surely been injured. Continuously battling opponents, Yi Xiaoyao felt his spiritual power was remarkably purer than that of other martial artists. Though he was merely at the first tier of spirit pill cultivation, the purity of his energy was likely not inferior to that of a first-tier human emperor. However, the unprecedented pressure he had experienced while clashing with Han Chongshan still left him breathless. It's already a feat to have endured so many strikes. Let us find a place to hide. We will leave in a month, Lin Yuyan suggested. Hide? Yi Xiaoyao looked at Lin Yuyan in surprise. Lin Yuyan explained, of course, Han Chongshan's strength can only be considered average within the Yunhua ruins. We are but 2. Should we encounter others, it would likely not bode well for us. Despite Elder Tianming's call for unity, when faced with a tremendous opportunity, sect members have been known to turn against one another. Very well, you find a place to conceal yourself. I will venture forth. Having witnessed the darker side of human nature, Yi Xiaoyao did not doubt Lin Yuyan's words. You want to go alone? Then I will accompany you. Lin Yuyan immediately shook her head. Sensing Yi Xiaoyao's intent to refuse, she quickly added, even if I hide, I may still be discovered by passers-by. It is better to stay close to you. This way, you can protect me. Though Yi Xiaoyao felt Lin Yuyan would be a burden, he had his own reasons for separating from the group, and it would be inconvenient to part ways with her now. Very well, Yi Xiaoyao acquiesced, continuing forward. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Be cautious. There is a formation here. Lin Yuyan immediately pulled back the frowning Yi Xiaoyao. Yi Xiaoyao had already noticed the formation. Moreover, he was aware that the cave housed a spiritual vein rich in spirit stones. Just upon entering the Yunhua ruins, a map had appeared in his mind, detailing everything within this relic. Yi Xiaoyao understood that this was the handiwork of the immortal emperor's maiden. Boom. Just then, the formation at the cave's entrance erupted with a resounding blast, and 9 figures suddenly emerged. The central figure, clad in the garments of the Lihua sect, was already covered in blood, while the 6 others wore the attire of the Lioli sword sect. Although their auras fluctuated slightly, they were evidently only lightly injured. As the formation shattered, 2 corpses of Lihua sect disciples could be seen lying within the cave. A young man from the Lioli sword sect glanced at Yi Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan with disdain. Scoffing, you scared me. I thought a strong figure from the Lihua sect had arrived. At that moment, the other 3 from the Lihua sect hurriedly inquired, Junior Sister Lin, where are Han Chongshan and the others? Chapter 31. Each going their separate ways, we parted ways with them, Lin Yuyan replied promptly. Junior Sister Lin, you need not be so honest. The other three from the Li Hua sect wore expressions of helplessness. Indeed, they sensed no other hidden presences nearby, and the members of the Liuli sword sect immediately relaxed. Lin Yuyan, a congenital Dao body? I did not expect you to be so foolish. At that moment, Lin Yuyan realized she had misspoken. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao surveyed the situation. Among the 6 adversaries, 1 was at the 9th tier of Human Emperor, 2 were at the 8th tier, and 3 at the 7th tier. On their side, among the 3 disciples, there was 1 at the 9th tier and 2 at the 8th tier, but their injuries were visibly more severe. With a thought, the red fire spirit sword was already in Xiaoyao's grasp, while the tip of the red fire spirit sword touched the hilt of the Qingmu spirit sword, and the tip of the Qingmu spirit sword connected with the lightning spirit sword's hilt, forming a chain of spirit swords. The eyes of the 6 members of the Liuli sword sect sparkled with excitement. The Liuli sword sect primarily focused on sword cultivation, yet as disciples, they did not possess such advanced spirit swords. The leader, a youth named Huajian, grinned. Not bad, kid. You have some sense. Hand over the spirit swords, and we may spare your life. Really? Xiaoyao did not expect them to have such an idea, yet he still squeezed a glimmer of hope for survival from his eyes. Unless you swear an oath of the heart demon, what if I give you the spirit swords and you go back on your word? Xiaoyao, what are you saying? The other 3 from the Li Hua sect's expressions changed. The current situation was dire. If the adversaries possessed such spirit swords, their slim chance of survival would vanish. Xiaoyao, however, swiftly distanced himself from the Li Hua sect members. Seniors, as you can see, even if I fight alongside you, it will only result in 1 more death. I am trading my spirit swords for my life. What is wrong with that? With that, Xiaoyao turned to Huajian. So, what do you say? Will you swear? Huajian, upon hearing this, immediately replied, very well, I, Huajian, swear by my heart demon that if you hand me the 3 spirit swords in your possession, I will spare your life today. Deal, Xiaoyao declared. Striding toward Huajian. Confronted with such a tempting offer, Huajian also stepped forward willingly. This was not due to Huajian's carelessness. Even the other 5 members of the Liuli sword sect did not regard Xiaoyao, who was merely at the 1st tier of spirit pill cultivation, as a threat. Now, they were even contemplating how to divide the 3 spirit swords. Just as the distance between them closed to less than a foot, the sword seed within Xiaoyao's body suddenly trembled, causing 3 tender leaves to burst forth with brilliant light, illuminating Xiaoyao's Dantian with splendor. An overwhelming sword intent radiated from Xiaoyao, and simultaneously, the 3 spirit swords flew from his grasp, rushing toward Huajian. You, sword intent? Huajian's expression changed. As a disciple of a sword-centric sect, he had only comprehended sword intent upon breaking through to the 8th tier of Human Emperor, and even so, he was considered a genius within the Liuli sword sect. However, he never expected Xiaoyao, at merely the 1st tier of spirit pill cultivation, to have grasped sword intent. Nevertheless, Huajian retained confidence in himself. Though surprised, he quickly swung his sword, ding-ding. The sound of clashing reverberated as he struck at the incoming spirit swords. Attack? Lin Yuyan had long anticipated Xiaoyao's intentions. Having been poised to strike, she immediately dashed toward a 7th-tier Human Emperor opponent. The other 3 members of the Li Hua sect hesitated for a moment before reacting, charging toward a 7th-tier disciple of the Liuli sword sect with vigor. Everything unfolded with astonishing swiftness. None could have anticipated that amidst the turmoil encircling the realm of the Emperor, it would be a mere disciple at the 1st stage of the spirit pill realm who would initiate the fray. By the time the disciples of the Liuli sword sect reacted, the thunderous assaults from the trio of the Li Hua sect had already descended upon them with ferocity. Despite possessing only the 7th level of the Emperor realm, he could withstand the combined efforts of the 3. Boom, boom. Amidst the relentless searing heat accompanied by successive roars, that disciple was promptly cleaved into numerous pieces, his charred remains continuing to smolder. Yet, following their successful strike, the 3 from the Li Hua sect did not even exchange a glance, instinctively bursting forth from the encirclement, desperate to flee. They harbored no belief that a mere spirit pill realm disciple like Xiaoyao could restrain Huajian for long. However, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the disciples of the Liuli sword sect before them. Thus, their only recourse was to seize this opportunity and hasten their escape. Junior brother Yi, you were right. Staying behind guarantees death for us all. You hold your ground. We will seek assistance and return to rescue you." As they departed, they did not forget to encourage Xiaoyao. "You dare to kill my sect's disciples? Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, the other 3 disciples at the 8th level of the Emperor realm had also turned their eyes red with fury and pursued relentlessly. After all, Lin Yuyan was merely at the first stage of the Emperor realm, and Yi Xiaoyao was only at the first stage of the Spirit Pill realm. Thus, they believed that Hua Jian, along with Qi, who at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Now, they sought vengeance. Though the 3 from the Li Hua sect had gained the initiative, the 3 from the Liuli sword sect were rapidly closing the distance. 1,000 meters away, they had already caught up, and battle was imminent. Are you truly at the first stage of the Spirit Pill realm?" At this moment, Hua Jian, ensnared within Yi Xiaoyao's sword formation, felt his expression grow increasingly grave. While Yi Xiaoyao's sudden offensive had taken him somewhat by surprise, it was not a concern, at least initially. However, he now genuinely sensed that Yi Xiaoyao's 3 spirit swords not only contained diverse attributes of power but, more importantly, their offensive and defensive capabilities were unparalleled, forcing him to devote all his energy to defense. Despite possessing great skill, he found himself unable to unleash any of it. Several times he sought an opportunity for counterattack, only to narrowly avoid injury from the spirit swords, which compelled him to focus solely on defense. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao spoke little, continuously executing the 3rd form of the Wuxiang Shitian sword technique, the profound essence of the 3 talents devouring heaven, directing his spirit swords to relentlessly assail his opponent. Yi Xiaoyao understood that given the vast disparity in their realms, any moment of respite granted to Hua Jian would irrevocably seal his fate. Boom boom on the other side, Lin Yuyan's body radiated with the symbols of the Tao, her attacks exceedingly fierce. Although she was 6 minor realms below Qi Hu, relying on the amplification of her innate Tao body, she astonishingly managed to retaliate, rendering the battle evenly matched for the moment. Boom! Just then, the 9th level Emperor realm disciple, Qian Hanfeng of the Li Hua sect, at the cost of having his left shoulder pierced by his opponent's sword, unleashed a powerful strike that severed his opponent's throat. As his adversary collapsed, Qian Hanfeng noticed that his 2 companions were already faltering against their opponents at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Without a second thought, he vanished from their sight, fleeing swiftly. Brother Chun. Initially, the 2 were elated at Qian Hanfeng's success in slaying his opponent. Under the current circumstances, they believed that if Qian Hanfeng provided them with even a slight assistance, they would have a chance to escape. Yet, they never anticipated his departure would be so decisive. With their spirits faltering, the 2 were swiftly wounded by their opponent's spirit swords, plunging them into a more precarious situation. Chapter 32. Cheap kindness should not exist. On Yi Xiaoyao's side, as time passed, Hua Jian, after numerous counterattacks, bore several sword scars. While he was astonished by the prowess of Yi Xiaoyao's sword technique, he was even more astonished by the sheer robustness of Yi Xiaoyao's spiritual power, which astonishingly sustained itself for so long, showing no signs of waning, but rather intensifying. Even if employing the same technique, Yi Xiaoyao's second execution was undoubtedly more potent than the first, and the third execution surpassed the second in strength. This lad is using me to hone his sword skills. Realizing this, Hua Jian's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew that if this continued, he might indeed perish at the hands of a mere disciple at the first stage of the Spirit Pill realm. With this thought, Hua Jian could no longer afford to delay. With a fierce shout, he spun rapidly, his entire being ascending into the air, leveraging the momentum of his spin. Although the 3 spirit swords continued their relentless assault, they were swiftly repelled by his all-out attack, disregarding his spiritual power. Midair, Hua Jian spat a mouthful of blood, and his spirit sword unleashed an overwhelming ferocity, simultaneously altering his entire aura. Transcendent realm, Lin Yuyan, sensing this pressure, couldn't help but change her expression slightly, but she quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted to Yi Xiaoyao, "Quick, stop him. He is using the blood-burning forbidden technique. He is sacrificing his own essence blood for a temporary boost in power. We must not allow him to complete it, or we will surely perish." With her urgent shout, Lin Yuyan charged directly at Hua Jian. However, Qi Hu would not grant her this opportunity. Although momentarily restrained by Lin Yuyan's innate Tao body strength, Qi Hu, possessing a deeper cultivation, still held a certain advantage in the blink of an eye. He had intercepted Lin Yuyan's path. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyao, Though having pushed the three talents devouring heaven sword technique to its utmost limit with his current strength, found Hua Jian's power continually surging. Now, even the three spirit swords had not yet approached within 2 feet of Hua Jian before they were forcefully repelled by his overwhelming sword intent. Kid, I must admit, to force me, a first-stage spirit pill realm disciple, to resort to the blood-burning forbidden technique, even in death. You have something to be proud of, however, to save those ungrateful wretches and leave my life here. Do you not think it a pity? Hua Jian's eyes were filled with a ruthless glint as he spoke. Despite holding an absolute advantage, he still sought to provoke Xiaoyao with his words. Attempting to disrupt his state of mind in a moment of desperation, a fierce light suddenly flashed in Xiaoyao's eyes. He swiftly waved his hand, and the three spirit swords surged once more towards Hua Jian. Simultaneously, Xiaoyao retreated at breakneck speed. Can you escape? Having forced me to this point, I will ensure you suffer torment until death. Hua Jian, having thoroughly activated the blood-burning forbidden technique, now wielded unprecedented power, let out a cruel snort and swung his sword. The vast sword intent surged forth like a raging tide, yet this time, it did not disperse Xiaoyao's attacking spirit swords. Hua Jian focused his gaze, only to see the patterns on the blades of the three spirit swords shimmering with brilliant spiritual light, their sizes increasing while exuding a sense of annihilation. Are you out of your mind? These are 3 6th-tier high-grade spirit swords, and you intend to self-destruct with them? Hua Jian cursed vehemently. It could be said that each of these spirit swords was worth the risk of seizing, yet now Xiaoyao was intent on detonating all 3, something he could never have anticipated nor conceived of. Yet, the violent aura surged from 3 directions, completely sealing off his escape route. Hua Jian, regardless of the pain of losing the spirit swords, hastily summoned all his strength to the utmost, swiftly executing one strike after another of sword intent, forming the strongest defense. The self-detonation of 3 6th-tier high-grade spirit swords was comparable to a full-force strike from a pinnacle 9th-level transcendent realm expert. Not to mention, this was 3 boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous clamor, 3 distinct beams of resplendent light collided in rapid succession. Hua Jian's all-out defense crumbled pitifully under such overwhelming force. Even his screams were drowned out by the surrounding explosions. When the dust finally settled, aside from a massive deep crater left in the ground, Hua Jian was no longer existent. Not only him, but the other 3 disciples of the Liuli sword sect had also vanished at some point, fleeing far away. Although Xiaoyao had detonated his spirit swords, the inexhaustible means he had employed left them too fearful to wager whether he had any other tricks up his sleeve. Preserving their lives took precedence. Junior brother Yi, well done. At that moment, the severely injured Qinyu and Wang Bin, seated on the ground, disregarded the turmoil within their own bodies and hurriedly showered praises upon Xiaoyao. Did Xiaoyao's merits matter to you? A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Lin Yuyan chastised the 2 angrily. If it had not been for Xiaoyao's formidable skills, they would have already been doomed. Just now, it was Chen Hanfeng who incited us. We actually wanted to fight alongside. Wang Bin hastily spoke. However, Xiaoyao swiftly formed sword fingers with his right hand, and in a flash, 2 blood holes appeared on their foreheads. Xiaoyao. Lin Yuyan's expression changed involuntarily. Though she was displeased with the 2's actions, they were still fellow disciples, and she never expected Xiaoyao to resort to such lethal measures. Why Xiaoyao, however, stated bluntly. Their previous behavior exhibited no camaraderie, thus, they can hardly be considered fellow disciples. In this environment, if one is not a fellow disciple, they can be treated as an enemy. But Lin Yuyan acknowledged Xiaoyao's words. Yet she still found it difficult to accept. Why Xiaoyao continued, there is no but. Without sufficient evidence, one must cast aside cheap kindness. Otherwise, one will only squander their life. The interactions with Gu Qingqing and the recent conduct of the 3 had rendered Xiaoyao's heart even more callous. Very well. Lin Yuyan, though grappling with her feelings, chose not to engage in conflict with Xiaoyao over these individuals. As Xiaoyao led Lin Yuyan to the cave entrance, he inquired, "Do you possess spirit stones?" "I do," Lin Yuyan replied, producing 100 or so spirit stones. Xiaoyao took several dozen, inscribed them with a series of runes, and scattered them forth. With a gesture, he immediately set up a formation at the cave entrance. "Take these spirit stones. You have expended considerable energy. They will aid in your swift recovery." Lin Yuyin did not collect the remaining spirit stones. Yet Yi Xiaoyao chuckled, "No need. There are plenty of spirit stones within." With that, Yi Xiaoyao boldly ventured deeper into the cave. Lin Yuyin, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind. After advancing about 100 meters, a dazzling radiance suddenly emanated from ahead. Upon closer inspection, the ground was strewn with spirit stones. "How did you know there was a spiritual vein here?" Lin Yuyin exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 33. 5 Elements Spirit Sword. Yi Xiaoyao suddenly realized that he had misspoken at the cave entrance. Nevertheless, he quickly added, "Did you not sense the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within?" Lin Yuyin reflected momentarily, seemingly not having felt anything, yet she did not doubt Yi Xiaoyao. Instead, she remarked, "Perhaps your expertise in crafting has endowed you with a stronger mental acuity than mine." "Perhaps," Yi Xiaoyao replied, choosing not to delve further into the topic. "Now, let us quickly cultivate." With that, Yi Xiaoyao promptly sat cross-legged. "Isn't that just prolonging the process of gathering and then slowly cultivating?" Lin Yuyin looked at Yi Xiaoyao in disbelief. After all, even with her Emperor Realm cultivation, she could absorb no more than 100 spirit stones at a time. Given the current spiritual vein, there must be tens of thousands of spirit stones here. Yi Xiaoyao stated, "Our realms are still too low here. Only by enhancing our strength can we ensure greater survival capacity." Of course, what Yi Xiaoyao did not mention was that, according to the map provided by the Celestial Emperor Maiden, there were even more valuable treasures within this spiritual vein. At that time, who could say how many battles would ensue? Thus, it was imperative to bolster their strength first in order to have the capital to continue onward. "This young lady is quite resourceful. You should pass this cultivation technique to her. It is perfectly suited for her innate Tao body." At that moment, the voice of the Celestial Emperor Maiden echoed in Yi Xiaoyao's mind. Simultaneously, a technique named Tiandao Jiuzhen appeared in his consciousness. Yi Xiaoyao promptly addressed Lin Yuyin. "I possess a cultivation technique that suits you well. You should cultivate it." "A cultivation technique? Now? Is there enough time?" Lin Yuyin looked at Yi Xiaoyao with some surprise. Mastering and comprehending a cultivation technique entails a lengthy process, but their time within the Yunhua ruins was limited. Yi Xiaoyao replied, "Whatever your level of comprehension, you can cultivate it and see." As he spoke, Yi Xiaoyao pointed to Lin Yuyin's forehead. With his current mental strength, he could complete this form of thought transmission. As Lin Yuyin felt a new cultivation technique manifest in her mind. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Though it was her first encounter with this technique, she felt a profound familiarity, as if she had been practicing it for years. Unconsciously, she immediately sat down to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyao observed countless Tao symbols emanating from Lin Yuyin's body, as the spiritual energy from the vein rapidly converged towards her. Wow! Witnessing this, Yi Xiaoyao hastily sat down to cultivate as well. He too needed to harness this spiritual energy to elevate his cultivation. If Lin Yuyin absorbed it all, he would be left with nothing but tears. Seated within the spiritual vein, a torrent of spiritual energy flowed into his body. This time, Yi Xiaoyao held nothing back, directly transforming the spiritual energy into wood and fire elemental powers, fortifying the 2 leaves of the sword seed. However, the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones could only be transmuted into the 5 elements spiritual power, and it could not immediately replenish the strength of the thunder purple leaf. Nonetheless, even so, Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation was steadily rising as a day passed, and Yi Xiaoyao had already broken through to the 8th stage of the spirit pill realm. "You can stop now," the Celestial Emperor Maiden spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao ceased the operation of his cultivation technique and opened his eyes, only to find that the spiritual vein had dimmed significantly. Yet he could still continue to enhance his power. The Celestial Emperor Maiden seemed to read his thoughts, continuing, "While spirit stones can elevate your realm, they are ultimately external forces. You have reached your current limit. Should you seek further elevation through spirit stones in a short time, it will harm your foundational Tao and impact your future potential." Oh, Yi Xiaoyao understood that his cultivation had always been hastily achieved. Though guided by the Celestial Emperor Maiden, each realm had been a fleeting experience, leaving him with little opportunity for deep comprehension. "Then I shall awaken her," Yi Xiaoyao quickly said, glancing at Lin Yuyin, who had just broken through to the 3rd stage of the Emperor realm. "No need." The Celestial Emperor Maiden replied decisively. "Will she not be affected?" Yi Xiaoyao looked enviously at Lin Yuyin. It was evident that the spiritual energy she absorbed far surpassed his own, yet she remained unaffected. The celestial emperor maiden replied, "She lacks my guidance. She will not reach the height I mentioned would be affected, so naturally, her rapid advancement is to her benefit." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao no longer felt envious of Lin Yuyan. "Thus, you must not develop any romantic feelings for her," the celestial emperor maiden continued. "Rest assured, not only her, but I will not harbor any romantic feelings for anyone," Xiaoyao promptly replied. The celestial emperor maiden then cautioned, "The influence of Gu Qingqing upon you may lead to such thoughts for a time. However, my demand is that you must never develop romantic feelings for anyone in the future, as their talents will not match yours, and ultimately, they cannot keep pace with your steps. Understood? I shall comply with all your arrangements." Xiaoyao responded without objection. He did not believe that after experiencing Gu Qingqing, he would develop feelings for any woman. As the maiden fell into a deeper slumber, Xiaoyao, observing Lin Yuyan still immersed in her cultivation, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. He swiftly flipped his hand, conjuring a blazing flame, while the spiritual energy from the vein surged into the flame. As time passed, an immense amount of spiritual energy began to coalesce into drops of multicolored spiritual liquid resting in his palm. As the liquid accumulated, it gradually began to take the shape of a spirit sword under Xiaoyao's guidance. At this moment, the celestial emperor maiden in his Dantian abruptly opened her eyes, a flash of approval crossing her features before she resumed her slumber. Yet at this moment, Xiaoyao, fully engrossed in forging the spirit sword, remained oblivious to any abnormalities. This was the 5 elements spirit sword. Utilizing the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones, which possessed the attributes of the 5 elements, he refined it to create a spirit sword. This method was derived from the crafting chapter of the 9 Dragons Sovereign Fire Technique, a sudden thought that had just occurred to Xiaoyao. However, there are no records of the 5-element spirit sword in the Qingyun continent, and he is unaware of its rank. It is merely that this place possesses a spiritual vein, and out of sheer boredom, he decided to give it a try. To his surprise, the difficulty seems to be less than he had imagined. Although the consumption of spiritual energy is immense, the presence of the spiritual vein allows for constant replenishment, enabling him to persist indefinitely. Nevertheless, even so, Xiaoyao spent a full 5 days to shape the rudimentary form of the 5-element spirit sword. However, with the elevation of his realm and a deeper comprehension of the 9 Dragons Fire Control Technique, Xiaoyao no longer needed to inscribe formations in mid-air as he did before. Instead, he directly commanded the fire to inscribe the formation. He observed fiery tongues continuously spitting forth from the blazing flames, landing upon the sword's body and instantly forming intricate array patterns. This time, however, Xiaoyao inscribed the formation according to the records of the 9 Dragons Fire Control Technique, a process that demanded tremendous mental energy. Having completed only half, he felt his mind go blank, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, Xiaoyao understood that at this juncture, he absolutely could not pause. Otherwise, the formation would collapse, and its destructive power could obliterate both him and Lin Yuyan. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyao, just as he inscribed this formation that surpassed the Qingyun continent, dark clouds gathered outside the cave, and bolts of lightning rained down, seemingly venting some form of wrath. Chapter 34. Trapped in a siege. At this moment, Lin Yuyan, awakened by the terrifying aura emanating from the spirit sword, was filled with dread. It is worth noting that she had already broken through to the 5th level of the human emperor realm. Yet beneath this aura, she felt exceedingly insignificant. "Get out quickly, hide as far away as you can," Xiaoyao urged hastily. "Is there danger?" Lin Yuyan discerned that Xiaoyao's weapon forging seemed to be spiraling out of control. "Yes, so hurry. Otherwise, if anything goes awry, we will both perish." At this moment, Xiaoyao, feeling his eyelids grow heavy as if he might fall asleep at any moment, spoke urgently. Yet Lin Yuyan, without hesitation, replied, "Then let us die together. You need not stay here." Xiaoyao began. But Lin Yuyan interrupted him directly. "You needn't waste your breath on me. If you do not wish for my demise, then forge with all your might, and do not allow any mishaps. Otherwise, we shall perish together, and I can meet you again in the next life, lest someone else harms you and you cannot accept me." Xiaoyao's heart trembled slightly upon hearing this. Compared to Gu Qingqing's willingness to sacrifice herself for the supreme bone, Lin Yuyin's words and actions at this moment truly thawed the ice encasing his heart. Brother, you are currently forging, not courting. Do you genuinely wish to be reborn so soon? Lin Yuyin, noticing the unusual shift, quickly reminded him. Xiaoyao realized that his momentary distraction could have led to disaster, and he immediately refrained from any further response, focusing all his energy back into the task at hand. Lin Yuyin's words resonated within him, awakening a newfound clarity. Although the speed of inscribing with the blazing flames remained slow, Xiaoyao felt he could still endure. Boom, boom. Just then, a series of rumblings emanated from the cave entrance, causing the entire cavern to tremble. You focus solely on forging. I shall handle the rest, Lin Yuyin commanded, swiftly charging out. As Lin Yuyin neared the cave entrance, a tremendous explosion resounded, and with the formation Xiaoyao had set up within the cave shattering, the entrance was blasted open, creating a huge gap. At this moment, the area outside the cave was engulfed in a haze of purple clouds, and several young men stood there. The 4 major sects were all present, yet, at this moment, they did not engage in combat. Instead, they fixated their gazes on Lin Yuyin, who emerged from the cave. See, I told you that the celestial phenomenon must herald the emergence of a great treasure. We clearly found this place first, yet Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyin followed suit. Initially, considering their camaraderie, they had not scorned their insufficient cultivation and had even planned to bring them along to seek treasures. Who would have thought that the two would suddenly launch a surprise attack, exterminating their fellow disciples? I barely escaped with my life, having exerted all my strength to flee. Chen Hanfeng recalled the corpses of Wang Bin and the others he encountered on the way here. He had already devised an explanation, and of course, if it had been Hua Jian and the others from the Liuli sword sect emerging from the cave, he would have concocted a different tale. In any case, he could not let the fact that he abandoned his fellow disciples and fled be exposed. However, upon seeing that Lin Yuyin was the last one standing, Chen Hanfeng was both shocked and somewhat regretful. Given the outcome, had he not fled back then, he might have gained control over the treasures within the cave by now. At that moment, Hanfeng added, indeed, their character is exceedingly poor. Previously, when we traveled together, they discovered some benefits and then turned on us. Thankfully, my cousin reacted swiftly. However, my cousin, in saving me, still allowed them to escape, nearly costing Brother Chen his life. Hanfeng, of course, dared not reveal his own intentions against Xiaoyao. And now he seized the opportunity to cast Xiaoyao into a perilous position. The members of the Li Hua sect nodded in agreement. Such scoundrels are not worthy of being disciples of our Li Hua sect. It is a pity for Lin Yuyin, such exceptional talent, yet she has been deceived by Xiaoyao onto this path of no return. Although everyone could discern the flaws in Chen Hanfeng and Han Feng's statements, none were willing to expose them at this moment. They could see that Lin Yuyin, standing at the cave entrance, had evidently broken through to the 5th level of the human emperor realm. It was known that before entering the Yunhua ruins, Lin Yuyin was merely at the 1st level of the human emperor realm. In just a few days, achieving such a breakthrough must be related to the treasures that had drawn the celestial phenomenon. Thus, if they did not portray Lin Yuyin as utterly heinous, how could they justify their attempts to seize the treasures? Would they aid in resisting the other 3 sects? Only a fool would willingly risk their life to help others profit. I never imagined that the Li Hua sect had such depraved disciples. Today, we of the Jiuxian sect shall help you clear your ranks. Such a person, I, the blood-hidden hall, cannot abide. He must die. The Liuli sword sect, although aware of the true situation from the mouths of those who had escaped, were unwilling to expose it at this moment. Instead, they said, in my view, let us first join forces to eliminate them. We can discuss the rest afterward. As they spoke, disciples from the 3 factions simultaneously turned their gazes towards the Li Hua sect. After all, Lin Yuyin and her companions had entered the cave first. So, strictly speaking, the Li Hua sect still held some advantage. Thus, they needed to observe the Li Hua sect's reactions. However, the members of the Li Hua sect understood that if they did not agree to this situation, they would likely soon face a siege from the other 3 sections. Although the Li Hua sect currently possessed slightly greater overall strength than any single faction, should the 3 sects unite, they would undoubtedly be at a severe disadvantage. After a discussion among a few disciples at the 9th level of the human emperor realm from the Li Hua sect, Han Chongshan stepped forward and declared, though their actions are reprehensible, they are ultimately still our fellow disciples. You 3 factions may do as you please. We shall not interfere. That will suffice. The disciples from the other three factions immediately replied. After all, there was only Lin Yuyan before them, and even with Xiaoyao included, they were merely two individuals. The involvement of the Li Hua sect was of little consequence. Moreover, the continuing thunderbolts incessantly crashing down upon the earth left no one certain as to which faction might arrive with greater numbers next. Naturally, they were unwilling to waste time. Subsequently, the three factions tacitly dispatched a 9th-level human emperor disciple each to the cave entrance, addressing Lin Yuyan. Miss Lin, if you depart now, we will not make things difficult for you. What do you say? Lin Yuyan's eyes were filled with a chilling glare. She never expected that her fellow disciples from the Li Hua sect would so brazenly distort the truth, not only refusing to assist her but actively seeking her demise. Only now did she truly comprehend why Xiaoyao had been so decisive in dealing with Wang Bin and the others. With a wave of her hand, she grasped the spirit sword and coldly declared, "If you wish to enter, you must first ask my sword." Lin Yuyan was acutely aware that no matter how she explained, they would never believe her in this critical moment. Xiaoyao was already in a perilous situation, unable to withstand even the slightest external disturbance. All she could do now was guard this entrance for him. Chapter 35. A woman stands against thousands, alas, since you are so obstinately ignorant. Do not blame us for being unkind. The members of the three sects ceased their idle chatter and leaped forward, charging directly at Lin Yuyan. Although Lin Yuyan possessed a heavenly Dao body and was currently at the 5th level of the human emperor realm, the three of them were all at the 9th level of the human emperor realm, meaning any one of them could easily overpower her. At this moment, they were merely racing against time. Otherwise, they would not even consider joining forces. But just then, Lin Yuyan's body trembled slightly, and countless heavenly Dao runes erupted from her form, swirling around her. Unlike before, the golden light of the heavenly Dao runes was now more intense, exuding a more profound aura. At the same time, as Lin Yuyan wielded her sword, she unleashed the heavenly Dao sword technique from the 9 treasures of the heavenly Dao. As she swung her sword, a beam of sword light swept toward the three of them. Such an attack, however, was not regarded as a threat by the trio, who simultaneously scoffed. With such meager strength, do you think you can stop us? Impossible. The three of them almost simultaneously thrust their swords to intercept Lin Yuyan's sword light. Boom. The sword light shattered upon impact. Yet, just as everyone assumed this seemingly one-sided battle was about to conclude, the shattered sword light was suddenly propelled by Lin Yuyan's spirit sword. In an instant, it transformed into countless light points, shooting towards the three like a torrential downpour. Although they were formidable, none had ever encountered such a technique. By the time they sensed something amiss and attempted to defend with their swords, their bodies were already pierced by numerous golden lights, collapsing just a couple of feet away from Lin Yuyan. Ah! The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had expected the battle to be over, yet such a reversal occurred. Simultaneously, they were even more astonished by the unprecedented technique Lin Yuyan had displayed. What sword technique is this? How has she already comprehended sword intent? Questions flooded their minds. Yet they had no inkling that, although the Li Hua sect had been nurturing Lin Yuyan, their foundational resources were insufficient to fully unlock the true potential of her heavenly Dao body. The 9 treasures of the heavenly Dao were the most compatible techniques with the heavenly Dao body, and coupled with her cultivation at the spiritual vein, she was never short of sufficient power to draw upon, fully unleashing her innate potential and achieving her current prowess. In truth, it was not only them. Even Lin Yuyan was taken aback by the results. She had never anticipated that the technique Xiaoyao had given her would prove so formidable, further solidifying her resolve to guard this place. At this moment, as the onlookers recovered from their shock, the terror in their eyes gradually gave way to greed. For them, Lin Yuyan's transformation could only mean one thing. It originated from the treasures within the cave. Fear not, everyone. Let us charge together, someone shouted. Yes, let us charge together. She is but one person, and we must exhaust her. A shout rang out, and dozens from the three sects surged forward in unison. What do we do? The members of the Li Hua sect were thrown into disarray. Initially, they had intended to preserve their strength and reap the benefits at the end, but after witnessing Lin Yuyan's prowess, they realized that whoever first accessed the treasures in the cave would gain immediate advantage. With that in mind, Han Chongshan shouted, "Lin Yuyan is a traitor of our Li Hua sect. We must cleanse our ranks." He then led the members of the Li Hua sect to charge forward as well. In an instant, The combined forces of nearly 100 disciples from the four sects surged towards Lin Yuyan like a dazzling torrent, akin to a raging tide. Lin Yuyan's gaze sharpened. Though the attack had yet to arrive, the fierce winds generated by it nearly knocked her off balance. Yet she understood that she could neither retreat nor yield. If such power were to penetrate deep into the cave, given Xiaoyao's current condition, it would undoubtedly lead to the collapse of the spiritual weapon, resulting in certain death. Resolutely, Lin Yuyan allowed the heavenly Dao runes surrounding her to burst forth in radiant light, while she exerted every ounce of strength to unleash a barrage of sword light. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, at this moment, there were over 10 opponents at the 9th level of the human emperor realm, more than 30 at the 8th level and around 50 at the 7th level. Amidst the relentless cacophony, although the torrents of attacks were continuously shattered, the unceasing force still caused Lin Yuyan's internal energy and blood to roil violently. Nevertheless, Lin Yuyan gritted her teeth and pressed on, the heavenly Dao runes spinning ever faster around her. But their brightness gradually dimmed. Uft, uft. When Lin Yuyan finally managed to block this wave of attacks completely, her clothing was drenched in blood, and her feet were deeply embedded in the ground, reaching her knees. Yet she had not retreated an inch. Even though her complexion was pale and her arms trembled as if they might no longer be able to grip the spirit sword, the resolve in her eyes remained unyielding. The four sect members were equally astonished. With their combined might, they could easily withstand even an extraordinary warrior at the 1st level. Lin Yuyan, you may step aside now. Indeed, given your current state, you could collapse at any moment without us needing to lift a finger. This is your last opportunity. The members of the other 3 sects urged her. Their concern was not out of goodwill, but rather from the realization that if Lin Yuyan were to perish, the Lihua sect would likely retaliate with a vengeance, sparing no effort to annihilate everyone present in such a case. Even their respective sects might not be able to protect them. Oh, enter. You must step over my corpse, Lin Yuyan declared defiantly. Very well, I shall cleanse our ranks, Chen Hanfeng shouted, charging towards Lin Yuyan with his sword raised. He understood that as long as Lin Yuyan remained alive, not only would his misdeeds be exposed, but he would also be unable to withstand her potential revenge for having previously put their lives at risk. Despite feeling as though his arms were leaden, Lin Yuyan swung her sword once more, clang. With a crisp sound, when their swords clashed, Lin Yuyan's spirit sword flew from her grasp, and she was sent hurtling backward. Qian Hanfeng seized the opportunity, pursuing her without pause. His sword tip aimed directly at Lin Yuyan's throat, his murderous intent palpable. As she felt the tip of the sword drawing nearer, a fleeting sense of regret flashed through Lin Yuyan's eyes. It seemed she would not be able to accompany him any longer in this life, but perhaps that was for the best. At least he would remember her for a lifetime. With that thought, Lin Yuyan, propelled backward, strained to turn her head and glance into the depths of the cave. If only she could see him one last time at this moment, how wonderful it would be. Chapter 36. All must die get lost. Just as Lin Yuyan prepared to leave this world with her final vestiges, a figure appeared before her. However, this figure's eyes were icy cold, brimming with murderous intent. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Xiaoyao, wielding the 5-colored spirit sword, unleashed a dazzling sword beam imbued with boundless sword intent, slicing directly towards Chen Hanfeng. Chen Hanfeng's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated that the once Spirit Dan realm's 1st level Xiaoyao had now broken through to the 8th level of the Spirit Dan realm. Moreover, at this moment, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Xiaoyao's sword strike. Realizing the number of people behind him, and unwilling to take the risk, Qian Hanfeng swiftly retreated. Why Xiaoyao did not pursue but instead caught the flying Lin Yuyan in his embrace. Are you unharmed? Good. Lin Yuyan had been worried that the battle would disrupt Xiaoyao. Now, she finally felt at ease. Then, as her eyes closed, just as Lin Yuyan thought she might faint, she suddenly felt a surge of power flowing from Xiaoyao's palm into her back, coursing through her entire body. The pain in her meridians instantly vanished, and she realized that this power was continuously healing her injuries. Lin Yuyan turned back in astonishment to gaze at Xiaoyao. She had witnessed Xiaoyao healing her grandfather before, but it had never been so exaggerated. Do not speak. You have finished your turn, now it is my turn. Xiaoyao refrained from explaining, for he had already condensed a substantial amount of wood element spiritual energy within his spiritual veins. Although he could not fully heal her, he could at least restore her to about 60 to 70% of her former strength. Observing the cave entrance that had expanded several dozen times, Xiaoyao could easily imagine the arduous battle Lin Yuyan had endured. Especially the two deep footprints revealed that unless she could no longer hold on, she would have fought to the death without retreating an inch. At that moment, Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, the others before him had also regained their composure from their initial shock. All eyes were now fixated on the vibrant spiritual sword in Xiaoyao's hand. Although they could not discern its grade, with Xiaoyao's appearance, the thunderous purple clouds above thickened dramatically. Simultaneously, the electric serpent swirling in the air began to encircle the five-element spiritual sword. It was evident to everyone that it was the spiritual sword in Xiaoyao's grasp that had attracted the anomalies of the heavens and earth. Just moments ago, Lin Yuyan had stubbornly held her ground, undoubtedly allowing Xiaoyao the time to retrieve his sword. Why, Xiaoyao? Surrender the spiritual sword in your hand, and I shall spare your lives today. Someone shouted. Despite having witnessed Xiaoyao's earlier strike, it was clear to them that he was not yet capable of confronting a 9th-level Emperor realm expert. Nevertheless, they were still wary of the five-element spiritual sword. Spare us? Xiaoyao smirked, but I desire all of you to perish. Do you possess the ability to enforce that? Another voice taunted. You seem exceptionally gifted. Do you not find it a pity to die like this? Xiaoyao ignored their provocations and addressed Lin Yuyan. You have finished your turn. Now it is my turn. None of them shall escape today. All right. This was the first time Lin Yuyan had heard Xiaoyao speak to her so softly. A wave of indescribable joy surged within her. Following this, Xiaoyao unleashed a palm strike, gently propelling Lin Yuyan deeper into the cave. If you seek death, do not blame us. The onlookers understood that a battle was inevitable, and they ceased their idle chatter. Do you want this sword? I will grant it to you. Xiaoyao scoffed, raising his right hand, and the five-element spiritual sword flew forth at great speed towards the crowd. I thought you were truly formidable, but it seems you are merely putting on an act. Many scoffed at the sight. Yet, sensing the ferocious energy emanating from the five-element spiritual sword, they hastily dodged to evade its lethal edge. At that moment, Xiaoyao formed a seal with his hands, and the five-element spiritual sword suddenly erupted with dazzling multicolored brilliance. Simultaneously, the thunderous purple clouds above appeared to respond to some unseen force, and a blinding purple light flashed. With a thunderous roar, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards the five-element spiritual sword. This is the spiritual sword undergoing tribulation. He intends to use the lightning tribulation to eliminate us. The gathered talents from the four sects instantly comprehended Xiaoyao's intentions, and some of the quicker ones began to flee in haste. However, the five-element spiritual sword, both in its crafting method and the formations inscribed upon its blade, transcended the laws of the Qingyun continent. This was not merely an ordinary spiritual artifact's tribulation, but rather the wrath of the world's laws. Those who ran quickly lacked sufficient defenses, and under the bombardment of lightning, they were swiftly knocked to the ground, their bodies emitting acrid smoke. Those who could not escape, though they activated their defenses, continued to scream in agony under the relentless strikes of the lightning. Their lives hanging by a thread, a multitude of brilliant lights shot into the sky, and in a moment of crisis, they activated their defensive spiritual artifacts. Yet even so, the sounds of shattering defensive artifacts echoed continuously. Although Xiaoyao was also within the range of the lightning's onslaught, he sat cross-legged, allowing the lightning to strike him. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him once again, the lightning leaves on the sword seed were rapidly expanding. He is actually utilizing the power of the lightning to cultivate. At that moment, someone noticed Xiaoyao's unusual behavior and exclaimed in shock. They could hardly fathom how Xiaoyao, at merely the 8th level of the spirit pill realm, was managing to cultivate under the immense lightning force that even they could not withstand. And of course, the truly powerful lightning force continued to strike the five-element spiritual sword. The resounding sword cries echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Yet the five-element spiritual sword did not falter. Instead, it began to ascend slowly. Simultaneously, the sword size continued to increase. The talents of the four sects gazed in astonishment at the unprecedented scene before them. Yet, under the relentless bombardment of the lightning, they could neither flee nor withstand it. Amidst the cacophony of screams, they gritted their teeth and persevered, resigning themselves to fate. Just as half of the crowd had suffered casualties, the five-element spiritual sword had already risen to the same height as the thunderous purple clouds. With a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the five-element spiritual sword descended with a mighty slash. The thunderous purple clouds were instantly shattered into fragments, and as the myriad purple lights scattered, a force suddenly emanated from the five-element spiritual sword, drawing in all the purple lightning. Following this, a swirling mass began to shrink, rapidly flying towards Xiaoyao. When it landed before him, it had transformed from an ordinary spiritual sword into something far more formidable. Outside the cave, the talents of the four sects lay strewn across the ground. Over half had perished, while the rest were gravely injured. As they beheld Xiaoyao, sword in hand, slowly emerging, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was only at this moment that they began to believe that Xiaoyao's declaration of wanting to annihilate them was not mere bravado. Though this was not a reflection of Xiaoyao's true strength, the outcome was precisely what he desired. Chapter 37. Provoked me. No need for sect rules to punish you. Whoosh, whoosh. Waves of sword light, imbued with a fierce sword intent, surged forth as Xiaoyao swung his blade. Wherever the sword light passed, the earth was torn asunder. Countless fallen souls were cleaved in twain, scattering in all directions. Ye Xiaoyao. Wait, you cannot slay your fellow disciples, a member of the surviving Lihua sect hastily interjected. Chen Xixiao? Xiaoyao looked up, surprised to see the very Chen Hanfeng who had fled the scene earlier. Yes.It is I. Chen Hanfeng quickly replied at him why earlier retreat was wrong, and I also participated in the attack against Lin Yuyin and you. That too was a mistake. I am willing to accept punishment from the sect. Nearby, Han Feng, who was barely clinging to life, quickly added, Xiaoyao, I was in the wrong. Everything was my fault. Spare my life, and I promise never to glance at Lin Yuyin again. At this moment, they were all willing to acknowledge their sins, eager to return to their sect for punishment, for that was their only hope of survival. Before Xiaoyao could respond, the barely alive Guo Tianmin and Yang Zhengfeng beside Han Feng quickly said, Indeed, Yi Xixiao, we are willing to testify on your behalf, informing the sect that it was Han Feng and his brother who sowed discord and troubled you. Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, looking at Guo Tianmin and Yang Zhengfeng. You were not saying this before. Back then, we were merely intimidated by Han Chongshan's tyranny, the two replied, forcing themselves to speak. Yet their eyes were filled with regret. Had they known Xiaoyao was so formidable, they would have sided with him from the start. Even if the benefits would not match Lin Yuyin's stature, it certainly would not have led them to this point of begging for mercy. Therefore, since you chose to side with Han Chongshan back then, you must now bear the consequences. Xiaoyao coldly scoffed at Qin Hanfeng and Han Feng. As for you too, having provoked me, there is no need to wait for sect rules to punish you. I shall be your judge. With that, Xiaoyao once again swung his sword, and boundless sword intent surged forth in the blink of an eye. There was not a single complete corpse before him. Simultaneously, all the storage bags belonging to those present had already appeared in Xiaoyao's hands. Turning back, he saw Lin Yuyin standing at the shattered cave entrance. How did you come out? Upon seeing Lin Yuyin's pale face, Xiaoyao hurriedly asked. Despite the area being safe, he had not called Lin Yuyin out, fearing that witnessing such scenes would be too much for her. Feeling Xiaoyao's concern, Lin Yuyin forced a smile. If you can kill, then I can watch very well. Let us leave this place first. Xiaoyao promptly replied. Lin Yuyin nodded slightly and followed Xiaoyao forward. Sensing that Lin Yuyin's injuries had not fully healed and her pace lagged, Xiaoyao decided to take her hand, saying, Do not exert your spiritual energy. As Xiaoyao grasped her hand, Lin Yuyin felt a tremor run through her entire body. The pale color on her face, previously overshadowed by fear, instantly transformed into a rosy hue. Especially upon feeling Xiaoyao's concern, her heart swelled with an indescribable warmth. She had 1,000 words to express, yet found herself too shy to speak. After a furious dash, they stopped after covering 100 miles. Xiaoyao quickly set up a simple array using spirit stones, saying, You should rest here for a moment. He then produced 2 6th-tier healing pills for Lin Yuyin. These pills, Lin Yuyin was somewhat taken aback. They are from those people. Xiaoyao stated directly. As they traveled, he had examined the storage bags they had looted and identified the pills that best suited Lin Yuyin's current condition. Oh, okay. Lin Yuyin understood her situation and realized she was merely a burden to Xiaoyao. It was essential for her to recover swiftly. However, she also took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiaoyao, saying, I extracted all the remaining spirit stones from the spiritual veins. You should keep it, Xiaoyao replied without even looking. After all, according to the words of the Celestial Emperor's maiden, he had no need for spirit stones at the moment. Although the spirit stones possessed by the talents of various sects were not plentiful individually, collectively, they amounted to tens of thousands. Very well. Sensing a subtle shift in their relationship, Lin Yuyan ceased to argue. After consuming the pills, she immediately began to circulate her energy for recovery. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao also sat cross-legged to cultivate. He had absorbed quite a bit of lightning power earlier and now needed to digest it properly. However, as he circulated his technique, he discovered that a vast source of lightning power was continuously flowing into his body from the five-element spiritual sword. Moreover, this process was devoid of the pain he had endured while withstanding the lightning strikes. At that moment, Xiaoyao realized that after the five-element spiritual sword cleaved through the thunderous purple clouds, it had absorbed the lightning power within and was now bestowing it upon him in this manner. Elated, Xiaoyao intensified his cultivation efforts. The lightning sword leaves were also rapidly growing stronger, giving rise to even more profound sword path mysteries. A day passed, and after a series of breakthroughs, Xiaoyao's Dantian trembled, and a vast power surged through his body, deepening the colors of the three-colored spirit pill within his Dantian. Simultaneously, the sword seed seemed to have grown a size larger, first level of the Emperor realm. Xiaoyao realized that after absorbing the lightning power contained within the five-element spiritual sword, he had successfully advanced to the first level of the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm, the sovereign of mortals. Previously, he had thought it was merely a title, but at this moment, Xiaoyao could distinctly feel the power within him, as if he had genuinely reached the limits of a mortal, deserving of the title of sovereign. Looking over at Lin Yuyan, her complexion had returned to normal, and her steady aura continued to rise as she about to break through again. Sensing Lin Yuyan's transformation, Xiaoyao felt a twinge of envy. After sustaining severe injuries, she was on the verge of another breakthrough. Her innate Tao body was indeed extraordinary. While Xiaoyao's speed of advancement was quicker, he understood that it was largely due to the Celestial Emperor's maiden. Otherwise, even with his supreme bone, he would have been overshadowed by Lin Yuyan's pace. Since they had to wait, Xiaoyao decided to study the five-element spiritual sword. What had initially been a spontaneous endeavor had unexpectedly yielded success. With the infusion of fire and with spiritual power, Xiaoyao immediately felt the strength of the five-element spiritual sword double. Instantly, this instilled him with newfound confidence. With his current strength, he should be capable of venturing into that place. Although the map provided by the Celestial Emperor's maiden contained all the resources within this relic, Xiaoyao was acutely aware that the most precious treasure within this relic remained the transcendent ninth-tier Qing-Yi Dao tree. Chapter 38. If you lack strength, do not follow. The Qing-Yi Dao tree blooms for a millennium and bears fruit for a millennium. Even a single Qing-Yi Dao fruit surpasses the category of ninth-tier spiritual herbs. Consuming it not only grants a significant boost in power but, more importantly, enhances one's comprehension. Comprehension is not a direct manifestation of strength, yet it can accompany a person throughout their life, accelerating their understanding of techniques, martial arts, and even the Tao of heaven, holding profound significance. Although Xiaoyao possessed the techniques bestowed by the Celestial Emperor's maiden, his comprehension had noticeably diminished since the extraction of his supreme bone. This was a perfect opportunity to remedy that flaw. Once Xiaoyao had stored away the now familiar five-element spiritual sword, Lin Yuyan opened her eyes after breaking through to the sixth level of the Emperor realm. However, when she saw that Xiaoyao had ascended to the first level of the Emperor realm, she appeared to lack the astonishment she had previously displayed. It seemed as if even if Xiaoyao were to surpass her in realm, she would not find it particularly surprising. Let us set out. Why? Xiaoyao responded succinctly. With Lin Yuyan's injuries healed, he no longer needed to hold her hand. After a brief sprint, Lin Yuyan, somewhat puzzled, asked Xiaoyao, "How come you are so familiar with the Yunhua ruins?" Throughout their journey, they had been heading directly towards various resources without any unnecessary detours. In fact, there were places that obviously showed signs of previous passage. Yet while others failed to notice, Xiaoyao could pinpoint them accurately. Perhaps it is because my spiritual energy is stronger. Xiaoyao did not elaborate further. Although the battle in the cave had altered his perception of Lin Yuyan, he was still unable to reveal the secret of the Celestial Emperor's maiden. Lin Yuyan clearly did not believe this flimsy excuse. After all, many resources were separated by thousands of miles, which could not simply be explained by having strong spiritual energy. However, considering all of Yi Xiaoyao's remarkable feats since their first encounter, she did not find it too strange. Yet, since Yi Xiaoyao chose not to explain, she refrained from pressing further. What is the situation? But as they continued forward, they encountered numerous signs of battle along the way. The corpses of the 4 sect's disciples, and even those of 5th-tier and 6th-tier spirit beasts, were visible at every turn. They could hardly walk a short distance without stumbling upon another scene. Could it be that there are treasures ahead, and everyone is fighting over them? Lin Yuyin seemed to have realized something. After all, the direction Yi Xiaoyao had chosen was indeed towards valuable items, and the current scene clearly indicated that a battle had erupted in the struggle for resources. The Qingyi Dao tree, and its Dao fruit is on the verge of ripening. Yi Xiaoyao did not conceal this fact. Lin Yuyin gasped in surprise. By the way, it is said that Master Yunhua ascended to the 9th tier of alchemy thanks to the Qingyi Dao fruit. I never expected it to be true. Upon this realization, Lin Yuyin felt a surge of excitement. Although she possessed an innate Dao body and exceptional comprehension, who would despise having more comprehension? Boom, boom, as they advanced. A series of explosive sounds resonated ahead. Soon, they discovered nearly 100 talents from the 4 sects collaborating to besiege a 6th-tier intermediate windwolf. The 6th-tier intermediate windwolf was comparable to a human at the 4th to 6th levels of the extraordinary realm. Moreover, windwolves were incredibly swift, and their thick hides made them formidable opponents. Even those at the 6th level of the extraordinary realm would hesitate to provoke one. Yet now, the disciples of the 4 sects were joining forces. And among them, there were even about 20 whose realms had already reached the 1st level of the extraordinary realm. Their realms. Yi Xiaoyao mused in surprise. Having just broken through to the 1st level of the Emperor realm, he had thought himself invincible within the Yunhua ruins, yet he had not anticipated encountering so many at the 1st level of the extraordinary realm. Lin Yuyin immediately remarked, although we cannot exceed the Emperor realm when entering the Yunhua ruins. However, upon entering, one can break through to the extraordinary realm without being affected by the laws. Thus, for those at the 9th level of the human Emperor realm, if fortune smiles upon them and they seize an opportunity to break through to the extraordinary realm, it is entirely reasonable. Roar, roar. Although the wind wolf possesses formidable strength, it cannot withstand being outnumbered. Moreover, those present are all prodigies from the 4 sects. After suffering continuous injuries, amidst a chorus of unwilling roars, the wind wolf ultimately succumbs in a pool of its own blood. Subsequently, each sect dispatches a disciple at the 1st level of the extraordinary realm to deliberate over the wind wolf's corpse, and they begin to dismember it. Who goes there? With a sharp shout, several figures rush toward this direction. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyin find themselves surrounded in the center. It is you people from the Li Hua sect. Upon witnessing this situation, the other 3 sects immediately turn to leave. The remaining disciples of the Li Hua sect, initially pleased to see the two due to their attire, can't help but feel a twinge of disappointment upon realizing their identities. It turns out to be junior sister Lin and junior brother Yi. Senior brother Han Tianyu, what is the situation? Lin Yuyin inquires, her brow slightly furrowed. After all, the collaboration between the disciples of the 4 sects at the Yunhua ruins has never occurred in past experiences. Han Tianyu, possessing significant authority due to his extraordinary realm level, does not provide an explanation but states, you have witnessed what just transpired. We are preparing to hunt 6th-tier spirit beasts, and your cultivations are not suitable for participation. It would be best for you to seek your fortunes elsewhere. Hunt 6th-tier spirit beasts? Lin Yuyin's brows knit together slightly as she mutters in confusion. Were you not cooperating for the sake of the Qingyi Dao fruit? Upon hearing this, even the disciples from the 3 sects who had just departed stop in their tracks and turn to look at Lin Yuyin. The disciples of the Li Hua sect also change their expression slightly, and Han Tianyu immediately asks, how do you know about the Qingyi Dao fruit? Lin Yuyin, realizing her inadvertent slip of the tongue, hurriedly responds, I have previously perused some ancient texts regarding the Yunhua ruins. Judging by the surrounding aura, there should be a Qingyi Dao tree nearby, and it should be the season for the Dao fruit to ripen. The crowd, upon hearing this, remains skeptical, but who can guarantee that they have thoroughly read all ancient texts? The other 3 sects chuckle lightly and continue to depart. However, Han Tianyu and his companions furrow their brows. After a moment, Han Tianyu states, since junior sister Lin has read the ancient texts, she must also understand that treasures like the Qingyi Dao tree are always guarded by powerful spirit beasts. As of now, We have yet to even catch a glimpse of the Qingyi Dao tree, and we are already encountering mid-level 6th-tier spirit beasts. Who can say for certain whether 7th-tier spirit beasts will appear as we proceed further? Therefore, you should take this opportunity in the Yunhua ruins and seek your fortunes elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan's expression shifts. This path does not belong to anyone. Why should we be forbidden from traversing it? She is acutely aware that Xiaoyao has come specifically for the Qingyi Dao tree, and it is inconceivable that he would simply abandon it. Han Tianyu states bluntly, "This is an agreement established by our 4 sects. We will not permit those lacking in strength to intermingle. If you insist on proceeding, our Lihua sect may very well be ousted by the other 3 sects, rendering us all unable to obtain the Qingyi Dao fruit." Chapter 39. The vision of Qingyi. Lin Yuyan glances at Xiaoyao, feeling somewhat distressed. Although Han Tianyu speaks without regard for sect camaraderie, his words are not without merit. So, if we approach the Qingyi Dao tree from another direction, it will not concern you, correct? Xiaoyao immediately retorts. Han Tianyu casts a disdainful glance at Xiaoyao. Don't think that just because you have gained some opportunities and improved your strength in the Yunhua ruins that you can become arrogant. The first level of the human emperor realm is merely the threshold to enter the Yunhua ruins. You would do well to know your place. Your demise is inconsequential, but do not endanger junior sister Lin. There is no need for your concern. Xiaoyao replies immediately. Since the other party is unwilling to cooperate, he does not bother to waste further words. Yuyan. Just as Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan prepare to turn and leave, a sudden delicate shout rings out. Qingyi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yuyan is somewhat taken aback. Why didn't I notice you before we entered the Yunhua ruins? Qingyi smiles and replies, perhaps there were too many people at the time. And you didn't pay attention to me? Han Tianyu, observing the situation, promptly states, Qingyi, since you're here, why don't you clarify things with them? With that, Han Tianyu leads the other disciples of the Lihua sect away. You are Xiaoyao, who publicly rejected our Yuyan. At this moment, Qingyi scrutinizes Xiaoyao. In the past, Xiaoyao would have straightforwardly stated that matters of the heart cannot be forced. However, after previous experiences, he has yet to accept Lin Yuyan but can no longer bring himself to utter words of rejection in her presence. Observing this, Qingyi smiles faintly and says, very well, I shall not pry into your matters. You wish to witness the Qingyi Dao tree. It is a desire. Yet, Lin Yuyan begins, if you wish, I shall take you there. Qingyi interjects. But just now Han Tianyu. Lin Yuyan protests. Qingyi immediately begins to explain. The Qingyi Dao tree bears 200 fruits. The 4 sects have joined forces to venture in. At that time, we will collectively distribute the 200 Qingyi Dao fruits. However, the distribution is not based on sect but rather on cultivation level. Each extraordinary realm first level participant will receive 2 fruits. Each 9th level human emperor realm will receive 1 fruit. And those at the 8th level will share 1 fruit between 2. By this calculation, approximately 150 fruits will be distributed, with the remaining 50 shared among the 4 sects, each returning to their sect to report, thus fulfilling our obligations to our respective sects. To prevent any malice from arising during the collaboration. Should any disciple from a sect perish in battle, their share will belong to the surviving members of their sect. In this way, harming others will not only weaken one's own combat power, but will also yield no benefit. After listening to Qingyi's explanation, Xiaoyao cannot help but concede that this does indeed constitute a reasonable collaborative method. Qingyi continues, at worst, I will give one of my 2 fruits to you. However, should unforeseen dangers arise, I may not be able to protect you, and you must consider this carefully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan immediately looks at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, however, smiles slightly and says, then I thank you. Qingyi. Although Xiaoyao is confident he could find the Qingyi Dao fruit on his own, that would undoubtedly be a difficult path. Now that they have a chance to gain an advantage, it is not a bad thing. As for the Qingyi Dao fruit, Xiaoyao does not particularly care. His true purpose for this journey is not the fruit. Very well. Qingyi responds, already leading the 2 forward. On the way, Lin Yuyan notices Xiaoyao's confusion and quietly explains to him, Qingyi's name is Qing. She is the disciple of my grandfather. Once gifted with extraordinary talent, she suffered an injury that severely hindered her foundational progress. Thus, she has only managed to reach the 9th level of the human emperor realm. This time, she likely seized an opportunity to break through to the 1st level of the extraordinary realm. Although the sect's disciples show her some respect due to her seniority, in truth, many look down upon her. Qingyi, why are you? Observing Qing leading Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan over, Han Tianyu and several other extraordinary realm disciples instantly reveal displeasure. Qing, however, directly states, their presence will not affect your shares. So what is the issue? Yet, under the gaze of Han Tianyu and others, many disciples voice their concerns. Qingyi, that cannot be said. The future holds uncertainties, and who can predict the dangers? With their meager cultivation, will we manage or not if trouble arises? Does this not increase everyone's risk? Xin Qing responds firmly, I will take responsibility for their safety. You need not concern yourselves with that. But at that moment, a disciple interjects, Qingyi, that is not right. The reason you can claim 2 Qingyi Dao fruits is that you possess the strength of the first level of the extraordinary realm, allowing you to contribute more. However, if you must protect them when danger arises, you will not be able to exert as much effort. Xin Qing's gaze sharpens. She had not expected her fellow disciples to voice such sentiments. Yet, she steels her heart and states, then I will take only 1 fruit. Is that acceptable? The crowd had not anticipated Xin Qing would make such a proposal, and they immediately looked to Han Tianyu and his extraordinary realm peers. Fearing they might still refuse, Xin Qing continues, if that is still unacceptable, then I will simply leave with my people. Upon hearing this, Han Tianyu and the others' expressions change. Accompanying Xin Qing are 5 9th-level human emperor realm individuals. Now consider their backbone. Although the 4 sects have an agreement, once they reach the Qingyi Dao tree, who can say whether they will adhere to it? If they allow Xin Qing to take her people away, the already somewhat disadvantaged Li Hua sect will likely lose even more influence. Han Tianyu quickly responds, Qingyi, what are you saying? We are genuinely concerned for junior sister Lin and junior brother Ye's safety. However, since you are willing to offer 1 Qingyi Dao fruit, we shall shoulder a bit more responsibility. That will suffice. Xin Qing replies decisively. Qing. Lin Yuyin gazes at Sun Qing with a hint of guilt. Had it not been for Yi Xiaoyao, she would never have wished to see Xin Qing bear such a heavy burden. Xin Qing, however, states, after I was injured, my master took great care of me. The favor is as heavy as a mountain. I will leave that Qingyi Dao fruit for you. No, we cannot accept any more. Lin Yuyin hastily declines. Just as Xin Qing is about to say something, a disciple rushes over. Qingyi, Luo Haiba is likely unable to continue. His injuries, can even you not tend to them? As Sun Qing poses her question, she quickly strides forward. Chapter 40. Refining as if playing with fire. Xin Qing. I am so sorry. As Xin Qing approaches, a youth with a bloodied chest speaks with deep regret. Haiba, do not say such things. Xin Qing immediately rushes forward upon seeing this. Had it not been for your selfless fighting, we would not have easily slain that wind wolf. Wait for me with that. Sun Qing heads toward Han Tianyu and the others, asking, does anyone have Qingling Dan? I will trade with you. Name your price. Yet, the crowd remains silent. Luo Haiba was injured while fighting for everyone. I am merely seeking a trade, not asking for it to be given freely. Xin Qing says somewhat displeased. At this moment, another disciple at the first level of the extraordinary realm, Zuofeng, speaks, Qingyi, the road ahead will only grow more arduous. The Qingling Dan is a precious healing elixir, and we do not possess many. At this juncture, it may determine whether we can reach the Qingyi Dao fruit. So trading is not advisable. As for Luo Haiba's injuries, who hasn't he fought hard? His injury from the wind wolf can merely be deemed unfortunate. After all, anyone could have been hurt in such circumstances. Xin Qing, hearing this, finds herself at a loss for words, her heart filled with disappointment at the lack of camaraderie from her fellow disciples. Were it not for the significance of the Qingyi Dao fruit to the sect, she would not wish to journey alongside them. Haiba, it is my inadequacy. As Xin Qing returns, guilt is evident on her face. Luo Haiba, however, smiles faintly. Qingyi, do not say that. Who can predict the dangers ahead? My inability to continue may very well have saved my life. It is not a loss. Though Luo Haiba struggles to maintain a smile, the disappointment in his eyes is unmistakable. Qingyi, how much time do we have to rest? Yi Xiaoyao inquires at this moment. Xin Qing glances at Yi Xiaoyao with confusion, then surveys the encampments of the other 3 sects before stating, each side has sustained injuries. Although they are not severe, it will take at least 2 hours for everyone to recuperate. That will be sufficient. Yi Xiaoyao smiles slightly, then looks at Luo Haiba. You won't fall behind. You must continue to take risks. Do you have Qingling Dan? Luo Haiba's eyes suddenly spark with excitement. At present, I do not, but I will have it soon. Saying this, Yi Xiaoyao waves his hand, and a pill furnace appears before him. He lights the spirit fire and begins to toss various herbs into it. Nine-tailed silk, by Ling Leaf. Qingyu flowered he attempting to refine Qingling Dan? Impossible. Qingling Dan is a 6th-tier intermediate elixir, and he is not an alchemist. Moreover, look at how he is tossing all the herbs in at once. He is likely not refining Qingling Dan, but rather concocting poison. While many are drawn to Xiaoyao's actions, they soon shake their heads in disbelief. Even the disciples from the other 3 sects, upon witnessing this, are initially taken aback, but upon observing Xiaoyao's method, they too shake their heads. Is he really refining elixirs? Sun Qing, at first pleased, now realizes she may have celebrated prematurely. Only Lin Yuyan beside her, filled with confidence, asserts, since he has acted, it means he will surely succeed. Sun Qing glances at Lin Yuyan and says, while I can see your relationship seems to be progressing, do not be so naive. As she speaks, noticing Xiaoyao employing spirit fire to segregate and refine various herbs in the pill furnace, she instantly falls silent. Although she is not an alchemist and cannot fully comprehend the intricacies, one thing is certain, Xiaoyao does not appear to be acting recklessly. Although an alchemist's success rate is typically not very high, she at least sees a glimmer of hope. Similarly, the disciples of the Li Hua sect who had previously mocked Xiaoyao also fall silent. The elevation of his realm has significantly enhanced Xiaoyao's mental strength, making the refining of 6th-tier elixirs a task of little difficulty for him. Were it not for the fact that only a couple of the owners of the storage bags he collected were alchemists, resulting in limited herb quantities, Xiaoyao could have even refined more. Amidst the attention of the crowd, a resounding explosion erupts, and a burst of white light shoots into the sky. As Xiaoyao guides the pill formula, the white light soars next to him, swirling around him continuously at that moment. Everyone can clearly see that it is a radiant spectacle composed of numerous crystal-clear Qingling Dan. This is top-tier Qingling Dan? My heavens, he has refined over 100 Qingling Dan in one go, and each one is exceptional. The gazes of the disciples from the Li Hua sect become fervent. Zuofeng had just stated a truth. In the current environment, a single Qingling Dan could represent a life, a chance to obtain the Qingyi Dao fruit. Moreover, these are top-tier Qingling Dan. Breathing in the fragrant aroma that uplifts the spirit, the crowd watches as Xiaoyao retrieves about 20 pill bottles, filling them with 5 pills each. Subsequently, Xiaoyao looks toward the still shocked Sun Qing and states, Qingyi, you mentioned that 5 individuals are accompanying you? Yes. Sun Qing still cannot fully recover from her astonishment. Such extraordinary skills, even the peak master of the pill summit, Nie Jufeng, might not achieve such results. At that moment, she begins to understand why Lin Yuyan is so infatuated with Xiaoyao and why he possesses the confidence to publicly reject her. Then, take them for now. If you need more, seek me out, Xiaoyao declares, directly handing 6 pill bottles to Sun Qing amidst the crowd's gaze. I cannot accept so many. These are top-tier Qingling Dan. Their value is extraordinary, Sun Qing quickly rebuffs. After all, these 6 bottles contain 30 pills. Though she understands the significance of these pills, given the current circumstances, the price of Qingling Dan has surged. Even according to external values, she simply cannot afford it. Why Xiaoyao discerned her thoughts and quickly responded, this is a gift for Aunt Qing. No, this is too valuable, too valuable. Sun Qing grasped the elixir vial in her hands, wanting to refuse, but the words stuck in her throat. After all, these 6 exquisite Qingling pills were of immense significance to them at this moment. Lin Yuyan, perceiving the situation, remarked, Aunt Qing, just accept it as a token of gratitude for taking us on this adventure. Moreover, although the exquisite Qingling pills are indeed precious, they are not of great consequence to him. Did you not see how effortlessly he refined them just now? Then I shall accept your kindness. Sun Qing was undeniably moved. With these exquisite Qingling pills in hand, barring any unforeseen calamities, their journey would at least ensure that no one would perish. Meanwhile, the gazes of the other members of the Li Hua sect towards Xiaoyao transformed into fervent admiration. Han Tianyu's eyes flickered as he exclaimed, Heaven bless our Li Hua sect. At this critical juncture, Elder Yi has come to our aid. It is evidently destined that this expedition for the Qingyi Dao fruit will yield substantial rewards for our Li Hua sect. The crowd initially froze, but quickly came to realize that with Elder Ye's exquisite Qingling pills, our Li Hua sect would possess an undeniable advantage. The fact that Xiaoyao could concoct mid-level 6th-grade Qingling pills indicated that he was indeed comparable to a 6th-level alchemist within the human sovereign realm. According to the customs of the Li Hua sect, he was already eligible for promotion to elder status. Naturally, they would speak sweetly when they needed something from him. Chapter 41. They cannot be too united, however. Xiaoyao scoffed disdainfully. Firstly, I have yet to be recognized by the sect, so I cannot be considered an elder. Secondly, the exquisite Qingling pills I concocted have nothing to do with your expedition for the Qing Yi Dao fruit. As he spoke, Xiaoyao handed another vial of elixir to Lin Yuyan, who accepted it without a hint of hesitation. The crowd's brows furrowed instantly. They were acutely aware that their previous attitude towards Xiaoyao had made it challenging to earn his goodwill. Just then, Luo Haiba, who had consumed an exquisite Qingling pill, stood up, his aura calm and his complexion unchanged. No trace of the grievously injured disciple remained. Disciple Luo Haiba expresses his gratitude to Elder Yi. He approached Xiaoyao and hastily bowed in respect. Initially, he had thought that being unable to progress further would be his greatest regret, yet unexpectedly, Xiaoyao had granted him another opportunity. Not only did Luo Haiba feel that his injuries had healed, but his cultivation level also seemed to have advanced. No need for excessive courtesy. In the event of any danger henceforth, if you sustain injuries, regardless of severity, just consume a pill and come find me when you're out. Xiaoyao directly helped him up. This was Xiaoyao's way. Since Aunt Qing was willing to assist him, he would reciprocate. Even if Luo Haiba was merely a companion of Aunt Qing, the other disciples of the Li Hua sect were left dumbfounded. Although they possessed Qingling pills, they were all inferior grade. While they could recover after taking them and resting for a few hours, the efficacy paled in comparison to that of the exquisite Qingling pills. Especially in light of the dangers they might soon face, such disparity could mean the difference between life and death. Han Tianyu immediately stated, Elder Yi, earlier, before understanding your strength, I admit I was blind. But now, I implore you, for the sake of our unity as fellow disciples, please consider the bigger picture. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Tianming had specifically mentioned the importance of unity before Elder Ye's arrival. Xiaoyao was thoroughly amused. Wasn't it you who suggested that Lin Yuyan and I go off to play just a moment ago? At that time, you had no regard for unity, but now you wish to preach it? Although Han Tianyu recognized he was in the wrong to some extent, the temptation of the exquisite Qingling pills was too strong to resist, and he quickly replied, we were merely considering your safety. Elder Yi. Xiaoyao shrugged. Indeed, I too was concerned for safety, which is precisely why I concocted exquisite Qingling pills. If I were to sustain injuries, I would just consume them for fun. But if I give them to you, then I would be left without any healing elixirs. So our goals are aligned. Han Tianyu frowned. Even if you wish to consume the pills, you need not require so many. Xiaoyao chuckled. Did you not mention that our cultivation levels are too low? Hence, it is prudent to have more exquisite Qingling pills. The crowd fell silent once more. Left Peak was quick to react, stating, if that is the case, why should you give the pills to Aunt Qing and the others? Do you perceive a hierarchy among fellow disciples? Xiaoyao's gaze instantly turned cold. Just now, they pledged to protect me, and by giving them pills, I am ensuring my own safety. Is that not normal? Moreover, I concocted the pills. I can give them to whomever I please. Who among you has the right to dictate to me? Initially, Xiaoyao sought only to tease them, but Left Peak's subsequent accusations clearly provoked genuine anger from him. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent. Elder Yi. Han Tianyu attempted to speak, but was directly interrupted by Xiaoyao. Do not attempt to bind me with notions of righteousness or morality. I possess neither. Xiaoyao coldly snorted, having lost the desire for further discourse. Han Tianyu's expression darkened. Elder Yi, we respect your mastery in alchemy and acknowledge you as an elder. But if you disregard the bonds of brotherhood entirely, do not blame us for being impolite. Is that so? Then let us see how impolite you dare to be. Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. Although he hoped to leverage the power of the four sects to approach the Qing Yi Dao fruit easily, that did not imply he lacked the capability to venture forth alone. Should Han Tianyu and the others truly attempt to use force, he would not hold back. The gazes exchanged among the crowd became resolute. Clearly, the allure of the numerous exquisite Qingling pills in Xiaoyao's possession was simply too great. Elder Yi, do not fear. Such heartless and ungrateful individuals do not deserve your elixirs. Why Nine Xian sect will not overlook this matter. Should anyone disrespect Elder Yi today, my Nine Xian sect will be the first to retaliate. Furthermore, if Elder Yi decides to sever ties with the Li Hua sect afterward, my Nine Xian sect will welcome you with open arms. You shall become a core elder of my Nine Xian sect. As the words of the Nine Xian sect disciples fell, the Liili sword sect and blood hidden sect simultaneously declared, Our Liuli Sword Sect and Blood Hidden Sect will also gladly welcome Elder Ye's joining. Moreover, should anyone dare to harm Elder Yi during this expedition within the Yunhua ruins, we will forsake the Qing Yi Dao fruit and ensure that such unscrupulous individuals meet their demise without delay. Upon hearing this, the previously hostile Han Tianyu and the others fell silent. Instead, Yi Xiaoyao smiled faintly. I thank the 3 sects for advocating on my behalf, as a token of my gratitude. These 3 vials of exquisite Qingling pills shall serve as my gift. As Yi Xiaoyao spoke, he took out 3 vials of exquisite Qingling pills and tossed them toward the 3 factions simultaneously. The members of the 3 sects were momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing Yi Xiaoyao's ability to concoct exquisite Qingling pills, their hearts sank with realization. They understood that with such divine elixirs, the Lihua sect would undoubtedly hold a dominant position among the 4 sections. However, from the earlier exchanges, they had come to comprehend that the so-called geniuses of the Lihua sect had initially looked down upon Yi Xiaoyao, leading to the current discord. Thus, when Han Tianyu and the others prepared to resort to force, the 3 sects stood in solidarity with Yi Xiaoyao. Otherwise, should they succeed in their robbery, it would mean that they would all possess exquisite Qingling pills. And amidst the turmoil within the Lihua sect, if they safeguarded Yi Xiaoyao, only Aunt Qing and a few others would be able to access the exquisite Qingling pills, which would not pose a significant threat. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Xiaoyao did not see through their evident intentions. Instead, he generously offered exquisite Qingling pills as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Elder Yi. Rest assured, should any danger arise henceforth, we shall protect you wholeheartedly. The 3 sects joyfully accepted the elixir vials and expressed their gratitude. However, their commitment to protect Yi Xiaoyao was genuine. After all, if Yi Xiaoyao were to perish, the exquisite Qingling pills on his person would fall into the hands of the other members of the Lihua sect. Han Tianyu and the others looked at Yi Xiaoyao in shock. You. They were utterly astonished that Yi Xiaoyao not only refused to provide them with elixirs, but instead gifted them to the other 3 sects. However, even Xin Qing, standing to the side, softly remarked, Xiaoyao, while it is acceptable to have disagreements among fellow disciples, you must not aid other sects in the process. Moreover, they are not truly helping you. Clearly, Xin Qing had also detected the ulterior motives of the 3 sects. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao merely smiled slightly and replied, with only 5 pills in each vial, we cannot afford to be united internally. Likewise, they cannot be too united among themselves. Chapter 42. Such grand ambitions. Xin Qing, upon hearing this, instantly comprehended Yi Xiaoyao's intentions, gazing at him with astonishment. Why Yi Xiaoyao's prowess in alchemy had already rendered Xin Qing utterly astounded, but she had not anticipated that he possessed such profound cunning. It is essential to note that the actions of the other 3 sects had been entirely spontaneous, yet Yi Xiaoyao was capable of discerning their motivations in such a short span of time, and he adeptly set a trap for them in return. Not only might the 3 sects struggle to decipher Yi Xiaoyao's thoughts, but even if they did, amidst the current circumstances, they too would find it difficult to resist the allure of 5 exquisite Qingling pills. Even if this was a transparent scheme, it was one they could not refuse. Indeed, Xin Qing observed that although she could not hear the discussions among the 3 sects, their expressions no longer appeared as cheerful as before. While Han Tianyu and the others begrudged the situation, they had also surmised the intentions of the other 3 sects and dared not press Yi Xiaoyao further. They simply threw out threats about reporting the matter to their sects after leaving, before stepping back. Meanwhile, only Lin Yuyan, Xin Qing, and the 5 companions remained by Yi Xiaoyao's side. Despite their numbers, they exuded a spirited energy. After a brief period of rest, the 4 sects set off once more. Although Han Tianyu and his group disregarded Yi Xiaoyao, the members of the other 3 sects greeted him with fervent enthusiasm, constantly enticing him to consider their sects once they emerged from this venture. As for any encounters with spirit beasts along the way, while Han Tianyu's group chose to overlook Yi Xiaoyao, the 3 sects dispatched people to safeguard him. However, Yi Xiaoyao expressed that the protection from Aunt Qing and the others sufficed, and he did not wish to hinder the overall combat effectiveness of the group. In truth, during such times, spirit beasts pose little threat to Yi Xiaoyao, making it far safer to protect him than to engage the beasts. Yet, given the current delicate relationship, the 3 sects were reluctant to offend Yi Xiaoyao. You truly know how to manipulate people's hearts to the fullest extent, but you must not treat Yuyan this way. Xin Qing, having relaxed, nevertheless cautioned Yi Xiaoyao. Why Yi Xiaoyao smiled slightly, while Lin Yuyan, looking perplexed, inquired, Aunt Qing, what do you mean? Sun Qing shook her head slightly before explaining, currently, our overall strength is indeed inferior to Han Tianyu's group. If we were to sustain injuries, the conflicts within the Li Hua sect would diminish significantly, which would not bode well for the three sects. Xiaoyao merely exploited this aspect of their thinking, allowing us to traverse safely to the Qing Yi Dao tree. Lin Yuyan, upon understanding, gazed at Xiaoyao in shock. How can you think of so much? Throughout, Xiaoyao's mastery of alchemy, formations, and martial arts had completely won Lin Yuyan over. But it was only now that she realized his intellect was extraordinary. Though everything transpired under her very nose, had it not been for Aunt Qing's explanation, she might have never fathomed these subtleties. As they pressed onward, they once again exerted all their spirit artifacts to defeat a 6th-grade high-level spirit beast, comparable to a human in the extraordinary realm, levels 7 to 9. The group could vaguely see the silhouette of the Qing Yi Dao tree in the distance. The tree towered high, adorned with Qing Yi Dao fruits resembling seated infants. At this moment, each fruit bore a hint of crimson, but was predominantly verdant. Nevertheless, the Dao rhythm emanating from each Qing Yi Dao fruit was visibly palpable. Everyone was acutely aware that once the last trace of red transitioned to green, the Qing Yi Dao fruits would truly ripen. Roar, roar. However, surrounding the Qing Yi Dao tree were 3 spirit beasts comparable to human beings in the celestial realm. Levels 1 to 3, glaring threateningly at the members of the 4 sections yet, with the Dao fruits on the verge of ripening, none of the 3 spirit beasts were willing to depart. 7th-grade spirit beasts. Observing the situation before them, the expressions of the talented disciples from the 4 sects darkened. Throughout their journey, they had sustained injuries after encountering 6th-grade high-level spirit beasts, and now, many of their combat strengths had dwindled to less than half. Yet, before them stood 3 7th-grade spirit beasts, comparable to top-tier experts of the 4 major sections under ordinary circumstances. Faced with such a predicament, everyone would have prudently turned back. However, now they faced the irresistible allure of the Qing Yi Dao fruits. And having endured the arduous journey, who would willingly give up? Simultaneously, disputes arose among the other 3 sects. It was evident that the contention stemmed from the 5 exquisite Qingling pills Xiaoyao had previously provided. Witnessing this, Han Tianyu, Left Peak, and another disciple of the Li Hua sect, Qian Feihu, who was at the first level of the extraordinary realm, approached with several disciples. Elder Yi, you can see the current situation. Without your Qingling pills, all of us from the Li Hua sect will merely be spectators. Should we retreat? Do you believe that the other 3 sects will grant you even a single Qing Yi Dao fruit? Han Tianyu wasted no time with pleasantries. After all, the Qing Yi Dao fruits could mature at any moment. Then let us test it. Xiaoyao displayed no inclination to compromise. Han Tianyu and the others seemed to anticipate Xiaoyao's response. With a cold snort, they circled around Xiaoyao and his group. Elder Yi, we have shown you sufficient courtesy. Do not force us to take drastic measures. What do you intend to do? Are you threatening your fellow disciples? Sun Qing's expression changed upon witnessing the scene, and she promptly drew her spiritual sword. Han Tianyu and the others coldly retorted, we are merely striving to secure the Qing Yi Dao fruits for our sect. Even if we offend Elder Yi, we can apologize after returning. However, today, we are determined to claim those exquisite Qingling pills. We hope Aunt Qing will prioritize the greater good and refrain from actions that would harm the interests of our Li Hua sect. Please, Aunt Qing, consider the bigger picture. Others echoed in unison. This was their stance, which could also be interpreted as a threat. Sun Qing, at this moment, looked at Xiaoyao with a hint of difficulty. From the perspective of the overall interests of the Li Hua sect, it was indeed not the time for a conflict of emotions. Yet, recalling Han Tianyu's previous actions, Sun Qing found it challenging to voice her concerns. After a moment's hesitation, she said, you are well aware of what you have said and done in the past. Regardless of what decision Elder Yi makes, I will support him wholeheartedly. Ultimately, Sun Qing chose to firmly stand by Xiaoyao, refusing to speak on behalf of Han Tianyu and the others. After this period of interaction, she trusted that Xiaoyao could discern the broader situation. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xiaoyao. With a slight smile, he declared, my decision is simple. Whoever treats me well, I shall reciprocate. Should anyone look down upon me, do not seek my assistance. As for the matter of forceful appropriation, feel free to try. Those who dare to lay a hand on me shall not leave the Yunhua ruins alive. The last glimmer of hope extinguished within Han Tianyu, his expression turning icy. What grandiose words! One might think you are a celestial realm powerhouse. Today, I shall witness how you make it impossible for me to leave the Yunhua ruins alive. With a commanding shout, Han Tianyu swiftly unsheathed his spiritual sword, bang, bang. The others followed suit in synchrony. Chapter 43. The command of the sect master at the moment when both sides were on the verge of conflict. A sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted. Not only they, but even the three sects embroiled in a dispute at that moment turned their vigilant gazes towards their surroundings. This spatial fluctuation surpassed their comprehension, as if a force had torn through the spatial defenses of the Yunhua ruins. Subsequently, a golden light burst forth from Xiaoyao's hand. In an instant, a golden, gleaming token appeared in his grasp. That is, the members of the other three sects were all taken aback with confusion. However, the disciples of the Lihua sect were utterly dumbfounded. Sect Master's command? Sun Qing was the first to react. Immediately kneeling on one knee and bowing, I pay my respects to the Sect Master's command. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuyan and the others accompanying Sun Qing followed suit in their reverence. Only Han Tianyu and his companions remained standing in shock and disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Sun Qing coldly scoffed. To witness the Sect Master's command is akin to seeing the Sect Master himself. Are you plotting to betray the sect? Han Tianyu and his companions were naturally aware of the significance of witnessing the Sect Master's command. What they did not comprehend was why the Sect Master had gone to such lengths to transmit the command to Xiaoyao from the outside world. Nonetheless, they hastily knelt on the ground, paying their respects to the Sect Master's command. This, in fact, it was not only them. Even Xiaoyao himself was somewhat dazed. Why would this unknown sect master suddenly bestow the Sect Master's command upon him? Moreover, how could he possess such foresight at such a critical moment? However, Xiaoyao had misunderstood the Sect Master's intentions. After Feng Wanfeng and Ye Jufeng had explained the situation to the Sect Master, he realized the gravity of the problem and immediately summoned the Sect Master's command. Although the command could be transmitted across space, the Yunhua ruins had almost formed a small world of its own, making it somewhat troublesome to penetrate the spatial barriers. Thus, it took quite some time for it to arrive. As for its appearance at this moment, it was merely coincidental. Qing Yi, quickly rise. Xiaoyao first helped Sun Qing to her feet, noticing that the others remained kneeling. He then continued, You all may rise as well. Although Han Tianyu and the others stood up, confusion still clouded their expressions, and their spiritual swords felt as though they had nowhere to rest. For the sake of the supreme Qingling Dan, they could harbor thoughts of killing to keep secrets, but when faced with the Sect Master's command, they lacked the courage to do so. After all, with so many people involved, if anyone leaked the information, they would face relentless pursuit from the Lihua sect, no matter where they fled. I apologize for the previous offenses against ye. The acting sect master. Please forgive me. Finally, Han Tianyu was the first to sheath his spiritual sword and kneel once more. With this initial act, the others followed suit, and the individuals who had just stood up found themselves kneeling once again. Xiaoyao regarded the crowd with a cold stare, lightly scoffing. By rights, given your previous attempt to kill and silence for the sake of the Dan, I should have executed you. However, the sect master has sent this command as a gesture of goodwill, so I shall grant you one more chance. As for how the sect master will handle you after we exit, that is his affair. Now, you may rise. Ultimately, Xiaoyao reigned in his murderous intent. Thank you, acting sect master Yi. However, while the others expressed their gratitude, their hearts were filled with disdain. If not for the sect master's command, how could Xiaoyao exhibit such arrogance? Yet Han Tianyu's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Acting sect master Yi, what do you propose we do next? This time, Han Tianyu did not dare to demand the supreme Qingling Dan, for he understood that Xiaoyao still needed their assistance to obtain the Qingyi Daogua. To rely on them meant they must receive the supreme Qingling Dan, leading him to believe that the appearance of the sect master's command was not entirely a bad thing. However, Xiaoyao spoke lightly. Since you are all injured, at this point, expressions of joy began to appear on their faces. Yet Xiaoyao continued, then stay here and rest properly. Han Tianyu and the others were taken aback. Acting sect master Yi, the Qingyi Daogua is right before us. Are you planning to pick it yourself? Is there a problem? Xiaoyao retorted, Of course, as fellow sect members, if you wish to pick it, I will not stop you. Han Tianyu had initially intended to hint at Xiaoyao to provide them with the Dan, only to find that Xiaoyao truly expected him to take action. Yet Xiaoyao ignored them and turned to the three sects, stating, Everyone, The Qingyi Dao tree is right before us. Our cooperation ends here. The members of the three sects were bewildered. Initially, they were already at a disadvantage, and if the Lihua sect withdrew, their hopes would be even slimmer. Han Tianyu could no longer restrain himself. Xiaoyao, have you lost your mind? You possess the sect master's command. We have yielded to you, but the Qingyi Dao tree is right before us, and the Qingyi Daogua is about to mature. What right do you have to say you will withdraw? You fear death? But we do not. Xiaoyao shot Han Tianyu a cold glance, scoffing. I merely stated that the cooperation among the four sects has come to an end. I never said I would not pick the Qingyi Daogua. If we don't cooperate, do you expect us to rely on you? Han Tianyu roared, don't rely on me. I already mentioned earlier that sparing your lives was out of consideration for the sect master. But any Daogua I obtain will certainly not be shared with you. However, as fellow sect members, if you wish to pick it, I will not stop you. Madness, sheer madness. Oh, you think with the sect master's command in hand, you are invincible? Han Tianyu was so enraged by Xiaoyao that he began to laugh hysterically. After all their struggles to reach this point, who could have anticipated that Xiaoyao would pull such a stunt? Yet Xiaoyao realized the Qingyi Daogua was on the verge of ripening and had no time to pay attention to him. He promptly addressed the three sects. Everyone, since we were the first to propose a withdrawal, the Qingyi Daogua can be picked by your three sects first. If you fail, we may come up next. Han Tianyu pointed at Xiaoyao, snorting coldly. Do you think you are the smartest in the world? Do you think they will let you profit from this? In reality, the members of the three sects were already thinking along the lines Xiaoyao had anticipated, and they replied in unison. Acting Sect Master Yi, now that you hold the Sect Master's command, by seniority, you are our elder. With an elder present, how could we act first? We respectfully request you, Elder Yi, to pick it first. If you fail, we will proceed, and of course, if you succeed, we guarantee we will not seize it. Xiaoyao merely smiled slightly. If you wish to seize it later, just consider whether you can bear the consequences before making a move. As he spoke, Xiaoyao waved his hand, and numerous spirit stones surged forth, landing around the members of the Lihua sect in an instant. With a series of formations, a powerful light barrier was formed. Lihua sect disciples, listen up. Those who remain within this formation will receive its protection. Anyone who dares to leave becomes a hostage. Don't blame me for offering no mercy. Immediately, Xiaoyao turned to Lin Yuyin. Stay here and wait for me. Do not venture out. After saying this, Xiaoyao's figure flickered and dashed out of the formation's light, heading towards the Qingyi Dao tree. Chapter 44. We only wish to pick the fruit. Yet he seeks to refine the Dao tree 6, a high-level 6th-tier formation? Han Tianyu and the others were utterly dumbfounded. They never expected Xiaoyao could lay down a high-level 6th-tier formation with a mere wave of his hand. At this moment, they finally understood why Xiaoyao had said the sect master's command had saved them. Had they truly acted against him earlier, none of them would have been able to injure Xiaoyao, nor would anyone have left alive in such a formation. Simultaneously, they also realized why the sect master would transmit the sect master's command to Xiaoyao. Given Xiaoyao's prowess in alchemy and formations, which force would not treasure him? Now, observing Qingqing and the others' triumphant expressions, Han Tianyu felt immense regret. He had been the first to encounter Xiaoyao but had offended him, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to curry favor with him to Qingqing and her group. In truth, aside from speaking a few words on Xiaoyao's behalf, Qingqing and the others had done nothing thus far. Moreover, given Xiaoyao's methods, did he truly require protection? Roar, roar. But soon, all eyes were drawn to a sudden beastly roar. Facing the audacity of humans encroaching upon the ripening Qingyi Daogua, 3 7th-tier spirit beasts lunged forward simultaneously. Yet, in mid-air, Xiaoyao's hands danced, unleashing countless spirit stones that shot forth. Having anticipated the appearance of 7th-tier spirit beasts guarding the Qingyi Dao tree, Xiaoyao had inscribed formations onto the spirit stones on the way here. Whoosh. As the spirit stones fell to the ground, Xiaoyao's formation incantation drew them into powerful circles, causing the 3 spirit beasts to frantically thrash against the air within their respective barriers. However, everyone understood that what they observed from the outside was merely the beasts attacking the air. The 3 spirit beasts trapped within the formation were undoubtedly experiencing far more severe consequences. At that moment, the many Dao fruits on the Qingyi Dao tree swayed, emitting melodious sounds akin to heavenly music. The crowd's figures trembled, feeling as though their spiritual awareness was awakening. The Qingyi Daogua is ripening. Then, they noticed that all the Qingyi Daogua had turned a vibrant green. At that moment, a dazzling, multicolored light flashed, and the five-element spirit sword appeared in Xiaoyao's hand. What is that spirit sword? Its aura is so peculiar, evoking an irresistible sensation. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just as they were taken aback, the five-element spirit sword in Xiaoyao's hand suddenly turned an emerald green, matching the color of the Qingyi Dao tree. What is he planning to do? Yet soon, they realized that Xiaoyao did not ascend to pick the fruit. Instead, he plunged the sword into the Qingyi Dao tree, embedding it to the hilt. Whoosh at the same time. Sensing the impending danger, the Qingyi Dao tree's numerous branches, as if animated, unleashed a furious howl, launching a barrage of attacks towards Xiaoyao with overwhelming force. Yet an invisible barrier seemed to envelop Xiaoyao, causing those fierce attacks to be effortlessly deflected. Soon, they noticed that the blue hue of the five-element spirit sword in Xiaoyao's grasp grew increasingly intense, while the blue of the Qingyi Dao tree began to fade. He intends to refine the Qingyi Dao tree. Finally, someone discerned the profound mystery, exclaiming in disbelief. They had risked their lives for just one or two Qingyi Daogua. Who could have imagined that Xiaoyao's true objective was to refine the Qingyi Dao tree? Not to mention the Qingyi Dao tree, even the Qingyi Daogua surpassed the 9th tier in existence. How could he, a mere first-level human emperor, entertain such thoughts? How could he dare? Senior, how much longer? I can barely hold on. While Xiaoyao appeared calm amidst the astonishment of the crowd, he was not faring any better himself. The vast reservoir of wood elemental power from the Qingyi Dao tree surged into his body, rapidly accumulating in his Dantian, making him feel as if his Dantian might burst. The immortal Emperor Maiden, however, snorted lightly, "Do not worry. The wood elemental energy possesses healing properties. Thus, aside from some discomfort, you will not perish. Your aptitude is too weak, and your Dantian too small. If you do not seize this opportunity to expand it, how will you ever hope to free my true self in the future?" Enduring immense pain, Xiaoyao had originally intended to plead for mercy, but upon hearing that it pertained to rescuing Linglong, immortal emperor in the future, he could only grit his teeth and endure. As the Dantian expanded, Xiaoyao's abdomen swelled like a balloon. This torment transcended mere Dantian pain. It involved the compression of his internal organs. Crack, crack. His bones rapidly shattered under the intense pressure. Yet the properties of the wood elemental power allowed them to heal almost instantaneously. Thus, Xiaoyao keenly felt the agony of his bones shattering and regenerating, only to shatter again. Wouldn't he explode? That was the power of the Qingyi Dao tree. If he exploded, wouldn't it obliterate the heavens and the earth? Retreat. The members of the three sects saw this and began to withdraw. Although Xiaoyao's earlier actions had indeed astounded them, no one believed he could safely refine a Qingyi Dao tree. Quickly leave. Han Tianyu and the others rushed out of the formation Xiaoyao had set up. They did not believe that if Xiaoyao exploded, this formation would offer any protection. Yuyan. Sun Qing looked at Lin Yuyan with concern. He will be fine. Lin Yuyan's gaze remained steadfast. Although Xiaoyao appeared to be in genuine danger, she had witnessed miracle after miracle in him, firmly believing this time would be no exception. You all go ahead. I will stay here with Yuyan. Seeing the situation, Sun Qing instructed the last 5 remaining individuals. However, the 5 merely smiled slightly. If it were not for acting sect Master Yi, we might have lost half our lives to reach this point. Since we have journeyed together, we choose to trust him. Sigh. Sun Qing was at a loss for words. Yet, as Xiaoyao endured an unknown number of bone fractures and healing processes, he discovered that his bones had transformed to the same emerald hue as the Qingyi Dao tree. Simultaneously, as time passed, the swelling and pain seemed to diminish. In fact, at this moment, to the eyes of the others, Xiaoyao's body began to shrink gradually, while the Qingyi Dao tree was rapidly withering. Aside from the already ripened Qingyi Daogua, the entire tree began to lose its vigor, turning a pale yellow, with the patterns on its trunk deepening. Countless yellow leaves fluttered down. He truly refined the Qingyi Dao tree? Everyone watched this scene unfold before them, and despite it happening right in front of their eyes, disbelief lingered within them. Boom. With a resounding crash, the Qingyi Dao tree transformed into countless particles of dust that cascaded down. The Qingyi Daogua, which everyone had sought after, rolled across the ground, while Xiaoyao's body returned to normal. Chapter 45. Everyone has a share. The crowd watched from a distance as Xiaoyao effortlessly stored the Qingyi Daogua into his storage pouch. However, recalling Xiaoyao's terrifying and mysterious abilities just moments ago, none dared to harbor any thoughts of seizing it. They were too intimidated. Roar, roar. Just then, the three 7th-tier spirit beasts finally broke through the high-level 6th-tier formation Xiaoyao had previously set up. Witnessing the disarray around them, and realizing the Qingyi Daogua was gone, they turned their furious roars toward Xiaoyao, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the crowd. If these three 7th-tier spirit beasts truly killed Xiaoyao, they might still have a chance to seize the Qingyi Daogua. Xiaoyao, be careful. Lin Yuyan rushed forward without a hint of hesitation. Sun Qing and the others followed closely behind, without uttering a word. Yet at that moment, the three 7th-tier spirit beasts had eyes only for Xiaoyao, who was now infused with the scent of the Qingyi Daogua, ignoring the others entirely. Even though they stood beside Xiaoyao, the spirit beasts paid them no mind. Xiaoyao had initially intended to engage with the three spirit beasts to test his own transformation. But given the presence of Lin Yuyan and the others, he had to relent. Although he sensed the changes within himself, his realm had not yet elevated sufficiently. In the chaos, he could not guarantee their safety. He then turned to the three spirit beasts. You have guarded this place for many years. I cannot let you leave empty-handed with that. Xiaoyao tossed three Qingyi Daogua to the three spirit beasts. Roar, roar. The three spirit beasts joyfully roared, catching the Qingyi Daogua in their mouths before swallowing them whole. Immediately, their fur began to shimmer in vibrant green, and their auras continuously surged. He actually fed the Qingyi Daogua to the spirit beasts? The surrounding crowd was astonished, yet filled with bitterness. They had risked their lives to acquire nothing, and now the spirit beasts were the first to benefit? Roar, roar. As the crowd was taken aback, the powerful roars of the beasts echoed. The three beasts simultaneously advanced to become mid-level 7th-tier spirit beasts, comparable to warriors of the 4th to 6th levels of the celestial realm. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the fruits upon us. The three spirit beasts then prostrated themselves before Xiaoyao, speaking in unison. They were speaking human language, ISNT, that something only 9th-tier spirit beasts can achieve. This moment has profoundly transformed everyone's perception of the Qingyi Dao fruit. However, just moments ago, they were too intimidated to seize it. And now, with Xiaoyao accompanied by three mid-level 7th-tier spirit beasts, who would dare to entertain such thoughts? Master! Xiaoyao glanced at the three spirit beasts with some surprise. But he soon spoke. This is what you ought to protect. There is no need to thank me. The three spirit beasts replied, Master, this space was constructed upon the foundation of the Qingyi Dao tree. Now that you have refined the Qingyi Dao tree, this space will shatter. We implore you to take us in. Having reached the 7th tier, their wisdom was on par with that of humans. They understood all too well that once the space fractured, they would likely become prey in the eyes of human powerhouses upon their emergence. Thus, their actions were not only expressions of gratitude towards Xiaoyao, but also a means of securing a formidable ally. Let us keep them, Lin Yuyan interjected hastily, fearing that Xiaoyao might decline. After all, these were mid-level 7th-tier spirit beasts, and having them by their side would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Very well. From now on, you shall stay by her side and protect her. Xiaoyao seemed to have come to the same conclusion and promptly stated, Rest assured, Master, we will take good care of the young mistress. The three spirit beasts eagerly exclaimed. Lin Yuyan had not anticipated that these three formidable beings would utter such words, yet her secretly delighted heart was unwilling to voice any objections. At that moment, the three spirit beasts swiftly diminished in size, transforming into creatures akin to ordinary cats and dogs, their auras retracting. Young mistress, do you prefer us this way? They inquired. Lin Yuyan had previously harbored some trepidation regarding their true forms, but now, as they appeared adorably fluffy, she found herself irresistibly drawn to them, instinctively reaching out to stroke their Ye sect master. At that moment, the leading disciple of the Jiuxian sect, Xiaoyao, stepped forward. What is it? Do you still wish to seize the fruit? Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. No, not at all. Xiaoyao hurriedly waved his hands. Sect Master Yi, please don't misunderstand. I was merely thinking that with so many Qingyi Dao fruits, you cannot possibly consume them all by yourself. Perhaps we could negotiate an exchange for some. Regarding the price, we shall do our utmost to ensure your satisfaction. Although they dared not attempt to seize it, Having witnessed the might of the Xiaoyao fruit, which seemed even more terrifying than the legends suggested, they were reluctant to give up and thus proposed a trade. Yet, Xiaoyao merely waved his hand, and 5 Xiaoyao fruits simultaneously soared towards the 3 major sects, Yi sect master, At this. The members of the 3 major sects were left speechless. After all, in their eyes, Xiaoyao could easily eliminate them, and whether they could escape was uncertain. Yet, Xiaoyao had chosen to bestow upon them Xiaoyao fruits, 5 of them, no less. Xiaoyao explained, after all the battles and hardships we have endured together, this shall serve as your reward. This. None of them had anticipated that Xiaoyao would offer such a plain and unadorned rationale. Thank you, Sect Master Yi. The disciples from the 3 sects promptly bowed in unison. It must be said that Xiaoyao's actions had deeply impressed them. However, when they observed that Xiaoyao also granted Lin Yuyan and the others 5 Xiaoyao fruits each, they could not help but feel envious, though we can't possibly use so many. Just one will suffice. Xin Qing and the others, lacking the close relationship Lin Yuyan had with Xiaoyao, quickly declined. After all, since Xiaoyao's arrival, he had consistently aided them, while they had yet to find an opportunity to assist him. The Xiaoyao fruits were sufficient for their own cultivation. Having more would serve no purpose. Yet, Xiaoyao replied directly, if you have more, then exchange them for other cultivation resources. Instantly, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the few, yet they still declined once more. Just take them. He has plenty. With Lin Yuan's encouragement, they cautiously accepted the Xiaoyao fruits. Yi sect master. Throughout this journey, while we may not have made contributions, we have certainly endured hardships. At this point, Han Tianyu and the others also approached. You have given to the 3 sects, as fellow disciples. They were aware that Xiaoyao did not harbor fondness for them, yet this was the Xiaoyao fruit, and they had no choice but to muster their courage. Xiaoyao nodded slightly, do not worry. I have given each of the 3 sects 5 fruits. For our Lihua sect, I shall certainly provide more. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions brightened. Xiaoyao continued. Once we return to the sect, I will hand them to the sect master for distribution based on merit. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd immediately darkened. Not to mention that Xiaoyao was unlikely to deliver everything. Even if he did turn over the Xiaoyao fruits, it was improbable that they would receive any. Moreover, when it came to merit-based rewards, given their conduct, they would be fortunate not to face punishment. Yet, they could not even criticize Xiaoyao's intention to submit the contributions to the sect. At that moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation surged forth, causing the entire Yunhua ruins to become tumultuous. This indicated that the space was about to shatter, sending everyone back. Chapter 46. Deputy Sect Master Yi. Indeed, as the spatial fluctuations subsided, Xiaoyao and the others found themselves back at the location they had occupied prior to entering the Yunhua ruins. However, the number of people present was far fewer than before, clearly indicating that those who had not emerged would never return. Subsequently, with a series of cracking sounds, the cyclone gate leading into the Yunhua ruins shattered, forming numerous spatial rifts. Eventually, after these rifts healed, they vanished entirely. What on earth is happening? Sect Master Ji Wuchang and the elders wore puzzled expressions. Having sensed the anomalies surrounding the spatial gate, Ji Wuchang, along with Feng Wanfeng, Ne Jufeng, and several other elders, had been stationed at this location. After all, the young talents of the Lihua sect had entered the Yunhua ruins, including a super genius like Xiaoyao. However, no one had anticipated such an unprecedented occurrence. We pay our respects to the sect master, and greetings to the esteemed elders. The disciples who emerged bowed in unison. Aside from Han Tianyu and the other disciples who had traveled with Xiaoyao, many others bore expressions of regret and confusion. Although they had reaped numerous rewards from this expedition, they were inexplicably expelled before the month had elapsed. Clearly, they had each gained significantly within the Yunhua ruins. Xiaoyao, it's good that you are safe. Feng Wanfeng and Nie Jufeng approached Xiaoyao almost simultaneously. Feng Wanfeng beckoned to Qinyu. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and apologize to Xiaoyao. Although Qinyu felt displeased, she had no choice but to lower her head and say, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong before. It's all right. It's all in the past. Xiaoyao dismissed the minor incident with Qinyu without a second thought. However, Qinyu's expression shifted dramatically. Originally, she felt embarrassed to apologize in front of everyone, but she did not expect Xiaoyao to adopt a lofty demeanor, seemingly dismissing her grievances. This made her proud heart unwilling to accept, and she retorted angrily, Even if I have apologized, just wait. One day, I will surpass you in the art of formations. Yet, Han Tianyu and the others could only shake their heads. They understood that without Xiaoyao, He Qianyu could undoubtedly have been regarded as the foremost formation genius among the younger generation of the Li Hua sect. However, considering Yi Xiaoyao's various accomplishments within the Yunhua ruins, even if they were disinclined to like him, they had to admit that He Qianyu was merely inviting her own suffering. "Qianyu, do not be rude," Feng Wanfeng admonished. He then turned to Yi Xiaoyao and said, "With your talent in formations, with just a bit of effort, she will never be able to surpass you in her lifetime." While appearing to encourage Yi Xiaoyao, Feng Wanfeng also sought to guide him towards the path of formations. "Let us compete. Within 3 years, I will undoubtedly surpass her," He Qianyu declared resolutely. "Zhenqing, what exactly transpired inside?" At this moment, Ji Wucheng inquired of the gathered disciples. Among them, only Zhenqing was somewhat reliable. Zhenqing immediately began recounting the events that had transpired. As he relayed the details, all eyes fixed upon Yi Xiaoyao. He actually refined the Qingyi Dao tree? He possesses Qingyi Dao fruits? He Qianyu gazed at Yi Xiaoyao in astonishment. He can deploy a 6th-tier advanced formation? Moreover, he even trapped 7th-tier spirit beasts with a 6th-tier formation? In an instant, He Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, then turned away dejectedly. Even if she were granted 3 years, it was likely she would not be able to reach that level. Yet, in those 3 years, he would surely progress further. Reminded of her earlier remarks, she felt utterly embarrassed to remain in this place. Is what Zhenqing said true? Ji Wucheng, despite being the sect master, spoke with an evident tremor of excitement. Yi Xiaoyao promptly produced a storage pouch, stating, "This contains 100 Qingyi Dao fruits, which I offer to the sect." As he spoke, he stepped forward and presented it to Ji Wucheng. "See, contribute to the sect?" Ji Wucheng and the elders were taken aback. Historically, all disciples who entered the Yunhua ruins kept their gains for themselves, with only a few loyal disciples occasionally offering some contributions, which at most amounted to a single Qingyi Dao fruit in value. Yet here was Yi Xiaoyao, presenting over 100. They had indeed contemplated acquiring Qingyi Dao fruits for themselves, even considering how to persuade Yi Xiaoyao to part with some. Yet no one had expected him to be so generous. Even Ji Wucheng, as the sect master, found himself at a loss for words in the face of such a temptation, hastily accepting the storage pouch while exclaiming, "Good. Good." While it was customary for the sect master to reward disciples for their contributions, Ji Wucheng could not immediately think of an appropriate reward to offer in return for Yi Xiaoyao's extravagant generosity. "I must also thank the sect master for the sect master's token." Yi Xiaoyao naturally did not concern himself with such trivialities. The reason he was willing to offer 100 Qingyi Dao fruits was that he understood he would ultimately acquire the inextinguishable sacred fire from the Li Hua sect. With these compensations in hand, he would feel justified in doing so. Suddenly, Ji Wucheng seemed to have found a solution, declaring, "Since you have offered this, it signifies my trust in you. Moreover, your talent and loyalty are evident to all. Henceforth, you shall hold this token and oversee the Li Hua sect on my behalf." The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. This was tantamount to bestowing upon Yi Xiaoyao a status second only to the sect master himself. Yet, gazing at the storage pouch in Ji Wucheng's hands, none dared to voice dissent. After all, this single act of contribution had already surpassed that of everyone present. Furthermore, with Yi Xiaoyao having refined the Qingyi Dao tree, who could deny that it was only a matter of time before he ascended to the position of sect master? "We pay our respects to Deputy Sect Master Yi." A core elder was the first to bow in respect. "We pay our respects to Deputy Sect Master Yi." Others soon followed suit. Subsequently, Han Tianyu and his companions stepped forward, reporting to the sect master, "We disciples have acted against the teachings of the sect. Driven by selfish desires, which undermines the unity of the sect, we implore the sect master to impose penalties." If, prior to this, Han Tianyu and the others had felt any lingering dissatisfaction, witnessing Yi Xiaoyao's offering of 100 Qingyi Dao fruits had thoroughly subdued them. At the very least, they acknowledged that even if they had achieved such results, they could never be so magnanimous. Once they had calmed down, they also recognized that given their earlier actions, Yi Xiaoyao's treatment of them was already quite generous. Ji Wucheng regarded them with some curiosity. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao discerned their sincere remorse in their eyes, promptly stating, "Selfishness is a common trait among all, but since we are of the same sect, we ought to support each other in our journeys. Considering your youth, we shall not revisit past grievances, but you must not err again. Han Tianyu and the others were momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that within the Yunhua ruins, Xiaoyao had actively targeted them. Yet now, his words clearly glossed over their actions, even forbidding them from bringing it up again. This implied that they would not face punishment. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master Yi. The crowd bowed once more. This time with genuine conviction. Sun Qing, who had also witnessed the entire affair, felt a sense of relief at the resolution of the situation. Though Xiaoyao possessed arrogance and a domineering demeanor, he also held his own judgments regarding different individuals and matters. Such a deputy sect master was indeed commendable. Chapter 47. Do you have the right to refuse? With the Qingyi Dao fruits now donated to the sect, Xiaoyao had little taste for further pleasantries. After exchanging a few brief remarks, he indicated his intention to return to the Fire Cloud Peak. However, as he was now the deputy sect master, he would naturally remain at the main peak. Moreover, the independent courtyard at the main peak was significantly larger than Fire Cloud Peak, and the spiritual energy was far more abundant. Yet, Xiaoyao paid no heed to these matters. Upon entering his room, he settled into meditation and cultivation. A vast surge of wood-type energy flowed into his body, altering his very bones and causing the seed of his sword path, represented by the green wood sword leaves, to grow sturdier. Simultaneously, numerous profound insights into the sword path began to germinate within him. Now, Xiaoyao needed ample time to digest this wealth of knowledge. Moreover, due to the continuous expansion of his Dantian, even with a significant portion of the Qingyi Dao tree's energy drawn away by the immortal Emperor Maiden, the power still felt tremendously abundant for Xiaoyao at this moment. Naturally, he would need to refine it thoroughly. 5 full days passed, and when Xiaoyao opened his eyes once more, he had broken through to the 4th level of the human emperor realm, his comprehension of sword intent reaching a state of great perfection. His Dantian had expanded, yet it seemed that the increase in realm had slowed down. Xiaoyao let out a gentle sigh. After all, based on his estimates, the immense energy he had absorbed should have been more than sufficient to elevate him to the 6th or even 7th level of the human emperor realm. Without adequate power, what significance does mere realm hold? The immortal Emperor Maiden spoke within his Dantian. At present, it seems slow, but your power remains unchanged. You have merely raised the upper limits of each realm. This implies that at the same realm, you will be significantly stronger than others. In the future, this foundation will enable you to reach even greater heights. I have learned much. Xiaoyao nodded appreciatively. He could not deny that his habitual thinking had led him to focus excessively on raising his realm, neglecting the fact that realm was merely a standard for measuring power. If one lacked true power, what meaning did having a title of high realm hold? Can I now approach the inextinguishable sacred fire? Xiaoyao's excitement surged. Since his encounter with the immortal Emperor Maiden, everything had gone smoothly. Yet, the previous failure in pursuing the inextinguishable sacred fire still weighed heavily on his mind, and he yearned to uncover the reasons for his failure. Of course, the immortal Emperor Maiden affirmed. During the process of refining the Qingyi Dao tree, you have already condensed the greenwood Dao body. The greenwood Dao body will enhance your abilities in every aspect, and due to the nature of fire overcoming wood, as long as you breach the restrictions surrounding the inextinguishable sacred fire, it will seek you out. After all, for the inextinguishable sacred fire, your type of body represents an opportunity to amplify its power. At that moment, Xiaoyao understood why the immortal Emperor Maiden had previously stated that entering the Yunhua ruins was critical for his access to the inextinguishable sacred fire. Shall we begin right away? Xiaoyao felt a surge of eagerness. Not yet. The time is not right, the immortal Emperor Maiden responded. You aren't saying you can't break through their restrictions, are you? Xiaoyao was taken aback. After all, in his mind, the immortal Emperor Maiden was omnipotent. The immortal Emperor Maiden replied, those mere restrictions can be easily shattered, but your realm still lacks a bit. You would not be able to withstand the power of the inextinguishable sacred fire. You should focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the transcendence realm as soon as possible. Understood? Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. We seek an audience with Deputy Sect Master Yi. Xiaoyao opened the door to find a disciple of the sect standing before him. What is the matter? He inquired. Deputy Sect Master Yi, emissaries from the Star Luo Hall have come to visit and wish to see you. The disciple replied promptly. Emissaries from the Star Luo Hall? Xiaoyao's brow furrowed slightly. The Star Luo Hall was a major force in the northern region, belonging to the upper sects of these four major sects, including the Lihua sect. Due to the balance of power maintained by the Xinglua Palace, despite the conflicts among the four sects, large-scale casualties and violent confrontations are unlikely to occur. However, this does not stem from the benevolence of the Xinglua Palace. Rather, it is because they require substantial tributes of resources from the four sects each year. Hence, Xiaoyao deduces that the Xinglua Palace is likely interested in the Qingyi Dao fruit. Nevertheless, there is no way to evade this situation, and Xiaoyao soon arrives at the main hall of the peak. Vice Sect Master Yi, allow me to introduce these esteemed representatives from the Xinglua Palace: Elder Qinqing, Elder Wushuang, Elder Hanyue. Behind the three elders, 2 men and 1 woman, there are also 3 young disciples. As Xiaoyao pays his respects, he secretly marvels at the strength of the Xinglua Palace. Any 3 elders casually stepping out are already at the 9th level of the celestial realm, and each of the 3 disciples possesses a cultivation level at the 5th level of the extraordinary realm. In the Lihua sect, this is already close to the strength of core elders. You are Xiaoyao? The 3 elders scrutinize him, seemingly finding little out of the ordinary. Indeed, I am the junior, Xiaoyao responds. Elder Hanyue nods and says, very well, come with us to the Xinglua Palace. Xiaoyao is taken aback. Ji Wuchang and the other leaders of the Lihua sect also change their expressions. They had initially thought that the Xinglua Palace aimed to seize the Qingyi Dao fruit from Xiaoyao, planning to assist him in negotiating for more resources. After all, having refined the Qingyi Dao tree, the fruit holds little value for Xiaoyao. However, who could have anticipated that the Xinglua Palace intended to take him directly? It is crucial to note that aside from martial prowess, Xiaoyao's accomplishments in the realms of alchemy and formation are exceptional. To take him away now would effectively sever a significant hope for the Lihua sect's future rise. Elder Hanyue, Xiaoyao is already the vice sect master of our Lihua sect. Ji Wuchang hastily interjects. Elder Hanyue dismissively responds, and so what? Given Xiaoyao's displayed talent, what more can you teach him in the Lihua sect? Only in our Xinglua Palace will a genius like Xiaoyao find greater opportunities to flourish in return. We shall exempt your Lihua sect from this year's tribute. Ji Wuchang quickly replies. Elder Hanyue, this is not merely about tribute. The annual tribute is certainly no small sum for the Lihua sect, yet compared to Xiaoyao's value, it pales in significance. Elder Hanyue's expression turns cold. If it is not about tribute, then it concerns the survival of your Lihua sect. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Lihua sect members change dramatically. Despite their regular back and forth with the other 3 major sects, they are utterly insignificant when confronted with a behemoth like the Xinglua Palace. Even if their hearts brim with reluctance, Ji Wuchang dares not voice any further objections at this point. Elder Hanyue then turns to Xiaoyao, stating, do you see? Talent merely determines a person's potential height. Until one reaches that ultimate height, one must have a formidable backing. Henceforth, the Xinglua Palace shall be your support. Xiaoyao furrows his brow. From the perspective of cultivation, entering the Xinglua Palace would indeed grant access to more advanced resources, facilitating faster progress. However, without obtaining the undying sacred fire, he cannot leave the Lihua sect. More importantly, he strongly disapproves of the Xinglua Palace's manner of making decisions for him without inquiry. Yet, considering the power of the Xinglua Palace, Xiaoyao can only respond, thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed elders. However, while the Lihua sect may be weak, I hold the position of vice sect master here, whereas in the Xinglua Palace, I would merely be a disciple. I have no grand aspirations. I am content to be a rooster among chickens, rather than a tail among phoenixes. Elder Hanyue's expression shifts as she retorts, do you believe you have the authority to refuse me? Chapter 48. The Clash of Talents. Why Xiaoyao grits his teeth, suppressing his anger as he replies, I would never presume to challenge the decisions of esteemed elders. However, I wish to take charge of my own life. Observing Xiaoyao's repeated rejections, the expressions of the Xinglua Palace elders finally shift. Elder Qinqing's gaze sharpens. Short-sighted boy, do you think the vice sect master of the Lihua sect holds greater status than a disciple of the Xinglua Palace? Very well, I shall give you a chance today. Choose one of the 3, and if you can defeat them, you may remain in the Lihua sect. If you cannot, it merely proves that the title of vice sect master holds no weight, and you shall have to leave with us. Upon hearing these words, Ji Wuchang and the other elders turn ashen. Despite their usual rivalry with the other 3 sects, they feel utterly insignificant in the face of the Xinglua Palace's might. And even if they are filled with unwillingness, They dare not say anything further. Why Xiaoyao shrugs his shoulders and says, "Forget it. Esteemed elders have traveled a great distance, and it is clear you value my talents in alchemy and formations, wishing for me to refine pills and tools for the Xingluo Palace. If I lose, I shall go with you. If I win and you discover my martial talent is also commendable, won't you still take me away? At that point, what power do I have to refuse? After all, even if I can defeat them, I cannot possibly contend with the esteemed elders. Impudent boy. The elders regard you highly, and you should consider it a blessing. Do not speak so arrogantly." The three disciples of the Xingluo Palace immediately scold him. Although Yi Xiaoyao's words are merely hypothetical, they are perceived as a grave insult in the eyes of those exalted beings. Elder Qianqing, however, chuckles. If you can defeat them, it would indicate that your training in the Li Hua sect is not inferior to that of the Xingluo Palace. Thus, we would not force you to join us. Let us see how much your refinement of the Qingyi Dao tree has transformed you, and if it can sustain your confidence. It is evident that the Xingluo Palace has conducted a thorough investigation into Yi Xiaoyao. Fully intent on bringing this genius into their fold, Ji Wuchang and the others finally see a glimmer of hope and hastily say, "Elder Qianqing, they are all at the 5th level of the extraordinary realm, while Yi Xiaoyao is only at the 4th level of the human sovereign realm. This match seems rather unfair." Elder Qianqing sneers dismissively. Who says this is a competition? I merely want him to experience the disparity between the disciples of the Li Hua sect and those of the Xingluo Palace. They are of similar ages, indicating their training times are comparable. As for the disparity in realms, it reflects the gap between the Li Hua sect and the Xingluo Palace. Only by recognizing this gap will he truly understand where he should head. Elder Qianqing's words hold a degree of truth, yet they sound painfully harsh to Ji Wuchang and the others. Very well, let me witness just how vast this disparity is, Yi Xiaoyao exclaims, unafraid. Although his opponent's realm is significantly higher, Yi Xiaoyao is acutely aware that since he began cultivating, his spiritual power has been far purer than that of martial artists at the same level. Now that his Dantian has expanded, his strength cannot simply be measured by realm alone. Boy, if you have the guts, choose me. One of the Xingluo Palace disciples named Lingfeng steps forward, his eyes ablaze with anger, clearly displeased with Yi Xiaoyao's earlier remarks. Then it shall be you. Yi Xiaoyao responds nonchalantly. Elder Qianqing immediately interjects, Lingfeng, be careful. Do not harm him, understood, Elder? Lingfeng replies, feeling elated. The elder's words merely imply that he is allowed to teach Yi Xiaoyao a lesson, demonstrating just how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is, which is precisely what Lingfeng desires. However, Lingfeng still stands with his hands behind his back, coldly regarding Yi Xiaoyao. You may strike first, or else once I make my move, you won't even have the chance to retaliate. Then I shall offend you. Yi Xiaoyao declares, his figure darting forward, and in midair, a flash of cold light reveals a 5th-tier spiritual sword in his grasp. The 5-elemental spiritual sword is too ostentatious and not suitable for the current occasion. Nonetheless, as Yi Xiaoyao wields his sword, an endless, fierce sword intent surges toward Lingfeng. Lingfeng's eyes narrow at this instant, revealing a hint of seriousness. On the way here, he had heard the three elders discussing some information about Yi Xiaoyao, but at that time, they had scoffed at it in their view. How strong could the so-called genius from a place as shabby as the Li Hua sect truly be? Yet, as soon as Yi Xiaoyao makes his move, Lingfeng senses that Yi Xiaoyao's comprehension of sword intent is not in the slightest inferior to his OWNT this moment. He dares not be arrogant. Summoning his 6th-tier spiritual sword, with a swift motion, a mighty sword intent bursts forth, boom, boom. When the two sword intents collide, their spiritual swords also intersect in mid-air. Clang, clang, clang. Countless flashes of cold light flicker. The two swords clash at a bewildering speed, each targeting the other's vital points. Yet neither party manages to breach the other's defense. Within a few breaths, after hundreds of clashes between their swords, the two figures finally separate with a resounding impact. In this retreat, Yi Xiaoyao steps back 8 paces, each step leaving a deep imprint in the hard floor. Lingfeng only takes 3 steps back, clearly maintaining the upper hand, yet he feels no joy. After all, he is over a whole realm above Yi Xiaoyao, and now, this slight advantage is hardly sufficient to avoid disgrace. However, Yi Xiaoyao's understanding of swordsmanship is not inferior to his own. And although Yi Xiaoyao is merely at the 4th level of the human sovereign realm, his spiritual power is far purer than Lingfeng could have imagined. Though Lingfeng suppresses his contempt, his anger simmers even more intensely. After all, if word gets out that he struggled to handle a disciple from the Lihua sect, he would lose face in the Xinglua Palace. Yet, the three elders of the Xinglua Palace are visibly intrigued. Their intelligence comes from the other three sects, but their understanding of Xiaoyao is limited to the events at the Yunhua ruins. Thus, they only know that Xiaoyao possesses remarkable talents in alchemy and formations. Coupled with the knowledge that he had taken all the Qingyi Dao fruits, they believe that bringing Xiaoyao back will not only return the fruits to the Xinglua Palace, but also gain an additional genius. However, they did not anticipate that Xiaoyao's martial talent is equally formidable. Perhaps only the topmost geniuses within the palace could confidently claim to surpass Xiaoyao in talent. At this moment, Ling Feng regains his composure and, in a loud shout, leaps into the art. As his body spins in midair, countless sword intents transform into sword rays, shooting toward Xiaoyao like swift arrows. Xinglua sword art? Elder Qianqing's expression changes, and he quickly shouts, Ling Feng, do not harm him. The Xinglua sword art is a celestial-grade sword technique of considerable power. Even Ji Wuchang and the other elders display deep apprehension in their eyes. Yet, Xiaoyao shows no signs of fear. Instead, excitement glints in his eyes. This is precisely the kind of opponent he needs at this moment. Chapter 49. The emergence of the immortal emperor. With a sweep of his sword, Xiaoyao conjures two more spiritual swords before him. Although they do not completely resonate with the spiritual power within him, this is not a life-or-death battle. Not wishing to reveal too much, Xiaoyao swiftly sends all three swords flying. Guided by his sword technique, the three spiritual swords shift positions in rapid slashes, forming arcs of sword light. Within the space enveloped by these sword lights, torrents of sword intent flow abundantly. Once Ling Feng's aggressive sword intent enters this realm, it sinks like a stone into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Though his attack covers a broader area, Xiaoyao closely follows his sword formation, preventing any of Ling Feng's sword intents from reaching him. What sword technique is this? Elder Hanyue gasps in astonishment. She can hardly believe that in the face of Xiaoyao's sword technique, Ling Feng's celestial-grade sword technique has found no room to maneuver. However, Elder Qianqing's eyes sharpen. This is not merely a sword technique. It is a sword formation. He has combined his understanding of swordsmanship and formations to command the swords in unison. Elder Hanyue exclaims in shock. They were aware of Xiaoyao's extraordinary talent in formations before their arrival, but did not anticipate that he could merge it with martial arts. As they remain astonished, the three spiritual swords have already surged toward Ling Feng. Although Ling Feng also possesses exceptional swordsmanship, defending against the onslaught of three swords within the blink of an eye proves to be a daunting challenge. Utilizing the third form of the Wanxiang Shitian sword technique, Sankai Shitian, Xiaoyao's attack has evolved significantly since his previous encounter with Tang Zhengqing. Now far surpassing that initial displayed, Ji Wuchang has heard of that battle but did not take it seriously. His regard for Xiaoyao has always been based on the esteem shown by Feng Wanfeng and Ye Jufeng, as well as Xiaoyao's generous offering of Qingyi Dao fruits. It is only at this moment that he realizes that Xiaoyao's martial talent is equally astonishing. Swish, swish. The saying goes that prolonged defense leads to mistakes, and with Xiaoyao's relentless assault, Ling Feng finds little opportunity to unleash his advanced martial techniques. Finally, in a moment of carelessness, two swords slice through his shoulders, and in his moment of pain, another sword presses against his throat. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude for Xiaoyao's mercy, Ling Feng's eyes blaze with fury. Perceiving this as a humiliation, I concede. Xiaoyao states as he retracts his three spiritual swords. The atmosphere becomes instantly silent. Although Ji Wuchang and the others are overjoyed, they know that the three elders of the Xinglua Palace are likely seething with anger, and none dare to speak. Xiaoyao's performance only solidifies the three elders' resolve to bring him back to the Xinglua Palace. However, with words exchanged, no one knows how to begin. After a moment, it is Elder Wushuang who breaks the silence. Since you have won, we must honor our earlier promise. We shall not take you today. We will rest here in the Lihua sect for a day and take you tomorrow. The expressions of Ji Wuchang and the others change instantly. While they sense that the Xinglua Palace, having witnessed Xiaoyao's martial talent, will not easily relent, they never expected such blatant shamelessness. Why Xiaoyao narrows his eyes. He too is taken aback that three elders would stoop to wordplay. Yet, he understands that the Lihua sect cannot afford to provoke them, and he himself is not yet strong enough to do so. Thus, he can only retort, Does Elder Wushuang believe that by tomorrow, you will find someone capable of defeating me? Left with no choice, Xiaoyao continues the previous topic, hoping to buy time through discussion. However, Elder Wushuang merely smiles. If you can defeat Ling Feng, the other two will naturally lack the confidence to surpass you. So why bother competing? He then states bluntly thus, tomorrow we need not compete. We shall take you away directly. I trust Sect Master Ji will not object. Ji Wuchang's mouth twitches, but under the pressure from the other party, he finds himself at a loss for how to respond and can do nothing but look helplessly at Xiaoyao. Why Xiaoyao immediately asserts, my future should be determined by me, not by Sect Master Ji. To his surprise, Elder Wushuang raises a finger and shakes it from side to side. You misunderstand. My earlier question was merely to consider Sect Master Ji's feelings, not to seek his opinion. Your path is not his decision to make, nor yours. It is ours to dictate. This is the essence of strength determining everything. You may resent me now, but once you reach the Xingluo Palace and witness the benefits it can bestow upon you, I believe you will be grateful to me for a lifetime, then grant me a month's time. I shall go to the Xingluo Palace after a month. Xiaoyao wishes to avoid bringing trouble to the Lihua sect, but he cannot relinquish the undying sacred fire. A month should be sufficient for him to break through to the extraordinary realm. Elder Wushuang smiles once more. You see, you still do not grasp what I said earlier. I stated that your path is not for you to decide. Since you are so stubborn, let us set off right now. The Elder Wushuang seemed disinclined to engage in further idle chatter. In the midst of his speech, his body exhibited no discernible motion, yet he effortlessly floated towards Xiaoyao. Although his speed appeared unhurried, he had reached Xiaoyao's side in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he raised his hand and lunged for Xiaoyao's collar. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, and just as he intended to resist, he discovered that Wushuang Elder's 5 fingers seemed to harbor a transcendent power, rendering him utterly immobile. Wushuang Elder, this cannot be. Ji Wuchang and the others could no longer contain themselves. Xiaoyao was one of our Lihua sect members, and if he was unwilling, none could take him away. As these words were spoken, Ji Wuchang and the other elders charged forward simultaneously. Get away. However, at that moment, Elder Qianqing and Elder Hanyue also took action, their sharp commands ringing out as they both gestured. Being existences at the 9th level of the celestial realm, their mere aura was enough to force Ji Wuchang and the others back. Bang. But just then, as Elder Wushuang was about to seize Xiaoyao, his entire being erupted into a mist of blood with a resounding explosion. Who dares to wreak havoc in our Lihua sect? With a delicate cry, a white-clad maiden appeared in the arena. Although her presence exuded no trace of spiritual energy, and her form seemed almost ethereal, akin to an illusion rather than a genuine person, it caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. That was Elder Wushuang of the 9th level of the celestial realm, who had vanished without so much as a scream. Moreover, had she not spoken, they would not have sensed her existence at all, let alone notice when she arrived or how she made her move. Why Xiaoyao, with his mouth agape, was the only one who recognized her as the avatar of the Linglong immortal emperor residing in his Dantian. Xiaoyao understood her immense strength, yet he still did not anticipate her being so extraordinarily powerful. However, just as Xiaoyao was about to speak, a gentle admonition echoed in his mind from the immortal emperor girl. Silence. In that instant, Xiaoyao comprehended her intent. The immortal emperor girl had undoubtedly spoken as a senior of the Lihua sect, effectively dispelling any suspicions directed towards him. Senior, Ji Wuchang and Elder Hanyue trembled slightly, at a loss for words. How could they have imagined that their own Lihua sect harbored such a terrifying presence? Chapter 50. The time to test your loyalty has arrived. The immortal emperor girl paid them no heed, extending her right hand with fingers splayed wide. Then, as she clenched her fingers into a fist, a resounding boom echoed, and the remaining 5 members of the Xingluo Hall transformed into blood mist. Scattering across the ground, Ji Wuchang and the Lihua sect elders could not help but swallow hard. Can one kill in such a manner? This transcends mere realms. Such means surpass their comprehension. We bow before you, Senior. Ji Wuchang was the first to kneel down. Yet the immortal emperor girl had already vanished, leaving only a single statement hanging in the air. This child possesses commendable talent. You may attempt to have him reclaim the indestructible sacred fire. Furthermore, his future lies not within the Lihua sect. Do not constrain him in any way. Ji Wuchang and the others had never anticipated an order of such magnitude. That was the indestructible sacred fire, the very foundation of the Li Hua sect's legacy. Could Yi Xiaoyao truly reclaim it? Did he possess such capability? What if he actually could and succeeded? What then for the future of the Li Hua sect? With numerous questions swirling in their minds, the group wished to speak, only to find that the immortal emperor girl's figure had already dissipated. Yi Xiaoyao could only admire in secret. This individual truly had the makings of a divine seer. Her appearance not only thwarted the Xing Luo Hall's attempt to forcibly take him away, but also secured the Li Hua sect's sanction for him to refine the indestructible sacred fire. Furthermore, it prepared him for his eventual departure. Only Ji Wuchang and the others stood there in a daze. We bid farewell to you, senior. After a moment, Ji Wuchang regained his senses and bowed toward the place where the immortal emperor girl had stood. The others followed suit, then inquired, Sect Master, could it be that we truly... Although this incident revealed Yi Xiaoyao's unwavering loyalty to the Li Hua sect, for even when faced with the Xing Luo Hall's enticing offer, he remained steadfast in his resolve. However, if they were to lose the indestructible sacred fire, the Li Hua sect would indeed become just that, merely the Li Hua sect. Previously, it had been the Li Hua sect possessing the southern Ming Li Hua, but in the future, it would merely be the Li Hua sect devoid of the southern Ming Li Hua. Wu Cheng nodded slightly. The senior's words indicated there was no room for negotiation. Moreover, given the current situation, it appeared that the Li Hua sect's true trump card was not the indestructible sacred fire, but rather the senior who had just revealed herself. Upon hearing this, the elders present nodded in agreement. I understand. At that moment, Feng Wanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. While the indestructible sacred fire could aid our cultivation, such assistance would not yield immediate results. The senior's decisive action just now unmistakably conveyed her disregard for the Xing Luo Hall. Therefore, what the senior likely meant was that the indestructible sacred fire was not worth keeping. Instead, we should obliterate the Xing Luo Hall and take over their base. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sudden clarity wash over them. That makes sense. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the senior is, she would not suggest severing the root of our Li Hua sect. She was clearly implying that the Li Hua sect ought to relocate. Sect Master, in my opinion, we should no longer hoard the remaining resources in the sect. Let us distribute them. This way, everyone's strength can significantly improve. Otherwise, even if the senior assists us in conquering the Xing Luo Hall, will we still rely on her to shield us every time danger arises? What purpose would we serve then? Moreover, once we seize the Xing Luo Hall, their resources would become ours. The elders engaged in fervent discussions, each contributing ideas for the sect's development, causing Yi Xiaoyao to feel a surge of anxiety. If the Li Hua sect truly had a powerhouse like the immortal emperor girl to oversee matters, it would not be an issue. However, the fact remained that the immortal emperor girl had intervened solely because of him. Furthermore, Yi Xiaoyao understood that as long as it did not threaten her own interests, she would not lift a finger even if the entire Li Hua sect faced annihilation. Yet, judging by their current discussions, it seemed they intended to attack the Xing Luo Hall. Sect Master, esteemed elders, please do not be hasty. We must first consider, if the senior truly harbors such intentions, why did she not appear sooner to strengthen our Li Hua sect? Yi Xiaoyao hastily interjected. Although he could not divulge everything regarding the immortal emperor girl, he could not bear to see them recklessly march toward their doom. Nie Jufeng appeared to be swayed by the earlier suggestions made by everyone, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in her eyes. Xiaoyao, your question itself is problematic. Suppose the senior had appeared a year ago, would you not wonder why she did not come earlier? Even if she were to appear a decade later, would you not pose the same inquiry? Therefore, beings of the senior's caliber act with profound intent. Some matters are beyond our grasp, so we should refrain from overthinking. However, the senior's directive for you to reclaim the indestructible sacred fire signifies that once you succeed, it will be time for our Li Hua sect to relocate. Upon hearing this, the other elders gazed at Yi Xiaoyao with fervent anticipation. Yes, Xiaoyao, you must give it your all. The rise of our Li Hua sect depends on you. Indeed, the senior's actions are laden with significance. While Yi Xiaoyao possesses exceptional talent, the indestructible sacred fire is no ordinary entity. Even if he seeks to reclaim it, he will require time. It seems this is indeed the period for our rapid development. Madness. Yi Xiaoyao could hardly believe that the elders of the sect would possess such naive notions. Have you all considered that the earlier senior might have merely been passing through and acted on a whim? Yi Xiaoyao continued to dissuade them. You foolishly assume that even if we entertain the thought that the senior acted out of impulse, why would she mention your reclaiming the indestructible sacred fire? Xiaoyao, we understand that you bear a heavy burden regarding this task, but we are not in a rush. You see, you have contributed so many Qingyi Dao fruits to the sect, demonstrating your loyalty, right? When faced with the Xing Luo Hall's overtures, you decisively rejected them, which is also a testament to your loyalty. Now, the moment of truth is upon you. You must not falter. Everyone looked at Yi Xiaoyao with eager anticipation. Just then, the previously silent Ji Wucheng finally spoke up. I understand now. I finally comprehend what is happening, Sect Master. As long as you understand, hurry and persuade them. Yi Xiaoyao felt as though he had found a savior. Ji Wucheng continued, it was Elder Tianfeng's earlier remark that reminded me. It must be that your contribution of 100 Qingyi Dao fruits signifies the provision of 100 geniuses for our Lihua sect. Thus, it is at this moment that the senior would choose to reveal herself. Previously, our Lihua sect lacked potential. Even if she helped us establish a foundation, it would only invite calamity. But now, with so many Qingyi Dao fruits, things are different. Xiaoyao, we owe you a debt of gratitude for all of this. Chapter 51. You cannot refuse in a state of disbelief, Yi Xiaoyao observed as the elders nodded in unwavering agreement. The sect master is indeed wise, truly deserving of the title. With a broader perspective, he comprehends the unfolding situation far more comprehensively than we do. Indeed, it is the sect master who grasps the overall picture. Amidst the flattery, Ji Wucheng grew increasingly pleased, promptly announcing, very well, we shall first send Yi Xiaoyao to the indestructible sacred land, and then immediately distribute the resources, prioritizing those who have acquired the Qingyi Dao fruits. Sect master. No. Yi Xiaoyao attempted to interject once more, but Ji Wucheng cut him off directly. Do not feel pressured. Reclaiming the indestructible sacred fire is no trivial matter, no matter how long it takes. We will await your success. No. Yi Xiaoyao sought to speak again, but was promptly pulled along by the other elders, who interrupted him. Xiaoyao, do not speak any further. Do you really believe that the sect master and we have led the Lihua sect for so long, yet cannot see matters more clearly than you? You possess talent and demonstrate unwavering loyalty to the sect. Even if we were mistaken, we would still wish to entrust the indestructible sacred fire to you. Indeed, you are not permitted to decline. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to betrayal of the sect. Amidst the elders' insistence and persuasion, Yi Xiaoyao was led to a great tree. The crowd parted, and Ji Wucheng stepped forward, performing several hand seals. The tree trunk slowly opened, revealing a crimson interior, and a wave of scorching heat rushed forth. This is why Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. Even at his current cultivation level, he felt the intense heat emanating from within. This was no trivial matter, Ji Wucheng then explained. The so-called indestructible sacred fire is, in fact, a strand of southern Ming Lihua captured by our founding ancestor, which is how our Lihua sect derived its name. The southern Ming Lihua has remained imprisoned in this confined space, its power enveloping the entire sect through the barriers, allowing us to cultivate fire-related techniques with remarkable efficiency. Previously, what you witnessed as the pillar of indestructible sacred fire was merely an illusion projected by the barriers. The purpose was to provide the disciples of the sect with a means to hone their strength, temperament, and endurance through pursuit, a secret known only to core elders and above within the Lihua sect. Therefore, before you refine the southern Ming Lihua, you must not disclose this information to anyone. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao finally understood why he had been unable to catch up to the pillar of indestructible sacred fire no matter how hard he tried. Are you ready now? With the explanation concluded, Ji Wucheng seemed eager to proceed. After all, understanding the senior's intentions meant there were many matters awaiting his attention. Wait, I need to prepare a bit more. Yi Xiaoyao quickly replied. Although he had joined the Lihua sect with the intent of obtaining the indestructible sacred fire, and success was now within reach, witnessing the frenzied state of the Lihua sect's higher-ups made it difficult for him to take immediate action. Feng Feng and Ye Feng, please gather all the 6th and 7th tier alchemical and crafting materials in the sect for me. To refine the southern Ming Lihua, I must first familiarize myself with it. Alchemy and crafting would be an excellent process, Yi Xiaoyao instructed. Since all of this arose from the immortal emperor girl's words, he was determined to do his utmost to save the Lihua sect, even if he could not reveal the secret. Moreover, according to the immortal emperor girl, he needed to reach the transcendent realm before he could reclaim the southern Ming Lihua. Therefore, during this time, The process of refining these items would also enhance his cultivation. Very well. The two did not hesitate for a moment and immediately soared away. It should be noted that whether in alchemy or crafting, Xiaoyao had previously produced top-tier 6th-grade items, and now, with an increase in his cultivation level and assisted by the southern Ming Li Hua, crafting 7th-grade items would absolutely pose no challenge. More importantly, with the impending conflict facing the Li Hua sect, having sufficient elixirs and spiritual tools would undoubtedly reduce casualties significantly. After their departure, Xiaoyao addressed the remaining crowd. Allow me some quiet time. Alright. As everyone understood that entering the indestructible sacred land posed no danger, yet the task of refining the southern Ming Li Hua was no trivial matter. They dared not disturb Xiaoyao. They promptly retreated to the side, whispering amongst themselves, listening to their plans on how to deal with the Xing Luo Hall in the future. Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He quickly immersed his consciousness in his Dantian. Senior, what do you think about this? A group of fools eager to march to their deaths. What is there to see? Yet, were it not for your earlier words, they would not be so impulsive. Xiaoyao defended them. The immortal emperor girl replied, with the current strength of the Li Hua sect, you witnessed it yourself. They can only open their mouths to receive the excrement dropped from above. Even if they do not march to their doom this time, how long do you believe such a sect can endure? This time, they dared to entertain such thoughts. While the outcome may lead to heavy casualties, those who survive may very well become true powerhouses, at least within the Qingyun continent. The path of cultivation inherently involves stepping over the corpses of others to ascend to the pinnacle. While it is often the bodies of enemies that are trampled, sometimes it is inevitable that friends may also fall. To avoid such circumstances, you must hasten your growth and empower yourself to master everything. The immortal emperor girl's words were almost blunt, yet they encapsulated the sorrow hidden behind the glory of those who cultivate. Why Xiaoyao longed to refute her, yet found no grounds to do so. Furthermore, he already knew that in the entirety of the Qingyun continent, aside from himself, all others' lives likely meant little in her eyes. Thus, Xiaoyao no longer sought to persuade her but continued. Since you have given them a chance to become powerhouses, then grant them some techniques to enhance their opportunities. Consider it compensation for our acquisition of the southern Ming Li Hua. That is feasible. The immortal emperor girl showed no hesitation. Instantly, Xiaoyao's mind was flooded with numerous tomes, encompassing techniques, martial arts, sword techniques, and movement arts. Thank you, senior. Xiaoyao understood that the immortal emperor girl's willingness to go this far was no small feat. At that moment, Feng Wanfeng and Ye Jufeng had already arrived. The two presented Xiaoyao with 3 storage bracelets each, assuring him that everything he needed was within. Without delay, Ji Wuchang and the others gathered around while Xiaoyao promptly produced dozens of jade slips, upon which he had inscribed all the techniques bestowed upon him by the immortal emperor girl. Sect Master, these are for you. They should prove of some assistance, Xiaoyao stated. What is this? Ji Wuchang received the slips with some confusion. However, having completed all he could, Xiaoyao took his leave and stepped directly into the passage leading to the indestructible sacred land. As the others directed their spiritual senses toward the jade slips in Ji Wuchang's hands, their expressions transformed dramatically. These techniques are extraordinarily profound. They must be of the heavenly rank, top tier. No, I feel that I have transcended the realm of spiritual techniques. It is most likely a matter of Taoist principles. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, ha ha ha. Yet, Ji Wuchang burst into hearty laughter. Only now do I truly comprehend. Master, what do you understand? The crowd looked at Ji Wuchang with puzzled expressions. Chapter 52. The frantic Li Hua sect. Ji Wuchang immediately remarked, consider Xiaoyao's performance upon entering the Li Hua sect. Does he seem like a lad from such a humble place as Tianhua country? Surely, he has acquired some extraordinary fortune. The elders responded in unison. Although they hadn't voiced it, it was a notion that even a fool could deduce. Ji Wuchang continued, indeed, there is a fortune. But what kind of fortune could render him so formidable? Moreover, he has only recently joined our Li Hua sect. Would you believe he is utterly loyal? Yet, he has first submitted 100 Qing Yi Dao fruits, then resolutely rejected the enticements of Xing Luo Palace, and now he presents us with so many transcendent techniques. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. In truth, everyone felt bewildered by Xiaoyao's actions, as they all defied common sense. However, the tangible benefits he brought to the Li Hua sect led them to refrain from pondering too deeply. At that moment, Feng Wanfeng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Unless Yi Xiaoyao's fortune is somehow connected to our Li Hua sect." The crowd suddenly enlightened. Indeed, this elder had not appeared for many years. Yet when the people of Xing Luo Palace attempted to forcibly take Yi Xiaoyao, he made his presence known without hesitation, taking lethal action. More importantly, the techniques he provided aligned perfectly with those previously practiced in our Li Hua sect, implying that this elder has transferred them to us through Yi Xiaoyao. No wonder I wondered why the typically decisive Yi Xiaoyao repeatedly hindered our preparations to assault Xing Luo Palace. It seems he was undergoing a trial set by that elder. Fortunately, our resolve remained firm, and we passed the trial, allowing that elder to bestow these techniques upon us. Yes, and he even instructed Yi Xiaoyao in alchemy and artifact forging. As this realization dawned on them, the crowd could not help but break into a cold sweat. Had they faltered in their resolve earlier, they might have missed this opportunity. However, at this moment, Yi Xiaoyao, who had already entered the undying sacred land, remained oblivious to Ji Wuchang's thoughts. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he would still grant them so many techniques, leading to such a profound misunderstanding. Yet, gazing upon the crimson world before him, Yi Xiaoyao found it far more intense than the searing heat depicted in the heavenly machine Li Hua diagram. He had no choice but to circulate his techniques to feel even a modicum of comfort. Not far away stood a volcano, an authentic volcano. It was a mountain entirely formed of flames, with flames leaping and radiating excruciating heat. Why Yi Xiaoyao's heart tightened. He knew that was the Naming Li Hua sought by the celestial emperor's maiden. He also understood why she had instructed him to wait until achieving the transcendence realm before attempting to refine the Naming Li Hua. After all, they were still at least 1,000 miles apart, and he found it somewhat difficult to bear. Moreover, the spiritual fire coursing through the air rapidly enhanced his strength upon entering his body, a fact that pleased Yi Xiaoyao immensely. Thinking of the excited members of the Li Hua sect outside, Yi Xiaoyao resolved to first concoct some elixirs and forge some spiritual artifacts for them. Although the pills and artifacts he created might not alter the ultimate outcome if they truly decided to assault Xing Luo Palace, they should at least reduce casualties. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the Wan Xiang Shitian sword technique and the Zhulong Yuhua technique, even while engaging in alchemy and artifact forging, he could simultaneously elevate his own realm, truly a twofold benefit. With that thought, Yi Xiaoyao promptly set to work. In such an environment, he could not only manipulate his own spiritual fire, but also harness some of the power of the Naming Li Hua. This allowed him to appear as though he were simply engaging in alchemy and artifact forging, while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the essence of the Naming Li Hua. Although Yi Xiaoyao had achieved astonishing accomplishments in alchemy and artifact forging through the Zhulong Yuhua technique, he still struggled to fully merge the subtle distinctions between the alchemical and array techniques of the Qingyun continent and those of the celestial classics. Now, with this opportunity, he was determined to experiment thoroughly, especially since both Feng Wanfeng and Yejiufeng had thoughtfully included their respective sects' alchemical and array manuals among the resources they provided him. This facilitated Yi Xiaoyao's rapid learning. Throughout the continuous refining process, Yi Xiaoyao's understanding of alchemy and arrays deepened significantly. As the fire energy surged forth, not only did his fire spirit sword grow increasingly robust, but the spiritual power within his Dantian also augmented steadily. Each time he completed a batch, it felt as though he had made further strides. While the distance to the Naming Li Hua still remained considerable, the sight of progress always provided a source of motivation. However, while Yi Xiaoyao immersed himself in his cultivation, the Li Hua sect underwent monumental changes. Initially, they had retained a substantial amount of the Qingyi Dao fruits given by Yi Xiaoyao. Yet at this juncture, they no longer held back. Ji Wuchang and the other formidable core elders promptly consumed them. Furthermore, the texts and various resources provided by Yi Xiaoyao were now fully accessible. Especially concerning elixirs, as long as one could withstand the effects on their body, they were free to partake. The Li Hua sect had always been lackluster, not only due to the scarcity of top-tier talents but also because of financial constraints. The resources offered by the Li Hua sect were utterly insufficient to unleash the full potential of all its members. However, this time, the Li Hua sect decided to go all in, disregarding the future continuity of the sect. When all the resources were unleashed in a short span, the results were astonishing, particularly for those who consumed the Qingyi Dao fruits. Not only did the fruits enhance their comprehension, but they also imbued them with Taoist power. As various resources flooded in, the latent strength of the Qingyi Dao fruits within them was further ignited. Individuals like Lin Yuyan and Xin Qing felt the immense transformation within the sect. Although they were unaware of the master's intentions, they willingly offered up their surplus Qing Yi Dao fruits. As everyone's realms rapidly ascended, Lin Yuyan, possessing an innate Dao body and having consumed the Qing Yi Dao fruit while cultivating the celestial technique of the 9 treasures of heaven, experienced an extraordinary surge in her cultivation. Half a year passed, and Lin Yuyan astonishingly broke through to the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, now merely a step away from the celestial realm. As for the core elders of the sect, although their cultivation could not rival the 9 treasures of heaven, the celestial emperor's maiden had imparted to them techniques of equal caliber. After nearly exhausting their resources, they gradually emerged as 9th level transcendents. While they had yet to ascend to the higher levels of the void control realm, this achievement far exceeded their expectations. As these 6 months elapsed, Xiaoyao, who had finally broken through to the 1st level of the Transcendence realm, slowly rose to his feet and gazed toward the Nanmingli Hua. Chapter 53. A return to Xing Luo Palace. When Xiaoyao reached the 9th level of the human emperor realm, he felt as though his strength had reached the pinnacle of humanity. Yet, upon breaking through to the Transcendence realm, he truly grasped the significance of this realm. Transcendence signifies an existence beyond the mundane. This was not merely an enhancement of power, but also a faint brush with something beyond spiritual energy. Although Xiaoyao could not yet articulate what it was, he sensed it as a force far more potent. After reflecting on this newfound strength, Xiaoyao inquired, "Elder, is it time? Go." The celestial emperor's maiden replied directly, "Very well." With the affirmative response received, Xiaoyao hesitated no longer and set forth on the final 100 meters toward the Nanmingli Hua. While he had already reached the 100-meter mark during his time in the human emperor realm, with every step he took now, he felt as if the boundless heat sought to scorch him dry, to ignite him. Nevertheless, Xiaoyao exerted himself to circulate his spiritual energy, showing no signs of retreat. Since the celestial emperor's maiden had not instructed him to stop, there was no need for him to falter. Just as Xiaoyao approached the final 30 meters, the Nanmingli Hua seemed unable to withstand the allure of his Qingmu Dao body, unleashing a wild flame. Instinctively, Xiaoyao attempted to evade it, only to find that the celestial emperor's maiden exerted a slight force, rendering his body immobile. In the next instant, his entire being was engulfed in flames. "Sit and cultivate. If you endure, we shall succeed. If you falter, you shall perish, and I will seek another to save me." The celestial emperor's maiden declared resolutely. Why? Xiaoyao gasped in shock. She had not forewarned him of this beforehand. Yet, the searing pain enveloping him left no room for contemplation, and he immediately commenced the circulation of his techniques. However, in the next moment, he realized that despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could only stave off the flames, unable to fully suppress the spread of the Nanmingli Hua. With each wave of scorching flames that assailed him, the agony intensified. This torment transcended mere physical pain. It felt as though his very soul was being ignited. Even with Xiaoyao's remarkable willpower, he could not suppress his screams amidst such unimaginable suffering. The only thing he could cling to was the operation of his techniques, for according to the celestial emperor's maiden, if he could not sustain the flow of his techniques, he might very well meet his demise. Yet even so, Xiaoyao felt his flesh and blood being incinerated, revealing his azure bones. Though the Qingmu Dao body bristled with vitality, fire conquers wood. At that moment, under the relentless assault of the Nanmingli Hua, it began to blacken gradually. "Elder, you must intervene. If this continues, I fear I shall truly perish here," Xiaoyao implored urgently. Although the celestial emperor's maiden had spoken with a seemingly indifferent tone, throughout their time together, Xiaoyao understood that her words were meant to provoke his latent potential. "Since you can still plead for my assistance, it indicates you possess some remaining strength. Why should I rush?" was the icy response from the celestial emperor's maiden. Having failed to garner her aid, Xiaoyao's mind sparked with an idea. Under the control of his spiritual energy, he summoned the 5 elements spiritual sword he had forged. In that instant, the sword transformed into a blazing red hue, aiming straight for the heart of the Nanmingli Hua. This was a technique taught to him by the celestial emperor's maiden for refining the Qing Yi Dao tree. However, this action yielded no effect. Instead, it only intensified the flames engulfing him. "How foolish you are! When I instructed you before, it was to use the 5-element spiritual sword as a conduit for me to absorb the power of the Qing Yi Dao tree. Now that I am not assisting you, this is the Naming Li Hua you have provoked on your own. It has nothing to do with me. The voice of the celestial emperor's maiden echoed in Xiaoyao's mind, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet as the flames grew fiercer, Xiaoyao could hear the crackling of his own bones igniting, leaving him no time to respond to the celestial emperor's maiden. As his bones were reduced to ash, he felt his consciousness continue to operate the techniques. It was a peculiar sensation. Logically, he should have been dead, yet he remained acutely aware, even of the pain. Just as Xiaoyao pondered this, his bones began to regenerate, followed by the rebirth of flesh. However, this time, the flesh and bones bore a tinge of red. Again, given his previous experience refining the Qing Yi Dao tree, Xiaoyao had a rough idea of the suffering that awaited him, and of course, he also understood that the celestial emperor's maiden was not neglecting him. She was using this opportunity to temper his physical body. Although the pain continued to escalate, Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and endured. Meanwhile, within the Li Hua sect, everyone fixated on the indomitable sacred fire that symbolized the sect. At that moment, the flame pillars swayed rhythmically, emitting a whooshing sound, an unprecedented occurrence in the main hall. Ji Wuchang and the elders displayed expressions of joy upon witnessing this spectacle. Xiaoyao perhaps being a bit too impatient. Nie Jiufeng voiced her concerns. As an alchemist, she understood the terrifying nature of the Naming Li Hua. In her view, it would already be quite remarkable for Xiaoyao to refine the Naming Li Hua within 2 to 3 years. Yet it had only been half a year. However, Feng Wanfeng held a different opinion. For others, it may seem overly hasty. But consider this. Since you met Xiaoyao, has he ever failed in his endeavors? Yet some elders raised opposing viewpoints. While Xiaoyao has gained the favor of that elder and possesses exceptional talent, it does not imply he is invincible. In an instant, 2 factions emerged, each unwilling to yield to the other. Master, what is your insight? The others turned to Ji Wuchang. He furrowed his brow, recognizing that both sides had their merits. Just then, a disciple rushed in, reporting, Master, esteemed elders, another elder from Xing Luo Palace has arrived. Another one? Excellent. Upon hearing this, the crowd did not feel fear. Rather, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Since the demise of Elder Qianxing and his companions, 3 batches of elders from Xing Luo Palace had visited the Li Hua sect inquiring about the situation over the past half year. However, due to their machinations, those 3 batches of Xing Luo Palace elders remained imprisoned in the dungeons of the Li Hua sect. Under severe interrogation, they learned that although Xing Luo Palace had discovered the disappearance of their elders, they had no inkling that the Li Hua sect was involved. After all, in the eyes of Xing Luo Palace, even if they had 100 lives, the Li Hua sect would not dare to offend them. Moreover, those elders were all at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. Even if a confrontation occurred, at least 1 or 2 could escape. Thus, they came to the Li Hua sect not only to inquire about the situation, but also to retrieve Xiaoyao. However, the members of the Li Hua sect had undergone a qualitative transformation in strength, and the outcome was predictable. Master, this time it may be unwise to take action. They not only had elders at the Void Control Realm accompanying them, but had also sent messages to Xing Luo Palace before entering the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang and the others' expressions grew grave. Chapter 54. Advancing together to the sacred land, Ji Wuchang furrowed his brow and said, Let us continue to employ our standard methods to cope. But this time, we must refrain from engaging in combat unless absolutely necessary. The elders nodded in agreement. Although the Li Hua sect had experienced a dramatic surge in strength at the cost of depleting its resources, no one had yet broken through to the Void Control Realm. In contrast, Xing Luo Palace possessed numerous elders at that level. This was their capital for dominance. As they stepped forward to greet the visitors, they masked their auras, presenting themselves as mere 3rd and 4th level transcendents. Greetings, Elder Chongshan, esteemed elders. They had only taken a few steps to welcome the guests when they encountered the elders of Xing Luo Palace, who had already ascended the main peak. To their surprise, Xing Luo Palace had dispatched Elder Xiao Chongshan, a 2nd-level Void Control Elder. Although he was not the most formidable figure in Xing Luo Palace, he represented the strongest individual the Li Hua sect had ever interacted with, instilling an inexplicable pressure in their hearts. How audacious of the Li Hua sect to detain members of Xing Luo Palace. I have come personally. Are you not prepared to release them? Elder Xiao Chongshan bellowed, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the members of the Li Hua sect. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Ji Wuchang and the others had already rehearsed countless scenarios in advance for every contingency. They feigned confusion as they replied, "Elder Xiao, what do you mean by that? How could we dare to detain members of Xing Luo Palace? Not to mention lacking the courage, we simply do not possess the strength." Elder Xiao Chongshan snorted coldly. "Does Master Ji believe I would speak without confidence?" Ji Wuchang silently chuckled at this. "If you are truly certain that the individuals from the Starry Pavilion encountered some misfortune at the Fire Departure sect, then surely there would not be merely the four of you who have come." Yet, maintaining an unchanged expression, he calmly remarked, "Elder Xiao, there must be some misunderstanding here. Throughout this time, no one from the Starry Pavilion has ever visited us." Initially, Xiao Chongshan intended to deceive the other party, but finding no flaws in their demeanor, he promptly said, "It seems my intelligence was erroneous. However, I shall not elaborate further on the specifics, as this is rather embarrassing for the Starry Pavilion." He then added, "In that case, summon that Xiaoyao from your sect. I wish to meet him." "What does Elder Xiao wish to see this traitor for?" Ji Wuchang immediately inquired. "Traitor?" Xiao Chongshan's gaze sharpened. Ji Wuchang continued, "This traitor obtained the Qingyi Dao fruit within the Yunhua relic, and seeing his merit, I appointed him as the deputy sect master. Yet, he has only presented a mere 100 Qingyi Dao fruits to the sect, showing little regard for it. Recently, he has quietly defected from the sect, disappearing without a trace." Upon hearing this, a look of disdain washed over Xiao Chongshan and his compatriots from the Starry Pavilion. "Even a fool could discern that your greed must have pushed him to relinquish the Qingyi Dao fruits, driving him away. Now you dare to label him a traitor." This realization also imbued Xiao Chongshan and his companions with a sense of helplessness. They had two objectives on this journey: to locate their missing comrade, which yielded no results, and to retrieve Xiaoyao, only to discover he too was missing. Xiao Chongshan held no doubts concerning Xiaoyao. After all, if the Fire Departure sect were to lie, the repercussions of discovering Xiaoyao still within their ranks would be unbearable. He faced the curious gazes of his fellow travelers. Xiao Chongshan found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do next. Just then, the already tumultuous unquenchable sacred fire intensified, emitting a cacophony of howls. "What is the matter with your unquenchable sacred fire?" Xiao Chongshan inquired. Observing the chaos, Ji Wuchang grimaced as he replied, "We are uncertain. Since 2 days ago, the unquenchable sacred fire has been restless. Though we are deeply concerned, you know the situation surrounding our unquenchable sacred fire. Even if we wish to approach it, we cannot." Xiao Chongshan, however, scoffed. "Does Sect Master Ji truly believe that your Southming fire holds any secrets before our Starry Pavilion?" Ji Wuchang's earlier words hinted that they might think as a superior sect. They would seize your treasures? Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang and the others changed their expressions. The Southming fire is a closely guarded secret even within the Fire Departure sect, yet the Starry Pavilion appears to be aware of it? As Ji Wuchang forced a smile, Feng Wanfeng boldly suggested, "Sect Master, since Elder Xiao has mentioned it, I propose we open the unquenchable sacred land and request Elder Xiao's assistance." No one anticipated Feng Wanfeng would make such a proposal under these circumstances. Ji Wuchang initially twitched his lips, but then his eyes gleamed with an idea, uncertain if Elder Xiao would be willing to lend his aid. If Feng Wanfeng's earlier words had left everyone puzzled, Ji Wuchang's unusual reaction suddenly made the attending elders realize the gravity of the situation. Xiao Chongshan and his companions possessed the power of the Sky Realm, but could the elder from the Fire Departure sect not handle them? Refining the Southming fire was no trivial task. The elder would certainly need to protect Xiaoyao. Thus, if they could lead Xiao Chongshan and his group into the fray, perhaps it would resolve the matter. Though they comprehended this, the others still bore reluctant expressions, fearful to voice their thoughts lest they frighten Xiao Chongshan and his companions. Since the sect master has spoken, and we find ourselves in this situation, let us go and see. Xiao Chongshan's earlier comments had indeed stirred some desire within him. To maintain balance among the four sects, the Starry Pavilion had refrained from taking action against the Fire Departure sect. After all, within their domain, they could act at any time. However, now that the Southming fire of the Fire Departure sect was in turmoil, seizing the opportunity was indeed justifiable. Otherwise, should the pavilion take action, Xiao Chongshan knew it would not be his turn to act. With ulterior motives in mind, both parties swiftly approached the grand tree at the summit. Ji Wuchang formed the seal. The passage to the unquenchable sacred land was instantly revealed. Stepping through, they were engulfed by a wave of spatial fluctuations, and they had entered the unquenchable sacred land. At this moment, Xiaoyao sat at the center of the Southming fire, his physical form continuously burning and being reshaped anew. However, the surrounding blazing flames flickered so intensely that those entering could hardly see him. Yet, they were startled by the sight before them. Along the way were heaps of pill bottles and spiritual tools. Although they were unaware of the contents within the bottles, the spiritual tools piled upon the ground were all of the highest quality among the 6th rank. The further they advanced, the higher the grade. Astonishingly, at the location of the South Ming fire, there were even 7th rank superior spiritual tools. Your fire departure sect possesses quite the fortune. Such quality and quantity left even Xiao Chongshan and his companions from the Starry Pavilion in utter shock. This Ji Wuchang and the others were equally taken aback by the situation. Chapter 55. Is this really the fire departure sect? This was undoubtedly the work of Xiaoyao. He had been refining pills and tools along the way, advancing with his growing strength. However, Xiaoyao worried that these pills and tools could not withstand the scorching heat of the South Ming fire, so after crafting them, he left them in place. After all, this was the unquenchable sacred land. No outsiders could enter, or so Xiaoyao thought at the time. Yet, who would have known that Ji Wuchang would bring Xiao Chongshan and the others inside? But Ji Wuchang quickly regained his composure. As the sect master and a core elder of the fire departure sect, they had sensed Xiaoyao's condition amid the South Ming fire through their unique methods. Though they felt trepidation over the pain Xiaoyao was enduring, they understood that without the aid of that senior, the mere first level of the supernatural realm would have left Xiaoyao as nothing but ash by now. If that was the case, what was there to fear? Ji Wuchang immediately gestured behind him with a previously agreed-upon signal. He then declared, "Elder Xiao has misunderstood. These are merely the phantoms left by our ancestors in this space. Testing our resolve. Just phantoms?" Xiao Chongshan furrowed his brow. After all, logically speaking, even if the Starry Pavilion possessed such treasures, they would not carelessly scatter them about yet, as he swept his spiritual sense across the area repeatedly. He felt these were indeed real objects, not mere apparitions. It seems your ancestors of the fire departure sect truly possess some skill. Then I shall investigate what these phantoms conceal. This time, Xiao Chongshan was not skeptical but genuinely curious. Not only he, but the 3 companions accompanying him also moved forward, clearly sharing his intrigue. However, just as they began to move, leaving their backs exposed to Ji Wuchang and the others, they were suddenly bombarded by countless rays of fierce light, accompanied by a vast and sharp aura from behind. Xiao Chongshan and the others, like the elders of the Starry Pavilion who had previously fallen into the trap set by the fire departure sect, could hardly fathom that Ji Wuchang and the others would dare to attack them. "You are being disrespectful." Realizing the anomaly, the 4 immediately unleashed brilliant radiance from their garments, turning to swing their swords. Boom. In the endless cacophony, Xiao Chongshan and his companions were forced back repeatedly. Poof. Poof. The 8th rank intermediate defensive spiritual armor on Xiao Chongshan's body cracked extensively, and his complexion turned pale. Though he did not bleed like the other 3 whose armor shattered, it was evident he had sustained injuries. At the same time, as they exchanged glances, the shock in their eyes was unmistakable. They could hardly believe that the people of the fire departure sect dared to attack them. And even more shocking was the realization that Ji Wuchang and the others had reached the 9th level of the celestial realm. What was most unexpected was the terrifying strength they wielded at that level. It must be noted that while the other 3 elders wore only 8th rank low-tier defensive spiritual armor, it still required a formidable sky realm expert to breach such defenses. Yet, Ji Wuchang and the others had directly shattered it. At this moment, Ji Wuchang and his companions were equally grave. This ambush against the Starry Pavilion was not their first, but it was indeed the first time that all had struck together, and the opponent remained standing afterward. Clearly, the power and foundation of the Sky Realm were beyond their expectations. Your fire departure sect seeking rebellion. Calming the tumultuous energy within him, Xiao Chongshan bellowed. Seemingly realizing something, it appears our previous emissaries have already fallen victim to your treachery. Ji Wuchang scoffed disdainfully. Since you've guessed the truth, you might as well surrender obediently. Otherwise, you shall suffer greatly. Though shocked by the strength of Xiao Chongshan and his companions, Ji Wuchang and the others felt emboldened, considering that Senior was nearby. Xiao Chongshan could not help but laugh. I must admit, your fire departure sect has indeed concealed itself well over the years. Even we of the Starry Pavilion were oblivious to your true depths. However, now that your ambush has failed, Thinking you can keep us all here is nothing short of a pipe dream. Despite his injuries, Xiao Chongshan remained confident in his ability to escape. Let us put this to the test. Ji Wuchang ceased his idle chatter. From the moment they initiated their assault, it was clear that there was no turning back. Moreover, the fact that senior had yet to intervene indicated this was a test for them. Thus, the members of the fire departure sect ceased their idle words and, with fierce shouts, wove together sharp strands of sword intent that converged upon Xiao Chongshan and his companions. You, Dao techniques? The expressions of Xiao Chongshan and his companions changed dramatically. Xiao Chongshan had merely thought that the fire departure sect had gained the advantage of surprise, but it was now evident that these individuals were far more formidable than they had imagined. Only techniques surpassing the celestial tier could be called Dao techniques, and even within the starry pavilion, only those above the rank of elder had the opportunity to encounter them. Overwhelmed by shock, Xiao Chongshan and his companions unleashed their full strength. Especially the other three, they truly sensed the aura of danger at this moment and, disregarding their injuries, engaged with all their might. Boom, boom. Amidst the endless clamor, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Xiao Chongshan and his companions held a slight advantage in realm, while Ji Wuchang's side had the numerical advantage. On the surface, it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, while Ji Wuchang and his companions had trained under the guidance of the immortal Empress, their strength had rapidly increased with the use of the immortal techniques. Yet they had lacked real combat experience. This battle now presented them with the best opportunity. The understanding and insights gained through combat far surpassed those achieved through mere meditation. Simultaneously, the potency of the immortal techniques had narrowed the gap between the two sides, leading Ji Wuchang and his companions to feel that the sky realm was perhaps not as insurmountable as they had believed. Especially as the battle progressed, they felt their chances of victory tilting in their favor. In contrast, Xiao Chongshan and his companions grew increasingly alarmed. Logically speaking, their advantage in realm should have allowed them to disregard the fire departure sect's numerical advantage. Yet, under the relentless and intricate assaults from their opponents, they found themselves gradually suppressed, as if it were the fire departure sect that was their superior. Suddenly, an explosive sound emanated from the South Ming fire. A figure slowly ascended from the heart of the flames. This figure was engulfed in flames, standing upon the scorching blaze, yet the fire seemed to flow into his body from beneath his feet. As the South Ming fire shrank, the temperature around them continued to decrease. Upon witnessing this, Ji Wuchang and the others halted their actions, their faces brimming with excitement. Someone has refined the South Ming fire? Xiao Chongshan exclaimed incredulously. Everything that had transpired today was too shocking. Was this truly the fire departure sect that had long been paying tribute to them? Chapter 56. The genesis of the sword domain. Even though Xiao Chongshan and his companions had entered intending to extract some benefits from the South Ming fire, they had never dared to entertain the thought of refining it. This was the foundation of the fire departure sect. Even if they were granted permission, they lacked the strength to achieve it. Yet now, someone had managed to accomplish this feat. Moreover, that individual seemed to be merely at the third level of the supernatural realm, which further astonished them. As they discerned Xiaoyao's realm, they noticed that as the South Ming fire continued to flow into him, his aura was steadily rising. Supernatural realm 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. Stop them! Xiao Chongshan shouted fiercely, his figure flashing as he dashed towards Xiaoyao. At this moment, he no longer harbored thoughts of fleeing. Realizing that the fire departure sect not only harbored rebellious intentions, but that its foundation far exceeded what the Starry Pavilion had grasped, Xiao Chongshan swiftly made a decision. Even though Xiaoyao was still only at the supernatural realm, the fact that the fire departure sect allowed him to refine the South Ming fire indicated that they viewed him as a key figure. Thus, killing Xiaoyao would mean severing the root of the fire departure sect. The other three understood the gravity of this implication. Without waiting for Ji Wuchang and the others to strike, they took the initiative to attack, their moves solely focused on offense, evidently risking their lives to buy time for Xiao Chongshan. Faced with the desperate tactics of 3 first-level Sky Realm experts, Ji Wuchang and the others hurriedly evaded their onslaught, choosing to defend rather than attack. They understood that with the way their opponents fought, even without counterattacking, the injured elders from the Starry Pavilion could not hold out for long. As for Xiaoyao, no one worried about his safety. He had the senior's protection. After all, what was there to fear? Although Xiao Chongshan and Xiaoyao were nearly 1,000 miles apart, with his full speed advance, he arrived in an instant. Sensing that Xiaoyao's aura was continuously growing stronger, completely immersed in the breakthrough of his realm, Xiao Chongshan sneered, "Kid, if you must blame someone, blame your misfortune for encountering me at this moment." Even as the surrounding heat seeped through the cracks of his armor, becoming nearly unbearable, Xiao Chongshan was unconcerned, driven by his desire to kill Xiaoyao. With a thrust of his sword, he aimed directly at Xiaoyao's heart. At that moment, Xiaoyao, having broken through to the 8th level of the supernatural realm, sensed the impending danger and suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, 2 fiery glimmers flickered, yet his gaze radiated an overwhelming heat that engulfed Xiao Chongshan. Observing the lethal sword strike approaching from the air, imbued with boundless sword intent, an intense light flashed in Xiaoyao's eyes. Meanwhile, the sword seed within his Dantian, already flourishing beyond the other 2 elements, trembled violently. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped a radius of several meters around Xiaoyao. As countless fiery waves surged forth, they contained an even more potent sword intent, the sword domain. The 3 elders from the starry pavilion gasped in astonishment. The sword domain represents a further advancement beyond the full mastery of sword intent. Though it may seem simple, even someone at the 2nd level of the sky realm, like Xiao Chongshan, had only reached the pinnacle of sword intent mastery and could not comprehend the sword domain. Yet, this young man, merely at the 8th level of the supernatural realm, not only refined the Southming fire but also grasped the sword domain. Could such a terrifying genius truly exist in this world? The 3 of them halted their attacks, feeling a sense of resignation. Though Xiao Chongshan possessed a higher realm, he was already injured, and suddenly finding himself ensnared within Xiaoyao's sword domain, he seemed to have guessed the outcome. Indeed, the moment Xiao Chongshan found himself trapped within the sword domain, he sensed something was amiss. He immediately shifted from offense to defense, repeatedly wielding his spiritual sword, unleashing torrents of sword intent. However, Xiaoyao's comprehension of the sword path had far surpassed his own, especially within his own sword domain, where the power of the sword intent was significantly amplified. Amidst the cacophony of clashes, Xiao Chongshan's sword intent was continuously shattered. Yet, leveraging his profound cultivation base, Xiao Chongshan maintained a tight defense. Although some sword intent struck him, it was deflected by his nearly shattered spiritual armor. At that very moment, a myriad of resplendent spirit swords, shimmering with iridescent hues, soared from the depths of the earth and landed in Xiaoyao's grasp. In an instant, Xiaoyao's figure flickered and appeared behind Xiao Chongshan, piercing through his heart with a single thrust, directly breaching his corporeal form. This exemplified yet another terrifying aspect of the sword domain. Within the sword domain, its master could instantaneously teleport by harmonizing with the essence of the swords they had once comprehended, merging with all sword intents, an utterly unforeseen phenomenon. Xiao Chongshan, upon lowering his gaze to witness the bloodied sword tip protruding from his chest, laboriously turned his head to gaze at Xiaoyao. You. Xiao Chongshan could have never fathomed that one day he would meet his demise at the hands of a youth of extraordinary caliber. Yet, devoid of any desire for idle chatter, Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, and the 5-element spirit swords blazed with a vivid crimson, igniting Xiao Chongshan's body in an instant. Moments later, as a wisp of black smoke ascended, the world was left devoid of Xiao Chongshan's existence. Xiaoyao, well done. Ji Wuchang was the first to erupt in exuberant cheers. Initially, they had anticipated that the elder would intervene, yet they were astounded that Xiaoyao had single-handedly vanquished Xiao Chongshan. Furthermore, Xiaoyao had grasped the depths of the sword domain. Such talent was beyond their wildest imaginations for the future. Conversely, the 3 elders from the Xinglua Hall now appeared ashen-faced. They had thought their visit to the Li Hua sect would be a display of power, yet they could not have foreseen that the Li Hua sect had quietly acquired a strength that rendered them incapable of resistance. Has Xinglua Hall made a move? Xiaoyao's expression shifted slightly. From the attire of Xiao Chongshan and the other 3, he had discerned their origins. Considering the reckless notions Ji Wuchang and the others had previously entertained, Xiaoyao immediately contemplated the current predicament. Had it not been for the Li Hua sect's dire straits, how could members of Xinglua Hall possibly appear in the undying sacred land? Though he had now obtained the Naming Li Hua, it mattered little whether he remained with the Li Hua sect. Nevertheless, the past interactions left Xiaoyao disinclined to see the Li Hua sect come to harm. No, Wu Chang, witnessing the situation, hastily stepped forward to introduce Xiaoyao. As for the other 3 elders from Xinglua Hall, They had already exhausted themselves in their futile attempts to intercept the members of the Li Hua sect, exacerbating their injuries. Moreover, witnessing Yi Xiaoyao's decisive strike against Xiao Chongshan had utterly shattered their last vestiges of resistance. They were now firmly in the grasp of the Li Hua sect's elders. However, upon hearing that Ji Wuchang and the others had repeatedly captured the members of Xinglua Hall through ambushes, and learning that Xiao Chongshan and the others had sent word to Xinglua Hall prior to entering the Li Hua sect, Yi Xiaoyao's expression grew grave. Chapter 57. The resolute sect master, how can you be so reckless? With our Li Hua sect's strength, how can we withstand Xinglua Hall now? After hearing about the events of the past 6 months, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had previously witnessed Ji Wuchang and the others' fervor, but he never anticipated they would engage in such audacious actions. However, given the precedent set earlier, Ji Wuchang and the elders of the Li Hua sect exchanged glances, immediately realizing that this was undoubtedly another test orchestrated by that elder through Yi Xiaoyao. Unlike the previous incident where they were oblivious, this time they were prepared. Ji Wuchang proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Even if we cannot withstand it, we must resist. Xinglua Hall is already taking advantage of us. Shall we continue to endure?" The other elders echoed in agreement, asserting that as warriors, if they perpetually recoiled, they would only cultivate inner demons. What future would the Li Hua sect possess? Since we cannot glimpse the future, we might as well wager everything and fight. Had Yi Xiaoyao not witnessed their conduct before the elders of Xinglua Hall, he might have believed in their courage. Yet now, he was acutely aware that they were genuinely treating the immortal emperor's maiden as a hidden elder of the Li Hua sect who had suddenly awakened. Yi Xiaoyao cautioned, "We must not act impulsively." However, before he could articulate further, he discerned the fervent combat spirit in their eyes, as though they yearned to charge at Xinglua Hall and contest their supremacy immediately. With a furrowed brow, Yi Xiaoyao shifted his tone, "We truly cannot act rashly. We are at a disadvantage against Xinglua Hall, and should we fail, the Zhoushuan sect and the other 2 sects will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to profit from our misfortune. At that point, the Li Hua sect would be irreparably doomed." Another test. Yet another test. A familiar formula, a familiar flavor. To demonstrate his resolve, Ji Wuchang stated decisively, "The deceased Xiao Chongshan had already sent word to Xinglua Hall before entering the Li Hua sect. This cannot be concealed for long. If we wish to deliberate further, Xinglua Hall will not agree. Moreover, now that the Naming Li Hua has been refined by you, the Li Hua sect's foundation has lost its source of power. The longer we delay, the more we will be cast aside by other forces. Furthermore, during your refinement of the Naming Li Hua, we have utilized all resources within the sect to enhance our strength. We now have no path of retreat. This is also our determination." Yi Xiaoyao had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. However, just as he was about to speak again, a wave of heat surged within him. He had not completely refined the Naming Li Hua that he had absorbed. The power of the Naming Li Hua, if harnessed effectively, could wield remarkable strength. Yet if not thoroughly refined in a timely manner, it could also pose significant danger. "What troubles you?" Sensing the heat emanating from Yi Xiaoyao, Ji Wuchang inquired with concern. Yi Xiaoyao replied, "I need to enter seclusion for immediate cultivation. You all handle the spirit artifacts and elixirs, but we shall discuss the matter of Xinglua Hall after I emerge from my retreat." With that, Yi Xiaoyao wasted no time and swiftly departed the undying sacred land, returning to his room to commence his cultivation. "Sect Master, what do you believe that elder truly intends? If this was indeed a test for us, there should be some ultimate directive." A multitude of elders looked at Ji Wuchang with expressions of confusion. This time, Yi Xiaoyao had not provided them with clear guidance as he had previously. Moreover, he had instructed them to wait for his return from seclusion before discussing further. Naturally, all of Yi Xiaoyao's actions were perceived as the will of that elder. In silence, Ji Wuchang thoughtfully recalled each of Yi Xiaoyao's words, meticulously piecing together their meaning. After a considerable time, Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating them. "Sect Master, have you come to an understanding?" Given the unfolding events, it seemed that everything was within the Sect Master's foresight, and the others held unwavering confidence in Ji Wuchang. Yet, Ji Wuchang maintained an air of profundity, saying, "Have you all forgotten what Yi Xiaoyao mentioned just before he entered seclusion? Shall we divide these elixirs and spirit artifacts among ourselves?" One elder immediately responded, "Yes, he did say that." Ji Wuchang shot a glare at him. "You only think of personal gain. Think more carefully. What did he say prior to that?" Another elder pondered, Wasn't it about worrying that if we were to lose to Xinglua Hall, we would be dealt with by the Jiushuan sect? But another quickly countered, no, that can't be right. With that elder present, how could we possibly lose? Ji Wuchang, with a smirk, shook his head. Taste it, savor it. Take your time to comprehend, and then share your insights. As the elders furrowed their brows, Feng Wanfeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. I understand. This is a test of our insight. Since we are concerned about the three sects attacking us, then we should eliminate them first. This revelation set off a chain reaction, igniting a flurry of thoughts among the gathered. Indeed, consider this. The three sects have always had friction with us. Were it not for Xinglua Hall's intervention to keep us in check, we would likely have been embroiled in conflict long ago. Now that the elder has awakened, can we still tolerate this indignity? Yes, yes. Our strength has significantly increased during this period, yet we have not considered taking the initiative. How can we justify the elder's teachings? Moreover, after Xiaoyao made that statement, he pretended to cultivate but urged us to divide the spirit artifacts and elixirs. Isn't that providing us with the resources to take action? After the flurry of discussion, Ji Wuchang looked at the assembly. Have you all finished? No further contributions? The elders turned their gazes towards Ji Wuchang, wondering if there was some deeper meaning yet to be unveiled. Ji Wuchang, with a triumphant smile, remarked, since we are all aware that Yi Xiaoyao is conveying the elder's words, we must dissect them meticulously. Consider this. Yi Xiaoyao repeatedly cautioned us against attacking Xinglua Hall before he emerges from seclusion. If I am not mistaken, he likely wishes for us to subdue the other three sects first, plunder their resources, and then engage in refining elixirs and artifacts. At that point, we shall be fully armed to confront Xinglua Hall. After all, with the elder present, while Xinglua Hall could be annihilated with a mere thought, the elder clearly intends for us to undergo some trials. Astounding, truly astounding. The elders expressed their admiration in unison. One elder named Wan Qinghe boldly declared, for many years, I have held doubts regarding the sect master's capabilities, believing I could lead just as well. Yet today, I am compelled to admire the foresight of the former sect master in passing the mantle to you. The wisdom of the sect master is beyond my reach. Chapter 58. The sect master is divine. Had Yi Xiaoyao known the impact of his words would yield such results, he might reconsider his prior attempts at persuasion. However, at this moment, he had returned to his quarters, wholly absorbed in his cultivation. The energy of the Nanming Li Hua he had stored began to consolidate within his Dantian as he channeled the cultivation techniques, causing the crimson sword leaf, already considerably larger than the two sword leaves, to continue to expand. Moreover, the relentless torment he had endured from the Nanming Li Hua had granted him a dual constitution of the Qingmu Dao body and the Qihua Dao body. However, with the inherently opposing Dao bodies now manifesting within him, Yi Xiaoyao needed to familiarize himself and balance the powers of both. Otherwise, if left to clash unchecked, he would likely face catastrophic consequences without any external interference. Nevertheless, Yi Xiaoyao remained focused on comprehending the sword Dao. Previously, it was solely due to the robust growth of the crimson sword leaf, coupled with his profound understanding of sword intent, that he had ascended to the sword domain level. Now, he sought to genuinely experience the essence of the sword domain. Moreover, possessing the sword domain would enable him to execute the fourth form of the Wanxiang Shitian sword technique, which he needed to thoroughly master. A full half-month passed before Yi Xiaoyao had completely digested the transformations brought about by the newfound power, and at that moment, he had already broken through to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Elder, why do I feel as though the accumulation of my power has clearly surpassed the confines of the extraordinary realm, yet I have not been able to break through to the celestial realm? Yi Xiaoyao voiced his confusion. Ever since receiving guidance from the immortal emperor's maiden, ascending through the realms had felt as effortless as drinking water. This sensation of stagnation at the threshold was quite uncomfortable. The immortal emperor's maiden slightly opened her eyes. Promise me, no matter the troubles of the Li Hua sect, you will leave immediately, and I shall tell you. Yi Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, yet replied, I cannot abandon them. The Li Hua sect's current response is entirely due to your earlier words. Moreover, having refined the Nanming Li Hua is tantamount to severing the Li Hua sect's roots. We cannot simply stand by and watch them march towards their doom. The immortal emperor's maiden scoffed. Talented individuals and treasures naturally gravitate towards the capable. The Nanming Li Hua is not intrinsically tied to the Li Hua sect. It was merely that their ancestors possessed the prowess to reclaim it. Now, they lack the means to retain it. Yi Xiaoyao frowned again. The immortal emperor's maiden's perspective, rooted in her lofty position, sometimes sounded harsh, yet it could not be entirely dismissed as unreasonable. However, reason aside, Xiaoyao could not adopt such an irresponsible stance. He immediately asserted in life, one must uphold principles alongside pursuing benefits. If I were solely driven by self-interest, would you not fear that when I grow stronger, I might not come to your aid? After all, given your strength, you would likely face dangers far greater than your current predicament. A flicker of appreciation crossed the immortal emperor's maiden's eyes. I can offer you the opportunity to act upon your own convictions. But this matter is not mine to meddle in. I must ensure you understand that some ideas, even if correct, lack significance if the outcome is predetermined to be failure. Very well, I shall handle it myself. Xiaoyao responded resolutely. He understood that even if the lives of all individuals across the Qingyun continent were to be weighed against her, they would hold little significance, and he naturally did not expect her to intervene. In truth, the immortal emperor's maiden had already fallen back into slumber by this point. Feeling that he was momentarily unable to break through to the celestial realm, and recalling the fervor exhibited by Ji Wuchang and the others, Xiaoyao could no longer continue his cultivation. He decided to venture outside to assess the situation. It would be best if he could dissuade them. If not, he would need to devise alternative measures. Xiaoyao stepped out. Ji Wuchang and the other elders stood before him, their faces alight with excitement. You all, upon facing the eager assembly, Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. A mere half-month ago, they had been at the 9th level of the celestial realm, yet now, nearly all had ascended to the 1st level of the sky-moving realm. Even Ji Wuchang and several elders had reached the 2nd level of the sky-moving realm. In that moment, Feng Wanfeng, resembling a child who had just received a perfect score on an exam, rushed to speak before anyone else could. We followed your advice and consumed those breakthrough elixirs. We have already annihilated the Jiushuan sect and their allies. When did I ever suggest that? Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to recall if he had ever uttered such words. At this, Ji Wuchang shot a stern glare at Feng Wanfeng, then explained, Do not listen to Elder Feng's nonsense. The 3 sects have long held grudges against us. We merely found ourselves with idle time and decided to eliminate them. Thanks to the elixirs you provided and the practical experience we gained, our cultivation levels have advanced. Oh, Xiaoyao nodded slightly. After all, he had sensed the enmity between the sects during the Yunhua Ruins incident. Now that the Lihua sect had grown so powerful, it was only natural to settle old scores. However, his reaction conveyed an impression that everything had unfolded precisely as Ji Wuchang had anticipated. Moreover, one elder quickly transmitted a message to Feng Wanfeng. Elder Feng, why are you being so impulsive? Xiaoyao merely communicated the elder's intentions. How can you say it was his idea? That implies he aided us in cheating. Be more cautious with your words in the future. Simultaneously, Ji Wuchang hastily produced dozens of storage wristbands. These are the spoils from our conquest of the 3 sects. What do you think? Xiaoyao accepted the storage wristbands and scanned through them with his mental energy. Inwardly astonished, he had not anticipated that the 3 sects would possess such substantial assets. However, observing Ji Wuchang and the others beginning to exhibit manic expressions, Xiaoyao felt an immense pressure. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaoyao. Since we have accumulated such resources, we should be able to refine more elixirs and spirit artifacts. I will begin the refining process now. Wait for me with that. Xiaoyao returned to his courtyard. Given that he had been focused on cultivation, he had not had time to consider how to deter Ji Wuchang and the others from their reckless endeavor to assault Xinglua Hall. Now, he could only employ this delay tactic, hoping to devise a suitable strategy. However, Xiaoyao's actions elicited profound admiration from the elders, who looked at Ji Wuchang with awe. Sect Master, you are truly remarkable. You have anticipated everything with such clarity. The Sect Master lives up to the title. It is hard to contest your brilliance. With our Lihua sect, bolstered by that elder's strength and the Sect Master's wisdom, I fear within a century, we shall surpass the glories created by our ancestors. The elders clamored in agreement, yet none attempted to flatter Ji Wuchang insincerely. Their words were heartfelt. Chapter 59. A step ahead upon returning to his courtyard, Xiaoyao was met with the fervent discussions of the crowd outside, causing his head to spin. He had not anticipated that his attempts to persuade would only exacerbate the situation, spiraling it further out of control. After much contemplation, Xiaoyao finally devised a solution. He promptly began to refine the resources acquired from the three sections with his realm's elevation and the successful refinement of the southern Mingli fire. Xiaoyao found himself increasingly adept at both alchemy and artifact forging. Sensing the intense heat emanating from Xiaoyao's courtyard, Ji Wuchang immediately commanded his men to guard the small courtyard, allowing no one to approach or disturb him. The others resumed their cultivation. Although having a formidable senior as their support was reassuring, Xiaoyao's series of actions made them realize that the senior would likely only intervene in critical moments. The rest depended on them. Despite their current strength making the annihilation of the three sects relatively effortless, the battles had imparted them with new insights into the cultivation techniques taught by the immortal emperor's daughter, necessitating thorough assimilation. However, a month later, Xiaoyao found himself lamenting the rather meager resources of the three sects. Although he had already produced 8th-tier spiritual artifacts and pills, and could even refine high-level 8th-tier items without a single failure, each being of exceptional quality, Xiaoyao remained unsatisfied. Throughout the alchemical and crafting processes, he had come to realize that the bottleneck preventing his breakthrough was not merely the accumulation of power. The transcendental realm transcended the ordinary, while the celestial realm completely detached from mortal confines, entering a higher echelon. The accumulation of this light path spiritual power was still far from sufficient. He needed a deeper comprehension of the heavenly path. Yet, both spiritual power and this path power were, in the face of immortal techniques, fundamentally inferior. In an environment rich in spiritual energy, he could leverage the unique characteristics of the immortal techniques for rapid growth. However, path power was a force built upon spiritual power, augmented by one's understanding of the heavenly path. This understanding, which had propelled his rapid ascent, was precisely what he lacked. Whether it was 8th-tier spiritual artifacts or pills, they inherently contained the profundities of the heavenly path. And during the refinement, Xiaoyao felt as though he had grazed the edges of the heavenly path. Yet, he was still just a hair's breadth away from entering the celestial realm. Nevertheless, Xiaoyao understood that although cultivating the immortal techniques was ineffective, as long as he had sufficient resources for refining, his insights derived from both alchemy and formations could similarly lead to breakthroughs in martial arts. Subsequently, Xiaoyao glanced at the remaining resources he had. He knew that if he refined these into spiritual artifacts, he would likely break through to the celestial realm, but he ultimately restrained himself. Xiaoyao, you finally emerged. Just as Xiaoyao stepped out of his courtyard, Elder Huayun approached him with an anxious expression. A sense of unease surged within Xiaoyao. Elder Huayun, has something happened? Elder Huayun's face instantly reflected his dilemma. Why Xiaoyao spoke. Elder Huayun, here at the Lihua sect, we share a closer bond, so please speak frankly. Elder Huayun replied, in half a month, everyone has digested the insights from our battles with the three sects and has gained much. The sect master has stated that with the impending battle against the Xing Luo Hall, knowing both ourselves and the enemy is crucial for victory. He has taken several elders to Linyuan City to gather intelligence on the Xing Luo Hall. Xiaoyao had witnessed Ji Wuchang's madness before, but he never expected them to act so recklessly. Although Xing Luo Hall was the superior sect to Lihua sect, they had never even met its leader or key figures. Linyuan City was merely a nearby town under the influence of Xing Luo Hall. Although it was called a city, it primarily consisted of those with lesser talents who had been exiled from Xing Luo Hall, gathering together. While these individuals lacked the qualifications to remain in Xing Luo Hall, they were nonetheless somewhat familiar with its inner workings. Extracting some non-core techniques and resources was not a difficult task. Moreover, Linyuan City, being close to Xing Luo Hall, boasted a rich spiritual energy, making it a prime location for cultivation, attracting martial artists seeking to grow stronger. After thousands of years of development, the long-established families in Linyuan City could easily overshadow the former four sects, rivaling even the current Lihua sect. Contemplating their fervor, Xiaoyao feared they might be killed before they could even gather intelligence on Xing Luo Hall. Just as Xiaoyao was grappling with his growing headache, Elder Huayun added, moreover, 2 days later, Yin quietly followed them as well. She said that since you've contributed so much to the sect, she cannot remain idle. Xiaoyao's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. Ji Wuchang and the others were already enough of a concern. Who would have thought Lin Yuyan would add to the chaos? Furthermore, during the expedition to the Yunhua ruins, Lin Yuyan's actions had already altered Xiaoyao's perception of her. While it hadn't yet escalated to romantic feelings, they had shared life and death experiences, and Xiaoyao did not wish to hear news of her misfortune. Elder Huayun spoke with a hint of helplessness. I should be pleased that Yu Yin is willing to assist the sect, but she has only just broken through to the first level of the celestial realm, as her grandfather. I cannot help but worry why Xiaoyao discerned the conflict in Elder Huayun's eyes. Out of loyalty to the Li Hua sect, he endorsed Lin Yuyin's actions, but as her grandfather, to say he was unconcerned would be a blatant lie. Fear not, Elder Huayun, I shall retrieve them at once. Xiaoyao declared hastily that, oh, no, wait. I will first set up a formation within the sect and then pursue them. Xiaoyao promptly added. With that, he took out the flying spiritual artifact he had previously crafted and began to deploy the last of the materials he had been reluctant to use for artifact forging to establish the formation throughout the Li Hua sect. Given the current situation between the Li Hua sect and Xing Luo Hall, even if the former did not initiate contact, it was likely that Xing Luo Hall would come looking for them. Thus, Xiaoyao had originally intended to set up this formation both to guard against potential attacks from Xing Luo Hall and to trap Ji Wuchang and the others, preventing their impulsive decision to assault Xing Luo Hall. However, it seemed his preparations were far behind their advancing pace. Still, those left behind in the Li Hua sect required protection. It took Xiaoyao 3 full days to complete his preparations before he returned to his courtyard. At that moment, not only Elder Huayun awaited him, but numerous other elders had gathered as well as the formation set. Everyone looked at Xiaoyao with eager anticipation, seemingly eager to witness the surprise he would bring them this time. Chapter 60. The Chu family. As Xiaoyao nodded slightly, he formed hand seals, and beams of light surged from his fingertips. In an instant, countless light screens shot up into the sky, enveloping the Li Hua sect. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by an immense force, rushing in from all directions. This caused the Li Hua sect, which had begun to experience a slight thinning of spiritual energy due to the disappearance of the southern Mingli fire, to gradually regain its richness. Could this be a 9th-tier formation? Feng Wanfeng exclaimed in shock as he sensed the changes within the formation light. Having advanced to an 8th-tier formation master himself, he still found the intricacies of this formation incomprehensible. Roughly, Xiaoyao replied ambiguously. It was not that he intended to be secretive. Rather, this formation was constructed based on the terrain of the Li Hua sect, combined with immortal arrays. When it came to specific tiers, even Xiaoyao found it challenging to articulate. After completing this, Xiaoyao took out the storage wristbands he had prepared earlier, along with the array token he had inscribed in the past few days. These are the spiritual artifacts and pills I have recently refined. This array token allows free entry and exit from the formation. When the sect master and the others return, they can use it to enter. Xiaoyao stated. If he had set up the formation and Ji Wuchang and the others could not return, it would indeed be a joke. The elders took the items, and upon sensing the contents of the storage wristbands, their eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Xiaoyao's alchemy and formation skills had already reached the intermediate level of 8th tier. Furthermore, judging by the quantity of finished products, it was clear that Xiaoyao had encountered no failures in either alchemy or artifact forging, with every item being of exceptional quality. Such achievements were truly astonishing. However, Feng Wanfeng handed over a third of his storage wristband to Xiaoyao. Take these with you. The sect master mentioned that they might not return after gathering information, so give these to them, allowing them to cultivate there while they wait for us. Xiaoyao furrowed his brow again. Ji Wuchang had indeed made ample preparations. Very well. Considering their predicament, Xiaoyao felt it prudent to send them some resources, perhaps ensuring greater safety. After a brief exchange, Xiaoyao bid farewell to the members of the Li Hua sect and set off towards Lin Yuan City aboard his flying spiritual artifact. However, the distance between the Li Hua sect and Lin Yuan City was considerable, and in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Xiaoyao chose to travel along mountain paths, avoiding various towns. Consequently, it took him over half a month to finally arrive at Lin Yuan City. No wonder Xing Luo Hall could dominate the region. As soon as he entered the city, Xiaoyao sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy within was far superior to that of the Li Hua sect. This indicated that, disregarding other factors, the cultivation environment for individuals in Lin Yuan City surpassed that of the Li Hua sect. Additionally, observing the bustling crowds in the city, he noticed that nearly all were at the transcendental realm, with many at the celestial realm, and occasionally he even spotted individuals at the first or second levels of the Sky Sovereign Realm. As for the various pills and spiritual artifacts sold by street vendors, the lowest tier was at least 6th tier. Xiaoyao couldn't help but reflect on how narrow his previous perspective had been. He had once thought his strength was quite remarkable within the Lihua sect, but upon entering this broader world, he realized it was hardly sufficient. Simultaneously, his concern for Ji Wuchang and the others' safety deepened. If Lin Yuan City was this formidable, what kind of challenges would the actual Xing Luo Hall present? However, after wandering the city, he found no trace of Ji Wuchang and the others, nor any signs of the Lihua sect. Li Xiaoyao grew increasingly anxious. Even if Ji Wuchang and the others had been captured upon arriving in Lin Yuan City, there should have been some signs left behind. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant galloped down the street, shouting, "All 6th tier and above alchemists, please hurry to the Chu family for assistance. Generous rewards await." Yi Xiaoyao quickly stepped aside, realizing that any family bold enough to act in such a manner must be extraordinary, and he did not wish to attract trouble to T that moment. He overheard pedestrians discussing, "It seems Xing Luo Hall has suffered a significant setback." Indeed, it is said that their expedition was led by Chu Zhaoran, ranked 21st among the 36 celestial generals. While they were unaware of their specific destination, rumors suggested they had encountered an ambush near Wangyue City, suffering heavy losses, with many casualties. Due to the severity of their injuries, some could not wait to return to Xing Luo Hall, and were now recuperating at the Chu family. After all, Chu Zhaoran was an elder of the Chu family. Just yesterday, they even summoned Hua Qingming, the president of the Alchemists Guild, who is an 8th-tier advanced alchemist. Now they are even calling for 6th-tier alchemists. It seems the situation is dire. The news of Xing Luo Hall being ambushed sent a jolt through Yi Xiaoyao's heart. After all, this was within the jurisdiction of Xing Luo Hall, and he vaguely sensed that only Ji Wuchang and the others could have pulled off such a feat. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the Chu family?" In order to clarify the situation, Yi Xiaoyao decided to investigate the Chu family. To confirm his suspicions, he felt it necessary to take a look. "Are you a 6th-tier alchemist?" The crowd began to scrutinize Yi Xiaoyao. In fact, being an alchemist was a position of great significance, and 6th-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare. Otherwise, the Chu family would not be offering such generous rewards throughout the city. "I have some knowledge of alchemy and thought I might try my luck," Yi Xiaoyao replied. The crowd nodded slightly. After all, alchemy required not only talent but also a vast amount of study and extensive practice. Such extensive practice implied a significant consumption of medicinal materials, so if Yi Xiaoyao had achieved the rank of 6th-tier alchemist at his age, he would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy in the field. However, some kindly pointed him in the right direction. Yi Xiaoyao soon arrived at the Chu residence. At the grand estate, people hurriedly moved in and out, their expressions tense. "Excuse me, are you summoning alchemists here?" Yi Xiaoyao stepped forward to inquire. The Chu family's guards, seeing Yi Xiaoyao's youthful appearance, were filled with disbelief and were about to reprimand him when a young lady emerged from within. "Greetings, monsieur." As they bowed, Chu Tianyue approached Yi Xiaoyao and said, "Please present your 6th-tier alchemist badge." Yi Xiaoyao's brow furrowed at this request in Qingyun continent. While there were some rogue alchemists among various factions and solitary cultivators, the recognized authority still lay with the Alchemists Guild, which issued alchemist rank badges. After all, it wasn't feasible for every alchemist to demonstrate their skills on the spot to validate their expertise. The Alchemist Guild not only boasted many top-tier alchemists, but also served as the coveted sanctuary for aspiring alchemists. Moreover, anyone could participate in their examinations, and upon passing, they would receive the corresponding alchemist badge. This was the universally accepted norm across Qingyun continent. However, while Yi Xiaoyao possessed considerable alchemical skills, he had never undergone the examination, so he could only respond, "I have not yet taken the examination, but I am knowledgeable in alchemy. I can accept a lower reward." Yi Xiaoyao understood that claiming he would help unconditionally would surely raise suspicions. Upon realizing that Yi Xiaoyao was not a 6th-tier alchemist, Chu Tianyue's previously respectful demeanor shifted to cold indifference as she huffed. "Our Chu family requires 6th-tier alchemists. Without a badge, please leave." With that, she disregarded Yi Xiaoyao and walked away. Chapter 61. Wagering with one's hands. Yi Xiaoyao's brow furrowed. The Chu family's guards possessed formidable cultivation, many at the 7th or 8th levels of the Transcendental Realm, and the earlier Chu Tianyue was at the 2nd level of the Celestial Realm. Thus, a forceful entry was clearly out of the question, and since he was there to gather information, he could not afford to provoke conflict with the Chu family at this juncture. With this in mind, Yi Xiaoyao had no choice but to turn and leave. Fortunately, he had previously noted the location of the Alchemists Guild while wandering the city. However, in his haste to find Ji Wuchang and the others, he had overlooked it. Now, it seemed necessary to take the examination. While passing the 6th tier assessment might be challenging for others, it would take Xiaoyao hardly any time at all. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Alchemist's Guild, he found it bustling with countless patrons, voices echoing throughout. The Alchemist Guild had branches throughout Qingyun continent, responsible for the examination of alchemist ranks while also selling various pills and acquiring resources. Xiaoyao took a cursory glance and made his way inside. "Why do you keep following me? What do you want?" Just as Xiaoyao stepped in, he heard a sharp voice. It was none other than Chu Tianyue, whom he had encountered earlier at the Chu residence. "Tianyue, what is going on?" At that moment, a young man clad in alchemist robes, wearing a 6th tier advanced alchemist badge, shot Xiaoyao a disdainful look. Chu Tianyue explained, "Qing, this person approached me when our family was summoning alchemists. When I asked him for his alchemist badge, he had none. I ignored him, but I never expected he would sneakily follow me here." Xiaoyao, realizing the misunderstanding, smiled slightly. "Miss you seem to have misunderstood. I merely happened to arrive at the Alchemist's Guild as well." Qing scoffed. "What a coincidence indeed." Xiaoyao's expression hardened as he sensed that the injuries suffered by Chu Zhaoran and the others were likely connected to Ji Wuchang and his group. Eager to uncover their situation, he suppressed his rising anger and explained, "I did go to the Chu residence earlier, but they required an alchemist badge, so I came to the Alchemist's Guild." Qing, full of derision, retorted, "So, you intend to take the examination for a 6th tier alchemist badge and then return to the Chu residence?" "Exactly." Xiaoyao nodded affirmatively. Qing's previously disdainful gaze transformed into one that was cold and filled with murderous intent. "Kneel down. How dare you?" Xiaoyao's eyes also turned icy in an instant. While he was reluctant to provoke trouble in his quest to find Ji Wuchang and the others, it did not imply that he would tolerate such relentless humiliation. Qing, however, snorted coldly, "If you were merely following Tianyue, I would have taught you a lesson to make you remember. But to think you would fabricate a lie that insults alchemists across the realm. You must provide an explanation to the Alchemist Guild today." Xiaoyao was immediately taken aback. "When did I insult all the alchemists?" Reflecting on his every word, he found no offense directed at other alchemists. Qing scoffed, "You, who cannot even produce a 1st tier alchemist badge, dare claim you will challenge for a 6th tier alchemist badge. Do you think 6th tier alchemists are as common as cabbages in the field? Something anyone can claim to challenge?" He continued, "Now, kneel and sever an arm at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, so the world knows that the dignity of our guild is not to be trifled with." Xiaoyao, who had intended to offer further explanation, felt his expression darken at the condescending tone of the command. "Whether I can challenge or not, that can only be determined after the attempt. Just because you are incapable, does that mean others cannot succeed?" Upon hearing this, Qing retorted coldly, "I am capable. I stepped into the path of alchemy at 7 and now, at 20, I am already a 6th tier senior alchemist, hailed as a genius in the northern domain. Oh, you think you are superior to me?" Xiaoyao smirked disdainfully. "When you claim to be a top genius, it only indicates that you are not the only one. It suggests that even in the northern domain, there are those stronger than you. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant?" Qing's fury was ignited by Xiaoyao's words that, of course, there are those stronger than me in this world, but you, an ignorant fool, are certainly not one of them. Master He, why not demonstrate your skills against him? "Let this brat be convinced," someone suggested. "Indeed. How dare he challenge Master He? Did you not see Miss you seek Master He's alchemical prowess?" Several onlookers began to cheer, fully aware of how much the Alchemist Guild valued talents like Qing. They would not miss the chance to ingratiate themselves with him. After all, the entire city of Linyuan knew of Qing's affections for Chu Tianyue. Upon hearing this, Qing nodded slightly. "Brat, since you squandered the opportunity one offered, we shall compete in alchemy. If you lose, you must sever your arms and kneel for 3 days and nights at the guild entrance." "Do you dare?" Xiaoyao shook his head. "I am here to take the assessment for the badge. Why should I wager?" However, to everyone else, this only implied that Xiaoyao was afraid. Qing smugly declared, "I am already a 6th tier senior alchemist. If you can defeat me, you will naturally qualify for the 6th tier senior badge. Are you certain?" Xiaoyao's eyes brightened at this prospect. After all, this would simplify matters. Qing coldly replied, "Of course, but the premise is that you must be prepared to bear the consequences of losing." Xiaoyao countered, "If I lose and must sever my arms and kneel at the Alchemist Guild for 3 days and nights, what will you do if you lose?" Qing sneered, "Do you think you can possibly defeat me? Fine, do not say I am bullying you. If I lose, I shall do the same." "Very well. Xiaoyao replied coldly. Brat, today I shall show you the true terror of a sixth-tier alchemist. It is not something you can achieve through mere imagination. With a dismissive snort, He Qing waved his hand, and a magnificent alchemical cauldron appeared in the arena. Is this the 7 absolute glazed cauldron? Although many alchemists from the guild had been watching the spectacle, they regarded it as a mere joke for amusement. However, upon witnessing He Qing summon the 7 absolute glazed cauldron, envy filled their eyes. The 7 absolute glazed cauldron, a 6th-tier senior cauldron, had the unique property of increasing the success rate of concocting 6th-tier pills by 10%. When crafting 5th-tier pills, the success rate could be enhanced by 20%. It is known that for an average alchemist, the success rate for concocting pills of the same tier seldom exceeds 40%. Even for exceptionally talented alchemists, an increase of 1 or 2% is already quite challenging. With this cauldron and his talent, He Qing's success rate for concocting 6th-tier pills could very well reach 70 or 80%. This was the cauldron that President Hua had kept with him before ascending to 8th-tier alchemist. And no one expected he would give it to He Qing. As the murmurs around him reached He Qing's ears, his pride swelled further. He disdainfully gazed at Xiaoyao. Do you possess 6th-tier medicinal materials? At this moment, He Qing realized that in an alchemical duel, both parties were required to prepare their own materials. However, observing Xiaoyao's shabby appearance, he genuinely worried that Xiaoyao might not even be able to produce 6th-tier materials, causing him to miss out on this opportunity to showcase himself. 6th-tier materials? I do not have any. Xiaoyao shrugged his shoulders. He Qing scoffed. No matter. To ensure you are convinced, tell me what materials you need, and I shall provide them for you. That won't be necessary. Xiaoyao shook his head at He Qing, who had prepared to showcase his skills, sensed that Xiaoyao seemed ready to concede, and quickly added, Very well, then I shall concoct pills of whatever tier you choose. Surely, this would not be considered bullying, right? The other onlookers began to nod in agreement at this moment. Master, he is indeed confident. He will not take advantage of the resources. Otherwise, if this fellow could not even produce 6th-tier materials, Master, he would only need to concoct a single 6th-tier pill. Regardless of how well his lower-tier pills were crafted, they would be meaningless. Crafted well? Are you foolish? This fellow clearly concocted a lie after following Miss Yu, provoking Master He, and now he is facing the consequences. If I am not mistaken, he likely cannot even produce a 1st-tier pill. Everyone understood how to curry favor with He Qing, and they did not bother to lower their voices, clearly intending for He Qing to see their attitude. But before they could finish speaking, as Xiaoyao waved his hand, a crisp sound resonated, and a cauldron also appeared in the arena. However, this cauldron radiated brilliance and exuded an overwhelming aura, instantly overshadowing the 7 absolute glazed cauldron. An 8th-tier senior cauldron. Many alchemists present gazed at the cauldron before Xiaoyao, their eyes filled with shock and a hint of greed. As 7th-tier alchemists in the guild, only 2 or 3 could produce 8th-tier beginner cauldrons. Yet Xiaoyao had summoned an 8th-tier senior cauldron. Furthermore, from its aura, it seemed to be on par with the cauldron currently used by the president. He Qing's gaze sharpened. He had never anticipated that Xiaoyao possessed such wealth. Yet he maintained his composure, stating, Fine, I will allow you to have the advantage of the cauldron. You may begin now, and I will start according to the tier of the pills you concoct. Xiaoyao made a subtle gesture, and as he activated his alchemical technique, flames ignited within the cauldron. Then, with another wave of his hand, a series of medicinal materials surged into the cauldron. Tianxin flower, drunken dragon herb, 8-leaf xianlon. These. All of them are 8th-tier materials. Is he attempting to concoct an 8th-tier pill? As the onlookers beheld the materials Xiaoyao was pouring into the cauldron, shock filled their expressions. The Alchemist Guild not only sold pills but also various high-grade materials, and they were all well aware of the value of these materials. He Qing's face darkened. Initially, he believed Xiaoyao had no high-tier materials, so he had deliberately stated he would concoct pills of the same tier. But now, he was using all 8th-tier materials. While He Qing could also produce a few 8th-tier materials, he could not gather a complete set for a single batch of pills. Moreover, given his current alchemical skills, even if he attempted to concoct them, it would likely result in a failed batch, which he could not afford to waste. Sensing the odd gazes from the crowd, He Qing realized they were waiting for him to fulfill his previous boast. Now, he could only coldly scoff. Brat, are you trying to play me? Do you think this will shake my resolve? Xiaoyao, in the midst of his alchemical work, merely smiled disdainfully. Do not misunderstand. Everything I said earlier was the truth. I truly do not possess any 6th-tier materials. In fact, Xiaoyao had already used all his 6th and 7th-tier materials for alchemy at the Lihua sect. As for these 8th-tier materials, it was merely because the current demand for strong practitioners in the Lihua sect was not particularly high, so he had not completely refined them. But such honesty only served to mock He Qing's poverty in his ears. As a genius among the younger generation of the Alchemist Guild, He Qing had never imagined that one day he would be publicly ridiculed for his lack of wealth. Yet, he soon coldly laughed again. Even if you possess high-tier cauldrons and materials, what of it? If you do not understand the basic principles of alchemy, do you not know that different materials require different levels of heat? If you throw them all in together, it will only explode and become waste pills. I only need to concoct a first-tier pill to defeat you. He Qing seemed to have found a way to humiliate Xiaoyao, and in the process, he produced some of the most ordinary first-tier materials. If merely having a cauldron and materials could yield high-tier pills, what need is there for alchemists? At that moment, some onlookers seized the opportunity to mock. But the next moment, they all fell silent. For they noticed that under Xiaoyao's guidance, the materials were being separated into different spaces within the cauldron, undergoing their own refinement. The Crimson Fire Body? At that moment, a 7th-tier alchemist from the guild felt Xiaoyao's extraordinary aura. Another alchemist gasped, This is the scorching heat of the Southern Brightly Fire. He has actually refined the Southern Brightly Fire. Upon this declaration, the entire venue was thrown into shock. The Crimson Fire Body was one of the most coveted physiques among alchemists. The Southern Brightly Fire was ranked among the top 10 exotic fires. He had actually refined it. As everyone turned to look at Xiaoyao, their gazes began to change involuntarily. If previously they thought Xiaoyao was merely trying to attract attention, now, witnessing his wealth and methods, their doubts began to waver. Even He Qing felt a sense of unease rising within him, and his expression grew serious. He vaguely sensed that he might have bitten off more than he could chew today. But with matters as they were, He Qing had no choice but to focus on the process of Xiaoyao's alchemy. After all, Xiaoyao was concocting 8th-tier pills. If he succeeded, no matter what pills He Qing produced, they would be deemed a failure. Conversely, if Xiaoyao failed, even if He Qing produced a first-tier pill, he would win. This was the first time since stepping into the world of alchemy that He Qing had completely relinquished the outcome to another's hands. This feeling left him deeply unsettled. However, Xiaoyao had never encountered failure while refining 8th-tier pills at the Lihua sect. With his ample experience, failure was even less likely. Moreover, as Xiaoyao progressed, the surrounding alchemists had actively moved closer. Fixated on every gesture he made, at this moment, they had even forgotten that if Xiaoyao succeeded, the Alchemist Guild would suffer disgrace. For Xiaoyao's alchemical techniques were simply too profound. Many of the methods seemed familiar, yet they had also incorporated many changes they had never seen before. Upon closer inspection, they realized that these changes were not only exquisitely clever, but also transformed the originally ordinary techniques into something filled with mystery. Not only they, but He Qing was also captivated by this intricacy. After all, achieving the status of a 6th-tier senior alchemist at just over 20 years old indicated that his talent in alchemy was indeed exceptional. At this moment, he was also able to appreciate the intricacies involved. Boom. But this state of concentration shattered with a loud explosion as 5 pills surged from the cauldron, instantly flying to Xiaoyao's fingertips. 8th-tier beginner Tianming pill. The pills gleamed with purity and were of the finest quality. Heavens! The fragrance wafted through the air, causing many to exclaim in astonishment that it is known that even 8th-tier mid-level alchemists find it exceedingly difficult to refine 8th-tier beginner-grade premium pills. Furthermore, as a healing masterpiece among 8th-tier beginner pills, the Tianming pill was inherently more challenging to concoct than ordinary 8th-tier beginner pills. In the ensuing silence, all gazes turned to Xiaoyao with newfound respect. An 8th-tier alchemist was already qualified to become the vice president of this branch. Moreover, given Xiaoyao's youth, his future was unfathomable. Master, I was blind and rude earlier. Please forgive my offense. It was Chu Tianyue who first broke the silence. Since it is a misunderstanding, clarifying it will suffice. Xiaoyao took no offense. After all, the initial coincidence indeed made it seem as though he had been following Chu Tianyue. Although her initial demeanor had not been particularly friendly, Xiaoyao would not hold it against her too much in his pursuit of information about Ji Wucheng and the others. Seeing Xiaoyao's calm demeanor, Chu Tianyue sighed with relief and quickly added, I wonder if the master would be willing to sell these 5 Tianming pills? The demand for 8th-tier healing pills in Linyuan City was not particularly high, and this branch did not have a substantial reserve either. When Chu Xiaoran and the others returned empty-handed, many were injured, and their injuries were severe, which had emptied the guild's stock at that time. Chu Tianyue had come hoping for luck, but He Qing had informed her that the healing pills sourced from other branches would only arrive the next day. Now that Xiaoyao had refined the Tianming pills, and they were of premium quality, she could not bear to miss the opportunity that, of course, but you will have to wait until I complete this wager. Xiaoyao would naturally not refuse. After all, pills held little value for him. If they could be exchanged for more resources, it would be a significant profit. However, Xiaoyao did not intend to let He Qing off easily, especially after threatening him with kneeling for 3 days and nights and severing his arms. Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon He Qing. The latter trembled slightly, his expression shifting between shadows. He opened his mouth several times, but could not find the words. Master, earlier He Qing was ignorant and offended you. Please forgive him. At that moment, a 7th-tier senior alchemist stepped forward, chastising He Qing. You should quickly apologize to this master. He Qing, seeing this, hurriedly approached, bowing. I apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me, master. Xiaoyao smirked. So, you are conceding? Upon hearing this, He Qing's expression changed. After all, Xiaoyao had not said he forgave him. Instead, he was discussing victory and defeat, which meant He Qing would have to fulfill his wager. He quickly cast a pleading glance at Mo Wanxiong, who had previously tried to mediate. Wanxiong immediately replied, the master possesses extraordinary alchemical skills. I believe only our president could match you in a contest. However, given the master's status, I doubt you would truly hold a grudge over some playful banter. Playful banter? Xiaoyao's gaze hardened. If the one who lost today were me, would you still call it playful banter? Mo Wanxiong frowned. Master, you are being overly aggressive. Xiaoyao scoffed. If I lose, I must sever my arms and kneel at the Alchemist Guild for 3 days and nights. If I win, I merely wish to reclaim my wager. How is that being aggressive? Mo Wanxiong felt a headache coming on. However, now that all eyes were on them, although the onlookers dared not speak, if this matter were not handled well and spread, he could not bear the consequences of the Alchemist Guild losing its reputation. Mo Wanxiong promptly remarked, in the duels among alchemists, if one party loses and is unwilling to honor the bet, they may opt to provide the other party with satisfactory resources. Yi Xiaoyao's brows furrowed slightly at this. Previously, in the alchemical text provided by Nie Jufeng, there appeared to be a miscellaneous note that indeed mentioned this clause. Moreover, he discerned that the other party was resolute in protecting He Qing. At this juncture, it was indeed unwise to provoke the Alchemist Guild too severely. He then stated, very well. Let us see what value you assign to his hands and the face of kneeling for 3 days and nights. Upon finishing, Xiaoyao approached the alchemical furnace beside him and lightly tapped it. The furnace immediately emitted a resounding roar before Xiaoyao subsequently stowed it away. Yet, everyone could see that Xiaoyao's action was a clear signal to the other party. What I produce are merely 8th-tier furnaces and 8th-tier materials, worthless refuse. It would be prudent for you not to speak further. Naturally, the members of the Alchemist Guild understood this logic. In that moment, the exchange of glances revealed mutual embarrassment. The materials and elixirs displayed in the guild hall were undoubtedly of significant value, but they belonged to the guild, and they had no authority over them. Among the individuals present, the highest rank was merely that of a 7th-tier advanced alchemist. How many 8th-tier items could they possibly produce? Furthermore, having aided He Qing, when he could repay them remained an open question. He Qing himself wore an expression of distress. He was well aware that, given the power of the Alchemist Guild, they need not concern themselves with Xiaoyao, even if he was an infinitely promising 8th-tier alchemist. However, the matter at hand was one of the guild's reputation. At this moment, he noticed that other alchemists were casting somewhat evasive glances in his direction. Resolutely, he reached into his storage bag and produced a small seedling, which was the transcendent 9th-tier Dao-level herb, Tianyang grass. This should suffice, right? Xiaoyao immediately raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his cold snort. He Qing quickly responded, indeed. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the alchemists present. Do you really think our Alchemist Guild would deceive you? Upon hearing this, Mo Wanxiong and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. They could clearly see that what He Qing held was merely a common 3rd-tier Fenghua grass, devoid of any real value. They understood this young man was attempting to play tricks, yet under the current circumstances, they felt compelled to cooperate. Indeed, If you are unfamiliar with Tianyang grass, it matters not. You merely need to nurture it for 3 days, and you shall perceive its formidable medicinal potency, Mo Wenxiong boldly asserted. An icy glint surged in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes. If the actions of the Alchemist Guild could previously be interpreted as protective of their own, they were now clearly treating him as a fool. Observing Yi Xiaoyao's expression, He Qing's lips curled slightly. He was acutely aware that should Yi Xiaoyao be unable to restrain himself and take action, the events of the day would transcend their mere wager, transforming into an affront against the Alchemist Guild. The consequences were all too foreseeable. Chapter 64. Who did it after all, however? He Qing's actions had evidently crossed Yi Xiaoyao's threshold of tolerance, and he could bear it no longer. Just as he was about to strike, a voice echoed in his mind, that of the immortal Empress maiden. Accept this item. In an instant, Yi Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. He then scrutinized the Tianyang grass in He Qing's hand once more. He was well aware that the immortal Empress maiden was not one to shy away from trouble. This item must be extraordinary to elicit her response. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, the so-called Tianyang grass in He Qing's possession was merely third-tier Fenghua grass. Nevertheless, Yi Xiaoyao ultimately set aside his doubts, stating, "Very well, since it is a 9th-tier item, let us conclude this matter here." Upon hearing this, Mo Wenxiong and the others inwardly exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, many onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Although Yi Xiaoyao possessed remarkable alchemical skills, he was, after all, not a member of the Alchemist Guild. Facing their blatant deception, he had no choice but to concede. Once Yi Xiaoyao accepted the Tianyang grass, Mo Wenxiong remarked, "Although you successfully concocted 8th-tier elixirs earlier, according to the Alchemist Guild's assessment criteria, you must still undergo additional evaluations to obtain the 8th-tier medal." After all, Yi Xiaoyao had claimed he was there to participate in the Alchemist Guild's assessment. No one now doubted that he had fabricated an excuse to trail Chu Tianyue at no need. Yi Xiaoyao replied, already turning to leave. His purpose for seeking the medal was merely to infiltrate the Chu family. Now that Chu Tianyue had witnessed his alchemical prowess, there was no need to squander more time obtaining a medal master. Chu Tianyue quickly followed after him. "Tianyue," He Qing called out, displeased. Although Chu Tianyue was eager for the elixirs in Yi Xiaoyao's possession, she could not afford to offend the Alchemist Guild. She hesitated, saying, "Brother Qing, the elixirs in his hands pertain to my uncle's life. I shall return to seek you later." He Qing wished to say more, but Chu Tianyue had already departed. This only made He Qing's gaze towards Yi Xiaoyao's retreating figure even more venomous. "What you have done today, I shall return tenfold in the future." He Qing clenched his fists, vowing silently. At that moment, Chu Tianyue had caught up to Yi Xiaoyao at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. "Master, that He Qing is truly excessive, but I believe with your alchemical skills, you could easily pass the assessments at any branch." Clearly, in Chu Tianyue's eyes, Yi Xiaoyao's decision to abandon the assessment stemmed from the unpleasantness with He Qing. Why, Yi Xiaoyao merely smiled slightly, offering no response. "What about those 5 Tianming elixirs?" Chu Tianyue continued. "They can be sold to you. Why, Yi Xiaoyao promptly replied. "Very well, however, the Tianling elixir is rather costly, and I lack sufficient spirit stones. I would like to invite you to the Chu family, if that would be agreeable." By now, Chu Tianyue no longer held the haughty demeanor she had displayed upon first encountering Yi Xiaoyao. "That is acceptable." Yi Xiaoyao was eager not to miss such an opportunity. "Splendid." Chu Tianyue beamed with joy, and the two proceeded towards the Chu family to end their casual conversation. Chu Tianyue learned of Yi Xiaoyao's name. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, she inquired, "With your alchemical prowess, what initially drew you to our Chu family?" It was evident that Chu Tianyue recognized that while the remuneration offered by the Chu family was substantial, Yi Xiaoyao was not only an 8th-tier alchemist but also demonstrated considerable resources during his alchemical process. However, Yi Xiaoyao had already devised a response. "I merely heard that the injuries sustained by those from the Xinglua Hall were rather peculiar, and I wish to broaden my horizons." Chu Tianyue immediately understood. Alchemists, aside from concocting elixirs, held a natural curiosity towards various unusual injuries, which could also enhance their alchemical knowledge. She promptly remarked, "Master, your willingness to sell the Tianming elixirs has greatly assisted our Chu family. Should you be interested in these injuries, feel free to examine them at your leisure." What a jest. Such an 8th-tier alchemist was not someone the Chu family could easily afford to hire. And now that Yi Xiaoyao had voluntarily offered to investigate, was this not a fortuitous development? "Thank you." Yi Xiaoyao discerned the other's intentions, yet this aligned with his own desires. During their conversation, the group had already returned to the Chu family. "Miss you, why have you brought this fraud again?" The guard at the entrance immediately cast a cold glare at Yi Xiaoyao upon sighting him. "Nonsense." Chu Tianyue did not allow him to finish, delivering a resounding slap. "You shall not be disrespectful towards Master Yi." "Master Yi." The guard felt a flush of heat on his face, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Yet, Chu Tianyue and Yi Xiaoyao had already stepped through the gates of the Chu family. Chu Chaodao pays respects to Master Yi. Upon entering the courtyard, the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianyue's father, Chu Chaodao, bowed in greeting to Yi Xiaoyao. "Salutations, Chu family head." Yi Xiaoyao returned the gesture. "Might I inquire what you intend to exchange for the 5 Tiaming elixirs?" "Master Yi?" Chu Chaodao asked without delay. He had already received a message from Chu Tianyue, apprising him of the general circumstances surrounding the Alchemist Guild's incident. "That depends on what the Chu family head is willing to offer," Yi Xiaoyao replied. Chu Chaodao seemed to have anticipated that Yi Xiaoyao would likely seek to raise the price. Thus he stated, "Given Master Ye's capabilities, you undoubtedly lack spirit stones. Our Chu family possesses some medicinal materials as well. What do you think?" Chu Chaodao then produced a storage bag that had long been prepared. Yi Xiaoyao accepted it, and upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, he was inwardly astonished. The quantity of 8th-tier materials within was nearly 4 to 5 times that which he had consumed during the concoction of the Tiaming elixirs. Furthermore, there were 6 9th-tier herbs among them. Yi Xiaoyao had not deliberately sought to inflate the price. Rather, although he excelled in alchemy, he was genuinely unaware of the market value of elixirs. He could not help but marvel. No wonder people claimed that alchemists were exceedingly wealthy. This truly was a venture of remarkable profit. Since the Chu family head is so sincere, let us finalize the deal, Yi Xiaoyao declared as he produced a vial of elixirs. "Thank you, Master Yi." Chu Chaodao exhaled in relief upon seeing this. After all, Uncle Chu Zhaoran had sustained serious injuries. Even with the assistance of the Alchemist Guild's President Hua, they could only alleviate his condition. With the acquisition of this premium Tiaming elixir, at least Chu Zhaoran's life would no longer be in jeopardy. "This was the foundation of the Chu family. As I have sold you the elixir, I shall accompany you to assess their injuries. Perhaps I can lend a hand," Yi Xiaoyao promptly stated. "Very well, Master Yi, please." Chu Chaodao would never refuse such a boon. The three quickly made their way to the rear courtyard of the Chu family. Although the Chu family could be considered a prominent household, given that nearly 100 individuals from the Xinglua Hall had been injured, there simply was not enough room to accommodate them all. On the ground in the courtyard, many wounded lay on makeshift beds. Upon seeing them, Yi Xiaoyao's brow furrowed. From their auras, he discerned that most of their injuries stemmed from the powers of the celestial techniques he had previously imparted to Ji Wuchang and the others. However, judging by the number of injured, it seemed far greater than the individuals Ji Wuchang had brought back from the Li Hua sect to gather intelligence. Moreover, the least among these injured possessed cultivation at the first level of the Void Realm. This did not appear to be something Ji Wuchang and his companions could achieve. Chapter 65. Approaching the truth before long, the three arrived at a room. There, they found Chu Zhaoran lying pale on the bed, his breath faint and his condition dire. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in the attire of an 8th-tier alchemist, was pressing his palm against Chu Zhaoran's back, attempting to heal him. "Stop! You will take his life," Yi Xiaoyao shouted urgently upon witnessing the scene. Chu Chaodao quickly interjected, "Master Yi, this is President Hua Qingming of the Alchemist Guild." Hua Qingming glanced up at Yi Xiaoyao, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Qingmu Dao Body?" Though somewhat astonished by Yi Xiaoyao's physique, Hua Qingming felt displeased that Yi Xiaoyao had dismissed his treatment methods upon entering. He coldly snorted, relying on a modicum of talent to speak so arrogantly. "Ultimately, your achievements will be limited," Yi Xiaoyao retorted. "His injuries stem from fire spiritual energy. Although you too possess a Qingmu Dao body, the wood generates fire. By infusing your wood energy into him, you will not only fail to save him but will exacerbate his injuries." Given the relationship between the Xinglua Hall and the Li Hua sect, Yi Xiaoyao was more than willing to see Chu Zhaoran perish. However, he still needed to investigate the circumstances surrounding Ji Wuchang and the others. As he observed the injured from the Xinglua Hall, Yi Xiaoyao could almost envision how intense the battle had been. Hua Qingming scoffed, "Injuries from fire spiritual energy? Surely you are not blind. This is clearly a sword wound." Indeed, the sword mark on Chu Zhaoran's chest remained clearly visible. However, just as Hua Qingming's words fell from his lips, the unconscious Chu Zhaoran coughed up a mouthful of blood. his pale complexion rapidly regained a healthy hue. Only then did Hua Qingming cease his treatment and stand up, observing the change with a serious expression. You are the first to dare question my methods in all of Linyuan City. Yet, before Hua Qingming could finish his sentence, he turned grave as he regarded Chu Xiaoran. Not only had Chu Xiaoran's complexion returned to a healthy color, but it was also alarmingly flushed, even redder than one suffering from facial congestion. Moreover, he radiated an intense heat, causing the temperature in the room to rise steadily. Hua Qingming hastily grasped Chu Xiaoran's wrist, his expression shifting dramatically. How is this possible? How could this be? Clearly a sword wound. Hearing this, Chu Chaodao's expression changed, and he quickly inquired, President Hua, my uncle. Hua Qingming shook his head. You are correct. The technique wielded by the one who injured your uncle is quite peculiar. The truly fatal injury was the fire's spiritual energy that penetrated his heart meridian. This was my oversight. I will naturally provide your Chu family and the Xinglua Hall with an explanation afterward. Hua Qingming did not deny his error. He then turned to Xiaoyao, clasping his fists in apology. Esteemed master, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Although Xiaoyao appeared youthful, he had indeed been correct in this matter, and Hua Qingming was not one to shirk responsibility. What shall we do now? President Hua? Chu Chaodao was not concerned with who was right or wrong. His sole focus was on his uncle's life. Chu Xiaoran held an exceptional status in the Xinglua Hall, which was fundamental to the Chu family's standing in Linyuan City. Hua Qingming shook his head repeatedly. There is no saving him, unless you have an 8th-tier healing holy product, a premium Tianming elixir. Even if I were to intervene, I would struggle to concoct a premium one. And even if we were to be fortunate, your uncle would likely not survive that long. Premium Tianming elixir? Upon hearing this, Chu Chaodao hurriedly retrieved a vial, pouring out an elixir and placing it in Chu Xiaoran's mouth. Instantly, the intense heat radiating from Chu Xiaoran began to subside, and the crimson hue on his face rapidly faded. You got a premium Tianming elixir? Your Chu family possesses remarkable resources. Hua Qingming's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing his uncle's condition improve, Chu Chaodao finally exhaled in relief and remarked, this is all thanks to Master Ye's willingness to sell the premium Tianming elixir he had just concocted. You concocted this? Hua Qingming gazed at Xiaoyao in shock. Although he was the president of the Alchemist Guild and an 8th-tier advanced alchemist himself, he was confident he had a 30% chance of refining a superior Tianming elixir. However, to achieve a premium quality, it relied heavily on luck. Just a stroke of luck. Xiaoyao casually responded, focusing instead on Chu Xiaoran's condition. Cough. Indeed, after a series of dry coughs, Chu Xiaoran slowly opened his eyes. Although he appeared somewhat fatigued, his condition had improved dramatically compared to before. Sensing the changes in his body, Chu Xiaoran quickly clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, President Hua, for your assistance. This grace shall be forever etched in my heart. Hua Qingming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chu Chaodao quickly added, First, it was President Hua who stabilized your injuries, and then it was Master Yi who refined the premium Tianming elixir that helped you through this crisis. As the president of the Alchemist Guild, Hua Qingming was not one to be blamed by Chu Chaodao. He must rather be honored. Chu Xiaoran, in sudden shock, stared at Xiaoyao. Initially, he had thought him merely a junior of the Chu family. Yet he now realized he was an exceedingly capable 8th-tier alchemist. He promptly clasped his fists, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Yi, for your assistance. Xiaoyao nodded slightly, feigning profundity as he said, Your injuries are quite severe. Although you are no longer in danger, it remains uncertain whether they will affect your future cultivation. Chu Xiaoran's expression changed at once. While life was undeniably important, the ability to cultivate was equally vital. Then what about my? Chu Xiaoran began to speak, but Xiaoyao had already stepped forward to press upon his pulse point. Instantly, Xiaoyao confirmed that this injury was indeed due to the celestial techniques he had taught Ji Wuchang and the others. Xiaoyao's brow furrowed. The method used to injure him was exceedingly peculiar. Who could say otherwise? Chu Xiaoran immediately responded, I had originally set out with the disciples of my sect for training when suddenly over a dozen mysterious individuals appeared. Although their cultivation levels seemed to be at the 3rd or 4th level of the Void Realm, the techniques they practiced were likely of Dao level caliber, and possibly even advanced Dao techniques. Moreover, these individuals only engaged in ambushes. They never faced us head-on. After a strike, regardless of success or failure, they would retreat immediately. They would then wait for an opportunity and strike again. In such a repetitive manner, we, Reflecting on the initial circumstances, Chu Xiaoran wore a look of helplessness, yet ultimately inquired, "I wonder about my injuries." Upon hearing that Ji Wuchang and the others had not recklessly engaged Chu Xiaoran and his companions, Yi Xiaoyao felt considerably relieved. He then remarked, "Their techniques are unprecedented. It may indeed be quite challenging to achieve complete recovery. By the way, have you captured any of their people, or do you have any corpses? I might be able to discern some clues from their aura." This. Chu Xiaoran immediately found himself in a more difficult position. If it's inconvenient to discuss, then never mind. As Yi Xiaoyao spoke, he stood up, adopting a strategy of feigned retreat. Chapter 66, You and I walk together, no. Chu Xiaoran hurriedly responded. After all, Yi Xiaoyao was an 8th-tier alchemist capable of crafting superior heavenly Ming pills. Chu Xiaoran could not possibly associate him with the Lihua sect and naturally assumed he was speaking out of concern for his own injuries. He could only say, "It is rather shameful to admit that although we suffered significant casualties this time, we did not manage to capture a single opponent. Their movement techniques are quite exquisite, making it impossible to pursue." Upon hearing this, even Hua Qingming, who stood nearby, was taken aback. The Star Palace held an absolute dominion in this realm, and although Chu Xiaoran's party did not represent the true strength of the Star Palace, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Given such losses with not a single foe captured, let alone knowing who they were, was indeed alarming. Yi Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously astonished by the current strength of Ji Wuchang and his group. "Where did your encounter take place? I must go see if I can find some traces." However, recalling Ji Wuchang's previous demeanor and their initial success in battle, Yi Xiaoyao could hardly imagine what their next actions might entail. "Master Yi, thank you so much." It was along the road from Wangyue City to Linyuan City. Chu Xiaoran looked at Yi Xiaoyao with immense gratitude. To avoid raising suspicion, Yi Xiaoyao deliberately replied, "No need to thank me. It's just that their methods are somewhat unique, and I wish to broaden my horizons. Besides, rescuing you might yield some benefits." Chu Xiaoran countered, "Regardless of Master Ye's motives, it remains a fact that you saved me." Yi Xiaoyao replied, "For now, let me stabilize your injuries to prevent any deterioration before I return." Then I must trouble you, Master Yi." Originally believing himself to be largely unscathed, Chu Xiaoran immediately grew anxious upon hearing that his condition could worsen. As Yi Xiaoyao nodded slightly, he gathered his energy into needles and swiftly administered them to Chu Xiaoran. What Qingming observed with wide eyes. Administering needles to save lives was not a challenge for him. However, this technique involved using silver needles as a medium to stimulate the acupoints of the recipient and channel energy through the needles to awaken their potential. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao's direct method of forming needles from his energy required not only precise understanding of each recipient's injuries, but also exceptionally fine control of power. Nonetheless, Hua Qingming could discern that the benefits of Yi Xiaoyao's technique for the recipient were substantial. At this moment, his admiration for Yi Xiaoyao's alchemical skills reached new heights. Even though he perceived that certain aspects of Yi Xiaoyao's needlework did not align perfectly with his understanding, the previous experience led him to realize that Yi Xiaoyao possessed insights he had yet to comprehend. "All right, you should be fine for now. I will go outside to help them with their treatment, and then check the area you mentioned." "Thank you, Master Yi." Chu Xiaoran quickly expressed his gratitude. Given that so many members of the Star Palace were residing with the Chu family, although they were not injured by the Chu family, if there were indeed fatalities, it would be difficult to explain. After exchanging a few words with Chu Xiaoran, Yi Xiaoyao proceeded outside. Although the other members of the Star Palace had suffered considerable injuries, without Hua Qingming's assistance, none were life-threatening. Moreover, since Yi Xiaoyao was already familiar with the Li Hua technique, and having acquired the Qi Hua Dao body, after a round of treatment, nearly everyone showed marked improvement. "Young Master Yi, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Chu Xiaoran said, producing a storage bag. "These modest resources are but a token of my appreciation. Please accept them, then I shall not be polite." Yi Xiaoyao had no intention of declining. Though his subsequent treatments were partly to secretly leave a trace of sword intent on each of the Star Palace members, given that the two parties were currently adversaries, Yi Xiaoyao naturally had to prepare adequately. However, there was no reason to refuse Chu Xiaoran's goodwill. "Master Yi, I have a rather inconvenient request. May I ask if you would as soon as he stepped out of the Chu family?" Hua Qingming addressed Yi Xiaoyao. It was evident that he had been quietly observing and learning throughout Yi Xiaoyao's treatment. If one were unfamiliar with him, they might mistakenly think he was Yi Xiaoyao's apprentice. "Well, President, you flatter me. Please feel free to ask if there is anything you need. I was unaware of your identity earlier and may have spoken out of turn. I hope you can forgive me. Xiaoyao promptly replied. After all, he appreciated Hua Qingming's willingness to confront his own mistakes. Furthermore, the Alchemist Guild was a transcendent entity in the Qingyun continent, and even top-tier forces refrained from provoking them. Unless absolutely necessary, Xiaoyao certainly did not wish to become antagonistic with the Alchemist Guild. Hua Qingming immediately stated, I wonder if Master Yi would be willing to bring me along to search for those traces. I would be grateful for your guidance. He was still haunted by the fact that he had not detected the fire spirit energy earlier. With this opportunity, he naturally wished to study it thoroughly. This Yi Xiaoyao's brow furrowed at the suggestion. If he were merely going to investigate, bringing Hua Qingming along would be of little consequence, but they were currently on a mission to locate the Li Hua sect. Their ambush on the Star Palace was certainly not something they wished to be made public. Hua Qingming, misinterpreting Yi Xiaoyao's hesitance as a desire to conceal something, smiled slightly and said, Earlier, Master Yi, while treating them, you secretly left a trace of sword and tint on each of them. This indicates that you do not feel entirely secure in this domain. If we were to travel together, with my identity, I can at least guarantee that no one would dare to act against you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's expression changed. He realized that Hua Qingming was indeed an 8th-tier advanced alchemist. The members of the Star Palace had not detected his subtle manipulations due to their focus on recovering from their injuries. But how could they have evaded Hua Qingming's keen perception? Seemingly sensing Yi Xiaoyao's unease, Hua Qingming smiled and said, Our Alchemist Guild's branches are spread throughout the entire Qingyun continent, and a key principle we uphold is to refrain from intervening in conflicts among various factions. Therefore, even if you have made some covert moves against the Star Palace members, or if you are allied with those who have attacked them, it is of no concern to me. All I seek is the opportunity to understand that fire spirit energy. How about it? Traveling together is beneficial for you and poses no harm. Yi Xiaoyao was well aware of this principle of the Alchemist Guild, but he had not anticipated that Hua Qingming's wild guess would align so closely with the truth. Given that he had offered such a proposition, it seemed there was little reason to refuse. Simultaneously, Yi Xiaoyao's mind began to formulate a plan. Chapter 67. A disciple by name as the president of the Alchemist Guild, Hua Qingming summoned his 9th-tier flying spirit artifact. The two of them found themselves within it, soaring swiftly and steadily. Master Yi, your technique of condensing energy into needles earlier seemed remarkably exquisite. Hua Qingming remarked deliberately within the flying spirit artifact. Although he had witnessed Yi Xiaoyao's continuous needlework and discerned its intricacies, Hua Qingming was unable to grasp its underlying principles. He considered it merely a trivial skill. Yi Xiaoyao smiled slightly and began to elucidate the underlying essence of his technique. Hua Qingming was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to learn, even steering the conversation in this direction to see what he could offer in exchange for this technique. However, he did not expect Yi Xiaoyao to launch directly into an explanation. In astonishment, he listened intently to every word Yi Xiaoyao spoke while recalling the earlier treatment process. Upon closer examination, he found it to be immensely profound. Yi Xiaoyao held nothing back. The members of the Li Hua sect had already engaged the Star Palace, and no one could predict how the situation would evolve. If he could foster a positive relationship with the Alchemist Guild, it would provide them with a sound retreat route, to the very least. It would mitigate potential losses in dire circumstances. Master Yi, when the needle enters the Tianqing acupoint, Hua Qingming, being an 8th-tier advanced alchemist, occasionally raised his own questions. Yi Xiaoyao's current understanding of alchemy centered around the Dandao chapter of the 9 Dragons controlling fire technique, supplemented by insights from the alchemical texts of the Li Hua sect. However, he had not engaged in much practical application, leading to several flaws in his integration of the two. Otherwise, how could the pills produced under the guidance of a celestial technique like the 9 Dragons controlling fire be merely of superior quality? Conversely, Hua Qingming's understanding of alchemy certainly did not reach the heights of Yi Xiaoyao's current knowledge. However, his status as an 8th-tier advanced alchemist resulted from countless attempts and experiences. Although their discussion began with needlework, their exchanges soon expanded into various realms of alchemical principles. Originally, Yi Xiaoyao had intended to merely do Hua Qingming a favor, but unexpectedly, he found himself gaining significant insights as well. He was continuously correcting the errors in the details of his own understanding. Suddenly, Hua Qingming emanated a powerful aura. Is he about to advance? Yi Xiaoyao was taken aback. Indeed, moments later, as Hua Qingming slowly opened his eyes, his aura was entirely different from before. Congratulations, President Huo. Yi Xiaoyao remarked upon witnessing the transformation. However, Hua Qingming knelt before Yi Xiaoyao, saying, "Disciple Hua Qingming bows in gratitude to my esteemed master for your guidance." President Hua, what are you saying? Yi Xiaoyao was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He quickly helped Hua Qingming to his feet, saying, "We were merely exchanging insights. I gained a great deal as well." Yet Hua Qingming insisted, using his spirit energy to remain kneeling, "Master is jesting. My understanding is insignificant in your eyes." But Master feigned ignorance, guiding me subtly, which allowed me to step into the initial stage of 9th-tier alchemy. How could a disciple not be aware of this? Yi Xiaoyao suddenly felt at a loss for words. After all, the alchemical knowledge he had shared was indeed not without understanding. While he wished to leverage the power of the Alchemist Guild, he had no intention of taking on a disciple. With so many affairs on his plate, he hardly had time for such matters. With a thoughtful expression, Yi Xiaoyao replied, "You are the president of the Alchemist Guild's branch. It would not be appropriate for you to recognize me as your master." Hua Qingming immediately responded, "Rest assured, master. Once I return, I will resign from my position and withdraw from the Alchemist Guild." Yi Xiaoyao could hardly fathom Hua Qingming's audacity. Hua Qingming continued, "Although the Alchemist Guild possesses numerous alchemical texts, the knowledge contained therein is worlds apart from your understanding of alchemy. I once believed that reaching 9th-tier alchemy was my limit, yet after listening to your teachings, I feel that if I can fully digest this knowledge, I may very well surpass the 9th tier and become a Tao alchemist. I am willing to follow you for life and absorb your teachings. Please do not withdraw from the Alchemist Guild." Yi Xiaoyao implored. Hua Qingming promptly nodded, "All right, I will heed Master S arrangements. If you require anything of me, I am at your service. What I require of you?" Yi Xiaoyao squinted at Hua Qingming. Hua Qingming smiled slightly. "While I am a stranger to you, the insights you shared on alchemical principles are invaluable. If I were not seeking something, how could I possibly make such a request? If Master has any instructions, please feel free to speak." Although Hua Qingming's alchemical skill did not match Yi Xiaoyao's, he had lived long enough, around 60 or 70 years, to possess a certain astuteness. He could see through Yi Xiaoyao's intentions. Yi Xiaoyao sighed lightly and finally said, "Very well, but I can only accept you as a disciple by name. Would you be willing?" "I am willing. Please allow me to bow to my master." Hua Qingming did not hesitate in the slightest. After all, he was an 8th-tier advanced alchemist and the president of a branch of the Alchemist Guild. Even if he sought to take a novice Tao alchemist as his master, the latter would surely be pleased. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao only conferred upon him the title of a named disciple, which, while less prestigious than that of an official disciple, implied that Yi Xiaoyao's alchemical prowess was far beyond his expectations. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to make such a declaration? Though merely a named disciple, the greeting gift could not be neglected, Yi Xiaoyao said, pointing a finger at Hua Qingming's forehead. Hua Qingming felt a surge of vast information flooding into his mind. "This is a technique I devised for dividing fire in alchemy. Explore it at your leisure." Yi Xiaoyao's transmission of thought immediately illuminated Hua Qingming's understanding. He realized that such an alchemical method existed in the world. Moreover, this fire control technique, completing the divided fire alchemy, naturally demanded a high level of fire control. Although it was not entirely the 9 dragons controlling fire technique, it could be considered its introductory version. At this moment, Hua Qingming found this knowledge to be exceptionally profound, utterly overturning his previous understanding of alchemy. He even felt that becoming a Tao alchemist might not be the endpoint of his alchemical journey. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyao noticed a group of individuals in the forest below, who, though concealed, were hastily making their way forward. "Let us descend," Yi Xiaoyao declared, not waiting for Hua Qingming's response as he controlled the flying spirit artifact to swoop down. "Master, could they be the ones who injured Chu Xiaoran and his group?" Hua Qingming inquired as he spotted those individuals. Chapter 68. Inappropriate matters. Upon hearing Hua Qingming's remark, Yi Xiaoyao quickly cautioned, "When we meet them, do not reveal your identity as the president of the Alchemist Guild." Given the current situation, Ji Wuchang and the others dared to act against the Star Palace. If they were to discover Hua Qingming's identity, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue. Understood. Although Hua Qingming found it peculiar, he would not question his master's orders. "Who goes there?" At that moment, Ji Wuchang and the others surrounded the flying spirit artifact with solemn expressions. After all, a 9th-tier flying spirit artifact was not something just anyone could possess, and it had clearly approached them with intent. Yi Xiaoyao. Just as they readied themselves to act, Yi Xiaoyao and Hua Qingming emerged from the flying spirit artifact. "How dare you ambush the members of the Star Palace?" Yi Xiaoyao's expression turned stern. You are aware of this. It is indeed our misstep. Ji Wuchang and the others shook their heads repeatedly. Seeing their response, Xiaoyao nodded slightly. It seemed that after engaging with the Star Palace, they had realized the disparity in strength between the two factions. He then stated, since you recognize it as inappropriate, you must not repeat the same error in the future. I assure you, it will not happen again. Ji Wuchang and the others affirmed once more. Only then did Xiaoyao finally feel a sense of relief. After obtaining the South Ming Lihua, he would inevitably leave the Lihua sect. Now that they could exhibit such awareness, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Master, are they the ones who injured Chu Zhaoran and his group? Hua Qingming regarded Ji Wuchang and his companions with a look of astonishment. Although he had previously sensed Xiaoyao's excessive concern for Chu Zhaoran's injuries, he still did not expect Xiaoyao to be aligned with these individuals. Moreover, he was astonished that this small group of a dozen or so had managed to severely injure so many of Chu Zhaoran's companions. Of course, at that moment, Hua Qingming was even more eager to explore the techniques they practiced. Ji Wuchang and the others looked at Xiaoyao with astonishment. Xiaoyao, if you wish to take on a disciple, is it truly necessary to choose such an old man? At his age, he has only reached the 4th level of the Void Realm. How can such talent be worthy of being your disciple? Ji Wuchang stated bluntly. What, old man? Lacking in talent? This was undoubtedly the first time Hua Qingming had been evaluated in such a manner. Just as he was about to retort, he recalled that his master had advised him to keep his identity concealed, so he could only suppress his indignation and force a smile, saying, while my talent may be somewhat lacking, my master has shown me kindness and granted me the status of a registered disciple. Registered disciple? That is acceptable, but to become an official disciple, you truly lack the qualifications. Ji Wuchang and the others nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Although Hua Qingming did not entirely agree with the previous assessment, he had no objections to this latter statement. What about Yu Yin? Xiaoyao inquired, scanning the crowd but failing to spot Lin Yuyin. Isn't Yu Yin at the sect? Ji Wuchang remarked. You all left not long ago, and Yu Yin followed right behind. Xiaoyao responded promptly. After a brief conversation, Xiaoyao realized that although Lin Yuyin had pursued them, she had not joined them. Concern began to gnaw at him. After a moment's hesitation, he said, in that case, you all should head to Linyuan City and wait for her. Why Yu Yin is likely still behind. I will search along the way and then catch up with you. After all, Ji Wuchang and the others had confronted Chu Zhaoran and his group, and the Xinglua Palace had suffered significant losses. They would undoubtedly seek retribution. If Lin Yuyin were to engage in combat and reveal her cultivation techniques, it was highly likely that she would be recognized. It was imperative that he locate her in order to feel completely at ease. Understood, Ji Wuchang nodded immediately. Although he was the sect master of the Lihua sect, in the eyes of his peers and even in his own heart, it was Xiaoyao, as the representative of the esteemed predecessor, who was the sole decision-maker of the Lihua sect. Very well, you take them to Linyuan City. Just ensure they behave and do not cause any disturbances. Xiaoyao then addressed Hua Qingming. Take them back to the city? To where? Hua Qingming found himself somewhat perplexed. To the Alchemist Guild. Xiaoyao replied decisively. But what about my identity? Hua Qingming was acutely aware of his master's instructions. You need not conceal it any longer. Since Ji Wuchang and the others have recognized their mistakes, I am no longer concerned about that. Very well. Hua Qingming sighed in relief. After all, being called an old man repeatedly was rather uncomfortable. By the way, when you have time, please explain those techniques to him. Xiaoyao added to Ji Wuchang and the others. Since Hua Qingming was his registered disciple, Xiaoyao was more than willing to share matters of interest with him. After giving these instructions, Xiaoyao continued on his way toward the Lihua sect, commencing his search for Lin Yuyin. As Xiaoyao departed, Ji Wuchang looked at Hua Qingming with curiosity. Old man, what exactly is your identity? Why are you hiding it from us? Hua Qingming straightened his chest and stroked his beard as he replied. I am Hua Qingming, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Linyuan City. So it is President Hua. Ji Wuchang and the others clearly recognized the name, though not mention the title of president. I am merely a disciple of Master Yi. Although Hua Qingming spoke politely, the pride radiating from his demeanor suggested he was awaiting the admiration of the crowd. Ji Wuchang nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. After all, merely being a president is insufficient to become a registered disciple of Xiaoyao. Of course, this also indicates that you must possess other exceptional qualities. Hua Qingming had originally hoped to find some sense of recognition in the admiration of the crowd, as even the lord of the Xinglua Palace would treat him with courtesy. However, He was taken aback by Ji Wucheng's praise, unsure whether to feel pleased or displeased. Is my master truly that formidable? Hua Qingming questioned, still somewhat skeptical. While he was captivated by Yi Xiaoyao's alchemical prowess, witnessing Ji Wucheng's unwavering faith in him was unexpected. Especially considering Ji Wucheng and the others had decisively defeated Chu Xiaoran's group without sustaining any injuries. Ji Wucheng smiled faintly. You cannot fathom the strength of your master. Just now, you heard him mention that there were issues with the ambush on the Xinglua Palace. Did you not? Indeed, while we emerged victorious, we did not eliminate them entirely, allowing them the opportunity to return and report our presence. This was indeed a mistake. Initially, Hua Qingming thought that Yi Xiaoyao had expressed concern over the appropriateness of attacking within the territory of the Xinglua Palace. However, he did not anticipate that this was the actual implication. Simultaneously, Hua Qingming realized, no wonder my master left his sword intent on them while healing their injuries. What did you say? Xiaoyao acted. Ji Wucheng and the others grew tense upon hearing this. They sighed, see, I knew our coordination was lacking at that time. We even provoked Xiaoyao into taking action to clean up our mess. It seems that in the future, we must conduct our affairs with greater decisiveness. After listening, Hua Qingming couldn't help but inquire, may I ask which sect you belong to? Chapter 69. A meeting of minds. From the tone of Ji Wucheng and the others, Hua Qingming subtly sensed that they likely hailed from an extraordinary background. What? You became a disciple without knowing your master's background. We are from the Lihua sect. Ji Wucheng and the others looked at Hua Qingming with some surprise. The Lihua sect? Hua Qingming frowned. This was not a result of ignorance on his part. As president of the Alchemist Guild, he was well informed about the various sects within the northern region. However, the former Lihua sect was a place where even those at the transcendent realm could become elders, so he had little regard for them. Yet this realization led Hua Qingming to believe that they might be a powerful force from beyond the northern region, boldly targeting the Xinglua Palace, which was considered a first-rate power within the northern region. However, as president, Hua Qingming could not afford to appear uninformed. So it is the Lihua sect. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Although Hua Qingming wished to commend them, he found it difficult to know where to begin. You have heard of our name. Ji Wucheng and the others were also somewhat taken aback. Hua Qingming nodded earnestly. The Lihua sect possesses a unique understanding of fire spiritual energy, and as an alchemist, how could I be unaware of such matters? After all, having observed the injuries on Chu Xiaoran and others, Hua Qingming's words held some merit. That is indeed a fair statement. Why Xiaoyao instructed us to guide you on those techniques. We shall provide them to you now. Upon hearing this, Ji Wucheng and the others, filled with pride, retrieved the techniques that Yi Xiaoyao had previously given them. After all, this was Yi Xiaoyao's disciple. Even if he was merely a registered disciple, with Yi Xiaoyao's endorsement, learning what he had provided was undoubtedly beneficial. As Hua Qingming gazed upon the more than 10 jade slips before him, he swept his spiritual consciousness over them, only to have his expression change dramatically the next moment. If these are profound and intricate, could they be sacred techniques? Sacred techniques, after all, were a level above Dao techniques. While Hua Qingming had a broader range of experience than Ji Wucheng and the others, the highest caliber he had encountered was merely advanced Dao techniques. However, the techniques, martial arts, and movement methods before him clearly transcended the level of Dao techniques. I in possession of sacred techniques for instruction. A sect would be regarded as a sacred sect. At that moment, Hua Qingming's perception of the previously unheard of Lihua sect shifted entirely. Sacred techniques? Ji Wucheng and the others were likewise secretly astonished. After all, they had never encountered Dao techniques, so they had initially assumed these techniques were Dao techniques. However, it was impossible for them to reveal their ignorance. Ji Wucheng then nodded slightly. President Hua indeed possesses remarkable insight. Therefore, is your goal to annihilate the Xinglua Palace and seize their star pavilion? Hua Qingming inquired. After all, he believed that within the eyes of a sacred sect like the Lihua sect, the entire Xinglua Palace likely only had its star pavilion, which could absorb starlight energy, worthy of their attention. That is indeed the case. Ji Wucheng and the others were indeed harboring intentions to eradicate the Xinglua Palace. Hua Qingming immediately declared, as a disciple, since your master has intentions, I will mobilize warriors from other branches to assist you with all my might. You? But isn't your alchemist guild prohibited from intervening in local power struggles? Ji Wucheng and the others were somewhat taken aback. Hua Qingming smiled slightly. In principle, we cannot intervene, but we are merely lending you manpower. When the time comes, the battle will be fought under the banner of your Lihua sect. What does it have to do with us? Moreover, even if the Xinglua Palace becomes aware, we only need to conduct ourselves discreetly, and there will be no issues. While the Alchemist Guild could not casually intervene in the disputes of other powers, if there were sufficient benefits involved, it was an entirely different matter in what Qingming's view. Given the strength of the Lihua sect, exterminating a Xinglua palace would be a trivial task. His actions were merely an embellishment, yet forming an alliance with such a powerful force would be advantageous for the Alchemist Guild. They would undoubtedly agree, and no wonder Xiaoyao chose you as a registered disciple. It appears this was his intention. At that moment, Ji Wucheng and the others seemed to understand why Xiaoyao had chosen to keep Hua Qingming around. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingming felt that there was indeed some truth to it. Otherwise, why would Xiaoyao guide him in alchemy and impart so many sacred techniques? Contemplating the heavy debt of gratitude he owed to his master, Hua Qingming solemnly nodded. A master's grace is like a mountain. I shall exert every effort in this matter. Very well, we shall return to Linyuan City and discuss our specific plans. At this moment, Ji Wucheng and the others were all filled with fighting spirit. After all, while they had gained a significant advantage in their previous encounter with Chu Zhaoran and his group, they had merely conducted a sneak attack. Simultaneously, the strength of Chu Zhaoran and his companions made them realize that if they were to confront the formidable experts of the Xinglua Palace head-on, they would likely have little chance of victory. However, they had never anticipated that Xiaoyao had already made ample preparations. With the assistance of the Alchemist Guild, annihilating the Xinglua Palace would be far from difficult. Unfortunately, at that moment, Xiaoyao, who was diligently searching for Lin Yuyan, was entirely unaware that they had already reached a consensus regarding the destruction of the Xinglua Palace. Of course, had he not heard it with his own ears, Xiaoyao would never have imagined that they would come to such an agreement so swiftly. As he raced along, Xiaoyao took out the Dao-level Tianyang grass that Hua Qingming had mentioned. Although he had acquired this item, he had yet to find an opportunity to study it, and now was the perfect time. However, after sweeping his spiritual consciousness over it repeatedly, Xiaoyao felt no abnormalities whatsoever. He had no choice but to inquire, Elder, what is this item? This item is known as Nine-Leaf Golden Orchid. It is originally a treasure from the celestial domain. Although I do not know how it ended up in this realm, you may keep it for now. With your current cultivation, you do not yet have a use for it. Oh. Upon hearing that it was not yet useful, Xiaoyao could only regretfully put it away. After all, many of the high-grade items in the eyes of the Celestial Emperor's daughter were not something he could currently utilize. Before long, Xiaoyao arrived at Wangyue City and spotted the unique insignia of the Lihua sect at the city gate. Approaching it for a closer inspection, he sensed the presence of some heavenly Dao 9 treasures. He knew this had to have been left by Lin Yuyan. After all, aside from Lin Yuyan, no one else had cultivated the heavenly Dao 9 treasures. He then followed the insignia deep into the city. However, as he traversed through the city, he reached a grand estate where a wedding was taking place, and the insignia abruptly ceased. Please welcome the newlyweds. With the sound of a shout, Xiaoyao saw a couple emerge from the crowd of guests. Lin Yuyan? What is going on? Upon seeing that the bride was indeed Lin Yuyan, Xiaoyao's expression changed dramatically. The fact that Lin Yuyan was the bride was already unbelievable. Moreover, Lin Yuyan had not even covered her face with a red veil. In the Qingyun continent, not covering the face meant becoming a concubine. With Lin Yuyan's status and pride, how could she be willing to become someone else's concubine? However, Xiaoyao quickly realized that Lin Yuyan exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that her cultivation had been sealed. With a darkened expression, Xiaoyao strode directly inside. Chapter 70. The young master of the Chu family bowed to heaven and earth. With a soft command, Lin Yuyan was forcibly made to kneel by 2 maidservants behind her. Although the guests surrounding them recognized her unwillingness, they paid it no mind. Even some guests encouraged her, saying, Miss, you need not be stubborn. Do you know who young Master Chu is? He is the future head of the Chu family in Linyuan City. For young Master Chu to take a liking to you is a blessing. Indeed, it is rare for young Master Chu to visit Wangyue City. Your meeting indicates that you are fated. Once you witness the Chu family's background, you will realize that becoming a small concubine to young Master Chu is a blessing you have accrued over 8 lifetimes. Lin Yuyan glared at these sycophants attempting to curry favor with Chu Tianfeng. Yet, the next moment, she broke into a smile. Seeing her smile, Chu Tianfeng also grinned with satisfaction. As long as you come to your senses, I assure you that you will not suffer any losses by following me. However, Chu Tianfeng soon turned around, coincidentally spotting Xiaoyao striding forward. As all the guests were seated, Yi Xiaoyao's advance was particularly conspicuous. Chu Tianfeng narrowed his eyes, noticing that Yi Xiaoyao was merely at the 9th level of the transcendent realm, and a cold, ruthless expression crept into his gaze. Kid, do you know where this place is? Yi Xiaoyao glanced at Chu Tianfeng and then turned his attention to Lin Yuyan. What has happened to put you in such a predicament? Chu Tianfeng was only at the 2nd level of the human realm, while Lin Yuyan possessed the 1st level of the human realm and also had an innate Dao body, having cultivated the heavenly Dao 9 treasures. There was no way she could be captured by him. Lin Yuyan seemed to forget her perilous situation, shrugging slightly as she replied, lacking experience in the world, I was poisoned and had my cultivation sealed. Previously, Lin Yuyan had resigned herself to death. However, upon seeing Yi Xiaoyao, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, their nonchalant conversation infuriated Chu Tianfeng, who felt deeply offended. You probably do not understand what the Chu family represents within these 10 cities. Do you? At that moment, the head of this branch of the Chu family, Chu Zhendong, coldly interjected, Young master, do not waste words with him. Once I subdue him, you may take your time to torment him for amusement. Very well, take him alive. After the event, your branch will return with me to Linyuan City. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhendong could not help but feel elated. As his words fell, Chu Zhendong leapt towards Yi Xiaoyao with great agility. He was a formidable presence at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, brandishing his sword in midair, unleashing an endless stream of sword intent that enveloped both Yi Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan in an instant. With a mere wave of his hand, Yi Xiaoyao summoned a gentle force to push Lin Yuyan aside, and in a blink, he surged forward, a strange power manifesting around him. The sword domain? He is merely at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. How could he possibly comprehend the sword domain? The guests surrounding them exhibited expressions of shock. Yi Xiaoyao's sword domain was not solely aimed at Chu Zhendong. It also encompassed Chu Tianfeng and the other formidable members of the Chu family's branch present. Though these individuals were at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the celestial realm, their cultivation was higher than Yi Xiaoyao's, yet the purity of his spiritual power was not inferior to theirs. Moreover, the attacks within the sword domain were beyond their imagination. Before the members of the Chu family could react, they fell one by one, screaming in agony. When Yi Xiaoyao retracted his sword domain, the only sound left was that of Chu Tianfeng, whose limbs had been severed, continuing to wail in distress. The guests stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. No one had expected that the Chu family's branch, a prominent family in Wangyue City, could be eradicated in the blink of an eye. It's your turn. Yi Xiaoyao then turned his gaze towards Lin Yuyan. His demeanor suggested that the corpses strewn about bore no relation to him whatsoever. Lin Yuyan slowly approached Chu Tianfeng. No, you can't do this. Seeing Lin Yuyan approach, Chu Tianfeng hastily exclaimed, I am the young master of the Chu family in Linyuan City. My granduncle is Chu Zhaoran, one of the 36 celestial generals of the Xinglua Hall. If you dare to harm me, there will be no place for you to hide, no matter where you go. The moment he uttered these words, the guests seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and immediately fled in silence. They had been so engrossed in the spectacle that they had forgotten the danger. If Yi Xiaoyao truly acted, it would certainly lead to their demise. Watching this unfold, Chu Tianfeng laughed heartily. Look at that, so many people are leaving. If anything happens to me, with the power of the Chu family, they will surely find you. Is that so? Lin Yuyan squatted down, her spiritual sword beginning to slice through Chu Tianfeng's body piece by piece. I forgot to tell you. We came here to annihilate the Xinglua Hall. Initially filled with screams, Chu Tianfeng, upon hearing those final words, was so shocked that he nearly forgot the pain coursing through him. What did you say? You want to destroy the Xinglua Hall? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 71. The Shadowless Blade. However, as Lin Yuyan continued her relentless assault, Chu Tianfeng ceased his bravado and began to plead for mercy. Yet Lin Yuyan showed no signs of compassion. She understood that had Yi Xiaoyao not arrived in time, her fate would have been far worse. How did you find this place? Amidst Chu Tianfeng's cries, Lin Yuyan, though relentless, turned her curiosity towards Yi Xiaoyao. Your grandfather found me and informed me that you had come here with Sect Master Ji, asking me to look for you. Yi Xiaoyao candidly recounted the events following his departure from the Lihua sect. You truly intend to become enemies with the Xinglua Hall? The once bloodied and mangled Chu Tianfeng stared wide-eyed at the two. Initially, he thought Lin Yuyan's words were merely the ramblings of a moment. But he had never anticipated that they were indeed taking action, and that his granduncle was nearly killed, only to be saved by Xiaoyao. Confusion washed over him. He could not fathom why these individuals sought to kill his granduncle while Xiaoyao aimed to save him. However, this confusion was short-lived, as he soon succumbed to blood loss and perished in agony. "We should reunite with Sect Master Ji," Xiaoyao promptly suggested. Although Ji Wuchang and the others had acknowledged their mistakes, Xiaoyao still felt an unsettling sense of urgency since their separation. It was imperative to locate them and return to the Lihua sect. All right. Considering all that Xiaoyao had prepared for the Lihua sect, Lin Yuyan felt an irresistible urge to embark on a grand endeavor. Without needing to trace Lin Yuyan's whereabouts as they did before, Xiaoyao summoned a flying spiritual artifact. After Lin Yuyan consumed the elixir Xiaoyao provided, she fully recovered after 2 days and even broke through to the second level of the celestial realm. Xiaoyao gazed at her enviously. The innate Dao body is truly remarkable. Even being poisoned can lead to a breakthrough. What exactly happened back then? Xiaoyao inquired about Lin Yuyan's earlier situation. After all, no matter how inexperienced she was in the martial world, with her cultivation level, she should not have been so easily poisoned. Alas, when I first arrived in Wangyue City. Lin Yuyan was about to explain when both their expressions suddenly shifted. Simultaneously, a voice cried out from ahead, "Halt! Those aboard the flying spiritual artifact, stop!" Xinglua Hall members. As they gazed ahead, they saw individuals dressed in mundane clothing, yet most were members of the Xinglua Hall. Each exuded an extraordinary aura, appearing to be mostly at the level of the celestial realm. Lin Yuyan's face fell. She whispered, "Sect Master Ji should not have torn ties with them yet, right?" Xiaoyao's expression grew serious as he replied, "Not only are there members of the Xinglua Hall, but also some from the Chu family." Lin Yuyan gasped. She understood that if it were merely the Xinglua Hall members, they might still pass unnoticed, but if members of the Chu family were present and had called out to them, the situation was already quite dire. Nevertheless, the two stepped out from the flying spiritual artifact. Master Wyatt the foremost figure. Chu Xiaoran's gaze was filled with astonishment upon seeing Xiaoyao. "How could it be you?" The confusion on Chu Chaodao's face was quickly replaced by murderous intent. "It was you who killed my son?" Lin Yuyan immediately stepped forward, shielding Xiaoyao, stating, "Your son attempted to poison me and force me into marriage." Chu Chaodao interrupted, "I only ask whether you killed my son. I did not inquire about the reasons. Since you admit it, right and wrong are irrelevant. Today, you shall both pay for my son's death," Lin Yuyan declared. "I killed your son. It has nothing to do with Xiaoyao." Chu Chaodao countered, "If not for his interference, you would likely still be in my son's bed. How can you claim this has nothing to do with him?" Chu Xiaoran added, "Master Yi, although the Chu family compensated you for saving my life, you ultimately did save me. However, Chu Tianfeng is the sole heir of the Chu family. His demise at your hands requires an explanation. I offer you a chance. Take your own life and spare yourself from suffering." Xiaoyao merely scoffed. "Have you considered that while I could save you, I could just as easily take your life?" Chu Xiaoran dismissed him with a wave, stating, "I truly admire your alchemical skills, Master Yi. Had this incident not occurred, I would have thought to invite you to join the Xinglua Hall. However, since you are confident in your martial prowess, even if my injuries are not fully healed, I offer you a chance. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall spare your life today. Rest assured, even if you cannot endure, I will grant you a swift end, so you will not suffer a moment longer." As his words fell, Lin Yuyan perceived a blur before her eyes. Chu Xiaoran had already positioned himself 3 zhang away from them. "Acknowledging your intent, I shall grant you a swift death." Xiaoyao smirked slightly. "You may strike." Before Chu Xiaoran could finish his sentence, as Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, a torrent of blood erupted from his chest, and he collapsed to the ground. Just as Xiaoyao had declared, he granted him a quick death. Elder Chu, uncle." The crowd was filled with astonishment. This was Chu Xiaoran, renowned as one of the 36 celestial generals of the Xinglua Hall, a 7th-level celestial realm cultivator. Yet before Xiaoyao, he had not the slightest ability to retaliate. They had scarcely witnessed how he had been struck. In light of this, the crowd rushed towards Chu Xiaoran, shadowless blade. Xiaoyao called out softly, and among the rushing crowd, countless blood swords surged forth, leading many to collapse. The remaining survivors turned pale in terror. These were all formidable celestial realm cultivators, yet they fell in droves without the ability to resist. They felt fortunate to be alive, believing it was merely by chance that they had not been targeted by Xiaoyao's attack. In the next moment, before they could even call out to their companions, the crowd had already fled in panic. Fearing that they might be the next victims of Xiaoyao's unseen methods, even Chu Chaodao seemed to forget his hatred for his son. His only thought was to escape. As far as possible, Lin Yuyin watched Xiaoyao with a look of astonishment, clearly overwhelmed by his display of power. We should leave this place, Xiaoyao urged, pulling Lin Yuyin towards another city gate. What had just transpired was not the shadowless blade, but rather the sword intent he had previously left on them while treating them. However, Xiaoyao discerned that among the individuals accompanying him were some he had not encountered from the Xinglua Hall, including one or two whose strength rivaled that of Chu Zhaoran. Therefore, he had intentionally shouted to instill psychological pressure upon them. Yet once they realized that those who had perished were individuals he had treated, they would quickly deduce the underlying reason. Why then, not only would other members of the Xinglua Hall be a threat, but even those celestial realm cultivators from the Chu family would be beyond his current capability to confront. Xiaoyao's only thought was to reunite with Ji Wuchang and the others and lead them to safety. Chapter 72. Pardon me, Master, the spiritual energy in Linyuan City is truly abundant. I cannot imagine what the Xinglua Hall must be like. Had I begun training here from the start, I would have likely reached the celestial realm by now. Upon entering Linyuan City, Lin Yuyin expressed her sentiments. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, focused on bringing them back to the Lihua sect, guided her swiftly to the Alchemist Guild. What does young Master Yi desire? A maidservant, upon seeing Xiaoyao, appeared somewhat awkward. By all rights, Xiaoyao's performance warranted the title of Master Yi. However, he had not obtained the alchemist's insignia and had offended He Qing, who was not only a young genius of the guild, but also rumored to be favored by President Hua as a potential disciple. The maidservant was reluctant to extend too warm a welcome to Xiaoyao out of fear of incurring He Qing's displeasure. I wish to see your President Hua, Xiaoyao stated plainly. Such audacity. Who do you think you are? President Hua is not someone you can simply request an audience with. He Qing happened to enter from outside and coldly snorted upon seeing Xiaoyao. Although he had lost to Xiaoyao that day, which was quite humiliating, the fact that Xiaoyao ultimately accepted the windflower herb had reinvigorated He Qing's confidence. After all, he was the guild's alchemist, while Xiaoyao was merely a figure without much backing. Although he was unsure of Xiaoyao's intentions in seeking the president, it did not hinder He Qing from seizing the opportunity to reclaim some dignity. Xiaoyao cast a glance at He Qing before turning back to the maidservant. Please inform President Hua that Xiaoyao wishes to see him. He Qing waved his hand, signaling the maidservant to step back, and then declared, because you abandoned the examination for the alchemist insignia midway, it is deemed disrespectful to our alchemist guild. You have now been placed on our guild's unwelcome list. Either leave immediately or kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. Acknowledging your mistake, if I am feeling merciful, perhaps I might allow you to be removed from the unwelcome list. Otherwise, you will not only be barred from entering the Alchemist Guild for the rest of your life, but will also lose your qualification to obtain the Alchemist insignia. Upon finishing, He Qing wore a smug expression. Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. I offer you one final chance. Kneel and admit your fault, and I shall treat everything as if it never happened. He Qing found himself laughing at Xiaoyao's audacity. Please, do not pretend that nothing happened. I am eager to see what you can do. With a flick of his hand, 6 4th-level Celestial Realm warriors swiftly approached. Alchemists are not skilled in combat, and with so many medicinal herbs and pills at the guild, it was only natural that they would have warriors to guard them. He Qing stepped forward, placing his face close to Xiaoyao's. Come on, strike me. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Smack. Before He Qing could finish his threat, a resounding slap echoed as Xiaoyao's hand met his face. Given that He Qing had leaned in, confident that Xiaoyao would not dare retaliate, the slap sent He Qing crashing to the ground. Spitting blood and several broken teeth, he lay there in shock. The room fell silent. Many had witnessed Xiaoyao's remarkable alchemical skills previously, yet none anticipated that he would actually dare to strike. Even the warriors summoned by He Qing were momentarily stupefied. They had never imagined that someone would dare to physically assault an alchemist of the guild. It was known that He Qing might not be significant in the eyes of the main guild, but this slap, in a sense, struck the face of the entire alchemist guild. Who in the Qingyun continent would have the audacity to do such a thing? What are you still hesitating for? Kill him, He Qing roared, then added, no, do not kill him. Spare his life, I want him to understand the cost of that slap. Yes. The 6 warriors quickly regained their composure. Although they were technically ranked higher in strength than He Qing, the warriors of the Alchemist Guild, enjoying the benefits of the guild's pills, effectively sold themselves to the guild's alchemists and were obliged to obey them. A glint of cold light flashed as the 6 drew their spiritual swords, surrounding Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan in the center. Halt! Just as tension reached its peak, a voice interjected, and Hua Qingming strode quickly from the back hall. What is going on here? Upon seeing his master surrounded by the guild's warriors, Hua Qingming's eyes filled with fury. The uninformed He Qing, however, wore an expression of delight. He hurried forward, reporting, President, this fellow previously humiliated our alchemist guild, and now he has come looking for trouble. I intended to drive him away, but he struck me. Hua Qingming then noticed He Qing's swollen face. Did he do this to you? Upon seeing the president's concern for him, He Qing quickly replied, President, it is nothing. For the guild, I would brave 1,000 dangers. This is merely a small injury. Bang, bang, bang. Just as He Qing was professing his loyalty, Hua Qingming unleashed a flurry of punches upon him in the short span of less than 10 days since separating from Xiaoyao. He had practiced the techniques taught by Xiaoyao and those given by Ji Wuchang and the others. Hua Qingming felt his mastery of the fire control technique advancing by leaps and bounds. Even though he had just broken through to the 9th level initial stage, he sensed that it would not be long before he reached the middle stage. However, now his subordinates dared to offend his master? Hua Qingming showed no mercy. Amidst the cries of agony, He Qing looked dazedly at the president's fists. President, what are you doing? In truth, not only He Qing, but even the others around them bore expressions of confusion. Clearly, Xiaoyao had bullied the Alchemist Guild. Yet why was Hua Qingming turning on He Qing? What am I doing? I am teaching you a lesson for being so blind. Hua Qingming shouted angrily as he continued to strike. Enough, however, at this moment, Xiaoyao, who was in a hurry to lead Ji Wuchang and others to escape, was unwilling to waste too much time on He Qing. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingming indeed halted his actions. Did he actually heed Xiaoyao's words? Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Hua Qingming approached Xiaoyao and knelt down with a thud. Disciple has acted without regard, offending the esteemed master. Please grant your forgiveness. Hua Huichang addressed him as master. This time, the crowd was not merely shocked but questioned whether their ears had deceived them. He Qing, curled up in a ball, also stared wide-eyed. How could this be possible? If Xiaoyao were truly Hua Huichang's master, why would he have come to seek the alchemist badge in the first place? Furthermore, even if Xiaoyao were an 8th-tier alchemist, Hua Huichang had just advanced to the 9th tier. Upon this realization, He Qing suddenly recalled that Hua Huichang was treating Chu Xiaoran earlier, and Xiaoyao had also visited the Chu family. After Hua Huichang returned, he advanced to the 9th tier. Could it be because of him? Although He Qing was unwilling to believe it, observing Hua Qingming's current demeanor made him feel this might be the closest guess to the truth. This thought. His body trembled even more violently. Rise, this matter does not concern you. Xiaoyao declared immediately, Thank you, esteemed master. Hua Qingming then stood up. I pay my respects to Master Ye.At that moment. Everyone in the Alchemist Guild bowed in unison. No one dared to question Xiaoyao's identity any longer, even though he bore no badge from the Alchemist Guild on his chest. Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Hua Qingming asked, Esteemed master, how shall we deal with this person? Xiaoyao glanced at He Qing and replied, This person harbors ill intentions. It is not wise to keep him nearby. Having said that, Xiaoyao moved forward. Hua Qingming immediately proclaimed, Expel He Qing from the Alchemist Guild and place him on the blacklist. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. No. Hua Huichang, you promised to accept me as your disciple. He Qing pleaded desperately. Although he possessed exceptional talent in alchemy, if he were expelled from the Alchemist Guild and placed on the blacklist, his future achievements would be severely limited. However, he only uttered half of his plea before stopping. How could he still beg to be Hua Huichang's disciple after offending his master? The guests of the guild shook their heads in disbelief. Who would have thought that just a moment ago, He Qing had placed Xiaoyao on the blacklist, and now he found himself on it instead? This must be the mistress. Upon reaching the back courtyard of the guild, Hua Qingming dismissed those around him and then looked at Lin Yuyan with a charming smile. Having interacted with Ji Wuchang and others, he knew that Lin Yuyan was the one Xiaoyao had sought after. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan's face immediately flushed with 2 spots of crimson. Where are they? Xiaoyao, fully aware of the current situation, asked without delay. Replying to esteemed master, they have gone to assault the Xinglua Hall. Hua Qingming replied with a hint of pride. What did you say? They? Assault the Xinglua Hall? How dare they? Xiaoyao felt a thunderous roar in his mind. With their meager numbers and strength, they were hardly enough to be of any threat. Hua Qingming continued. Although they possess remarkable strength, their numbers are limited, so they are definitely insufficient. However, I have mobilized warriors from nearby branches to assist them. Hua Qingming recounted the events that transpired after Xiaoyao's departure. Why Xiaoyao looked at Hua Qingming in confusion. Initially, he had thought Hua Qingming was a sensible person, but how did he veer off course while conversing with Ji Wuchang? Yet Hua Qingming evidently misunderstood Xiaoyao's intentions and immediately said, Rest assured, esteemed master, I have reported to the headquarters, and regarding the distribution of benefits, the Alchemist Guild will not take advantage. After all, even without us, the strength of the Lihua sect could easily obliterate the Xinglua Hall. We are merely embellishing the situation. Who informed you that the Lihua sect could destroy the Xinglua Hall? Xiaoyao looked at Hua Qingming in astonishment. Hua Qingming was also somewhat puzzled but replied, As a holy sect, how difficult can it be for the Lihua sect to eliminate a Xinglua Hall? The Lihua sect is a holy sect. They said so. Xiaoyao's expression changed. He could hardly believe that Ji Wuchang and the others dared to fabricate such a lie. However, Hua Qingming continued, though they did not explicitly state it, the techniques they provided me, which you instructed them to give, are all of the holy level. If they were not a holy sect, who could possess such depth? Moreover, even a typical holy sect would likely not grant access to holy techniques for a mere registered disciple. While Hua Qingming marveled at the strength of the Lihua sect, he was also grateful for Xiaoyao's generosity. I have no way to repay the great favor of esteemed master. Thus, if you have any matters, your disciple shall certainly lend a hand. Although Xiaoyao felt overwhelmed, he was now too exhausted to blame Hua Qingming. How long had they set off? 3 days, Hua Qingming answered. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao immediately stood up. Yuyan, stay here. I will go find them. I want to go too, Lin Yuyan declared at once. Yet Xiaoyao insisted. Stay here. You are not to go anywhere. If anything happens, we shall discuss it upon my return. Although Hua Qingming mentioned borrowing warriors from the Alchemist Guild, under such circumstances, it was unlikely they would risk their lives. Even though Xiaoyao's current strength would not contribute much in such a battle, he knew that as long as he dared to risk his life, the one in his Dantian would definitely not allow him to perish so easily. With time of the essence, Xiaoyao instructed Hua Qingming, hand me your flying spiritual tool. While Xiaoyao possessed his own flying spiritual tool, it certainly could not match Hua Qingming's 9th tier speed. Oh? Hua Qingming, unsure of what esteemed master meant, promptly took out the flying spiritual tool. Soon, Xiaoyao took command of the flying spiritual tool and soared into the sky. Did I do something wrong? Watching the flying spiritual tool vanish into the horizon, Hua Qingming voiced his concerns. He could clearly see that something was amiss with Xiaoyao's expression earlier. Lin Yuyan remarked, You must have erred. The assault on the Xinglua Hall was indeed Xiaoyao's intention. Now you have acted without waiting for his return. Will he be pleased? It was only after Lin Yuyan's reminder that Hua Qingming realized his mistake and quickly said, Mistress, when the master returns, you must certainly speak a good word for me. As he spoke, Hua Qingming produced a pill bottle. Here is a vial of Qingming Dan, which can help calm the mind and consolidate the foundation during cultivation. Though my alchemy skills may not match those of esteemed master, I implore the mistress to accept this token of my filial piety. Presently, Lin Yuyan was not particularly interested in these pills, but with Hua Qingming addressing her as mistress repeatedly, it sounded quite pleasant. Thus, she did not decline. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 9th tier flying spiritual tool was pushed to its utmost speed, emitting smoke from its tail. However, as the distance to the Xinglua Hall was still far, Xiaoyao could already see glimmers of light flickering amidst the rolling smoke on the horizon. As he drew closer, he could sense waves of violent energy. It was notable that even from afar, he could perceive the fluctuations of power, indicating how intense the battle was. In Xiaoyao's understanding, this level of confrontation was clearly beyond the capabilities of Ji Wuchang and the others. Gradually, Xiaoyao could discern a sea of flames ahead. Moments later, he could faintly hear the sounds of battle cries. Yet, the intensity of these cries seemed to be less ferocious than he had imagined and was gradually diminishing. This indicated that the battle was nearing its conclusion as he pushed the flying spiritual tool onward, filled with myriad worries. Xiaoyao finally arrived at the entrance of the Xinglua Hall. The protective formation of the Xinglua Hall lay in tatters, flickering dimly. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the Xinglua Hall's members, yet Xiaoyao could not feel at ease. He understood that the true strong ones of the Xinglua Hall were not stationed at the entrance, which did not signify anything. He quickly made his way deeper into the Xinglua Hall. Chapter 74. All according to your plan. As he continued forward, the number of corpses on the ground increased, and he began to see the bodies of Lihua sect members. To Xiaoyao's surprise, these individuals were not those he had previously seen accompanying Ji Wuchang. Had the entire Lihua sect rushed over? If something went wrong, the Lihua sect would truly be facing annihilation. Who goes there? As Xiaoyao advanced, a stern voice rang out, and a dozen figures surrounded him. Ye Deputy Sect Master. Someone recognized Xiaoyao, and their eyes filled with boundless excitement. What are you doing here? Xiaoyao immediately recognized these individuals as those he had instructed to remain within the sect. Replying to Ye Deputy Sect Master, Sect Master Ji sent word that you ordered our entire sect to mobilize and assault the Xinglua Hall. Now we have achieved victory. The crowd spoke with gleaming eyes. They had never imagined that they would one day breach the gates of the lofty Xinglua Hall. Yet, someone expressed regret. Unfortunately, our strength was insufficient. We were injured previously. Even though we have nearly recovered after taking the pills you provided, we ultimately missed out on the final battle victory. Xiaoyao exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Although he was somewhat taken aback by the outcome, it at least indicated that the Lihua sect would not face annihilation. Indeed, thanks to Ye Deputy Sect Master's guidance. The crowd looked at Xiaoyao with trust and admiration. Although Xiaoyao had only recently joined the Lihua sect, every action he took was monumental. Especially this time. In the obliteration of the Xinglua Hall, it was entirely Ye Deputy Sect Master's orchestration. To minimize casualties, Ye Deputy Sect Master had even humbly accepted the Vice President of the Alchemist Guild as a registered disciple, which allowed them to bring in warriors from the Alchemist Guild. It could be said that Xiaoyao's prestige in the Lihua sect now surpassed even Ji Wuchang, and was even rivaling that of the founding patriarch. All right, you all rest for now. I will go take a look. Along the way, the injured disciples looked at Xiaoyao with wild enthusiasm in their eyes. It was as if when Xiaoyao declared he would lead them to unify the entire Qingyun continent, they would have accepted it as a matter of course. Xiaoyao, you have finally arrived. When Xiaoyao reached the main hall of the Xinglua Hall, Ji Wuchang and the others appeared to have been waiting for a long time. Did you know I was coming? Xiaoyao asked in surprise. Ji Wuchang and the others exchanged glances, as if they shared a mutual understanding. It seemed they were silently saying, were you not just waiting for the battle to conclude before coming to test us? Otherwise, how could you have arrived just as the battle ended? However, they would never voice such thoughts directly. Ji Wuchang immediately said, I calculated the timing based on when you went to find Yuyan. It should be around this moment. Xiaoyao, where is Yuyan? At this time, Elder Huayan, still clad in blood-stained garb, asked with concern from the crowd. I left Yuyan at the Alchemist Guild. Xiaoyao replied, thank you. Elder Huayan understood that Xiaoyao was protecting Lin Yuyan. Xiaoyao then inquired, so, you have destroyed the Xinglua Hall? Not quite completely destroyed, Ji Wuchang replied. Some 9th tier and Ghost Sea Realm ancestors managed to escape. As for the warriors from the Alchemist Guild, they wore our Lihua sect's attire. To avoid exposure, they left once the battle concluded, having taken the resources we previously agreed upon. Ghost Sea Realm ancestors? Xiaoyao asked, somewhat astonished. The Ghost Sea Realm was a level above the 9th tier, and their strength was extraordinary. As he spoke, the others looked at Xiaoyao with increasing admiration. This matter still stems from your comprehensive planning. You managed to recruit Hua Qingming in advance, allowing many Ghost Sea Realm warriors from the Alchemist Guild to join us. Otherwise, if we had come recklessly, we would have faced great peril. When did Xiaoyao initially intended to explain, but upon realizing the situation had progressed to this point, he deemed further explanation unnecessary. He waved his hand dismissively, ceasing to elaborate. The others exchanged knowing smiles, clearly believing that Xiaoyao had prepared everything but was keen on shedding all credit. Was it not merely to avoid that elders' praise for his assistance? Yet, even so, our losses were not insignificant. As Xiaoyao made his way here, he saw numerous corpses of Lihua sect members. Ji Wuchang chuckled. This further on your foresight. We first aimed to eliminate the other 3 sects, which is why we managed to recover many of their strong warriors. In this battle, the truly dangerous tasks were assigned to them. Thus, our original members of the Lihua sect did not suffer significant losses. The others nodded in agreement. It must be said that as events unfolded to this point, Yi Xiaoyao's contributions were undeniable. All right, you all handle the aftermath. I will go check on the Xingqian Pavilion. Yi Xiaoyao was now too weary to continue explaining. After all, the Xinglua Hall had been obliterated, and he no longer needed to worry about any rash actions on their part. Regarding the Xingqian Pavilion associated with the Xinglua Hall, Yi Xiaoyao had heard of it and naturally wished to investigate. Understood. Ji Wuchang and the others were not surprised. Given Yi Xiaoyao's displayed strength, it was likely that only the Xingqian Pavilion would pique his interest. In truth, they were also curious about the Xingqian Pavilion, but with numerous matters to attend to after taking over the Xinglua Hall, they could only wait for another time. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao arrived at the front of the Xingqian Pavilion. While it was called the Xingqian Pavilion, it merely appeared to be an ordinary building, devoid of any exceptional features. Yi Xiaoyao scanned with his spiritual sense, but found no anomalies. Driven by curiosity, he stepped inside. However, the moment he entered the Xingqian Pavilion, the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness, with only countless stars twinkling above. Yi Xiaoyao was somewhat taken aback, quickly retreating, and everything reverted to its prior appearance. Entering again, darkness enveloped him once more. Indeed, there was something mysterious here. After several attempts, Yi Xiaoyao finally ventured inside once more, gazing up at the starry sky as if deep in thought. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao felt a new technique named Galaxy Beyond emerge in his mind. He realized it must be another gift from the celestial Emperor Maiden. As he began to cultivate the technique, the stars above projected beams of light, showering him with thousands of strands. Feeling this power distinct from spiritual energy, Yi Xiaoyao was quite intrigued. Simultaneously, during the accumulation of this power, he seemed to sense the Tao contained within it. Now, Yi Xiaoyao dared not entertain even a hint of distraction. The reason he had yet to step into the celestial realm was due to his lack of comprehension of the Tao. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wished to seize it and make a bold leap into the celestial realm. Chapter 75. Farewell, Captain Yin. What do you think of the Lihua sect? After the Alchemist Guild's martial artists, led by Captain Yin Su, submitted the resources allocated from the Xinglua Hall, Hua Qingming opened his mouth to inquire. This was not out of distrust towards the Lihua sect. It was just that when he submitted the request to the headquarters for this operation, they had expressed intentions to investigate the Lihua sect's background. Yet, to this day, he had received no information regarding the Lihua sect, leaving him quite curious. Yin Su replied, I can't see through it. Can't see through it? Hua Qingming grew even more puzzled. Yin Su, possessing not only formidable strength but also rich experience, was unable to discern it either. Yin Su nodded slightly. The members from the Lihua sect do not have high cultivation levels. Not a single one surpasses the 5th tier of the Void Realm, and many are still at the Heavenly Realm. Yet, despite this meager cultivation, they showed no fear when facing the Xinglua Hall, charging forward with fervor. Moreover, most of them wielded 8th tier spiritual tools, and as for the pills they carried, they were practically priceless. Whenever someone sustained an injury, they would directly consume 8th tier pills. It is rather embarrassing. Their lavishness is so extreme that we feel intimidated just watching. Indeed, as martial artist from the Alchemist Guild, this was the first time he had seen anyone squander pills to such an extent. Indeed, however, Hua Qingming merely nodded slightly. In response to Yin Su's astonished gaze, Hua Qingming remarked, they have not dispatched true powerhouses, leaving only 2 possibilities. One is that they possess the means to annihilate the Xinglua Palace, yet they refrained from doing so due to your presence. The other possibility is that their sect has strong individuals covertly observing us, and should any real danger arise, they would undoubtedly intervene. Yin Su shook his head repeatedly, asserting, the second scenario is simply impossible. During the battle, my mental acuity was highly concentrated, and I sensed nothing lurking in the shadows. Hua Qingming, however, spoke with unwavering confidence. Your lack of perception does not necessarily mean their absence. Reflect on the martial techniques they employed during the combat. Initially, Yin Su had not paid much attention to these details amidst the chaos, but at Hua Qingming's prompting, he suddenly changed expression. Saint-tier martial techniques. And even those cultivators of the celestial realm practice them as well. What? Even those of the celestial realm are cultivating Saint-tier martial techniques? Hua Qingming's earlier sense of control over the situation waned. It is well known that within the holy sect, those of the celestial realm are merely considered ordinary disciples. Yet, ordinary disciples of the Lihua sect can practice saint-tier techniques, indicating that the sect's foundation is far more formidable than he had imagined. At that moment, he comprehended why, despite his talent and status, Xiaoyao appeared somewhat reluctant when he accepted him as a registered disciple. Could it be that the Lihua sect is an obscure, hidden sect? This thought crossed Hua Qingming's mind. Otherwise, with such a terrifying foundation, the alchemist's intelligence network would not be utterly oblivious. Very well, you report to the guild as usual, Hua Qingming declared. After all, as the president of a branch, it was only natural for Yin Su, as a participant, to provide a report. Days passed, and Yi Xiaoyao within the Star Pavilion slowly opened his eyes. Having grasped the comprehension of the heavenly Tao within the power of the stars, he finally crossed the threshold into the celestial realm. Moreover, due to his prolonged stay at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, the accumulated power allowed him to break through directly to the 3rd level of the celestial realm. Of course, more importantly, this understanding of the heavenly Tao also enabled Yi Xiaoyao to realize that although the power within his Dantian predominantly consisted of spiritual energy, it had now incorporated the heavenly Tao energy brought forth by his comprehension of the heavenly Tao. In other words, the spiritual energy within his Dantian was no longer pure, yet the infusion of this heavenly Tao energy rendered it far more potent. This epitomizes the celestial realm, the significance of being between the celestial and the mortal. For Yi Xiaoyao, who cultivates the immortal techniques, although the text does not explicitly mention the comprehension of the heavenly Tao, the lower tier of the teachings, once understood, allows his grasp of the heavenly Tao to advance rapidly. Simultaneously, a new layer of celestial sword leaves sprouted from the sword seed within Yi Xiaoyao's Dantian. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Did you not instruct me to condense the 5 elements yin-yang sword leaves? Why are there now celestial sword leaves? Sensing the shimmering star power emanating from the sword leaves, Yi Xiaoyao expressed his surprise. The immortal Emperor Maiden, without even opening her eyes, replied, I have long told you that the 10,000 forms devouring heaven sword technique encompasses all forms. As long as there is sufficient power, different sword leaves can be condensed, each embodying distinct sword principles. Oh? Yi Xiaoyao nodded slightly, realizing that the immortal Emperor Maiden had lost interest in further conversation and thus proceeded to exit. The previous cultivation had already consumed a considerable amount of power from the Star Pavilion, and Yi Xiaoyao understood that it would likely take a significant amount of time for the Star Pavilion to regain its strength. Remaining there was no longer of great benefit to him. What are you all planning to do? Upon returning to the main hall of the Xinglua Palace, Yi Xiaoyao noticed Ji Wuchang and the others were already prepared to depart. Seemingly for a long journey, Ji Wuchang and the others were expressions of excitement, stating, we are to represent the northern region at the birthday banquet of the Jiyue Holy Clan. Jiyue Holy Clan? Yi Xiaoyao inquired. Although Ji Wuchang had just recently learned of the Jiyue Holy Clan's existence, he could not suppress a hint of pride as he explained by in the Qingyun continent, whether it be a sect or a family. To bear the title of holy requires that they have once produced a saint and possess more than 5 holy techniques. Although the Lihua sect now possesses those holy techniques provided by Yi Xiaoyao, it cannot be regarded as a holy sect due to the absence of a saint. In fact, as the most barren region of the Qingyun continent, the northern region has never produced a holy sect. The Jiyue Holy Clan resides in the Xuanwu realm, which is adjacent to the northern region. The birthday banquet of the Jiyue Holy Clan is merely a symbolic invitation extended to the northern region, traditionally awarded to the victor of the 7 Alliances competition. The Jiyue Holy Clan, reputedly a lineage with a heritage spanning over 10,000 years, has a single branch formidable enough to suppress the northern region. For every sect, attending such a birthday banquet undoubtedly represents an opportunity that could alter their fate. Originally, the Xinglua Palace was one of the 7 alliances, and the competition had already concluded. The Tianwu sect emerged victorious and secured this qualification. However, due to the sudden emergence of the Lihua sect, which decimated the Xinglua Palace with overwhelming force, the Tianwu sect voluntarily extended an invitation to the birthday banquet. After all, while they had triumphed in the 7 Alliances competition, it was merely a narrow victory. The Lihua sect's capability to annihilate the Xinglua Palace in a matter of days instilled a sense of trepidation within the Tianwu sect. Ji Wuchang and the others were equally exhilarated by the shift in power dynamics, as those once regarded with reverence now displayed such deference towards them. Very well, you all may attend the birthday banquet. I also wish to venture out for some training, and that esteemed senior will accompany me. So henceforth you must proceed with caution, Xiaoyao stated. Having sensed the power of the Star Pavilion, he knew that the benefits it could provide would far exceed those of the southern Minglihua. Moreover, now that the Xingluo Palace had been seized, it was unlikely that any forces in the northern region would dare to provoke them in the short term. As for the future, their ability to establish a firm foothold would depend on their own capabilities. But very well, then you may go train. Ji Wuchang and the others exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously responded. Why Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback. Having contributed so much to the Lihua sect, wouldn't they at least try to retain him? Well, this is also acceptable. Let us all proceed. After reiterating his advice to avoid rashness, Xiaoyao left the Xingluo Palace. Chapter 76. Child, I truly am your mother. It seems that the Jiwa Holy Clan likely does not regard that esteemed senior with much respect. Observing Xiaoyao's departing figure, Ji Wuchang remarked. Without needing a reminder from Ji Wuchang, the others, seemingly familiar with Xiaoyao's patterns, nodded in agreement. Indeed, just before we were set to depart, he specifically mentioned he would be leaving with that esteemed senior. This clearly tests our resolve. If that esteemed senior were not backing us, would we not diminish the reputation of the Lihua sect? Exactly, and even if he truly seeks to train, with that esteemed senior's prowess, and Xiaoyao's talent, it is improbable they would remain in the northern region for such a purpose. Ultimately, they must head towards the Xuanwu realm. It appears that esteemed senior still underestimates the wisdom of our sect master, believing us easy to deceive. After much discussion, Ji Wuchang concluded, thus, as we head to the Xuanwu realm, although we are attending a birthday celebration, we must ensure that the reputation of the Lihua sect is not diminished. That is only natural. The other elders nodded in agreement. Their confidence had soared to unprecedented heights after such a smooth journey thus far. Ji Wuchang then added, by the way, summon Yu Yin and bring her along. Yes, the other elders nodded in unison. They had previously refrained from disrupting Lin Yuyin's cultivation, but now that they deduced Xiaoyao would also be attending, it was certain that Lin Yuyin would not be left behind. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao had arrived at the Alchemist Guild in Linyuan City. Although Hua Qingming was merely a registered disciple, Xiaoyao felt it necessary to bid him farewell before his departure. However, he was informed by the guild that Hua Qingming had recently advanced to a 9th-tier high-level alchemist. Due to the rapid advancement, it seemed he had entered a state of chaotic internal energy, leading to a near collapse of his mental faculties, resulting in a state of suspended animation. The guild, aiming to save him, had sent him to the core division in Zhangtian City within the Xuanwu realm, where a renowned alchemist was stationed, significantly increasing the chances of his recovery. Before departing, Hua Qingming had left behind an 8th-tier alchemist medallion for Xiaoyao. After resolving matters with He Qing, Hua Qingming had realized that Xiaoyao had yet to acquire an alchemist medallion. Although Hua Qingming believed Xiaoyao was likely a Dao alchemist, the highest rank that could be issued by the Linyuan City branch was only an 8th-tier medallion. Nevertheless, possessing such a medallion would facilitate many future endeavors for Xiaoyao. As Xiaoyao accepted the medallion, he inquired about Hua Qingming's condition post-incident, and his brow furrowed in concern. This was a miscalculation on his part. The simplified version of the 9 Dragons fire control technique he had provided to Hua Qingming was already sufficient. However, he later allowed Ji Wuchang and others to give Hua Qingming additional fire control techniques. If these were all fire techniques from the Qingyun continent, it would be no issue for Hua Qingming to cultivate them, given his talent. Yet, those were celestial techniques, whose principles diverged significantly from those of the Qingyun continent, and unlike Xiaoyao, Hua Qingming did not have the immortal Emperor Maiden to guide him at every turn. The rapid pace of cultivating numerous celestial techniques might yield quick results, but the disparities in the laws between the two realms meant that while he had merely entered a state of chaotic energy now, without proper guidance, he might not survive beyond 3 months. Why Xiaoyao understood that even though the Alchemist Guild in Zhangtian City had a Dao alchemist present, they could only provide temporary measures to sustain life, not resolve the underlying issue. Hua Qingming was originally his disciple, and these consequences were largely his doing. After gathering some information regarding Zhangtian City, Xiaoyao summoned his flying spiritual artifact and set off towards the city. With his current prowess, traversing the northern region posed little concern, and he no longer needed to take the secluded routes he once did in less than half a month's time. Xiaoyao had already entered the territory of the Xuanwu realm. Just as he sensed the denser spiritual energy of the Xuanwu realm, he felt a tingling sensation in his arm. What is happening? Xiaoyao looked down at the scar on his arm. This had been with him since he could remember, and as an orphan, he had no knowledge of its origin. Having been there since childhood, Xiaoyao had not thought much of it. However, upon closer inspection, Xiaoyao, with his current understanding of array techniques, discerned that this scar concealed a communication array. The recent sensation was triggered by the external forces activating the array. What is this situation? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Given his current strength, dismantling the array and concealing his presence would be no challenge. However, Xiaoyao chose not to do so. After all, many years had passed. The person who left the array imprint likely had forgotten about it. If the other party could still remember, it indicated significance, so he would wait for them to find him to ascertain the situation. Why Xiaoyao was confident that even if danger lurked, with his current strength, escaping would not be a daunting task. Therefore, he continued along his original route towards Dantian city. Yet, less than half a day into his journey, a sudden spatial fluctuation manifested, and a group of figures appeared in the sky ahead. The figures were arranged in 2 straight lines, with 4 middle-aged women carrying a canopy-less palanquin at the center. Seated upon the palanquin was a regal woman whose cultivation Xiaoyao could not discern. But he noticed that both the attendants and those carrying the palanquin possessed cultivation at the Ghost Sea realm. Though they appeared several hundred miles away, with each step they took, they seemed to traverse space itself. In mere moments, they had already materialized before Xiaoyao. This is bad. I have overstepped. Xiaoyao's brow furrowed slightly. He could tell that they were coming directly for him, and upon witnessing their terrifying speed, Xiaoyao realized that with his current strength, he had no opportunity to escape. However, Xiaoyao was not one to surrender easily. Having met a senior, I wonder what guidance you may offer. Xiaoyao respectfully saluted while simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to its peak. It was evident that he would act at the slightest hint of danger. The woman on the palanquin gazed at Xiaoyao with a look of longing. How much suffering have you endured, that you would be so guarded even when encountering a stranger? As she pondered this, her eyes, filled with maternal affection, began to glisten with tears. Child, you have suffered. As she spoke, the woman raised her arm, revealing a scar identical to Xiaoyao's on her flawless skin. I pay my respects to the young master. The others accompanying her immediately knelt in reverence. Young master? Xiaoyao was momentarily perplexed. Senior, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I can sense the scar upon your hand. You are my son, lost since birth. As the woman spoke, she rushed towards Xiaoyao. Stop! Xiaoyao, however, quickly retreated, calling out to the woman. Observing the situation unfold, Xiaoyao remained on high alert, while the woman felt her heart wrench in agony. Child, I truly am your mother. Chapter 77. What? I am the young master of the Jiue Holy Clan. Xiaoyao's eyes burned with indignation. In truth, he did not entirely doubt her claims. Given her strength, whatever her intentions, he knew he could not stop her. In fact, from the moment she revealed the array imprint and displayed that expression, Xiaoyao had begun to believe her words. Since he could remember, he had lived with an ordinary family that a fire had claimed his parents' lives as they attempted to rescue him, including an older brother 2 years his senior. Xiaoyao recalled his father, trapped in the flames, shouting to his nearly unconscious self, "Do not let the lineage of the Yi family come to an end." In retrospect, they must have known he was not their biological child. Fearing that one day he would encounter his true parents and change his name, hence the words spoken. Yet, Xiaoyao's character was such that his adoptive parents had never wronged him. They had even risked their lives to save him in times of crisis. And he could not forget that in contrast, this biological mother, with her cultivation above the Ghost Sea realm, clearly hailed from an illustrious background, yet she had remained indifferent to him for so many years. Had it not been for his entry into the Xuanwu realm and the proximity that triggered the array imprint, she might still be unaware of his whereabouts. Contemplating this, Xiaoyao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Esteemed senior, you must be mistaken. The scar on my hand is merely a recent injury. It is likely just a coincidence. You? The woman could hardly believe that her long-lost son would utter such words upon their reunion. In a fit of rage, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, how could you say such a thing? One of the women carrying the palanquin interjected. Years ago, the clan head traveled to the Qianhao Holy Realm and encountered a noble. You were born from that union, only to be targeted by enemies. Unable to confront the clan head and the noble, they took your life as leverage. To save you, the clan head sacrificed his own cultivation. Had it not been for the clan's profound heritage that granted him a chance to rebuild his strength, you might never have seen him again. Even so, the enemies did not relent, and before taking you away, the clan head left that scar with the array imprint on your arm to ensure he could find you one day. 4 years, the noble has spent less than 10 days at home, dedicating the rest of his time to searching for you throughout the Qianhao Holy Realm, nearly traversing it 10 times. Furthermore, our family has held a birthday banquet every 5 years to seek news of you. The world mocks us for seeking wealth, unaware that it is also a means to gather information about you. Hearing this, Xiaoyao's brow furrowed. He could see that she did not appear to be lying, yet he struggled to accept the sudden revelation of having a mother. Child, you may find it hard to accept now, but I do not blame you. However, you must understand that your father and I have not neglected you. We have truly searched for you, the woman said. Let me examine the injuries you sustained when you sacrificed your cultivation. As Xiaoyao stepped forward, he thought to himself that if she were truly aware of the celestial maiden residing in his Dantian, there would be no reason for her to deceive him. Yet, he still did not fully trust her words. However, if the other party is indeed stating a fact, then Xiaoyao will find a way to alleviate the potential dangers left behind by her self-imposed limitations on cultivation. After all, while it is true that she can cultivate anew, failing to eliminate the underlying risks would not only restrict her future achievements but also significantly impact her lifespan. Well, although it was evident that Xiaoyao harbored some skepticism, the woman, noticing his reduced resistance compared to the past, willingly extended her hand. As he pressed his fingers onto her pulse gate, a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed in, causing Xiaoyao's gaze to sharpen. Xiaoyao stared in astonishment at her. He could not help but admire the profound heritage of his mother's family. When she had previously dispelled her own cultivation, she could have chosen to shatter her Dantian. Now, her ability to recultivate was entirely due to a sacred object, the name of which even Xiaoyao could not pronounce, implanted in her Dantian. Moreover, it was likely an object of high holy rank. Yet, although she could cultivate anew using this object as a substitute for her Dantian, it was certainly not a human Dantian, and the power accumulated over time had begun to jeopardize her vitality. At present, she appeared unharmed, but with Xiaoyao's keen insight, he could discern that his mother had only a year to live. However, when the words nearly escaped his lips, he swallowed them back. Even though he struggled to accept the various truths brought by this sudden change, Xiaoyao could see the joy sparkling in his mother's eyes. He understood more than anyone how deeply joyful she was at this moment, and he could only imagine the pain she must have endured in the years prior to seeing him. Xiaoyao simply could not bear to utter anything that might dampen the atmosphere at such a moment. Let us return for now, Xiaoyao finally suggested. He had grasped the situation regarding his mother, but he had yet to devise a solution, so he wisely chose to remain silent. Good. The woman exclaimed with delight upon hearing his words. You must sit, she added, ushering Xiaoyao to the side of the palanquin. With my mother here, how could I sit? Xiaoyao immediately replied. You acknowledge me. The woman trembled at his words. Perhaps I cannot fully accept everything at this moment, but I cannot change the blood that flows through my veins, nor can I alter all that you have sacrificed for me. Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Good. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks once more, and she continued, Now that I can see you again, I will ensure that you receive only the finest things in this world. If you sit, then you shall sit. Furthermore, having wandered alone for so many years, your strength has yet to grow. If you do not take a seat, you will find it hard to keep pace with us. As she spoke, she gently pressed Xiaoyao down onto the palanquin. Return to the clan. The 4 bearers lifted the palanquin, while the woman stood beside it, resembling a devoted steward. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and Xiaoyao instantly felt a barrier manifest around him. The group continued to traverse the space as they had upon their arrival, yet Xiaoyao felt not even the slightest breeze. He knew that this was his mother's protective barrier. During the journey back, under her various inquiries, he recounted the general course of his experiences over the years. She could not help but exclaim, No wonder our Feng family has exerted so much effort over the years without finding you. They actually sent you to the Northern Territory. Indeed, the Northern Territory was merely the most desolate place for martial artists to cultivate, and they certainly never expected that someone would send Xiaoyao there from the prestigious Qianhao sacred land, where the holy sects flourished. Simultaneously, Xiaoyao learned that his mother's name was Feng Yuluo, and upon discovering his family lineage, his eyes widened with astonishment. What? Our family is the GUS sacred clan? Chapter 78. A mother's deep affection welcoming the young master home. When Xiaoyao returned to the Feng family, hundreds of people bowed in unison. Xiaoyao too took a moment to quietly assess the situation. No wonder Ji Wuchang and the others were so excited to come celebrate a birthday. Among the gathered, the lowest cultivation level was at the Skyward Realm, and many had even reached the Ghost Sea Realm. As for the elders standing behind him, they were likely the direct descendants of the Feng family, whose cultivation levels Xiaoyao could not discern. The elegantly dressed youths at the front, though only at the 8th or 9th level of the Skyward Realm, were not much older than him. From their fine attire, Xiaoyao could tell that they were likely the talented heirs of the younger generation of the Feng family. Feeling numerous gazes sweeping over him, Xiaoyao's heart tightened. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. He understood that without his presence, the next head of the Feng family would certainly have to be chosen from among these youths. However, with his sudden return, even if he had no intention of claiming the position, it was likely that matters would come knocking at his door. All right, the young master still needs to rest. Since everyone has met the young master, you may disperse for now, Feng Yulua stated decisively, disregarding the opinions of those around her, and led Xiaoyao to the backyard. After finally reuniting with her precious son, Feng Yulua wished to spend as much time as possible with him and would not allow Xiaoyao to deal with the family matters just yet. Soon, they arrived at a small courtyard. What do you think of this place? If you dislike it, I will have it redecorated according to your wishes immediately. This place is wonderful, Xiaoyao observed. The layout of the courtyard was arranged according to a beginner-level spirit-gathering array, a formation that surpassed the 9th rank. Given the already abundant spiritual energy in the Xuanwu realm, the addition of this spirit-gathering array made the air thick with spiritual energy, almost like a layer of white mist. The various medicinal plants cultivated in the courtyard were nearly all of the 9th rank or even at the initial Dao tier. Not only were they visually stunning, but their fragrances were also delightful. What astonished Xiaoyao even more was that these herbs had clearly been pruned for aesthetic purposes. While they looked beautiful, their medicinal efficacy had been significantly diminished. This was undoubtedly a form of extravagant beauty. I have seen the family head and the young master. At that moment, a young girl in her 20s stepped out from the courtyard and respectfully bowed. Rise? Feng Yulua nodded slightly before turning to Xiaoyao. Choose a name for her. Choose a name? Xiaoyao glanced in surprise at the girl and then at his mother. The girl not only possessed an earth spirit body but had also reached the 4th level of the Ghost Sea realm. Did his mother expect him to name her? Sensing the confusion in Xiaoyao's eyes, the girl immediately knelt down, stating, I was adopted by the family head from a young age, raised as a death warrior for the young master. The family head said that since I am the young master's warrior, I should be named by the young master upon his return. Throughout their conversation, Xiaoyao had already felt the profound love of a mother. Yet he still had not anticipated that even without finding him, she had done so much for him. Then you shall be called Shirlu, Xiaoyao declared without a moment's hesitation. Thank you for the name. Young master, Feng Shirlu did not mind whether the name sounded pleasing or not. However, Feng Yulua's body trembled slightly at the mention of Shirlu. This name signified the day of their reunion, and she could feel Xiaoyao's increasing acceptance of her as his mother. She then took Xiaoyao to a room to converse further. As a death warrior, Feng Shirlu naturally had no need to be discreet. During the conversation between mother and son, Feng Shirlu occasionally added details, allowing Xiaoyao to learn that every aspect of the small courtyard had been arranged by his mother herself. Even the cleaning was done by her daily, not allowing Shirlu to intervene. Even though Shirlu was a death warrior, she had only been cultivating top-tier techniques over the years, enjoying the finest resources. However, after 2 days, Xiaoyao found himself overwhelmed by the ceaseless stream of words from his mother. Day and night, it seemed his mother had an endless supply of conversation. Although Xiaoyao had completely acknowledged Feng Yulua, the celestial emperor girl would not permit him to speak of her secrets. This made it difficult for him to navigate many of her inquiries, and he gradually felt overwhelmed. Mother, there will be plenty of time ahead. As the family head, you cannot always accompany me, especially since I am not leaving right now. Xiaoyao finally said. Feng Yulua then realized, oh dear, I had forgotten. Now that you have returned to the family, you must focus on your cultivation. Once you grow, the family will be entrusted to you. Furthermore, although she had found him, invitations for the elder's birthday banquet had already been sent out, and this year's celebration must still be held. I indeed need to attend to some matters in the coming days. As she spoke, Feng Yulua stood up, producing a storage ring with a wave of her hand. Inside are my family's techniques and various resources. Use them as you wish, and if you run low, just inform your mother. If you have any questions regarding cultivation, you can first ask Shirlu. If she cannot answer, come to find your mother. Xiaoyao accepted the storage ring and scanned its contents with his spiritual energy. He was secretly astonished. There were actually 3 volumes of sacred techniques, dozens of Dao techniques, and a variety of spirit artifacts ranging from 1st to 9th rank, as well as Dao artifacts from beginner to advanced levels. The elixirs were similarly categorized from 1st to 9th rank and into Dao tier. Clearly, his mother had prepared all of this long before finding him, ensuring that whenever she did manage to locate him, he would have what he needed. And of course, while those elixirs and spirit artifacts were of high quality, they held little allure for him at present. Thank you, mother. However, Xiaoyao could not bear to dismiss his mother's goodwill. Fang Yulua gently tapped his forehead, saying, "Are we still being so polite between mother and son?" After sharing a smile, Fang Yulua reluctantly left the room. At that moment, Xiaoyao also stepped out of the room. Feeling the depth of his mother's sacrifices for him, Xiaoyao naturally sought to find some medicinal materials that could address his mother's issues. Although he currently lacked the strength to refine the holy elixir capable of resolving her hidden ailment, it was always prudent to gather the necessary materials in advance. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao firmly believed that within a year, he would undoubtedly possess the ability to concoct the holy elixir. "Young master, where are you going?" Fang Shirlu promptly followed him. "I'm just going for a casual stroll. You needn't accompany me," Xiaoyao replied. The family head instructed that after meeting the young master, "I must not leave your side until death." Fang Shirlu stated matter-of-factly, "That is unnecessary. I'm merely going for a walk. There will be no danger." Xiaoyao hastily declined. However, Fang Shirlu stood firmly in front of him, asserting, "Unless you kill me, the young master cannot part from me." Xiaoyao's brows furrowed at her words. While he could tell that his mother trusted Fang Shirlu, the internal dynamics of a large family like the Fangs were exceedingly complex. Fang Shirliu's behavior raised some suspicions in his heart. Chapter 79. A betrothal. "If you wish to follow me, you may, but everything you witness must remain confidential, including for my mother," Xiaoyao declared. This also served as an opportunity to test Fang Shirlu. She replied, "The family head has instructed that since the day I met the young master, I shall only follow the young master's orders, not hers." Xiaoyao was taken aback and could not help but secretly admire his mother's broad-mindedness. "All right, let us go," he said without hesitation. The Fang family was immense, and the connections among people were not fully known. On the day of Xiaoyao's return, he had only briefly introduced himself, yet now there were few who truly recognized him. As for Fang Shirlu, she had been cultivating in Xiaoyao's small courtyard and had very little interaction with others, hence not many people knew her. This also spared them the trouble of having to exchange greetings. However, as they walked, Fang Shirlu quietly introduced every person they encountered. Although she had limited social interactions, it was clear she had done her homework. Soon, the two exited the Fang residence and strolled through the streets of Dantian city. Aware that the young master had just returned, Fang Shirlu continued to provide Xiaoyao with insights about everything they saw, offering him a preliminary understanding of Dantian city. Before long, they arrived at the Alchemist Guild of Dantian city. Originally, Xiaoyao had come to the Xuanwu realm to resolve the issue with Hua Qingming, and since the Fang family was also located in Dantian city, it saved him quite a bit of trouble. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to collect some medicinal materials needed by his mother through the Alchemist Guild. As Xiaoyao entered, Fang Shirlu couldn't help but feel puzzled. She knew that the storage ring given to Xiaoyao by the family head certainly contained many elixirs. However, Fang Shirlu was well aware of her status and merely followed him inside without asking further questions. The Alchemist Guild in Dantian city was significantly larger than the one in Lingyuan city, with nearly 10 times more people in the main hall. As Xiaoyao scanned the room, preparing to find someone to introduce him to Hua Qingming, his gaze landed on a mixture of Yuanqing lotus. Though it was merely a mid-tier Dao material, it contained a trace of primordial yin-yang energy, making it a vital ingredient for refining the holy elixir for his mother. "I will take this Yuanqing lotus," Xiaoyao declared, simultaneously producing a storage bag. Xiaoyao already possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, and with the additional wealth from his mother's storage ring, he was not overly concerned with the price. The guild attendant accepted the storage bag, and upon scanning its contents with her spiritual energy, her eyes widened in shock as she regarded Xiaoyao. This Yuanqing lotus was priced at a staggering 500,000 spirit stones, and she had not even bothered to ask a single question before he purchased it. Having worked there for 5 years, she had never encountered such a generous customer. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch it for you." The attendant, delighted at the prospect of a generous commission, hurried off to retrieve the Yuanqing lotus. Yes, please package this Yuanqing lotus for me." Just then, a young man and woman approached, and the girl threw a storage bag onto the counter as she spoke. "Miss Liu, Master Yun." The attendant clearly recognized them, and she hesitated, saying, "I'm sorry, Miss Liu, but this Yuanqing lotus has already been purchased by this young man." Lu Sueki immediately glanced at Xiaoyao, noticing that he only had the cultivation of the second level of the celestial realm, before turning to the attendant and saying, "The medicinal material hasn't been removed from the counter. So how can it be considered sold? If you sell it to me now, I doubt this young man will have any objections, right?" As she spoke, Lu Sueki's gaze sharpened, and she exuded the aura of the first level of the skyward realm. The attendant glanced at Xiaoyao with a look of helplessness. Although according to the rules of the Alchemist Guild, since Xiaoyao had already paid the spirit stones, the Yuanqing lotus should belong to him. But if he were to willingly abandon it, that would be another matter. The Lu family had rapidly risen to prominence in Zhangtian City due to their connection with the Zhu's sacred clan. And this Master Yun was a 9th-tier alchemist, possessing remarkable talent. The attendant dared not provoke either of them. "I'm sorry, but I do have objections," Xiaoyao replied coldly. He would not relinquish the material, not only because it was intended for his mother's elixir, but also due to Lu Sueki's attitude. Lu Sueki looked at Xiaoyao with disdain. "Objections? Do you know who I am? I am the fiancée of the young master of the Zhu's sacred clan. Anger me, and crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Young master of the Feng family?" Xiaoyao turned to Feng Shiliu. She immediately communicated to him, "When you were 2 years old, a fortune teller said that you would encounter a calamity and needed to arrange a betrothal to counteract it." Although the family head was aware that the fortune teller was likely a fraud, she was somewhat flustered at the time and followed the fortune teller's advice, finding Lu Sueki to arrange this betrothal. Because of this engagement, the Feng family has provided the Lu family with resources every year, allowing the Lu family to rise to the pinnacle of the second-tier powers in Zhangtian City. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's expression turned icy. He then cupped his fists in respect towards Master Yun, stating, "I apologize for my previous rudeness, esteemed young master of the Feng family. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Yun Haiba frowned and coldly snorted, "Are you out of your mind? Just now, she called me Master Yun. How could I possibly be the young master of the Feng family?" Xiaoyao feigned shock as he replied, "Oh, you are not the young master of the Feng family? I thought this Miss Liu said she was the fiancée of the young master of the Feng family, and seeing how close you are, I mistakenly assumed you were the young master." As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire Alchemist Guild fell into an eerie silence. The relationship between Lu Sueki and the Feng family was well known. After all, should any issues arise, not only would she intervene, but even members of the Lu family would invoke the name of the Feng family to ACT. In recent years, Lu Sueki had indeed been closely associated with Yun Haiba. Even rumors abound that in the past 2 years, Yun Haiba's alchemical prowess has experienced remarkable advancement, partly attributed to Lu Sueki frequently procuring medicinal materials for him to refine. It is said that although the Feng family is a member of the 9 Peaks Holy Clan, their foundation still pales in comparison to that of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, the disappearance of their young master for so many years has rendered them indifferent. Yet, this young man dares to expose this matter in front of the public. Is he not effectively offending both the Feng family and the Alchemist Guild at once? Indeed, Lu Sueki's lips twitched in disbelief. You rascal." Sensing the piercing gazes around him, Yun Haiba's demeanor turned icy. "Brat, are you seeking death?" With a fierce shout, Yun Haiba unleashed a punch directed at Xiaoyao's chest. Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with disdain. Although Yun Haiba was a 9th-tier alchemist, his cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the Void Realm. Furthermore, the realm he attained through the accumulation of medicinal pills struck Xiaoyao as utterly feeble. "You are the one seeking death." Just as Xiaoyao was about to make a move, Feng Shiliu, standing behind him, interjected with a sharp shout, positioning herself in front of Xiaoyao. With a swift motion, she grasped Yun Haiba's incoming fist and turned to Xiaoyao. "Young master, shall we kill him?" Chapter 80. The malicious master what? Kill him? Everyone doubted their ears. This was the grand hall of the Alchemist Guild, where any form of violence was strictly prohibited. Yet, This young woman not only took action but seemed intent on killing Yun Haiba. A ninth-tier alchemist? How audacious! Some among the crowd were astonished, glancing at Xiaoyao. With Feng Shiliu's intervention, it became evident that she was a presence in the oceanic realm, yet she referred to Xiaoyao as young master. Even if this young master was merely at the celestial realm, it spoke volumes about his extraordinary background. Shatter that fist, Xiaoyao commanded. The crowd gasped anew. It would be one thing for a subordinate to act recklessly, but how could the master be so foolish? Although Xiaoyao did not explicitly order a killing, shattering the fist of a ninth-tier alchemist in this venue could hardly end well. Crack, crack. Feng Shiliu showed no hesitation, and with a sound of bone fracturing, Yun Haiba immediately let out a wail. After releasing him, he cradled his shattered fist, trembling uncontrollably. Who dares to act recklessly in the Alchemist Guild? At that moment, a furious roar erupted, and several ninth-level alchemists from the oceanic realm swiftly encircled Xiaoyao and his companions. Captain Yin, they are causing trouble in the guild. Kill them! Yun Haiba's eyes gleamed with venom as he shouted. Feng Shiliu fixed her gaze on the five before her and transmitted to Xiaoyao, "Young master, I will create an opening. You must dash out and return to the family immediately." Xiaoyao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Feng Shiliu's unwavering loyalty in the face of such a scene. However, he replied, "This order is mine to give. How can I let you bear it alone?" With a resolute gaze, Xiaoyao gripped the five-element spirit sword in his hand. Yet, Feng Shiliu insisted, "My duty is to die for the young master. You must not take risks." At that moment, Captain Yin scrutinized the five-element spirit sword in Xiaoyao's grasp. "May I inquire if you are surnamed Yi, hailing from the northern domain?" "Do you know me?" Xiaoyao inquired, puzzled, as he did not recall having met this individual. Upon receiving Xiaoyao's affirmative response, Captain Yin frowned but continued, "To engage in combat here would disrupt our business. Would young master Yi care to accompany me to the back courtyard? Then let us go." Xiaoyao did not hesitate. Although he could not recall meeting Captain Yin, it seemed that any animosity had dissipated upon confirming his identity. "Young master." Feng Shiliu quickly obstructed Xiaoyao. Here, she could utilize forbidden techniques to secure a chance for Xiaoyao to escape. However, if they entered the back courtyard of the Alchemist Guild, who knew how many martial artists awaited, perhaps even those above the oceanic realm, how could they possibly escape? "Follow my orders," Xiaoyao insisted. Without further explanation, despite the worry in Feng Shiliu's eyes, she had no choice but to follow Xiaoyao toward the back courtyard. Witnessing their retreating figures, Lu Sueki scoffed, "I truly believed he was some illustrious young master. Turns out he is merely a country bumpkin from the northern domain." Subsequently, Lu Sueki assisted Yun Haiba in tending to his injuries. "Li Hua Sect Xiaoyao?" Upon entering the back courtyard, Captain Yin immediately inquired. Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Have you been to the Xing Luo Palace?" Xiaoyao recalled how Hua Qingming had once summoned martial artists from other branches to attack the Xing Luo Palace. However, upon reflection, the Alchemist Guild in Lin Yuan City was already considered a top-tier branch in the northern domain. They surely lacked Oceanic Realm experts, meaning they must have borrowed from the Xuanwu realm. Unfortunately, he had returned too late to encounter them. Captain Yin, now fully convinced of Xiaoyao's identity, stated, "Due to the special nature of that matter, I could not disclose my identity in the main hall earlier. You are Xiaoyao, young master Yi." The other four martial artists clearly participated in the previous operation and had heard this name countless times. Now, upon seeing Xiaoyao, they were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Captain Yin was secretly astonished. Despite the Alchemist Guild's exhaustive search across various holy sects, they had not uncovered any information about the Li Hua sect. Yet just moments ago, Xiaoyao had dared to act against Yun Haiba without hesitation. At that moment, Captain Yin felt that the Li Hua sect was likely more than just a mere holy sect. After all, no holy sect had ever dared to be so audacious within the Alchemist Guild. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaoyao inquired, "What is the condition of Hua Qingming? Are you here for that matter?" Captain Yin's eyes brightened at the mention. "Originally, yes, but not entirely now." Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "Let us go meet him." Good. Captain Yin nodded vigorously. As they proceeded, he added, "Although President Hua has regained consciousness, his injuries are worsening." Feng Shiliu trailed behind them, feeling as if she were listening to a foreign language. In truth, she had already prepared herself for death when she took action earlier. She understood the consequences of striking within the Alchemist Guild. However, She had thought Yun Haiba was a Void Realm expert while the young master was only at the second level of the Celestial Realm. She had no choice. Who could have anticipated that the Alchemist Guild's martial artists, who had been poised for conflict moments ago, would now remain silent? It is important to note that even the clan head would not escape easily if he acted in the Alchemist Guild's main hall. Young master, the back courtyard is a secret area of our guild. Your attendant. Upon reaching a courtyard gate, Captain Yin stated, "You should remain here." Xiaoyao turned back to Feng Shilu. "All right." Feng Shilu nodded slightly, recognizing that Xiaoyao would not be in danger here. Subsequently, the group passed through the courtyard gate, and a wave of heat greeted them. They soon beheld dozens of alchemists surrounding a cauldron, each manipulating flames to continuously roast the ingredients within it. The center of the cauldron lay Hua Qingming, his complexion pale, eyes tightly shut, while the various medicinal liquids around him emitted fragrant aromas. Are they planning to boil him into soup? Xiaoyao couldn't help but chuckle. Captain Yin, a junior alchemist, approached with a serious expression, casting a glance at Xiaoyao before addressing Captain Yin with a grim visage. "Captain Yin, do you not know where this is? How could you bring an irrelevant person here?" "He is president, was master," Captain Yin replied. "What? You are the one who caused Hua Qingming to go astray?" The newcomer had initially spoken in hushed tones, but upon hearing Xiaoyao's identity, he could not help but shout in anger. His voice immediately garnered the attention of several alchemists. Although many were focused on the rescue efforts, quite a few were observing and learning in that instant. The gazes directed at Xiaoyao turned hostile. Captain Yin was taken aback. As a guild martial artist, he only knew that Hua Qingming had gone astray, unaware of any connection to Xiaoyao. Furthermore, recalling Hua Qingming's high regard for Xiaoyao, he could not help but say, "Master Luo, could this be a misunderstanding?" Chapter 81. The Art of Medicinal Boiling Nonsense Misunderstanding. Luo Yuanfeng snorted coldly before turning to Xiaoyao. "Brat, confess what methods you employed to harm Hua Qingming. Can your quick-fix techniques resolve this?" Not only Luo Yuanfeng, but other alchemists also converged around Xiaoyao. "Indeed, brat, unless you provide an explanation today, you shall not leave the Alchemist Guild." Faced with such a protective stance from the crowd, Xiaoyao felt no anger, responding, "Since I am here, I will naturally resolve his issue. However, you must cease your actions immediately, or he may be in real danger." Seeing the hint of color returning to Hua Qingming's pale face, Xiaoyao spoke with concern. "At this point, do you still wish to harm him?" Luo Yuanfeng's eyes narrowed. "This is our President Qin's unique 10,000 medicines to expel fire technique. While it may affect President Hua's future cultivation, it can at least preserve his life. Do you not see that President Hua's complexion has improved? You still want to halt the treatment at this juncture. What are your true intentions?" At this moment, even Captain Yan's gaze toward Xiaoyao began to shift. Although he had heard Hua Qingming praise Xiaoyao's alchemical skills, in his view, President Qin was a mid-tier alchemist. Even in the Xuanwu realm, he was a top-tier figure, certainly not someone Xiaoyao could rival. Yet Xiaoyao retorted dismissively, "He is merely the president, not a divine alchemist. Could he not make mistakes? Sounds as if you consider yourself a divine alchemist?" Luo Yuanfeng scoffed in contempt. Why Xiaoyao smirked, extending his hand with fingers spread wide. "Do you not believe me?" 5.4 to 3. Why Xiaoyao counted down, bending a finger with each number. As the crowd looked on in confusion, when he reached 1, his hand formed a fist, puffed. That moment, Hua Qingming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face draining of the color it had just regained. The onlookers were left in shock, realizing the true meaning behind Xiaoyao's countdown. Without hesitation, Xiaoyao stepped forward. "What are you doing?" Luo Yuanfeng instinctively blocked him. Xiaoyao insisted, "If I do not intervene, he will be cooked by your president." Luo Yuanfeng wished to obstruct him, but he could now see that Hua Qingming's condition was indeed perilous, and Xiaoyao's earlier predictions had earned him some trust. President Qin Feng also hurried over, checking Hua Qingming's pulse. "President, what is the situation?" Once Qin Feng released Hua Qingming's wrist, other alchemists anxiously inquired. However, Qin Feng shook his head in frustration. "I really do not know what kind of wicked technique his master taught him. Even my 10,000 medicines to expel fire technique cannot resolve it. He is unlikely to last 3 days. The alchemists were aware of Hua Qingming's precarious situation, but they had not anticipated it to be so dire. Yet Xiaoyao, slightly displeased, remarked, "Is it not possible that the inability to save him lies not in his cultivation technique, but rather in your so-called 10,000 medicines to expel fire technique? Who are you?" Only then did Qin Feng and the others notice Yi Xiaoyao's approach. After all, they had been engrossed in guiding the spiritual flames to activate the medicinal properties and had not noticed Yi Xiaoyao's arrival. The one here to save him, Yi Xiaoyao retorted, ignoring their presence. At that moment, Luo Yuanfeng approached Qin Feng and whispered, "You are the one who caused Hua Qingming's predicament." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes flared with rage. Who truly harmed him? Yi Xiaoyao observed the medicinal materials within the cauldron. Heavenly tail flower, clear nether sand. Both are indeed foundational, calming medicines of the Tao grade, beneficial for those who have gone astray. Yet both belong to the fire element, and Hua Qingming fell into chaos due to practicing the fire control technique. How could you possibly use spiritual fire to brew medicine with him inside? Moreover, there were also the heartless grass and the heavenly spiral branch. Yi Xiaoyao began to point out the various medicinal materials that Qin Feng had misapplied. All present were Tao alchemists. With their prowess, they could discern that while the materials Qin Feng employed might work wonders for others who had gone astray, they would serve as poison for Hua Qingming in his current state. Is the threshold for the Alchemist Guild's branch so low? Yi Xiaoyao declared, tossing aside the various ingredients from the cauldron with a wave of his hand. Next, he summoned his spiritual fire, incinerating the medicinal properties that had been released into the liquid. The crowd's gaze sharpened. Although they could perform such feats, none could do it with the same precision and swiftness as Yi Xiaoyao. Even Qin Feng, who had just been ridiculed, was now filled with confusion. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Xiaoyao replied. "Since you cannot save him, I shall take on the task as long as I am here. I cannot allow my disciple to perish." He continued, however, "While you may have made some errors in detail, there are indeed some merits to this boiling method." With that, Yi Xiaoyao operated the spiritual fire, causing the medicinal materials in the cauldron to emit varying degrees of medicinal properties under different heat intensities. "You?" Facing Yi Xiaoyao's condescending tone, Qin Feng was filled with disdain. Just as he was about to retort, he witnessed Yi Xiaoyao's actions and hastily fell silent. The reason so many alchemists had to act simultaneously earlier was that each type of medicinal material required a different intensity of medicinal properties to be released at the same time. However, despite their formidable alchemical skills, they lacked Yi Xiaoyao's ability to control the fire separately, thus requiring a gathering of alchemists, each responsible for a different material. While others were amazed by Yi Xiaoyao's meticulous control over the flames, Qin Feng was even more astonished by Yi Xiaoyao's precise grasp of the required medicinal properties for each material to be released simultaneously. It was worth noting that the 10,000 medicines to expel fire technique was a unique secret he had spent nearly a decade researching. Even with so many alchemists assisting him, he had only disclosed to each person the extent to which their assigned materials needed to be refined to prevent others from stealing his methods. Yet how could Yi Xiaoyao possess knowledge of his closely guarded secret? Unless, in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes, it was nothing more than a trivial technique. As these thoughts raced through Qin Feng's mind, he grew increasingly astonished. Once everything proceeded smoothly, Yi Xiaoyao utilized his left hand to guide the cauldron's technique, while his right hand focused energy into needles one by one. The energy needles swiftly pierced into Hua Qingming's major acupoints before vanishing into his body. Puffed. At that moment, Hua Qingming spat out another mouthful of blood. "What have you done to him?" The onlookers, who had previously been intrigued by Yi Xiaoyao's novel methods, now shouted in alarm. Chapter 82. Teaching and imparting knowledge. Although Hua Qingming had coughed up blood a second time, the outcomes were starkly different. Before Yi Xiaoyao could utter a word, Hua Qingming slowly opened his eyes. "Master, Master." The instant he opened his eyes and saw Yi Xiaoyao manipulating the fire control technique, he was filled with guilt. Disciple is incompetent and has caused trouble for the master. Yet Yi Xiaoyao merely glanced at him. "You trained in the techniques I provided, yet you ended up in such a predicament. Do you not hold me accountable at all?" Hua Qingming hurriedly replied, "This is due to the disciple's foolishness. It has nothing to do with the master's techniques." Qin Feng and the others immediately rolled their eyes. Luo Yuanfeng scoffed, "President Hua, how can you not see the truth? Clearly, there is an issue with the techniques, which is why you fell into chaos. Otherwise, if such a remarkable technique truly existed that could lead to swift breakthroughs, would it not render arduous training unnecessary for everyone?" Although Hua Qingming appeared physically frail, his gaze towards Luo Yuanfeng remained resolute. "Thank you, Master Luo, for your concern. However, should you dare to speak ill of my master again, I shall sever our ties before I depart this world." "How can you be so foolish?" Luo Yuanfeng observed Hua Qingming, his eyes filled with discontent, yet ultimately refrained from further words. It was evident to all that, despite Hua Qingming's awakening, his injuries remained grave, and he clearly wished to depart in peace. Yet, Xiaoyao beside them nodded slightly, recognizing that such determination would ensure his survival. As he controlled the spiritual fire to refine the medicinal properties within the cauldron. Xiaoyao began to elucidate the simplified version of the Nine Dragons fire technique he had imparted to Hua Qingming. With barely 3 months left to live, and having endured considerable torment at the hands of Qin Feng, Hua Qingming's situation was indeed precarious. Xiaoyao's earlier inquiry had posed a critical juncture. Had Hua Qingming deemed the technique flawed, their master-disciple bond would have reached its end upon his revival. However, Hua Qingming's unwavering faith in himself assured Xiaoyao that he would not let him down. Thus, unable to move, Xiaoyao proceeded to deliver his teachings on the spot. Ultimately, the phenomenon of deviating from one's path stems from a misapprehension of the heavenly way. To pursue cultivation along such erroneous paths, one would inevitably succumb to the overwhelming forces of the heavenly principles, forces that no mere flesh could withstand. Therefore, addressing the root cause of this deviation necessitates the rectification of these misunderstandings. Hua Qingming, grasping this principle, attentively observed every hand gesture Xiaoyao made and listened intently to each explanation, occasionally posing questions. These inquiries highlighted his misunderstandings, and under Xiaoyao's patient elaboration, Hua Qingming's previously muddled gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. Although the surrounding alchemists had not received the transmission of Xiaoyao's Nine Dragons fire technique, they could not possibly comprehend its depth as Hua Qingming did. Nevertheless, the words Xiaoyao shared were imbued with profound insights into the art of alchemy, transcending their current understanding. While Xiaoyao did not address their queries directly, his discourse resonated deeply with them, and some lingering doubts that had long plagued them began to find resolution. Ensure the gates remain guarded, and no one is allowed to disturb us. Qin Feng, as the head of the assembly, recognized the rarity of such an opportunity and discreetly communicated with Yen Su. Though they were within the inner sanctum of the Alchemist's Guild, he understood the need for caution. He could not fathom when he might again encounter such exquisite teachings on alchemy, and thus could not afford any missteps as time passed. With Xiaoyao's reinterpretation of the Nine Dragons fire technique and the infusion of medicinal power from the cauldron, Hua Qingming's complexion began to normalize and his breath steadied. However, immersed in the enigmatic depths of alchemy, he entirely forgot that he was still being refined within the cauldron, focusing solely on listening intently and asking questions with care. Soon, some alchemists began to pose their own inquiries regarding Xiaoyao's explanations. While their previous demeanor had not been particularly cordial, Xiaoyao discerned that their attitudes were influenced by Hua Qingming's presence, and thus chose not to hold it against them. Moreover, Xiaoyao recognized that the doubts they faced could potentially trouble Hua Qingming in the future. Therefore, he generously offered his insights. Initially, the crowd had been apprehensive that Xiaoyao would resent their earlier attitude. Yet after receiving answers, they gradually grew bolder, even venturing beyond the scope of Xiaoyao's teachings to voice their own uncertainties. However, what they perceived as doubts were trivial matters to Xiaoyao, who possessed the knowledge of the celestial realm's alchemy. Furthermore, through their exchanges, Xiaoyao was also absorbing a wealth of alchemical experience from them. Thus, the interaction resembled a profound dialogue on the art of alchemy. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the main hall of the Alchemist's Guild, Master Feng. Upon spotting Feng Yulua, everyone in the hall, guests and attendants alike, immediately extended their greetings. The Feng family of the Jue Holy Clan was indeed one of the 3 premier families of Zhongtian City. Who would dare to be disrespectful? Feng. Aunt Lu Sueki's expression turned anxious upon seeing Feng Yulua. She hurriedly approached, saying, Aunt Feng, please do not heed the nonsensical words of others. As for my relationship with Master Yun. But before Lu Sueki could finish, she was met with a resounding slap. Feng Yulua coldly retorted, whether or not there is anything between you and him is of no concern to me. The engagement from years ago was merely to bring joy to my son. The assistance I've provided to your Lu family over the years is merely compensation for your reputation. But what makes you think you have the right to step into my Feng family's door? Do you think you are worthy? Aunt Feng, you. Faced with Feng Yulua's merciless humiliation, Lu Sueki clutched her swollen cheek, unable to utter another word. Kneel at the entrance. As for how you will be dealt with, that will be determined by my son when he emerges, Feng Yulua stated, then proceeded directly toward the inner sanctum of the Alchemist's Guild. Aunt, your son. Lu Sueki's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, among the other guests, some seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be that the young man they had seen earlier was the long-lost son of the Fong family head? Indeed. If not, how could that young man have been so audacious, accompanied by a genius from the undersea realm as his protector? Yes, if not, why would the head of the Fong family personally visit the Alchemist's Guild and head straight for the inner sanctum? Certainly, he must address the incident that occurred at the Alchemist's Guild. It remains to be seen how much influence the Fong family head wields in the face of the guild. Is the heir of the Fong family? At that moment, shock flickered in Lu Sueki's eyes. Chapter 83. What has happened to my son? Within 3 breaths, if I do not see my son, I guarantee that fewer than 1 in 10 will survive today at the Alchemist's Guild. In the back courtyard of the Alchemist's Guild, facing the resistance of the guild's warriors, Fong Yulua spoke coldly. Though the Fong family could not rival the Alchemist's Guild, should it come to a fight to the death, at the very least, the entire branch would need to be replaced. Upon Fong Yulua's entrance, the head of the Alchemist's Guild, Dantian, along with several warriors above the undersea realm, wore grave expressions. They understood Fong Yulua better than anyone else. Although she had recently crippled her cultivation and was undergoing retraining, the Alchemist's Guild was well aware of her once glorious standing. Head of the Fong family, please do not act impulsively. Xiaoyao is in no danger. He simply cannot come out at the moment, Yin Su quickly explained. Dantian added, I assure you, we will not pursue the matter of Xiaoyao's actions in the guild today. Moreover, all our members are present. Even if there are any unforeseen circumstances, we cannot escape, can we? Fong Yulua's expression remained unchanged. Then where is my son? Dantian replied, the president is speaking with him. It may take some time. I kindly ask the head of the Fong family to wait patiently for a moment. After all, if we truly intended to harm your son, we would not require so much time. Either I see my son now, or let me witness the prowess of the Alchemist Guild's experts. But Fong Yulua remained unyielding. At this juncture, Fong Shirlu had been summoned by Yin Su. Shirlu, where is Xiaoyao? Fong Yulua immediately inquired. Head. Fong Shirlu proceeded to briefly recount the situation in the back courtyard. Do you know each other? Fong Yulua regarded Yin Su with a hint of suspicion. Somewhat acquainted. Yin Su replied ambiguously. After all, he had never met Xiaoyao before today, but could not deny a complete lack of familiarity. Suddenly, powerful auras began to emanate from the back courtyard of the Alchemist's Guild. The crowd turned to look, their expressions shifting as they sensed the formidable waves of spiritual energy. They understood that such a phenomenon was beyond what a single alchemist could achieve. Yet, breakthroughs in alchemical mastery were far more arduous than those in martial cultivation. How could multiple individuals ascend simultaneously? In truth, within that courtyard, as Xiaoyao provided his various explanations, the long-standing uncertainties of the attending alchemists were gradually resolved. They had accumulated a wealth of knowledge over time, yet their understanding of the Tao of pills had long hindered their progress. However, now they had taken that crucial step forward. Even as Xiaoyao addressed others' doubts, they expanded their understanding further, making it peculiar if one could not advance. Not only the seasoned alchemists of Zhongtian City, but even Hua Qingming, who had experienced consecutive breakthroughs leading to his deviation, found himself entering a state of advancement. Yet Xiaoyao remained unconcerned. The root cause of Hua Qingming's deviation lay in his failure to truly integrate the celestial techniques with the alchemical principles of Qingyun continent. However, Xiaoyao's teachings today not only addressed their fundamental issues, but also facilitated the preliminary integration of the two paths. Henceforth, such occurrences would no longer arise on their path of alchemy. Although Xiaoyao had not achieved a breakthrough himself, this was due to his cultivation of the celestial realm's techniques, which still lay far from advancement. Nevertheless, he recognized that his current mastery of alchemy likely rivaled that of an ordinary high-level alchemist. Moreover, through the recent exchanges, he had gained significant insights, which he was now silently assimilating. As one alchemist after another opened their eyes from their meditative states, the glances they cast at Xiaoyao were no longer filled with hostility. Instead, they were imbued with admiration and respect. Master Yi, we were previously short-sighted and have caused many offenses. Qin Feng's expression was one of sincerity. As the president of this assembly, he was fortunate to have spent time at the main guild and had received guidance from the esteemed alchemists there. Yet compared to the teachings Xiaoyao had just imparted, it was an entirely different realm as he spoke. Qin Feng clasped his fists in respect, bowing as a disciple would. Thank you, Master Yi, for your guidance. The other alchemists similarly expressed their gratitude, bowing in acknowledgement. Their gestures signified their recognition of Xiaoyao's teachings. Referring to him as Master Yi indicated their understanding that he would not accept them as disciples. Yet, they regarded Hua Qingming, who was still in the process of advancement, with envy. They knew that today they had the chance to listen to such profound insights into the Tao of pills solely because of Hua Qingming. As Xiaoyao's disciple, Hua Qingming had the opportunity to access such wisdom at any time. Simultaneously, they also realized that the issue did not lie with Xiaoyao's teachings, but rather with Hua Qingming's inadequate talent and misinterpretations. Nevertheless, even so, Xiaoyao had taken the time to guide him. Such a master was indeed rare. Xiaoyao nodded slightly, acknowledging that since their animosity towards him stemmed from Hua Qingming, he would not hold it against them any longer. I have a list of medicinal materials. If it is convenient for President Qin, could you assist me in gathering them? With Hua Qingming's issues resolved, the medicinal materials required by his mother could not be overlooked. Upon reviewing the list, Qin Feng's expression tightened. Most of the materials listed were of the holy grade. Earlier, during Xiaoyao's discourse, he had already suspected that Xiaoyao might be a holy alchemist. And now it was confirmed. After all, how could one require such an abundance of holy grade materials without being a holy alchemist? Master Yi, these materials are quite precious and rare. Gathering them may take some time. Xiaoyao nodded slightly to no worries. Please prepare them. I will come to collect them later. You all have just advanced and should consolidate your progress. I shall not intrude any longer with the matter settled. Xiaoyao did not wish to linger. Very well, I shall repay your kindness in the future. Take care, Master Yi. Qin Feng did not insist on accompanying him, understanding that they had just achieved breakthroughs and that this was a critical moment for their cultivation. Any misstep could not be remedied. Xiaoyao naturally did not mind, promptly departing the small courtyard. Young Master Yi, you have finally emerged. Upon seeing Xiaoyao, Yin Su, who had been waiting outside, let out a sigh of relief. What is it? Xiaoyao inquired. The head of the Feng family is seeking you, Yin Su replied. Although Xiaoyao responded simply, his heart stirred with emotion. He understood that his mother had come to confront the Alchemist's Guild due to his actions. Furthermore, it was evident that she was prepared to face them head-on on his behalf. Mother. Xiaoyao quickly stepped out. Xiaoyao, are you all right? Upon seeing Xiaoyao, Feng Yulua's previously tense demeanor relaxed. I'm fine. I'm fine. Although Xiaoyao reassured her, Feng Yulua instinctively sheltered him behind her. Can we leave now? She then addressed Nie Tianqing and the others. Please, head of the Feng family, feel free. Nie Tianqing had evidently received a message from Qin Feng and did not pursue the matter of Xiaoyao's actions within the guild any further. Chapter 84. Expulsion from the guild. C. I told you, that mere Feng family, claiming to be part of the Jue Holy Clan, is nothing in the presence of the Alchemist's Guild. If this Feng family head does not adhere to the rules, she may not even be able to leave. In the main hall of the Alchemist's Guild, Yun Haiba, witnessing that Xiaoyao and his mother had yet to emerge, spoke with growing confidence. Is that true? Lu Sueki still felt somewhat uncertain. Earlier, under Feng Yulua's imposing presence, she had genuinely considered kneeling at the guild's entrance but had been pulled away by Yun Haiba. Of course, just wait and see. If that Xiaoyao manages to escape, I will make him kneel before me and apologize. Really? Just as Yun Haiba spoke with satisfaction, Xiaoyao stepped out, accompanied by Nie Tianqing, Yin Su, and others. Upon seeing this, Yun Haiba promptly clasped his fists in Greetings, Commander Nie. I truly did not intend to disturb your seclusion with such a trivial matter. Greeting, Commander Nie. The others bowed in unison. Although the identity of warriors in the Alchemist's Guild was not as esteemed as that of the alchemists, they were still significant figures in their own right. As the head of the warriors in this branch, Nie Tianqing held a status comparable to that of a vice president, commanding respect from all. But now, Xiaoyao stood directly before Yun Haiba. Did you not just say that I should kneel and apologize to you? Having just dealt with his own injuries, Yun Haiba was unaware of the events that had transpired inside. He assumed that Nie Tianqing had brought Xiaoyao out as a form of public punishment to uphold the guild's reputation. With a cold smirk, he replied, I would have shown mercy had you been willing to kneel and apologize. However, since this matter has attracted Commander Nie's attention, it may not be so simple. Before Yun Haiba could finish his sentence, Xiaoyao delivered a sharp kick to his knee. Crack. With a series of sickening cracks, Yun Haiba's knee shattered, sending him crashing to the ground. Piercing pain shot through him, and Yun Haiba could not help but scream, looking up at Xiaoyao with eyes filled with shock and confusion. Is this how you kneel? Xiaoyao looked down at Yun Haiba, coldly retorting, at that moment. Everyone was astonished, their gazes fixed on Ye Tianxing. Why Xiaoyao was openly committing an act of violence in front of him. Ye Tianxing's brow furrowed deeply. Previously, President Qin had sent word that Xiaoyao was a holy alchemist and should be treated with the utmost respect. As a warrior within the Alchemist Guild, he understood the weight those 3 words carried all too well. Commander Nye. Seeing the other party's prolonged silence, Yun Haiba urged him on. However, Ye Tianxing cast a cold glance at Yun Haiba, and with a disdainful snort, declared, Yun Haiba, you are well aware that Lu Sueki is betrothed to the young master of the Feng family. Yet, you engage in close relations with her for trifling benefits, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Alchemist Association. Henceforth, you are expelled from the Alchemist Association. The moment these words were uttered, the entire assembly was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Xiaoyao would take such action, and that the one facing repercussions would be Yun Haiba. Although Yun Haiba had indeed acted inappropriately, he represented the Alchemist Association. Little did they know that if Xiaoyao could not be dealt with today, and in order to uphold the dignity of the Alchemist Association, the only recourse was to sever ties with Yun Haiba. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao turned and smiled faintly, saying, Please convey to President Qin that I, Xiaoyao, will remember this favor. At this proclamation, the attendees finally came to their senses. Indeed, Xiaoyao was no ordinary individual. He was the young master of the Feng family from the Nine Peaks sacred clan. Clearly, the Alchemist Association was making concessions for Feng Yulua. After all, the Feng family purchases a considerable amount of elixirs from the Alchemist Association annually. To offend a family of wealth over a mere Yun Haiba was simply irrational. However, with the young master of the Feng family returning so brazenly, it could hardly bode well. Feng Yulua's gaze sharpened. Evidently, she too was filled with self-doubt. While she was confident in her family's deep roots in Dantian City, it seemed unlikely that they had reached a point where the Alchemist Association would show such deference. At this moment, Yun Haiba, regaining his composure, shook his head repeatedly. He understood that being expelled from the Alchemist Association would irrevocably alter the course of his life. I must see the president. I must find the president. As he spoke, he disregarded his incapacitated legs and crawled toward the back courtyard. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao found the marriage certificate with Lu Sueki within the storage ring given by his mother. This is our marriage certificate. As he spoke, the spiritual energy in his hand flickered, and the certificate transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Lu Sueki's expression turned incredibly complex in an instant. Her. It seemed the young master of the Feng family was likely facing dire straits, yet she had aligned herself with Yun Haiba, a prodigy of the Alchemist Association, which promised a bright future. Who could have anticipated that the young master of the Feng family would return? Moreover, the influence of the Feng family far exceeded her expectations, having grown so formidable that even the Alchemist Association had to acquiesce. Although the Alchemist Association's concession was likely due to some benefit Feng Yulua had provided them, it was still beyond what the Lu family could ever hope for. Yet, with the two sides clashing upon their first meeting, Lu Sueki was at a loss for how to respond. Naturally, Xiaoyao was indifferent to her reaction. After completing this matter, he left with Feng Yulua. Xiaoyao, what transpired in the back courtyard of the Alchemist Association earlier? They did not make things difficult for you, did they? With no one around, Feng Yulua finally inquired. Although she could not disclose the secrets of the Celestial Emperor's daughter, seeing her mother so concerned for her filled Xiaoyao with the desire to reveal the truth. Earlier, while I was in the northern region, I took in a named disciple. Xiaoyao promptly recounted the events. However, Feng Yulua's brow furrowed in concern. The fact that he could take the president of an alchemist branch as a disciple, albeit only a named one, was already absurd. Now, you are explaining alchemical principles to all the alchemists in the Alchemist Association of Dantian City? Are you a sacred alchemist? Wow, Xiaoyao, you are truly remarkable, but you must not reveal the secret of your profound alchemical knowledge to anyone else, lest it attract unnecessary trouble. Despite her heart being filled with doubt, Feng Yulua still spoke with a smile. Yet, in her gaze towards Xiaoyao, there was a tinge of heartache. She understood that her son's years of hardships had led him to develop a habit of fabricating tales. But all of this stemmed from her own actions, so she could not blame him. She merely wished for him not to speak of it, fearing others would mock him. It now appeared that the Alchemist Association still harbored some reservations regarding the Feng family. which was why today's incident was allowed to pass. Matriarch, several clan elders request your presence in the Grand Hall. Just as the mother and son returned to the Fong family estate, a servant reported. Matriarch, you left in haste earlier, and now that you have returned, we should proceed with the transfer of the position of head of the family. As they entered the Grand Hall, 3 clan elders rose to speak. Chapter 85. The position of family head. Fong Yulua's expression immediately darkened. Elders, what do you mean by this? The 3 elders replied without hesitation. Since you were concerned earlier about the potential fallout from a conflict with the Alchemist Association affecting the family, you propose to relinquish the position of family head. Therefore, it is only right to complete the transfer now, allowing the new head to address this matter. While I am unaware of what benefits you promised the Alchemist Association to secure their leniency towards Xiaoyao's audacity, we must provide the Alchemist Association with an explanation. I imagine, given your pride as the family head, you would not willingly apologize to the Alchemist Association. Thus, after the transfer, it would be prudent for the new head to extend an apology to the Alchemist Association. Resolving this matter amicably, Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened slightly. He understood that his mother had rushed to the Alchemist Association for his sake. However, he had not anticipated that, in her attempt to save him, she would relinquish the position of family head before leaving home. Now it seemed that although there had been no conflict at the Alchemist Association, those coveting the position of family head within the Fong family could no longer remain patient. Fong Yulua was acutely aware of this as well. She immediately focused her gaze and declared, I did not promise the Alchemist Association any benefits. The 3 elders burst into laughter upon hearing this. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Who does not understand the consequences of causing a ruckus in the Alchemist Association's main hall? Yet, not only did you return unscathed, but you also dared to lay hands on Yun Haiba while leaving, and Nye Tianqing has yet to pursue the matter? Surely, the benefits you provided to the head of the Alchemist Association have exceeded our expectations. Fong Yulua furrowed her brow at their words. She was well aware of the repercussions that could arise from causing a disturbance in the Alchemist Association's main hall. Otherwise, she would not have suggested relinquishing the position of family head so readily. However, the Alchemist Association's subsequent actions continued to perplex her. Noticing Fong Yuhuan's silence, the 3 elders realized their conjecture was correct. Seizing the opportunity, they continued, of course, if the matriarch is willing to apologize to the Alchemist Association for the family's sake, we will refrain from pursuing the matter of the family head's position. But if the matriarch is unwilling to make sacrifices for the family, then someone who is willing to make such sacrifices must take on the role of family head, even if it means enduring humiliation. After the 3 elders finished speaking, they wore expressions of confidence, fully aware that although Fong Yuhuan had recently undergone a significant setback, her pride was undiminished from her former vigor. How could she possibly endure such humiliation? Apologize. Xiaoyao scoffed dismissively. You might as well go to the Alchemist Association and ask if they would dare accept my apology. Even President Qin, as the head, pays his respects to me as a disciple, who would dare accept my apology. However, the members of the Fong family were utterly unaware of the events that had transpired within the Alchemist Association. The 3 elders coldly snorted. Ignorance. Do you know what the Alchemist Association represents? Do not think that just because your mother leveraged the Fong family's reputation to extricate you from this situation, you can act with impunity. Our Fong family has achieved its current standing largely because we can procure numerous elixirs from the Alchemist Association every year. Should the Alchemist Association impose any restrictions in this regard, within a decade, we will be surpassed by the other 2 families. Fong Yulua's brow furrowed slightly. In her heart, she did not entirely dismiss the 3 elders' perspective. Today's concession by the Alchemist Association was undeniably a result of the 9 Peaks Sacred Clan's renown. Yet, even though she recognized her son had made a mistake, she held no intention of placing blame. Instead, she coldly retorted, Tomorrow is the old patriarch's birthday banquet. As for the arrangement of the family head position, we shall wait until the old patriarch emerges from seclusion to discuss it. Agreed. It is settled. A sly smile flickered across the 3 elders' lips as they confidently acquiesced. Fong Yuhuan chose not to engage further and led Xiaoyao out of the grand hall. Upon returning to their courtyard, Xiaoyao directly stated, Mother, I truly have no interest in the position of family head. While Xiaoyao acknowledged Fong Yulua's maternal love, he also understood that he bore a more significant mission, rendering him disinterested in the position of family head. Yet, Fong Yulua's gaze sharpened. her expression growing colder. It seemed to her that the elders' attitudes had instilled a sense of trepidation in Xiaoyao, which only deepened her concern. Her son, if not for the trials of the past years, would he have developed such timidity? She immediately declared, "Rest assured, whatever I intend to provide you, no one can take away. Mother, I really do not want the position of family head." Sensing her misunderstanding, Xiaoyao hurriedly replied, "No need to say more. I will take care of this matter. Focus on your cultivation." As she spoke, Feng Yuluo rose to leave. With the elders now seeking to usurp power, she needed to make some preparations. Once her mother departed, Xiaoyao settled into meditation. The unique characteristics of the 10,000 forms devouring the heaven sword technique meant that he only required sufficient comprehension of the way of heaven to serve as a foundation for advancement. The alchemical arts were also fundamentally tied to the way of heaven. Previously, while guiding those alchemists at the Alchemist Association, Xiaoyao had gained considerable insight himself. With a certain level of understanding of the way of heaven and the spiritual stones provided by his mother, he immersed himself in cultivation. In less than 2 hours, he had already advanced to the 5th level of the celestial realm. At that moment, a knock at the door announced Feng Shirley's arrival. "What is it?" Xiaoyao opened the door. "Liu Shenglan from the Liu family has sent an invitation, asking you to come to Yulai for a welcoming feast." Feng Shirley presented the invitation. "Liu Shenglan?" Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened slightly. Feng Shirley immediately explained, "In Dantian City, the Feng, Liu, and Zheng families stand together. While the Feng family is somewhat stronger than the other two, the advantage is limited. Furthermore, the 3 families have historically engaged in various disputes for their interests. Although Liu Shenglan is a daughter, her talent for cultivation and her methods are formidable, securing her a high standing within the Liu family. Given the invitation, it is likely she harbors ulterior motives." While Feng Shirley could not make decisions for the young master, she nonetheless analyzed the situation based on what she knew. It would be inappropriate not to at least take a look after receiving the invitation. Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. "Some matters can be avoided once, but not twice. Since they have made their move, I might as well see what they want. Young master, do not act impulsively. I worry that Liu Shenglan may pose a threat to you." Feng Shirley cautioned, "If she poses a threat, do you not stand by my side?" Although Xiaoyao had indeed sensed Feng Shirley's loyalty during their visit to the Alchemist Association, he felt no need to elaborate on the details of the situation. With that, he made his way outside. Feng Shirley, though concerned, hurriedly followed. Soon, the two arrived at the largest tavern in Dantian City. "Yulai, greetings, young Master Yi." Upon arrival, they were met by someone waiting at the entrance, who paid their respects before ushering Xiaoyao into a private room. "Young Master Yi, please, only Miss Liu is inside." The attendant glanced at Feng Shirley as he spoke. Xiaoyao immediately understood. "You wait outside for me?" "Yes." Feng Shirley nodded slightly. Xiaoyao pushed open the door, and upon passing the screen at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood an exceptionally beautiful young woman, who at that moment had shed her outer garment, leaving only her form-fitting attire. Her snow-white skin, now exposed, rendered the sumptuous feast laid out before her utterly inconsequential. "Miss Liu, what is the meaning of this?" Xiaoyao had considered many possibilities prior to his arrival. Yet this was one he had never imagined. "I wish to assist you." Liu Shenglan looked at Xiaoyao with a slight smile. Xiaoyao responded with a faint smile. "Miss Liu, it seems somewhat inappropriate for you to disrobe and offer assistance upon our first meeting." Chapter 86. Handing over the Feng family. From the moment Xiaoyao entered, Liu Shenglan scrutinized his every move. However, she soon realized that while Xiaoyao's gaze remained fixed on her, apart from the initial surprise, there was no hint of lewdness or fear in his eyes. She could not help but chuckle. "Word in the city is that upon your return to the Feng family, you have been relying on their influence to act with arrogance, making it difficult for you to achieve greatness. Yet, it seems you are merely putting on a show for the world to see. Or perhaps I am simply that arrogant." Xiaoyao responded noncommittally. This statement caused Liu Shenglan's eyes to narrow further. Originally, she had prepared for a certain rhythm, but Xiaoyao's calm and indifferent demeanor disrupted her plans. She could only continue. "Initially, the structure of the Feng family was such that once your mother stepped down from the position of family head, it would naturally pass to the descendants of the elders. However, your unexpected return has thrown a wrench into their plans, which is why the 3 elders are pressuring your mother today." After a brief pause, Liu Shenglan continued. "Go on," Xiaoyao replied, pouring himself a cup of wine. She had anticipated that by pointing out Xiaoyao's predicament, he would open up, but she was taken aback by his unflappable demeanor. It felt as though he had seized control of the entire conversation. Nevertheless, Lu Shenglan pressed on. Over the years, your mother has focused on searching for you, while the three elders have long been prepared. Your mother may appear to be the family head, but most members of the Feng family actually heed the elders' arrangements. Thus, it will be challenging for you to maintain your position as the young master after the old patriarch's birthday banquet tomorrow. Even as she spoke, noticing that Xiaoyao was still silent, Lu Shenglan produced a marriage certificate she had prepared in advance. Therefore, the best course of action now is for you and me to establish a marital bond. I can leverage the power of the Gu family to assist you and your mother. As long as we secure your mother's position as family head, you will continue to be the young master of the Feng family. Agreed. Xiaoyao replied decisively. Lu Shenglan was momentarily stunned. It was clear to anyone observing that her sudden proposal was laden with ulterior motives. Yet Xiaoyao had unhesitatingly accepted it. He was either more foolish than a fool or possessed absolute confidence. Given the circumstances of their interactions thus far, Lu Shenglan believed Xiaoyao was definitely not the former. Why? Xiaoyao smiled slightly. You undressed like this upon my arrival. If I were to object, you would likely accuse me of being rude. Those who visit you Li Ju are all prominent figures. Should this incident spread, the Lu family would inevitably clash with the Feng family. In such a case, my mother's already precarious situation would worsen. Thus, I had no choice, wouldn't you agree? Lu Shenglan was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed her plan. She had calculated various possibilities, knowing she could easily manipulate Xiaoyao today. Yet now, as she struggled to grasp Xiaoyao's true intentions, she felt as though she was walking into a trap. Suddenly, Lu Shenglan snatched the marriage certificate back, stating, "Initially, I did have such intentions, but now I have changed my mind. I cannot decipher you, and I am unwilling to take that risk." As she spoke, Lu Shenglan waved her hand, gathering her scattered garments. Without certainty, she would not proceed. However, Xiaoyao coldly retorted, "If you dare touch your clothing again, I will shatter this private room immediately." "What do you mean?" Lu Shenglan glared at Xiaoyao. Why? Xiaoyao chuckled. "Did you not just analyze my situation? Without the assistance of the Lu family, I cannot retain my position as the young master. Therefore, if you refuse your earlier proposal, I will make it known to everyone that you attempted to seduce me. After all, if I am to die, I might as well die with your reputation in tow." Lu Shenglan's gaze narrowed. Why? Xiaoyao continued, "Of course, if it comes to that point, I will certainly say you are enamored by my handsome appearance and wish to take advantage of me. After all, I am merely at the 5th level of the celestial realm, while you stand as a formidable master at the 9th level of the skyward realm. If it were said that I forcibly stripped you of your clothing, I fear no one would believe it. Halt. Do not move. Your current state of undress indicates that you still possess an interest in negotiation. Should you make even the slightest motion to don your attire, it would mean you intend to claim my wager. While I may not be able to defeat you, I assure you, I am more than capable of reducing this private room to rubble before you can clothe yourself." Just now, Lu Shenglan instinctively sought to dress, yet under Xiaoyao's threat, she had no choice but to cease her actions. Though she aspired for power, she was equally wary of losing her reputation. However, the next moment, Lu Shenglan smiled slightly, saying, "You are not a fool, so you would not wish to trouble your mother at this juncture, would you?" With that, Lu Shenglan began to dress herself, which caused Xiaoyao's eyes to brighten slightly. While he could not discern the depths of her cultivation talent, he recognized that her thoughts were anything but ordinary. Yet, after she finished dressing, Lu Shenglan did not hasten to depart. Instead, she remarked, "Though our attempts to manipulate one another have failed, at least it demonstrates that we are both intelligent individuals, still possessing room for cooperation. So, what is it that you desire?" Xiaoyao responded with a slight smile, "As you wish, I shall grant you the Feng family." "What? What did you say?" Lu Shenglan gazed at Xiaoyao in shock. Despite Xiaoyao's mere 5th level of the celestial realm, she clearly understood that achieving such a level at his age in the northern domain indicated his talent was not lacking. What he lacked was merely a conducive environment for cultivation. Furthermore, their previous unspoken confrontation had revealed Xiaoyao's cunning and means, leading her to believe he would not make such a concession lightly. Subsequently, Lu Shenglan huffed coldly, "I have already shown my utmost sincerity. Should you continue in this manner, then there is no need for us to pursue this discussion any further." Chapter 87. Cooperation. Xiaoyao shrugged slightly. I never intended to take over the Fong family. Since those clan elders have displeased my mother, they should no longer harbor hopes of influencing the Fong family. And as for you, since you cannot gain anything from the Liu family, even if I were to hand over the Fong family to you, you would not channel its benefits to the Liu family, would you? Yi Xiaoyao saw through Liu Shenglan's ambitions. However, more importantly, he had no genuine interest in the position of the head of the Fong family. Moreover, when he had previously investigated his mother's injuries, he had learned that due to her self-inflicted injuries years ago, she believed her achievements could only reach their current limits, which was why she valued the Fong family. Yet, once her injuries were healed, how could she still regard the mere Fong family with any significance? At this moment, Liu Shenglan looked at Yi Xiaoyao with a serious expression. So, I have indeed underestimated you? It must be said, during the negotiations, Liu Shenglan had already placed Yi Xiaoyao on equal footing with herself. Yet, as she gazed at the Fong family she wished to seize, which Yi Xiaoyao spoke of so lightly, Liu Shenglan could not help but acknowledge that Yi Xiaoyao's vision was far beyond her own. So, is it a deal? Yi Xiaoyao did not respond to her query. Liu Shenglan scrutinized Yi Xiaoyao once more, yet found no hint of the answer she sought on his face. Nevertheless, Liu Shenglan declared, "It's a deal." Saying this, she presented the marriage contract she had retracted to Yi Xiaoyao, adding, "However, our cooperation shall be limited to the marriage agreement. Or we may marry if necessary, but nothing beyond that." In truth, this was the outcome Liu Shenglan had initially desired. Yet, hearing those words from Yi Xiaoyao's lips caused her expression to change. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I am unworthy of you?" Liu Shenglan was indeed one of the most beautiful women in Zhangtian City, possessing both extraordinary family background and talent, and now she found herself insulted by Yi Xiaoyao's proposition. Yi Xiaoyao recognized that his previous statement might have been somewhat inappropriate, and he quickly added, "No, it is I who am unworthy of you." Observing Yi Xiaoyao's contradictory words, Liu Shenglan felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet at that moment, she refrained from voicing it. After all, continuing down that path would only lead to her appearing desperate for Yi Xiaoyao's approval. Subsequently, Liu Shenglan rose decisively. "Very well, I will return home to make arrangements immediately. Tomorrow, my Liu family will attend the birthday banquet of the old Master Fong punctually. At the appropriate time, we will clarify our relationship. Please have Liu come in." Yi Xiaoyao smiled slightly. He understood that Liu Shenglan's words carried an additional layer of meaning. Should his mother be unable to withstand the pressure from the three clan elders, then today's agreement could very well be rendered null and void. "Young master." Indeed, as soon as Liu Shenglan departed, Fong Shiliu entered. "Sit and eat. The dishes here are quite exquisite." While conversing with Liu Shenglan, Yi Xiaoyao had not been idle. He had to admit that for the largest tavern in Zhangtian City, Yu Liju's culinary skills were impressive. Observing the spread before him, he was unwilling to let it go to waste. "I dare not." Fong Shiliu quickly waved her hands. Yet Yi Xiaoyao insisted, "Since you are my loyal servant, your life can be sacrificed for me at any moment, so there is no need to speak of any master-servant distinctions. While alive, one should seize the opportunity to enjoy life to the fullest." Though Yi Xiaoyao had no intention of demanding Fong Shiliu sacrifice herself, he found no need to articulate that. Although Yi Xiaoyao's philosophy diverged somewhat from what Fong Shiliu had learned since childhood, she was merely in her early 20s. Faced with such a splendid array of dishes, she found it difficult to resist. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao's reasoning held some merit, and she soon took a seat. Initially, Fong Shiliu timidly sampled the dishes, but upon tasting their exquisite flavors and witnessing Yi Xiaoyao's unreserved enjoyment, she cast aside her reservations. Half an hour later, the two, fully satiated, exited Yu Liju. "Xiaoyao? Is that really you?" Just a few steps outside, a voice called from behind them. "Elder Huayun?" Yi Xiaoyao turned, somewhat surprised. He was aware that the Li Hua sect was to attend the old master's birthday banquet, but he hadn't anticipated encountering them at this moment. Even more surprising was that he discovered Elder Huayun had already reached the 5th level of the Skyward Realm. Such a level was not particularly notable in Zhangtian City, but compared to the former Li Hua sect, it was indeed significant. "Come, sit down. Everyone is waiting for you." Elder Huayun said. "Waiting for me?" Yi Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He had informed the members of the Li Hua sect that he would be undergoing solitary training, so why would they be waiting for him? After all, remaining in Zhangtian City had been a mere coincidence. Elder Huayun seemed to realize that since Xiaoyao had stated his intentions upon leaving the Lihua sect, he should not expose that little secret. He swiftly changed the subject, looking at Feng Shirlu and asking, "Oh, she is my friend Shirlu." Friend. The term caused both Feng Shirlu and Elder Huayun to be taken aback. Elder Huayun quickly scrutinized Feng Shirlu. Although he could not gauge her cultivation level, he could see that her beauty was extraordinary, rivaling that of his granddaughter Lin Yuyin. Moreover, Shirlu, is that your name or rank? With this thought, Elder Huayun felt compelled to remind Lin Yuyin to step up her efforts. As Yi Xiaoyao's loyal servant, Feng Shirlu had never considered herself worthy of being Yi Xiaoyao's friend. Thus, she was somewhat flustered as she bowed to Elder Huayun, saying, "Shirlu pays her respects to the elder." No need for such formalities. Elder Huayun waved his hands. Xiaoyao is our Lihua sect's vice sect master. Were it not for the fact that I am a few years older than him, I wouldn't dare address him so casually. Vice sect master? Feng Shirlu looked at Yi Xiaoyao with a hint of curiosity. She had not expected that without the Feng family, Yi Xiaoyao could achieve such a status. After some pleasantries, Elder Huayun led them to the entrance of a courtyard in the residential area. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief. After all, since Ji Wuchang and the others had chosen a common dwelling, it indicated they understood that such locations were the least likely to provoke conflict. Which was reassuring. Sect Master, should we offer tribute to the Liu family? Or do you have a decision on that? As the three entered, they found several elders in discussion with Ji Wuchang, who appeared troubled. Tribute? What tribute? Yi Xiaoyao quietly inquired of Elder Huayun. Chapter 88. Protection Fee. Elder Huayun proceeded to explain. The 7 alliances of the Northern Domain, as the most powerful factions, all had backing from 7 forces in the Xuanwu realm. While these forces might not amount to much in the Xuanwu realm, they held significant weight in the Northern Domain. They provided the 7 major factions with support to enhance their strength and even offered some techniques. But in return, the factions needed to regularly supply resources. This arrangement was somewhat reminiscent of the previous relationship between the Lihua sect and the Xing Luo Hall. The forces behind the now extinct Xing Luo Hall were the Liu family of Zhongtian City. When Xing Luo Hall was attacked, they had sought help from the Liu family, but the martial artists from the Alchemist Guild were too overwhelming, and by the time the Liu family arrived, Xing Luo Hall had already been annihilated. With Xing Luo Hall destroyed, there was no longer any need for the Liu family to intervene, so their masters retreated. However, they did not cease their actions. Upon learning that the Lihua sect would also attend the birthday banquet, they began gathering information on the sect in Zhongtian City. Yesterday, they approached the Lihua sect and declared that since they had destroyed Xing Luo Hall, they would replace it in paying tribute to the Liu family, promising assistance to the Lihua sect as well. And of course, should the Lihua sect refuse, they would seek revenge for Xing Luo Hall, and the members of the Lihua sect entering Zhongtian City would be unable to return. Moreover, they had given them a day to consider. Meanwhile, Ji Wuchang and the others had evidently sensed Yi Xiaoyao's arrival. However, after exchanging glances, they tacitly pretended not to know. Ji Wuchang then stated, "If the Liu family is smart, they will comply. If not, let Xing Luo Hall serve as their example." The attending elders understood Ji Wuchang's intent, and one immediately voiced, "Sect Master, isn't that inappropriate? I heard that Liu Sueki from the Liu family is betrothed to the young master of the Jus Sacred Clan. Wouldn't that mean we are making enemies of the Jus Sacred Clan?" In fact, this was the very aspect that had made them most apprehensive. However, seeing Yi Xiaoyao's appearance at that moment, they recalled that he had arrived precisely when needed. Coupled with their past experiences against Xing Luo Hall, they realized they had a clear understanding of the situation. Ji Wuchang coldly snorted. "Though the Jus Sacred Clan is powerful, we of the Lihua sect would rather stand and die than kneel and live." Yes. We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. After the crowd expressed their determination, they feigned surprise upon noticing Yi Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, didn't you say you were going to train? What brings you to Zhongtian City?" Ji Wuchang asked, his face filled with confusion. Yi Xiaoyao was indeed unaware of their various thoughts. Witnessing their fervent demeanor, he felt a headache coming on. Nevertheless, he responded, "I happened to pass through here." Ji Wuchang continued, "Perfect. Tomorrow is the birthday of the old master of the Jus Sacred Clan. You can take us from the Lihua sect." Yi Xiaoyao frowned even more. Given his relationship with the Lihua sect, he did not wish to hide his identity. However, seeing their earlier behavior, he felt that if he did not conceal it, they would likely become overly enthusiastic. Bang. Just as Xiaoyao found himself in a predicament, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud thud. The day has come. Have you all made a decision regarding your tribute to the Liu family? A young man at the forefront scoffed, accompanied by 5 strong figures from the Ghost Sea realm. Ji Wucheng's eyes flashed with intense disdain as he waved his hand. And the elders of the Li Hua sect surrounded the newcomers. Liu Xiefeng's eyes widened in shock. What? Are you Li Hua sect preparing to resist? Just based on your numbers? Liu Xiefeng had envisioned countless scenarios before coming. But never had he anticipated that bringing a group of Ghost Sea realm strongmen would lead to them being surrounded by these Skyward Realm individuals. Did they not understand that the disparity in realms could not simply be compensated by numbers? Moreover, they were in Zhongtian City. If it came down to a numbers game, the Li Hua sect would not fare any better. However, the members of the Li Hua sect were aware that with Xiaoyao's presence, their senior was there, providing them with confidence. Wu Cheng declared, "Leave with your people now, and we of the Li Hua sect will treat this as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, I hope you can bear the consequences." Liu Xiefeng retorted, "Consequences? Fine, let me see what consequences you can impose today." With that, Liu Xiefeng raised his arm, and the 5 Ghost Sea Realm strongmen sprang into action. Though the Liu family did not possess the same foundation as the Feng family, they believed that these 5 second-level Ghost Sea Realm warriors would be sufficient to overwhelm the members of the Li Hua sect. Yet, the members of the Li Hua sect possessed celestial techniques, and since they had tasted the benefits of training without resource constraints at the Li Hua sect, they had not skimped on their cultivation. Many of Ji Wucheng's elders had already reached the 9th level of the Skyward Realm. Additionally, recent battles had deepened their understanding of celestial techniques. Most importantly, the appearance of Xiaoyao instilled in them an unwavering confidence. Thus, when faced with the assault from the Liu family warriors, they not only showed no signs of fear but actively engaged. Boom, boom. The clash of both sides instantly erupted into a cacophony of deafening sounds. Although the Liu family warriors had the advantage in realm, the Li Hua sect was able to hold their ground for the time being. This prompted Liu Xiefeng, who had refrained from intervening due to his status, to fix his gaze on the still-standing Xiaoyao and Feng Shiliu. Although Liu Xiefeng was aware of Xiaoyao's name, he had never seen him in person. To him, Xiaoyao was merely a disciple of the 5th level of the Celestial Realm. With everyone else engaged, Xiaoyao remained unperturbed, leading him to believe that Xiaoyao's status within the Li Hua sect must be significant. He coldly snorted, "Since it's just us left, let's settle this between us." Feng Shiliu said nothing but quickly positioned herself in front of Xiaoyao. "Shiliu, stand down." Xiaoyao instructed. He had yet to engage in genuine combat since entering the Xuanwu realm. Facing the 5th level of the Skyward Realm, Liu Xiefeng was a suitable challenge for Xiaoyao. "Yes." Feng Shiliu responded instantly, stepping aside. However, the energy coalescing within her body remained intact, indicating that should Xiaoyao face any danger, she would act immediately. "Actually, you two can attack together." With Liu Xiefeng's cultivation level, he could not sense the aura emanating from Feng Shiliu. With a fierce shout, a glint of cold light flashed as he thrust his sword directly at Xiaoyao. Chapter 89. Feng Shiliu's strength. Xiaoyao intended to assess the gap between himself and the martial artists of the Xuanwu realm. He refrained from summoning the 5-element spirit sword and instead retrieved a comparable 8th-grade spirit sword from the storage bracelet his mother had given him. Clang! The 2 swords collided, unleashing a wave of powerful and heavy sword intent. Before Xiaoyao encountered the sword intent that was so piercing, it lacked the same sharpness. Yet this heavy aura surged forth like a great mountain colliding with him. Coupled with Liu Xiefeng's formidable realm, Xiaoyao found himself unexpectedly forced to retreat several steps. While Xiaoyao's own fierce sword intent surged towards Liu Xiefeng, it merely caused a slight tremor in Liu Xiefeng's body, failing to exert any substantial influence on him. Earth's spiritual power. In truth, the techniques contained within the storage ring bestowed by his mother were predominantly earth-based as well. Furthermore, Xiaoyao had long sensed that the spiritual energy of the Xuanwu realm was fundamentally rooted in the energy of the earth. This realization invigorated him. Suppressing the turbulent energy within him, Xiaoyao surged forward once more. Beside him, Feng Shiliu's gaze sharpened. She had never anticipated that Xiaoyao, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Celestial Realm, could withstand Liu Xiefeng's attack, who was also at the 5th level of the Skyward Realm. Moreover, Xiaoyao was able to engage him with intricate maneuvers without losing ground. This compelled her to regard this young master with newfound respect. Of course, what Feng Shilu was unaware of was that Xiaoyao was merely testing his combat capabilities. Otherwise, if he were to activate his sword domain, Lu Xiefeng would not be able to withstand it. "Let me handle this." At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, and a streak of azure light, roaring like thunder, sliced toward Lu Xiefeng. Wei Xiaoyao immediately recognized it was Lin Yuyan's voice, and from the momentum of this strike, he discerned that Lin Yuyan had surprisingly broken through to the second level of the Skyward Realm. Although Lin Yuyan was at a lower realm than Lu Xiefeng, she possessed the innate Dao body and was trained in the 9 swords of heavenly Dao, taught by the celestial Emperor Maiden Boom. Facing Lin Yuyan's vast and profound strike, Lu Xiefeng, despite exerting all his defenses, was still engulfed in a series of explosive sounds, surrounded by countless falling yellow light spots, indicating that his defensive techniques had been shattered. Subsequently, he spat blood and staggered back over 10 steps before barely stabilizing his figure. Lu Xiefeng stared incredulously at Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan before him. The fact that Xiaoyao, at the 5th level of the celestial realm, could withstand him had already astonished him. Now, with Lin Yuyan's single strike defeating him, how could he accept such a reality? As a warrior of the Xuanwu realm, wasn't he supposed to defeat the lesser warriors of the northern region? Relying on sheer numbers, what did that make him a hero? If she had the ability, let her challenge me one-on-one. However, Lu Xiefeng was not without intelligence. Realizing he could not defeat Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan, he shifted his gaze toward Feng Shilu. Surely, there couldn't be that many prodigies in the northern region. Feng Shilu shrugged her shoulders and stepped forward. "Young master, shall I kill? Do as you see fit." In truth, Xiaoyao was also unsure of the intricate relationships within Zhongtian City, so he left the decision to Feng Shilu. "You fool, are you seeking death?" Lu Xiefeng merely sought a soft target to regain some sense of presence. He had not anticipated that Feng Shilu would be even more audacious than Xiaoyao and Lin Yuyan. As the esteemed young master of the Lu family, he could endure this humiliation. With a fierce roar, he soared into the air, his fierce sword slicing forth amidst a myriad of brilliance, like a mountain of falling rocks. Crashing towards Feng Shilu, Feng Shilu's eyes flashed with disdain. "The falling rock sword technique, within your Lu family, is truly wasted." With a fierce shout, she shaped her fingers into a sword, raising her hand to unleash a torrent of piercing sword intent. Clang, clang. Instantly, Lu Xiefeng's powerful sword intent was shattered to pieces. Yet Feng Shilu's sword intent continued unabated, slicing directly toward Lu Xiefeng. Who on earth are you?" Lu Xiefeng's face was filled with terror. He had not expected to select the strongest among them. Moreover, Feng Shilu's tone earlier seemed to indicate she knew everything about him. "Protect the young master." The 5 warriors of the Lu family, at the 2nd level of the ocean realm, immediately shouted in alarm. Although they were entangled with Ji Wuchang and others, they still had the advantage of realm. Seeing their young master in peril, they swiftly unleashed powerful attacks to repel their respective opponents, then dashed forward. 2 of them rushed to Lu Xiefeng's side, intending to shield him from the sword intent. The other 3 targeted Feng Shilu, clearly sensing the dangerous aura emanating from her, feeling it imperative to neutralize her first. Boom, boom. The 2 warriors attempting to block the sword intent, despite their full efforts, were still sent flying backward. Ji Wuchang and the others were astonished. They were well aware of the formidable strength of these 5 warriors. Just as they were about to redirect their attention toward Feng Shilu, 3 screams pierced the air. Then, they beheld the 3 warriors attacking Feng Shilu, each sporting a blood hole in their foreheads. While Feng Shilu stood behind Xiaoyao, soul-chasing slash, Lu Xiefeng's eyes were filled with horror. He cast a deep glance at Xiaoyao, as if realizing something, and dared not utter another word before turning and fleeing. The 2 injured warriors hastily followed suit. Wei Xiaoyao did not issue a command to pursue, nor did Feng Shilu move. "Xiaoyao, who is this young lady? An ocean realm expert?" At this moment, Ji Wuchang and the others regarded Feng Shilu with evident trepidation. Who would have thought that the seemingly quiet Feng Shilu was such a formidable presence? "She is Shilu, my friend, an ocean realm expert." Xiaoyao replied succinctly, "Shilu." Such an unusual name caused many to unconsciously glance toward Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan frowned. Compared to others, she had witnessed Feng Shilu's earlier strike. That was an attack that transformed a sword into fingers, yet Lin Yuyan had only caught a glimpse of Feng Shilu's arm as it swung. Feeling the surge of sword intent, but still failing to discern how her opponent had executed the move, Lin Yuyan had to admit that even with her rapid progress since meeting Xiaoyao, She still could not compete with Feng Shilu. All right, after this battle, I believe the Lu family will no longer seek trouble. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xiaoyao understood they must have many questions. However, he did not wish to disclose his identity at this moment. Otherwise, he genuinely feared they might impulsively confront the Lu family. Chapter 90. A lone tree cannot support a forest. Ji Wuchang and the others did not attempt to retain him, as if they had anticipated Yi Xiaoyao's actions all along. See, I told you, even upon reaching the Xuanwu realm, that senior would still command respect. Look, as soon as we faced danger, they immediately arrived, Ji Wuchang proclaimed. Internally, they had debated whether the senior from the Lihua sect could similarly thrive in the Xuanwu realm. After all, the strength of the Xuanwu realm far surpassed that of the northern region. Yet now, even the previously dissenting elders nodded in agreement. They realized their perspective had been too narrow. Although Yi Xiaoyao claimed Shilu was a friend, she appeared more akin to a subordinate. The fact that even an ocean realm expert could only serve as her subordinate spoke volumes. As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, Ji Wuchang declared, in that case, at tomorrow's birthday banquet, we need not be so humble. We must make our presence known to all, that the Lihua sect exists. The elders nodded in agreement, affirming that they would neither instigate trouble nor fear it. However, Yin, you must put in more effort to solidify your relationship with Xiaoyao. Otherwise, seeing him surrounded by other women will leave us uneasy. After addressing serious matters, they shifted the conversation to Lin Yuya and At this moment. Yi Xiaoyao had already returned to his small courtyard with Feng Shilu. His earlier encounter with Lu Xiefeng had led him to grasp the extraordinary qualities of Earth's spiritual power. In terms of killing and attacking, Earth's spiritual power was indeed lacking. However, when it came to defense, it possessed unparalleled advantages. Yi Xiaoyao understood that although his spiritual power was not vastly inferior to Lu Xiefeng's, even if he unleashed his sword domain to defeat him, he might not be able to completely breach his defenses to eliminate him. This was the essence of Earth's spiritual power. With this realization, upon returning to his room, Yi Xiaoyao retrieved the 3 earth-based sacred techniques left to him by his mother. Don't practice that garbage. At that moment, the voice of the celestial emperor maiden resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, Yi Xiaoyao felt the emergence of a technique called the 9 Xian Golden Body Technique in his consciousness. Glancing at the celestial emperor maiden resting in his Dantian, who seemed too lazy to open her eyes, he understood that further discussion was futile. He decided to directly focus on the sacred techniques left by his mother. With the experience he had gained from his recent training, Yi Xiaoyao quickly reconciled the conflicts between the 9 Xian Golden Body Technique and the laws of the Qingyun continent, enabling him to swiftly engage in cultivation. At that moment, the spiritual energy that had been gathering within the courtyard through the spirit gathering array surged frantically into his body. But that was not all. Once the spiritual energy in the courtyard was depleted, this pull began to extend to the entire Feng family, subsequently radiating throughout Zhangtian City. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens of the city were filled with astonishment. Many families expressed their displeasure and headed toward the streets, for this equated to the plundering of the spiritual energy that rightfully belonged to them. However, when they saw the vortex of spiritual energy forming above the Feng family, they obediently retreated to their homes. The Feng family was not one to be trifled with. At this moment, the Feng family was also in a state of great upheaval. Head of the family, we must reconsider the matter we discussed earlier. The usually prudent second elder stood up at this juncture. Feng Yuluo's gaze sharpened. Second elder, are you no longer supporting me? The second elder shook his head. Head of the family, you know how I have treated you over the years. I had even planned to support you this time. But now you can see for yourself, Howren's talent seems to rival yours from back in the day. How many in the family do you think will still support you this time? Feng Howren? Feng Yuluo's attention shifted to a small courtyard not far away, and a hint of powerlessness crept into her eyes. Feng Howren, the grandson of the third elder, possessed extraordinary talent and had been summoned to the 9 Xian Academy, one of the 4 top academies in the Xuanwu realm. He had returned specifically for the old patriarch's birthday banquet, and Zhang Qingyao from the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families in Zhangtian City, had also come back with him. The implications of this were immense. Consequently, many who had previously supported her quickly expressed their stance and rushed to the third elder's courtyard to discuss the birthday banquet for the next day. Now, although no one could definitively claim that this celestial anomaly was triggered by Feng Howren, everyone was aware that just half an hour prior, Feng Howren had declared his intent to cultivate. And then this situation arose. The talents of the Fong family were well known to all. It was evident that, aside from Fong Haoren, there was no one else who could have caused this. Having regained Xiaoyao should have satisfied you. As for the position of the head of the family, the second elder sighed deeply, resigning himself to the third elder's courtyard. He found himself bereft of options. Although he disapproved of the third elder's approach, he had to consider the future of his own lineage. Fong Yulua shook her head repeatedly, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Fong Haoren's courtyard. Is he about to break through to the third level of the ocean realm? The members of the Fong family were filled with delight. Fong Haoren was only 22 years old. If he could break through to the third level of the ocean realm now, his future prospects would be unimaginable. Congratulations to the third elder. Congratulations to the third elder. Those who had clearly sided with the third elder seized the opportunity to flatter him. Meanwhile, Fong Haoren, in the midst of his cultivation, felt a surge of joy. Although this spiritual energy was summoned by Xiaoyao, his courtyard was not far from Xiaoyao's, allowing him to benefit from the abundant spiritual energy. While he had already achieved his breakthrough, he still did not wish to miss out on such an opportunity, suppressing his inner joy and continuing to cultivate. Conversely, within his room, Xiaoyao was shaking his head in frustration. Despite his utmost efforts to absorb the spiritual energy in the air, even utilizing the spirit stones his mother had given him, he still failed to condense the earth's spirit sword leaf. A night passed, and the surrounding gathered spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Although Xiaoyao had broken through to the 9th level of the celestial realm due to the overwhelming spiritual energy, he still could not condense the earth's spirit sword leaf, leading him to ponder, how could this be? Based on Xiaoyao's past experiences, such an accumulation of power should have been sufficient to condense the sword leaf. At that moment, the celestial emperor maiden in his Dantian remarked, while the 10,000 forms devouring heaven sword technique encompasses myriad forms, the further one progresses, the greater the power required to condense the sword leaf. This is why I initially only instructed you to condense the 5 elements in Yang sword leaf. Xiaoyao immediately grasped the situation, realizing that had it not been for his earlier condensation of the star sword leaf, the current power would have sufficed to condense the earth's spirit sword leaf. Indeed, the celestial emperor maiden affirmed, "Oh, as long as it's not a problem with my comprehension, it's not a significant issue." Xiaoyao felt relieved. Afterward, he sensed something amiss and quickly added, "What I meant is, while the 5 elements in Yang sword leaf is of utmost importance, I still have a long way to go before meeting the standards to save you."